In his previous life, he was a discarded pawn, victim to betrayal by his brethren and deceit by his beloved, ultimately meeting a tragic end on the streets. In this new life, armed with the memories of his former self, he possesses a cold gaze and seizes the initiative. He intercepts the opportunities of his enemies, capitalizes on the tides of the era, and those who once humiliated and wronged him shall now kneel in supplication. The construction of a commercial empire is within his grasp. Top-tier powers bow in submission, and mysterious magnates seek to ally with him, accompanied by formidable beauties who are enamored with him. With no time for hesitation, he delivers a series of swift and exhilarating blows, demonstrating how he can, in just a few short years, reverse all his past regrets and ascend to the pinnacle of the world, commanding the admiration of all. Chapter 1. Rebirth and the Storms of the Aristocracy. As night deepens and silence envelopes the world, an oppressive and tense atmosphere permeates the grand estate of the esteemed Qin family in Jiang City. Qin Yu abruptly awakens from a nightmarish slumber, cold sweat soaking his nightclothes. The vivid scenes from his dream felt all too real, as the painful memories of his past life surged upon him like a relentless tide. The neglect of his family, the treachery of his rivals, the departure of his beloved. Each moment strikes his heart like a dagger. Before he can recover from this wave of sorrow, a fierce argument breaks through the door, resonating clearly within the confines of the house. Qin Yu furrows his brow. This commotion originates from the family conference room and seems to involve a critical family decision. A chill runs down his spine as memories from his past life flood back. This decision was a harbinger of calamity for him, leading to his precipitous fall from grace within the family and indirectly triggering a series of subsequent tragedies. Qin Yu's eyes sharpen with newfound determination. Fate has granted him a second chance, and he is resolute in preventing a repeat of past tragedies. He swiftly rises, tidies his appearance, and without a moment's hesitation, strides towards the conference room, his once timid demeanor now replaced by unyielding confidence. As he flings open the door to the conference room, the previously raucous crowd falls silent, all gazes converging on him. Qin Yu scans the familiar faces before him, a sardonic smile forming within as he recalls the many arrows they had aimed at him in his past life. Qin Yu, what do you think you are doing? This is a family meeting, and you, a mere powerless outsider, have no right to intrude. Qin Yu's uncle, Qin Batian, scowls, his displeasure evident. Yet, Qin Yu remains unfazed by his uncle's imposing demeanor. Taking a deep breath, he draws upon the memories of his former life and proclaims loudly, "Esteemed uncles, I overheard your discussions outside. The decision you are about to make appears beneficial for the family, yet conceals grave dangers." The attendees are momentarily taken aback, followed by expressions of disdain. What do you know? A mere child, what insight could you possibly possess? Stop causing a commotion and leave at once. Qin Jintian, another uncle, waves his hand dismissively. Undeterred by their scorn, Qin Yu confidently strides to the table, gesturing towards the documents and articulating with clarity, this business cooperation plan, while seemingly promising a substantial income for the family, overlooks the inherent risks. The financial status of the partner is dire. They may be seeking to transfer their debts onto the Qin family through this collaboration. Moreover, the market prospects for this project are far from optimistic. With the continual emergence of new technologies, this industry is on the brink of a monumental transformation, and in less than 2 years, it could devolve into a debacle. His words land like a bombshell, igniting a flurry of murmurs within the conference room. Faces that once wore disdain are now replaced with astonishment. Meanwhile, in another prestigious family, the Su family, Su Yao also emerges from the shock of her rebirth. Her eyes radiate with resolve. In her previous life, she was betrayed by her so-called friends and beloved, leading to a dismal fate. This time, she vows not to allow them to succeed. Returning to her quarters, Su Yao uncovers an old box from a concealed corner. Inside lie letters and photographs, remnants of her emotional adversaries from her former life. She meticulously sifts through these artifacts, seeking crucial information to prepare for her revenge. While Qin Yu's impressive performance in the family meeting earns him newfound respect from some, it also breeds resentment among others. In a shadowy corner of the room, a pair of eyes glints with malice. His cousin Wang Chong, who has long harbored jealousy towards Qin Yu's talents in the past. Qin Yu's misfortunes had brought him secret delight, yet witnessing Qin Yu's transformation in the meeting ignites a fierce envy within him. Wang Chong clenches his fists, musing darkly. Qin Yu, do not revel too soon in your triumph. I will not allow you to rise so easily. I shall devise a way to suppress you, ensuring you remain the family's discarded waste. Although Qin Yu senses the hostile glare directed at him, he chooses not to dwell on it. His singular focus is on altering the fate of himself and his family. As the meeting adjourns, Qin Yu understands that his ascent within the aristocracy has only just commenced. The path ahead is undoubtedly fraught with challenges and obstacles, yet he is resolutely prepared. No matter the difficulties he may encounter, he will not falter. Meanwhile, Su Yao, delving deeper into her investigations, draws ever closer to the core of her past life's truths as an exhilarating tempest of aristocratic intrigue begins to unfold. Chapter 2. Emerging Prominence. Underlying currents. As Qin Yu observed the orderly unfolding of his family's commercial activities, his heart brimmed with confidence. Yet unbeknownst to him, Wang Chong and Zhao, who lurked in a shadowy corner, concocting a nefarious plan. Meanwhile, Su Yao, clutching a mysterious letter, furrowed her brow, sensing that she was on the verge of unearthing a staggering secret. What actions would Wang Chong and Zhao Hu undertake? What truths would Su Yao unveil? The air was thick with uncertainty. Sunlight filtered through the dappled leaves, casting a warm glow upon the Qin family's commercial venue, where a splendid jewelry exhibition was underway. The Qin family had invested considerable resources, hoping to enhance their influence within the jewelry industry. Qin Yu navigated through the crowd, his keen gaze meticulously scrutinizing every detail. Dressed in a perfectly tailored bespoke suit, he stood tall, a confident smile illuminating his face. Master Qin, the layout of this exhibition is truly ingenious. Just look at these newly launched pieces. Their innovative designs and exquisite craftsmanship are bound to attract numerous customers, a family subordinate remarked respectfully. With a slight nod, Qin Yu's eyes fell upon a necklace shaped like a butterfly, its wings adorned with delicate diamonds that sparkled enchantingly under the lights. The design of this necklace is indeed commendable. However, the promotional aspect could be further enhanced to emphasize its unique significance, such as the theme of metamorphosis. Symbolizing the wearer's splendid transformation, he articulated with a steady and powerful voice, exuding an air of persuasiveness. As the exhibition progressed, the number of customers steadily increased. Leveraging his astute market insights, Qin Yu proactively adjusted the exhibition strategy. He directed the staff to prominently showcase several high-value pieces while introducing limited-time promotional offers, capturing the attention of many consumers. The atmosphere was vibrant, with numerous attendees placing orders. Master Qin, this is remarkable. At this rate, the sales figures for this exhibition will undoubtedly exceed our expectations. An enthusiastic staff member rushed to report. Qin Yu's lips curled into a satisfied smile. Let us maintain this momentum. Ensure the quality of service remains impeccable, even amidst the crowd. As he spoke, he remained vigilant, sensing a thread of unease lingering in his heart. Meanwhile, in a small room adjacent to the exhibition venue, Wang Chong and Zhao Hu were hatching their scheme. Wang Chong wore a dark expression, jealousy glinting in his eyes. Zhao Hu, we must ensure Qin Yu he makes a fool of himself. He has become increasingly arrogant within the family. We cannot allow him to continue basking in success. Zhao Hu sneered, a sinister expression crossing his face. Fear not, I have arranged everything. Shortly, a few troublemakers will storm into the exhibition, accusing the Qin family's jewelry of being counterfeit. The ensuing chaos will be beyond Qin Yu's control, no matter his talents. Upon hearing this, Wang Chong's eyes flashed with a ruthless glimmer. Excellent, let us proceed. If we can humiliate Qin Yu and strip him of his dignity within the family, we will have succeeded halfway. The two conspired in hushed tones, already envisioning Qin Yu's disgrace. Simultaneously, in the study of the Su family, Su Yao was engrossed in deciphering the enigmatic letter in her hands. A faint scent of ink lingered in the air as sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating her desk. The handwriting on the letter was somewhat blurred, yet Su Yao diligently sought to interpret it. This letter mentions a mysterious organization, seemingly linked to those who conspired against me in my past life. Su Yao murmured to herself. Her fingers gently traced the letter, attempting to unearth additional clues hidden within the text. Suddenly, she spotted an unusual symbol, one she had never encountered before. Su Yao furrowed her brow, lost in contemplation. Rising, she approached the bookshelf, retrieving various tomes on secret societies and symbolism, poring over them intently. Eureka! Su Yao exclaimed with excitement. After considerable effort, she finally identified a similar symbol in an ancient text. This symbol represented an ancient family rumored to operate behind the scenes, manipulating numerous commercial and political affairs. Could it be that the machinations of this family were responsible for the tribulations of my past life? A chill coursed through Su Yao's veins. She realized that the secret she was on the verge of uncovering was likely far more intricate and perilous than she had anticipated. As time slipped away in the tense atmosphere, Qin Yu reveled in the joy of his success, oblivious to the imminent danger. In contrast, Su Yao continued her deep dive into the mysteries of the letter and the symbols, acutely aware that the truth was drawing ever closer. Just then, a commotion erupted at the exhibition. Startled, Qin Yu hurried toward the source of the noise, only to find a group of menacing individuals standing in the center of the hall, loudly proclaiming, "All of your Qin family's jewelry is counterfeit. We bought some, and they faded within days. You must provide us with an explanation today." Surrounding customers exhibited expressions of shock and skepticism upon hearing these words. Staff members attempted to intervene, but the intruders remained relentless, plunging the scene into chaos. Observing the unfolding drama, Qin Yu understood that someone was orchestrating this disturbance from the shadows. He took a deep breath, striving to maintain his composure. "Please, everyone remain calm. Our Qin family has always prioritized the quality of our jewelry. Such issues simply do not occur. Gentlemen, may I examine the pieces you claim have faded?" Qin Yu stepped forward, his tone unwavering. The troublemakers exchanged glances, and one of them scoffed, tossing a piece of jewelry at Qin Yu's feet. "Look at this. This is your Qin family's rubbish." Qin Yu picked up the jewelry. Scrutinizing it closely, he observed that although the craftsmanship was poor, it had evidently been deliberately damaged. A smirk crossed his lips. These individuals were inept, merely exploiting customer trust and panic. "Ladies and gentlemen, this jewelry is not a genuine product of our Qin exhibition. Each of our pieces undergoes rigorous quality checks and possesses anti-counterfeiting markers, which you are welcome to inspect. This so-called faded jewelry is poorly crafted, and its anti-counterfeiting mark is fake, clearly intended to tarnish our family's reputation," Qin Yu explained, raising the jewelry to clarify to the surrounding customers. The crowd gathered closer to inspect, quickly realizing that the Qin family's authentic jewelry bore unique anti-counterfeiting markers, while the faded piece did not. Don't listen to his slippery words. This is indeed your Qin family's merchandise. If we don't receive an explanation today, we want to leave." The troublemakers persisted obstinately. As the standoff intensified, Wang Chong and Zhao Hu reveled in their triumph from the sidelines. Wang Chong whispered, "Qin Yu, let us see how you handle this." However, Qin Yu remained unflustered. He fixed his gaze on the troublemakers, asserting, since you refuse to relent, I will have no choice but to call the authorities to investigate this matter. I believe the truth will ultimately prevail. Upon hearing this, the troublemakers' expressions shifted slightly. They had not anticipated Qin Yu's decisive response. Just then, an accomplice, planted by Zhao Hu, emerged from the crowd. "Don't heed his threats. He is merely trying to intimidate us. With so many of us here, do you think we fear the police?" This individual incited the crowd's emotions. Tension thickened once more in the atmosphere. Qin Yu understood that this was the adversary's final struggle. He calmly addressed the crowd, stating, "Ladies and gentlemen, my Qin family has established a presence in Jiangcheng for many years, consistently adhering to the principles of integrity in business. Yes, Yu, I will uncover the truth behind today's events. Should it be a legitimate issue on our part, I will willingly accept full responsibility. However, if it is indeed a malicious attempt to frame us, I will not let it go lightly." Just as the situation reached a stalemate, Su Yao made a new discovery in the study. She unearthed a note tucked within the layers of a letter, inscribed with an address and a string of numbers. Could this address possibly be the contact point for that enigmatic organization? A flicker of realization ignited within her, determined to unveil the truth. She resolved to head to this address without delay. After hastily gathering her belongings, Su Yao departed from the Su residence in a flurry of anticipation and trepidation, uncertain of what awaited her. Meanwhile, at the exhibition, Qin Yu was diligently working to quell the rising tensions among the crowd. He understood that retreat was not an option. He must swiftly resolve this crisis, or risk tarnishing the family's reputation irreparably. "Master Qin, we have faith in you. The Qin family's jewelry has always been our trustworthy choice," proclaimed an elderly patron. "Indeed, we stand by the Qin family. echoed the sentiments of the other customers. With the support of the crowd, the instigators found themselves increasingly isolated. Sensing their precarious position, they attempted to slip away unnoticed. However, Qin Yu, with remarkable agility, seized one of the troublemakers by the arm. Attempting to flee? It won't be that easy. You must provide an explanation today, he declared, his gaze imbued with authority. At that moment, the police arrived on the scene. Qin Yu meticulously recounted the events to the officers, who proceeded to investigate the ruckus makers and discovered they were indeed acting under instructions. Although the mastermind behind this scheme had yet to be identified, Qin Yu had already formed suspicions. He knew this was merely the beginning. The road ahead would be long, and he needed to exercise utmost caution. Thanks to Qin Yu's efforts, the exhibition gradually returned to normalcy. While sales had taken a hit, overall, the event was still deemed a preliminary success. Observing the revitalized atmosphere of the exhibition, Qin Yu was filled with a myriad of reflections. On her end, Su Yao, following the address on the note, found herself in a secluded alleyway. The air was thick with an ancient aura, and the surrounding buildings appeared somewhat dilapidated. She treaded cautiously, remaining vigilant of her surroundings. At last, she located the house indicated on the note. Its door stood firmly shut, and heavy curtains obscured the windows, rendering the interior invisible. Taking a deep breath, Su Yao gently knocked on the door. After a moment, the door creaked open, revealing a grim-faced man. He scrutinized Su Yao with palpable wariness. "Who are you? What brings you here?" he inquired coldly. Despite her rising anxiety, Su Yao feigned composure. "I'm here to find someone." "May I ask if this is?" Before she could finish, the man interrupted her. "This place does not welcome outsiders. You should leave." With that, he attempted to shut the door. Quickly, Su Yao blocked the entrance, imploring, "Wait, I truly have something important to discuss." "I know some information regarding the man." S. eyes flickered with surprise at her words. He hesitated, ultimately allowing her entry into the dimly lit room, which was pervaded by a pungent odor. Surveying her surroundings, Su Yao noted an array of peculiar items and documents cluttering the space. Her heart raced. This place was indeed not ordinary. "Speak, what do you know?" the man demanded, seated on a worn chair, his gaze fixed on her. Drawing a deep breath, Su Yao replied, "I'm aware of matters concerning that mysterious organization. I possess letters that mention you." Upon hearing this, the man's expression darkened. He rose and approached her menacingly. "Who exactly are you? How do you possess those letters?" Though fear gripped her, Su Yao recognized the necessity of standing her ground. "I merely seek the truth. In my past life, I was wronged, and I wish to uncover the reasons behind it all." The man fell silent for a moment, seemingly contemplating something. Eventually, he spoke. "Since you are already aware of certain things, I shall not conceal the truth from you. However, you must remember that knowing too much can be perilous." Su Yao gazed at him, her eyes brimming with anticipation. "Please, tell me, what is truly happening?" He sighed deeply, slowly articulating. "That mysterious organization is, in fact, a force lurking behind the affluent families, manipulating various commercial activities, resorting to any means to achieve their objectives. Your previous life's misfortunes were orchestrated by them." Stunned, Su Yao could hardly process the complexity of the truth. "But why would they do such a thing?" she pressed. The man shook his head. "I cannot ascertain the specific reasons, but I know their ambition is to dominate the entire realm of the elite. You would be wise to tread carefully and avoid becoming entangled in this matter, for the consequences could be dire." Su Yao. She had stumbled upon a colossal secret. She resolved to pursue this trail further, determined to unveil the true nature of the mysterious organization and seek justice for her past self. Meanwhile, Qin Yu, having momentarily quelled the crisis at the exhibition, was acutely aware that Wang Chong and Zhao would not relent. He needed to prepare for the potential troubles that lay ahead. As night descended, Qin Yu stood on the balcony of the Qin family estate, gazing into the distant twinkling lights, his mind swirling with thoughts. He recognized that his path in the world of the elite was fraught with challenges, yet he would not retreat. Armed with his intellect and courage, he was resolute in altering his fate and that of his family. Upon departing from the enigmatic location, Su Yao was likewise filled with determination. She returned to the study of the Su residence, continuing her examination of the clues in her possession. She believed that, with unwavering persistence, she would one day unveil the veil of truth surrounding her past. Although Wang Chong and Zhao Hu's conspiracy had yet to succeed, she knew they would undoubtedly plot their next move. Would Qin Yu be able to sense the impending danger and take preemptive measures? What ramifications would the revelations from Su Yao's mysterious letters have on both her and Qin Yu's destinies? All remained uncertain. Chapter 3. The Emergence of Innocence and a Sudden Shift in Circumstances. Following the exhibition, Qin Yu was acutely aware that Wang Chong and Zhao Hu would not easily concede. He strolled through the Qin family garden, contemplating strategies to counter their maneuvers. At that moment, the butler approached him with news of an impending family gathering, to which numerous relatives would attend. Qin Yu furrowed his brow, understanding that this gathering might present yet another trial. Meanwhile, in her study, Su Yao meticulously organized the newly acquired clues, her gaze fixed on the note bearing Zhou Min's secret contact information. Taking a deep breath, she prepared to set forth, uncertain of what awaited her. The venue for the family gathering was adorned with opulence and elegance, crystal chandeliers casting a soft glow upon the walls adorned with priceless artworks. A delicate floral fragrance mingled with the sweet aroma of exquisite pastries that filled the air. Dressed in a tailored black suit, Qin Yu entered the hall with measured strides, his keen gaze scanning the crowd for any signs of anomaly. If it isn't Qin Yu. What a surprise to see you arrive so punctually today. Wang Chong's sardonic voice cut through the atmosphere, his face adorned with an insidious grin. Qin Yu suppressed a scoff, maintaining a polite smile. At a family gathering, one cannot afford to be tardy. Yet, I must say, Wang Chong, your consistent concern for my punctuality is quite flattering. Wang Chong's expression shifted slightly, ready to retort when a bright, childlike voice interjected, "Big brother, who are you? You look so handsome." Looking down, Qin Yu was greeted by the sight of an adorable child, her large, glistening eyes filled with curiosity. Clad in a finely tailored miniature suit, her hair neatly arranged, she clutched a small toy car in her hands. Unable to restrain a smile, Qin Yu crouched down, responding warmly, "I am Qin Yu. And you, little one? My name is Menghua, and I think you, dear elder brother, are truly remarkable." Menghua's voice was sweet and innocent, her eyes brimming with admiration. Qin Yu gently patted Menghua's head, a wave of warmth surging within him. The presence of this little one had indeed lightened the oppressive atmosphere of the gathering. However, before Qin Yu could engage in further conversation with Menghua, his phone suddenly vibrated. Frowning slightly, he glanced at the screen, and his expression turned grave. It was a call from a subordinate responsible for the family's business affairs, and an anxious voice came through. "Young Master Qin, it's bad. There's a major issue at the business event. It seems the goods have been tampered with, and the clients are starting to cause a ruckus." A knot tightened in Qin Yu's stomach. He knew this was undoubtedly the handiwork of Wang Chong and Zhao Hu. He swiftly rose to his feet, determination flashing in his eyes. "I'll be there immediately." Watching Qin Yu hurriedly depart, Wang Chong wore a smug smile, whispering to Zhao Hu, "Let us see how he handles this." When Qin Yu arrived at the venue, chaos reigned. Clients surrounded the staff, vociferously accusing them of product quality issues. Taking a deep breath, Qin Yu endeavored to maintain his composure. He stepped into the fray, meticulously examining the questioned goods. Some packages were damaged, and the products inside appeared flawed. "Everyone, please calm down. I am Qin Yu, the one in charge of this event. We shall provide a satisfactory resolution to the issues that have arisen today," he proclaimed, his voice resolute and powerful. Yet the clients seemed unconvinced, continuing their clamorous protests. Qin Yu recognized that this was not the time for explanations. He needed to find a solution swiftly. While soothing the clients, he instructed his subordinates to investigate the cause of the damage to the goods. Meanwhile, Su Yao had arrived at Zhou Min's clandestine rendezvous point, an abandoned factory on the outskirts of the city, overrun with weeds and exuding an eerie desolation. Cautiously, Su Yao ventured inside, the crunch of gravel beneath her feet resonating starkly in the silence. The factory was suffused with a musty odor, intermingled with a faint scent of machine oil. Utilizing the dim light from her phone, she searched for clues. Suddenly, she stumbled upon a dilapidated desk cluttered with documents. Her heart quickened with excitement as she approached to inspect them. The contents of the documents caused her expression to darken. They detailed events from her past life involving Zhou Min, along with correspondence that seemed to connect Zhou Min to a mysterious organization. Su Yao realized she was inching closer to the truth, yet an unsettling sense of danger loomed over her. Amidst the tumult of the business event, Qin Yu found himself overwhelmed, juggling communications with suppliers while addressing the furious clients. At some point, Menhua had also arrived on the scene, her wide eyes observing the busy Qin Yu, curiosity dancing in her gaze. "Big brother, what are you doing? You look so busy." Menhua tugged at the hem of Qin Yu's garment. Qin Yu managed a faint smile. "I'm resolving some troubles, Menhua. Be a good child and step aside. It's not safe here." Yet Menhua refused to budge, insisting, "Big brother, I can help you. I'm very clever." Qin Yu chuckled helplessly, thinking how innocent and adorable this little one was. However, he had no time to attend to her and continued to immerse himself in crisis management. As the investigation deepened, Qin Yu discovered that the issues with the goods were far more complex than he had anticipated. Not only were the packaging and products themselves flawed, but there were also discrepancies in the transportation process. He understood that a sinister force was undoubtedly at play behind the scenes, and Wang Chong and Zhao who were the prime suspects. Meanwhile, Su Yao continued her search for clues in the abandoned factory, where she uncovered a hidden door concealed behind a wall. The door was ajar, a faint light spilling out from within. Her heart raced as she realized that whatever lay beyond could unveil the truth of her past life. Taking a deep breath, she slowly pushed the door open. Would Qin Yu be able to resolve the crisis at the business event? What unforeseen impact would Menghua's presence have on him? And what revelations awaited Su Yao at her former best friend's secret meeting place? All remained uncertain. Chapter 4. Crisis Management. The first glimmer of brilliance. Gazing at the chaotic scene of the business event, Qin Yu silently vowed to unearth the mastermind behind this turmoil and resolve the crisis. He inhaled deeply, quickly regaining his composure as the wealth of experience from his past life surged within him like a tidal wave. Armed with keen insight, he began methodically tracing the source of the issues. Approaching the problematic goods, he crouched down to scrutinize their packaging and damage. The rough edges of the packaging were uneven, as if deliberately torn. The flaws in the products themselves appeared too conspicuous, unlike any that would arise during normal production and transport. Qin Yu formed a preliminary judgment. This was no mere accident. He summoned the employee responsible for transporting the goods and meticulously questioned him about every detail of the process. The employee, visibly anxious and sweating profusely, stammered through his account as Qin Yu listened intently, mentally sifting through the possible points of failure. After thorough inquiry, Qin Yu focused his suspicions on the supplier. Simultaneously, at Zhou Min's South secret meeting place, Su Yao pushed open the enigmatic door, a wave of musty air enveloping her. The space beyond was small yet cluttered with various documents and files. Cautiously, she stepped inside, utilizing her phone's dim light to begin her search. Suddenly, one document caught her attention. It detailed a conspiracy from her past life in which Zhou Min colluded with others to sabotage her relationship. Every detail was strikingly clear, complete with signatures and contact information of key figures. A tremor ran through Su Yao's hand. She had finally unearthed crucial evidence regarding the emotional entanglements of her past life. Convinced the issue lay with the supplier, Qin Yu wasted no time, deciding to confront them directly. He understood that this negotiation was pivotal not only for the success of the business event, but also for his standing within the family. Arriving at the supplier's office, the receptionist greeted him with a professional smile. "Sir, may I ask if you have an appointment?" Qin Yu replied with a smile. "Please inform them that Qin Yu from the Qin family wishes to speak." Upon hearing the name, the receptionist hurriedly relayed the message. Moments later, the supplier's head, Mr. Li, emerged, his demeanor cool and detached. "Young Master Qin, to what do I owe the pleasure of your visit today?" Qin Yu wore a warm smile as he extended his hand. "Mr. Li, it's a pleasure to finally meet you. I'm here to discuss some minor issue that has arisen in our current collaboration." Mr. Li's expression shifted slightly, and he scoffed. "Young Master Qin, this cannot be blamed on us. We delivered the goods, as per the contract. Any issues during transportation are beyond our knowledge. Remaining unruffled, Qin urged Mr. Li to sit down and began to articulate his points. Mr. Li, I know you have always upheld your commitments. However, this situation is unique. You see, the product issues are detrimental to both our interests. You are well aware of the Qin family's influence in the business sphere. If we resolve this matter satisfactorily, future collaboration opportunities will only increase. Furthermore, I have investigated and found that while there were issues during transport, the goods themselves had inherent flaws upon leaving the factory. I believe, with your capabilities, you can address these concerns. As Mr. Li absorbed Qin words, he felt a flicker of uncertainty. Qin continued, Mr. Li, we are all striving for success in this competitive market. Mutual support is the key to our longevity. If you could assist me in resolving this predicament, I, Qin, will remember your kindness. In future business dealings, the Qin family will prioritize your interests. Mr. Li pondered for a moment, gazing into Qin Yu's earnest eyes, and finally nodded. Young Master Qin, considering your sincerity, I shall assist you once more. We will promptly reallocate the goods to ensure the smooth continuation of your business activities. Qin Yu's heart soared with joy as he grasped Mr. Li's hand. Thank you so much, Mr. Li. I shall never forget your kindness. After successfully persuading the supplier, Qin Yu hurried back to the site of the business event, directing the rearrangement of goods. The family members, witnessing how quickly Qin Yu had resolved the issue, couldn't help but regard him with newfound respect. They had not anticipated that this young man possessed such remarkable skills. Indeed, it seemed they had underestimated him before. The praises from family members rose in a chorus. Meanwhile, Su Yao, armed with evidence, felt a mix of fury and anticipation. She resolved to confront Zhou Min face to face, to unveil the truth of their past lives. She took out her phone and sent a message. Zhou Min, I am aware of your actions in our past life. Let us meet at the CAF in the west of the city. Zhou Min quickly replied, Fine, I am curious to see what evidence you possess. Su Yao arrived early at the CAF, selecting a window seat. She gazed outside at the bustling crowds, her mind racing with thoughts. Before long, Zhou Min entered, adorned in opulent attire and clicking her high heels on the floor. Spotting Su Yao, she curled her lips into a disdainful smile. Su Yao, what trickery are you up to? Ignoring Zhou Min's mockery, Su Yao tossed the evidence onto the table. Zhou Min, take a look for yourself. This is the good deed you performed in your previous life. Zhou Min picked up the document, her expression darkening instantly. However, she quickly regained her composure, sneering. Su Yao, where did you procure these items? They must be fabricated. After Qin Yu successfully averted the crisis, Wang Chong and Zhao, who lurked in a corner, seething with envy as they watched the accolades showered upon him. Wang Chong gritted his teeth. How is this brat so fortunate to have resolved the issue? Zhao Hu's face darkened. This cannot end here. We must devise another plan to ensure he cannot recover. The two huddled together, whispering about their new scheme. Su Yao, witnessing Zhou Min's evasions, felt her anger boil. Zhou Min, do you still wish to deny it? This evidence was discovered at your clandestine contact point. Do you dare claim it is forged? Zhou Min's gaze flickered as she sought excuses to refute, yet for a moment, she found herself speechless. The atmosphere in the CF grew tense. Su Yao and Zhou Min locking eyes, a fierce confrontation imminent. Although Qin Yu had temporarily resolved the business crisis, he remained oblivious to the brewing storm as Wang Chong and Zhao Hu plotted anew against him. Would Su Yao's confrontation with Zhou Min successfully expose her schemes? Or would she face unforeseen obstacles? Everything hung in the balance, shrouded in uncertainty. Chapter 5. Confrontation with a best friend, the truth gradually revealed. Inside the CAF in the west of the city, soft music flowed through the air, yet the atmosphere between Su Yao and Zhou Min felt oppressive, akin to the stillness before a tempest. Su Yao fixed her unwavering gaze upon Zhou Min, her eyes brimming with undeniable resolve. Zhou Min, you have nowhere left to retreat. Today, you shall pay for your actions in our past life. Zhou Min's complexion fluctuated between shades of green and white, her fists clenched as she calculated her next move. Forcing a facade of calm, Su Yao, Spare me your baseless accusations. What can those few papers in your hand possibly prove? Su Yao let out a cold laugh. Her eyes filled with disdain as she stood, the evidence in her grasp, each movement imbued with determination. Zhou Min, do you truly believe you can maintain this charade? This document meticulously outlines every detail of your collusion with others in our past life to sabotage my relationships, complete with signatures and contact information of key individuals. Do you still wish to deny it? As she spoke, Su Yao pointed out the crucial sections of the document, each word piercing Zhou Min's heart like an arrow. Zhou Min's gaze began to waver, yet she stubbornly countered, "This could be something you fabricated to frame me." Observing Zhou Min's desperate struggle, Su Yao's fury intensified. Fabricated? Do you think these key individuals would collude with me to forge evidence? Do not forget, I returned to unveil your true nature. Su Yao's voice trembled slightly with anger as she continued. In our past life, I trusted you implicitly, treating you as my closest confidant. Yet you schemed against me from the shadows, leading me into an abyss of despair. How could you be so cruel? Zhou Min's lips quivered, desperately seeking excuses. But each justification felt utterly feeble. Su Yao pressed on. Did you think my rebirth was solely my affair? If I could uncover this evidence, I am more than capable of exposing you. From the very beginning, your approach to me was driven by ulterior motives, was it not? Zhou Min's complexion darkened further, beads of sweat forming on her forehead as her hands unconsciously tightened around the armrests of her chair. In another part of the family estate, Wang Chong and Zhao who conspired with a family opportunist in hushed tones. A sinister smile crept across Wang Chong's face as he addressed the opportunist, manager's son. As long as you follow our instructions this time, you will undoubtedly reap the rewards. Manager's son hesitated, a flicker of apprehension in his eyes. The risks involved are immense. What if we're discovered? Zhao, who patted manager's son's shoulder, speaking coldly. Rest assured, as long as our plan is meticulous, no one will uncover it. Moreover, if you refuse, your days within the family may become quite difficult. Gritting his teeth, manager's son ultimately acquiesced. Very well, I agree. The three exchanged knowing glances, seemingly envisioning Qin Yu ensnared in a predicament. Back in the CAF, Su Yao continued to unveil Zhou Min's machinations. You began by slandering me before my boyfriend, sowing seeds of misunderstanding. Then you orchestrated my humiliation at a crucial event, stripping me of all trust and support. You did all this to satisfy your twisted jealousy and vanity. Zhou Min's body began to tremble, her head bowed, unable to meet Su Yao's gaze. Taking a deep breath, Su Yao pressed on. Did you think that after my rebirth, you could once again evade accountability as you did in our past life? Today, I shall expose your true self. Zhou Min finally lifted her head, a glimmer of despair flashing in her eyes as she recognized her inability to conceal the truth any longer, whispering, "Yes, it was me. I envied your superiority and happiness. So I." Su Yao regarded Zhou Min, her heart a tumult of emotions. You destroyed my past life out of mere jealousy. Do you not find that utterly selfish? Zhou Min fell silent, tears streaming down her face. Meanwhile, within the family meeting room where Qin Yu was present, the tension was palpable. Family members sat in a circle, their expressions grave. Manager's son stood before them, pointing at Qin Yu. Everyone, I have discovered that Qin Yu engaged in violations during the recent business activities, severely jeopardizing the family's interests. Upon hearing this, the room turned its gaze toward Qin Yu, filled with skepticism and discontent. Qin Yu's heart sank, but he quickly regained his composure, addressing manager's son calmly. Manager's son, you claim I violated regulations. Do you have any evidence? With a smug expression, manager's son produced a document, presenting it to the assembly. Here is the evidence, clearly detailing Qin Yu's infractions during the business activities. Qin Yu took the document, scrutinizing it, and immediately recognized it as the scheme of Wang Chong and Zhao Hu. He chuckled coldly, asserting, Manager's son, this evidence is fabricated. I have always adhered strictly to the family's rules and business ethics. How could I have committed any infractions? However, the family members appeared more inclined to believe manager's son, with one member remarking, Qin Yu, your assertions lack proof. You claim the evidence is forged. Yet what proof do you have to establish your innocence? Qin Yu understood that proving his innocence would not be an easy feat at this moment. But he was resolute in not conceding defeat. He took a deep breath and declared, "Ladies and gentlemen, grant me a moment. I shall undoubtedly uncover the evidence that will prove this document to be a forgery and restore my honor." In the family conference room, the attendees regarded Qin Yu's words with skepticism, and the atmosphere hung in a tense stalemate. Meanwhile, in a CAF, Su Yao successfully unveiled Zhou Min's conspiracy. Yet whether Zhou Min would simply relent remained a mystery. Qin Yu faced accusations, and the question loomed. How could he vindicate himself? Would the underlying plot be fully unraveled? All remained uncertain. Chapter 6, Proving Innocence, the Counterattack, begins. Qin Yu cast a resolute glance over the gathered family members, proclaiming, "I, Qin Yu, would never engage in actions detrimental to the family's interests. This fabricated evidence shall be exposed for the deceit it is." With that, he clenched the document tightly, as if he intended to crush the falsehood within it. Outside the CF, Su Yao gazed into the distance, silently vowing, "Wang Chong Zhao, who, your malevolent deeds shall not go unpunished. You will pay the price." Suppressing his inner fury, Qin Yu extended his hand toward the elders of the family, his tone steady yet commanding. "Esteemed elders, I implore you to allow me to examine this so-called evidence of wrongdoing." One elder nodded slightly, gesturing for the evidence to be handed over. As Qin Yu received the document, he swiftly skimmed through it, his keen eyes immediately detecting numerous flaws. The paper was coarse, starkly contrasting with the fine stationery typically used for legitimate business documents, and it emitted a faint odor of inferior ink. The stamp on the document was overly bright, with blurred edges, clearly indicating a hasty forgery. He scoffed inwardly. Wang Chong and Zhao, who had resorted to such pathetic means to ensnare him. Ladies and gentlemen, this evidence is riddled with inconsistencies. Qin Yu raised the document, his voice resonating throughout the conference room. Firstly, regarding the paper quality, legitimate business contracts utilize specific, high-grade paper, whereas this document is not only coarse, but also emits a pungent odor, indicative of a street-side workshop's production. Furthermore, the stamp. Authentic stamps are characterized by their subdued colors and clear edges, while this one is garish and indistinct, unmistakably forged. As he articulated these points, he directed the attendees' attention to the flaws, and their faces gradually reflected confusion. Moreover, Qin Yu continued, "The data within this document is illogical and grossly misaligned with our actual business operations. The transaction times and amounts recorded here cannot correspond with our company's financial statements. Anyone with even a modicum of business acumen can discern that this is a document riddled with faults." His voice was unwavering and powerful, each statement striking like a hammer against their hearts. Whispers began to circulate among the family members, their faith in the document's authenticity wavering. An elderly elder, frowning, inquired, "Qin Yu, while you assert that this evidence is fabricated, do you possess any additional proof of your innocence in these business dealings?" Qin Yu, having anticipated this, produced a stack of documents from his portfolio and presented them to the elder. "Herein lies a comprehensive record of my recent business activities, encompassing every transaction as correspondence, original contracts, and testimonies from relevant individuals. All of this substantiates my adherence to the family's business protocols, devoid of any wrongdoing." The elder scrutinized the documents, and the doubts etched on his face began to dissipate. He nodded to the assembly, declaring, "The materials provided by Qin Yu are well organized and irrefutable. It appears that this so-called evidence of wrongdoing indeed possesses significant issues." Other family members gathered to review the documents, expressing their agreement with Qin Yu's assertions. Qin Yu surveyed the assembly, acutely aware that although he had temporarily disproven the evidence's legitimacy, the masterminds behind the scheme had yet to be revealed. Clearing his throat, he addressed the elders. "I firmly believe that there is someone behind this forgery, intent on ensnaring me. My dedication to family prosperity has been met with such treachery. It is truly disheartening." His eyes conveyed a blend of indignation and unwavering resolve. At that moment, Su Yao had departed the CAF and commenced her covert investigation into Wang Chong and Zhao Hu, leveraging her connections within the family. She reached out to a businessman who had previously collaborated with Wang Chong. In a secluded tea house, Su Yao met with this businessman, where the air was infused with a subtle aroma of tea. She spoke softly, "Boss Liu, I wish to inquire about certain matters concerning Wang Chong. Rest assured, I will not place you in a difficult position. I merely hope for your candid response." After a moment's hesitation, Boss Liu, meeting Su Yao's determined gaze, replied, "Miss Su, to be frank, I once partnered with Wang Chong on a project, during which I discovered his unscrupulous methods. Recently, I have heard that he has been closely associating with Zhao Hu, seemingly plotting something." A spark of excitement ignited within Su Yao, and she probed further. "Do you have any knowledge of their specific plans? Is there any evidence to substantiate their collusion?" After contemplating for a moment, Boss Liu responded, "I once inadvertently overheard them discussing their intentions to undermine Qin Yu at a restaurant, seemingly intent on sabotaging him during business dealings. As for evidence, I lack direct proof, but I am aware that they frequently meet at a private club. Perhaps you could find some leads there." After expressing her gratitude to Boss Liu, Su Yao promptly made her way to the private club. Situated in a vibrant area of the city, the establishment exuded opulence. Disguising herself as a waitress, she gained entry without incident. As she cautiously searched for clues, her ears attuned to every subtle sound. Passing by a private room, she overheard the voices of Wang Chong and Zhao Hu. It was a stroke of luck that Qin Yu evaded disaster this time. He has gotten off too easily. Wang Chong's voice brimmed with frustration. "But don't worry, he won't remain fortunate forever. We need to devise a more comprehensive plan to utterly ruin him." Zhao Hu replied with malice. Su Yao's heart raced as she stealthily approached the room, striving to glean more details. However, at that moment, a security guard approached and inquired, "What are you doing here?" Startled, Su Yao quickly composed herself, smiling, "I'm a new waitress. I heard some noise from the room and wanted to check if assistance was needed." The guard scrutinized her briefly before stating, "No service is required here. You may proceed elsewhere." With no choice but to withdraw, Su Yao internally lamented the missed opportunity for further intelligence. Upon returning home, Su Yao remained undeterred. She meticulously contemplated her next steps, deciding to investigate the financial transactions involving Wang Chong and Zhao Hu. She contacted a friend in the finance sector to assist in scrutinizing their account statements. After considerable effort, she uncovered several recent substantial transactions between the two, with both the sources and destinations of funds appearing highly dubious. Elation surged within her. She recognized that this could be the pivotal evidence proving their collusion. Meanwhile, despite having temporarily assuaged the family's doubts during the conference, Qin Yu was acutely aware that Wang Chong and Zhao Hu would not relent easily. He returned to his office, seated himself, and fell into deep contemplation. Unraveling the conspiracy of these two and ensuring they faced appropriate consequences was now his paramount concern. Just then his phone rang. It was Su Yao. "Qin Yu, I have unearthed some leads regarding Wang Chong and Zhao Hu's collusion, which may aid our counterattack." Su Yao's voice brimmed with excitement. "Is that so? Splendid. Please organize the information, and let us convene to discuss it in detail." Qin Yu's face finally broke into a smile. After ending the call, Qin Yu stood and gazed out at the bustling cityscape, his spirit ignited with determination. He understood that a greater storm was on the horizon. Yet he was prepared to join forces with Su Yao and retaliate against Wang Chong and Zhao Hu. Though he had temporarily alleviated the family's skepticism, he knew Wang Chong and Zhao Hu would not easily relinquish their schemes. What audacious moves might they undertake next? Would the evidence Su Yao collected serve as a formidable weapon in their counteroffensive? All remained shrouded in uncertainty. Chapter 7. The Young Prodigy Assists. A minor turmoil in high society. Qin Yu set down the phone, preparing to rise and attend to various matters, when the adorable child burst into his office like a little cannonball. With wide, innocent eyes, the child inquired with genuine concern, "Brother Qin Yu, you don't seem very happy. Have you encountered some trouble?" "I'm here to help." Qin Yu gazed at the child's endearing visage, feeling warmth within. Yet he recognized that this matter was beyond the child's capacity to assist. He smiled and affectionately tousled the child's hair, saying, "Thank you, little one. But this situation is rather complex. Why don't you go play?" However, the child was relentless, insistent on offering help. Chinyu, feeling helpless, could only acquiesce with a half-hearted agreement. Meanwhile, in a shadowy corner, Wang Chong and Zhao, who were scheming a malicious plot against the child, and a new crisis was silently approaching. Upon receiving Qin Yu's reluctant consent, the child's eyes sparkled with excitement, their little mind racing with ideas on how to be of assistance. They circled around Qin Yu's office several times before suddenly lighting up at the sight of a document on the desk. Grasping the document, the child struck a serious pose, mimicking an adult, and proclaimed, "Brother Qin Yu, let me take a look at this. Perhaps I can uncover some issues." Observing the child's earnest demeanor, Qin Yu couldn't help but chuckle softly. He was well aware that the child would not comprehend the document's contents, yet their heartfelt intention deeply touched him. The child pretended to study the document for a moment before a brilliant idea struck. They dashed to the corner of the office and grabbed a small toy trumpet, shouting into it, "Attention, uncles and aunts of the family. A joyous party will be held in the garden tonight. Everyone must come." The child's tender voice echoed throughout the floor. Qin Yu was initially taken aback, but soon burst into laughter. His previously heavy heart lightened considerably. Upon hearing the child's announcement, family members began to chatter excitedly. Some of the younger relatives found it amusing and looked forward to the evening's festivities, while a few elders frowned, deeming the child too mischievous. Regardless, the atmosphere within the family became lively due to the child's exuberant announcement. Seeing the positive response, the child grew even more enthusiastic. They raced into the corridor, spotting a family member hastily passing by with documents in hand. The child excitedly tugged at the person's clothing, beaming, "Uncle, did you know? There will be lots of delicious food and fun games at tonight's party. You absolutely must come." The family member, touched by the child's enthusiasm, could not help but smile, nodding in agreement to attend. Thus, the child flitted about the family like a little angel, spreading joy. Qin Yu followed closely behind, filled with warmth as he watched the child's busy silhouette, momentarily forgetting his earlier troubles. However, in another corner of the family gathering, Wang Chong and Zhao Hu, with dark expressions, observed the child's antics. Wang Chong gritted his teeth and said, "This little brat has thwarted our plans and even brightened Qin Yu's mood. We cannot let this slide." Zhao Hu, equally sinister, nodded in agreement. "Indeed, we need to devise a plan to make this child embarrass themselves in front of the family, while also creating some trouble for Qin Yu." After a session of clandestine plotting, a nefarious scheme began to take shape. Soon, the time for the family event arrived. The garden was adorned with lights and filled with an array of delicious food and beverages. Family members gradually gathered, exchanging laughter and enjoying a harmonious atmosphere. The child stood on a small stage in the garden, welcoming everyone like a little host. Halfway through the event, following Wang Chong and Zhao Hu's plan, they had bribed a staff member responsible for setting up the stage to secretly loosen a support column. Just as the child prepared to perform a small act, they had barely taken a few steps when the stage began to tremble. With a sharp crack, the support column snapped, causing one corner of the stage to collapse, and the child fell to the ground. The sudden turn of events left everyone in shock, and after a moment, they rushed to check on the child. The fall was severe. The child had scraped their knee and bloodied their palm, tears welling in their eyes from the pain. At that moment, someone in the crowd muttered, "How did the stage collapse so suddenly? Could it have been intentional? Perhaps it's related to Qin Yu, who has been so close to this child." Though the whispered words were soft, they pierced the child's heart like needles. Looking up, the child saw Qin Yu rushing toward them with a worried expression, and a flicker of misunderstanding ignited within. They thought, if it weren't for Qin Yu, this accident would not have happened. Perhaps Qin Yu didn't want their help at all, leading to this predicament. Biting their lip and suppressing the pain, the child pushed away Qin Yu's outstretched hand and ran off. Qin Yu stood bewildered, rooted in place as he watched the child's retreating figure, filled with confusion and sorrow. He could not fathom why the child had suddenly turned against him when they had been so close just moments before. Meanwhile, Wang Chong and Zhao Hu blended into the crowd, their faces adorned with smug satisfaction as they witnessed the scene unfold. Wang Chong whispered to Zhao Hu, "This trick has indeed worked. Not only has that little brat embarrassed themselves, but it has also created a rift between them and Qin Yu. Next, we should stoke the flames further, ensuring Qin Yu remains utterly humiliated within the family." Zhao Hu nodded in agreement, and the two resumed plotting their next move. Qin Yu gazed in the direction where the child had disappeared, his brow furrowed. He knew this situation was not as simple as it appeared. The stage's sudden collapse was no mere coincidence. Someone was undoubtedly orchestrating these events from behind the scenes. The child's misunderstanding weighed heavily on his heart, intensifying his urgency. He silently vowed to uncover the true culprit, to restore both his and the child's honor, and to regain the child's trust. Chapter 8. Deepening Misunderstandings and Impending Crisis. Qin Yu took a deep breath and turned swiftly toward the backstage of the family event, determined to seek clues regarding the stage's collapse. The dimly lit backstage was permeated with a faint scent of dust. Qin Yu crouched down to examine the broken support column, noting the clean cut, clearly indicative of deliberate tampering. His eyes narrowed, conviction solidifying in his heart that this was indeed Wang Chong and Zhao Hu's scheme. Yet, how could he convince the child of his innocence? That remained a daunting challenge. Emerging from backstage, Qin Yu searched for the child's presence. At last, in a quiet corner of the family garden, he spotted the child sitting on a bench. The injury on their knee had been hastily treated, yet their small face bore an expression of hurt and weariness. Qin Yu approached slowly, speaking softly, "Little one, the stage's collapse was not my doing. Someone is framing me. You must believe your brother." The child looked up, anger flashing in their eyes as they retorted loudly, "If it wasn't Tiu, then who? Ever since I met you, I've been plagued by accidents. I don't want to talk to you anymore." With that, the child turned and ran away, leaving Qin Yu standing there, filled with helplessness and heartbreak. Simultaneously, Wang Chong and Zhao Hu roamed the family gathering, spreading rumors that Qin Yu had intentionally orchestrated the incident to gain attention within the family, even going so far as to harm the child. Some family members, unaware of the truth, began to point fingers at Qin Yu, their previously softened attitudes reverting to coldness and suspicion. Whenever Qin Yu passed by, whispers filled the air, eyes glancing at him with distrust. Upon learning of Qin Yu's predicament, Su Yao hurried to his side. Seeing Qin Yu's haggard appearance, she offered comforting words, "Don't be too anxious. We will certainly find evidence to prove your innocence." As she spoke, she clenched her fists, determination shining in her gaze. She then returned to her room, laying out the gathered information about Wang Chong and Zhao Hu on her desk, meticulously sifting through each detail in search of critical clues to expedite their investigation. Meanwhile, Qin Yu endeavored to recall every detail surrounding the child's accident. He recalled having seen Wang Chong and Zhao Hu lurking near the stage prior to the event, a detail that had initially escaped his notice. In retrospect, it was evident that they were orchestrating a trap. Moreover, throughout the proceedings, Zhao Hu's gaze had frequently strayed towards the young girl, imbued with malice. Qin Yu paced back and forth in his room, replaying these images in his mind, striving to weave them together into a cohesive chain of evidence. In pursuit of further clues, Qin Yu resolved to return to the event venue. By then, the event had concluded, leaving the place enveloped in silence. The moonlight bathed the stage, casting an eerie pall over what had once been a lively gathering. Qin Yu meticulously searched the area surrounding the stage, leaving no corner unchecked. Suddenly, he stumbled upon a screw marked with a distinctive symbol at the edge of the stage, one he had previously encountered in Wang Chong's office. A surge of excitement coursed through him. This might serve as crucial evidence to substantiate their conspiracy. However, he realized that this solitary screw was far from sufficient to expose the machinations of Wang Chong and Zhao Hu. Qin Yu knew he required more compelling evidence to convince his family members and restore the young girl's trust in him. Meanwhile, Su Yao sat in her room, deep in contemplation amidst a desk strewn with documents. She had discovered that Wang Chong and Zhao Hu had been engaging in suspicious financial transactions with some enigmatic external forces. Following this lead, she endeavored, through various connections, to uncover the ties between these external entities and the stage collapse incident. As she made phone calls to friends seeking pertinent information, she meticulously recorded vital clues in her notebook, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Yet her resolve only grew stronger. As rumors proliferated, Qin Yu's standing within the family deteriorated further. Even some formerly neutral family members began to shun him, wary of being associated with him. Walking through the family corridor, he noticed others casting their eyes downward, feigning busyness to deliberately maintain their distance from him. A bitter ache filled Qin Yu's heart, yet he refused to relent. He understood that only by uncovering the truth could he break this impasse. On the other side of the family, Wang Chong and Zhao Hu reveled in Qin Yu's isolation, their laughter echoing triumphantly. Wang Chong clapped Zhao Hu on the shoulder, exclaiming, "This lad has truly met his downfall. Let's see how he manages to recover." Zhao Hu chimed in, "Indeed, with a little more effort, we can banish him from the family for good." The two plotted their next moves to further tarnish Qin Yu's reputation, ensuring he would never rise again within the family. Upon returning to his chamber, Qin Yu gazed at the screw in his hand, silently vowing to unveil the truth to the world. He recognized the urgency of his task. He must swiftly gather more evidence, or risk not only the continued misunderstanding from the young girl, but also his precarious position within the family. At that moment, Su Yao was still tirelessly searching for pivotal evidence. Would she succeed in her quest to aid Qin Yu in breaking free from this predicament? Could Qin Yu salvage the situation in time to regain the young girl's trust? All remained uncertain. As night enveloped the entire family estate, the light in Qin Yu's room still shone brightly. He sat before his desk, contemplating his strategies. Outside, a gentle breeze rustled the leaves, as if narrating the intricacies and cruelties of this familial strife. Chapter 9. In search of the truth, dawn begins to break. Qin Yu rubbed his bloodshot eyes and pushed open the window. The morning sun cascaded upon his face, yet it failed to dispel the gloom within his heart. He was acutely aware that the path ahead was fraught with challenges, but in his quest to clear his name and regain the young girl's trust, he had no alternative. Taking a deep breath, he turned and exited his room, ready to embark on a new day of investigation. What awaited him? Wandering through the family garden, Qin Yu's mind churned with possible leads. Unbeknownst to him, he spotted a shadowy figure stealthily exiting Wang Chong's courtyard. A face that seemed vaguely familiar, one of Wang Chong and Zhao Hu's subordinates. Instinctively, Qin Yu felt a pull. This individual might be connected to the young girl's misfortune. He trailed the subordinate at a distance, moving lightly to avoid detection. The bustling street masked his quiet footsteps, the air thick with the sense of exhaust fumes and street food. His eyes remained fixed on the target ahead. The subordinate appeared oblivious, glancing around sporadically and quickening his pace as if headed to a crucial location. After a while, the subordinate entered a secluded CAF. Qin Yu waited cautiously outside for a moment before slipping inside. The CAF was dimly lit, permeated with the rich aroma of coffee. He observed the subordinate engaged in a hushed conversation with another individual. While the specifics eluded him, their demeanor suggested the matter was anything but trivial. Finding a corner to sit, Qin Yu ordered a coffee, feigning nonchalance as he scrutinized them. After a brief interval, the subordinate rose to leave, prompting Qin Yu to hastily settle his bill and follow. This time, the subordinate ventured into an abandoned factory. Qin Yu concealed himself in the foliage outside, catching snippets of dialogue from within. That little brat's accident was executed flawlessly. Wang Chong and Zhao Hu will surely reward us handsomely, one voice remarked. Of course, they've long held disdain for Qin Yu. Not only will he take the fall, but that young girl will come to despise him as well. A twofold victory. Another voice concurred. Qin Yu's heart raced. It was indeed Wang Chong and Zhao Hu behind the young girl's accident. Yet, mere overheard conversations would not suffice as substantial evidence. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to continue his search for more concrete proof. Simultaneously, Su Yao was in her room, grappling with a mountain of documentation. Through various channels, she had unearthed critical leads connecting Wang Chong and Zhao Hu to outside forces. The records indicated frequent financial transactions with a shadowy business entity whose complex background hinted at unsavory dealings. Diligently, Su Yao organized these leads, meticulously documenting the flow of funds and the timing and locations of meetings. She understood that these clues were vital in unveiling Wang Chong and Zhao Hu's conspiracy. Her fingers swept rapidly across the files, her eyes locked onto every detail, leaving no potential inconsistency overlooked. Having compiled her findings, Su Yao deemed the time ripe to confront the family elders about Wang Chong and Zhao Hu's transgressions. She carefully placed the documents into a folder, inhaled deeply, and exited her room. Upon returning from the derelict factory, Qin Yu felt a tempest of anger and frustration. Although he had uncovered the truth, the lack of sufficient evidence rendered his efforts futile. Back in his room, he fell into deep contemplation, pondering how to secure more compelling proof. Su Yao approached the hall where family elders convened, her heart fluttering with apprehension. She was acutely aware that her revelation could face numerous obstacles. Yet for Qin Yu and the sake of the truth, she had to muster the courage to proceed. Straightening her clothes, she inhaled deeply and pushed open the hall doors. Inside, several senior family members were gathered around a table deliberating matters. Upon noticing Su Yao's entrance, they all turned their attention towards her. Gathering her courage, Su Yao presented the folder to one of the esteemed elders, stating, "Elder, I have uncovered crucial evidence linking Wang Chong and Zhao Hu to external forces. Their actions have severely jeopardized the family's interests." The elder accepted the folder, perusing its contents with increasing gravity. The other elders leaned in, peering at the documents. After reviewing them, they exchanged glances filled with concern and outrage. At that moment, the hall doors swung open with a crash, and Wang Chong and Zhao Hu stormed in, exuding hostility. Wang Chong sneered, "Su Yao, are you slandering us? Is it possible to condemn us based solely on these so-called clues?" Zhao Hu chimed in, affirming, "Indeed. These are merely fabrications you have concocted in an attempt to suppress us." Su Yao felt a tightening in her chest. She had not anticipated the sudden appearance of Wang Chong and Zhao Hu. With unwavering resolve, she gazed at them and declared, "These clues are the result of my extensive investigation and are absolutely authentic and reliable. The deeds you have committed will eventually come to light." The elders of the family observed both parties, momentarily engulfed in silence. They required time to assess the veracity of these clues while also considering the status and influence of Wang Chong and Zhao Hu within the family. Meanwhile, Qin Yu remained in his room, tormented by the search for evidence. He knew that Su Yao had ventured forth to expose Wang Chong and Zhao Hu, yet he was uncertain of the outcome. Resolute, he decided to seek further leads, for even the faintest glimmer of hope would not deter him. Qin Yu returned to the locales frequented by Wang Chong and Zhao Hu, endeavoring to uncover discrepancies within their daily activities. He wandered the nearby streets, scrutinizing every individual who might be connected to them. Suddenly, he spotted a figure exiting Wang Chong's vehicle, clutching a document bag and appearing visibly flustered. Sensing suspicion, Qin Yu discreetly followed the individual as they entered a narrow alleyway. He paused at the alley's entrance for a moment before cautiously stepping inside. The alley reeked of decay, its walls marred with splotches of neglect. Qin Yu caught the faint sounds of a dispute ahead. "This document must not be disclosed. If discovered, we are all finished." One voice insisted, "I understand, but with the situation so tense, where can we safely hide it?" Another voice replied. A spark ignited within Qin Yu. He believed that the document bag might contain the evidence he sought. He stealthily crept closer, striving to discern their actions. At that moment, one of the individuals seemingly sensed something amiss and shouted, "Who is there?" Alarmed, Qin Yu swiftly turned and fled, with the two men hot on his heels. The narrow alley echoed with the sound of their hurried footsteps. As he ran, Qin Yu pondered his strategy. He knew he could not allow these men to escape or to destroy potential evidence. After a considerable distance, he found himself at a dead end. His heart sank as he turned to confront his pursuers, who now wore triumphant expressions. "Looks like you've nowhere left to run, kid," one of them taunted. Taking a deep breath, Qin Yu replied, "The misdeeds you have committed will inevitably be uncovered. Surrender the document now, and you may still have a chance." They exchanged glances and erupted into laughter. "You? In your dreams?" One sneered, lunging at Qin Yu. A fierce struggle ensued. though lacking professional training. Qin Yu fought with every ounce of strength he could muster for the sake of truth. The air around them seemed to thicken, resonating with their labored breaths and the sounds of their conflict. Qin Yu landed a punch on one man's face, causing him to stagger back. Yet, the other seized the opportunity to tackle Qin Yu from behind, sending him crashing to the ground. While Qin Yu wrestled against his assailant, he suddenly heard the distant wail of a police siren. The two men, upon hearing the siren, paled in fear and abandoned their pursuit of Qin Yu, fleeing in haste. He longed to rise and chase after them, but his body was utterly exhausted. Lying on the ground, he felt a surge of frustration. Moments later, the police arrived at the scene, having been alerted by nearby residents who heard the commotion. Qin Yu explained the situation to the officers, but since the two culprits had already escaped, they could only take notes, advising him to contact them with any new leads. Returning to his family, Qin Yu bore a heavy heart. He understood that although he was drawing closer to the truth, exposing Wang Chong and Zhao who would require further effort. Meanwhile, Su Yao had submitted her clues to the senior family members, yet Wang Chong and Zhao whose crafty rebuttals complicated matters further. Would Su Yao succeed in convincing the family elders to bring down Wang Chong and Zhao Hu? And could Qin Yu unearth sufficient evidence to lay bare the truth for all to see? The outcome remained uncertain, and their path through the elite society was still fraught with thorns and challenges. Chapter 10. Evidence Collection and Subtle Arrangements. Seated in a chair within his room, Qin Yu steadfastly gazed out the window. He was acutely aware of the significant risks associated with infiltrating Wang Chong and Zhao Hu's secret stronghold, yet he recognized it as the sole avenue for obtaining evidence. In another room, Su Yao pondered how to persuade more of the family elders. They both understood that the forthcoming actions were of paramount importance. Their success hinged on this very moment. Awaiting them were even more formidable challenges. Rising, Qin Yu meticulously checked his gear. Clad in a sleek black outfit ideal for nocturnal endeavors, he donned a pair of thin gloves, ensuring dexterity while leaving no fingerprints. Taking a deep breath, he opened the window and, under the cover of darkness, silently leapt out of his room. The night air carried a refreshing chill, brushing against Qin Yu's face as he inhaled the faint aroma of grass. The moonlight was obscured by heavy clouds, enshrouding the surroundings in deep darkness, providing him with excellent cover. Like a specter, he glided through the shadows, stealthily advancing toward Wang Chong and Zhao Hu's clandestine hideout. After navigating with great caution, Qin Yu finally arrived outside the secret lair. It was an abandoned warehouse, overgrown with weeds and emanating a putrid scent. The main door was securely shut, yet a small window emitted a dim light. Pressing himself against the wall, he inched closer to the window, overhearing a conversation among Wang Chong and Zhao Hu's subordinates. "The boss has instructed us to safeguard those documents. If discovered, we are all finished," a gruff voice remarked. "Don't worry, with that Qin Yu around. Do you think he can find this place?" "Even if he does, he won't be able to take the documents," another voice scoffed. A wave of elation washed over Qin Yu. It appeared the documents were indeed inside. He gently pushed open the window and nimbly climbed into the room. Inside, the space was cluttered with various items, permeated by a pungent, musty odor. He crouched low, carefully navigating through the debris, his eyes scanning the darkness for the elusive documents. Suddenly, he heard footsteps approaching and quickly concealed himself behind a large crate. Two subordinates, lanterns in hand, patrolled the warehouse. The flickering light cast eerie shadows on the walls. Qin Yu held his breath, his heartbeat reverberating in the stillness of the warehouse. He felt the sweat pooling in his palms, gripping his dagger tightly, prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. The patrolling men failed to notice Qin Yu, their conversation gradually fading into the distance. Exhaling in relief, he resumed his search for evidence. At last, within a dilapidated desk drawer, he discovered a stack of documents. He swiftly perused them, finding detailed records of their plot against the innocent child and their collusion with external forces. Meanwhile, Su Yao met with a respected elder, Zhang Lao, in the family garden. The fragrance of blossoms filled the air, and the moonlight cast a silvery glow on the pathway. Su Yao respectfully bowed to Zhang Lao, stating, "Zhang Lao, I have come to expose the malevolent deeds of Wang Chong and Zhao Hu. Zhang Lao furrowed his brow, his discerning gaze fixed on Su Yao as he replied, "Child, the matters you speak of are of great significance. Do you possess irrefutable evidence?" Su Yao presented the meticulously organized clues to Zhang Lao, saying, "Zhang Lao, these clues are the culmination of my thorough investigation. Wang Chong and Zhao Hu have colluded with external forces, jeopardizing the family's interests and orchestrating the ambush against Qin Yu, resulting in the child's unfortunate injuries." Zhang Lao scrutinized the clues, his expression growing increasingly grave. After perusing the documents, he sighed deeply, stating, "I never imagined they would stoop to such treachery. Child, I believe in you and will support your endeavor to expose them." In the depths of her heart, Su Yao was elated, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, Elder Zhang, for your unwavering support. With your assistance, our chances of exposing them have significantly increased." After acquiring the evidence, Qin Yu prepared to depart with utmost caution. Just as he approached the window, a sudden shout pierced the air. "Who goes there?" It was one of the subordinates who had discovered him. Alarmed, Qin Yu swiftly turned to confront them, and chaos erupted in the warehouse as shouts and clashes filled the atmosphere. Though Qin Yu displayed remarkable agility, the overwhelming number of adversaries gradually began to wear him down. He sustained several cuts, the crimson blood staining his dark attire. Hearing the commotion from the direction of the warehouse, Su Yao felt a surge of panic. Realizing that Qin Yu might be in peril, she hurriedly informed Elder Zhang. "Elder Zhang, Qin Yu may be in danger. I must go to his aid." Elder Zhang nodded, responding, "I will immediately arrange for our family's allies to provide support. You must also exercise caution." With a heart full of anxiety, Su Yao dashed toward the warehouse, her mind racing with concern for Qin Yu's safety. Inside the warehouse, Qin Yu fought valiantly against the onslaught, relying on his indomitable spirit and nimble reflexes to temporarily fend off the attackers. However, the relentless tide of enemies began to overwhelm him, and just when he felt he could no longer hold out, a cacophony of battle cries erupted from outside. It was Su Yao, accompanied by the family's reinforcements. A renewed vigor surged within Qin Yu as he rallied with the allies to repel the adversaries. As Qin Yu glanced at Su Yao, gratitude shone in his eyes. Su Yao, noticing the wounds adorning Qin Yu's body, expressed her concern. "Are you all right?" He shook his head, assuring her, "I am fine. I have secured the evidence." Together, they swiftly departed the warehouse under the cover of their allies. Upon returning to the family estate, they meticulously organized the evidence, preparing to unveil the nefarious schemes of Wang Chong and Zhao Hu during the family meeting. Yet, despite obtaining the evidence, the fact that they had been discovered during their escape meant that Wang Chong and Zhao Hu would undoubtedly be on high alert. Would Qin Yu be able to successfully expose their crimes at the family meeting? After gathering their allies, would Su Yao's reveal go smoothly? What new challenges awaited them? All remained uncertain, and their struggle within the elite circles had only just begun to reach a fever pitch. Chapter 11. A perilous escape and preparation for counterattack. Seated in a dimly lit room, Qin Yu and Su Yao contemplated the gravity of their situation. Before them lay the crucial stack of evidence. Furrowing his brow, Qin Yu remarked, "Wang Chong and Zhao Hu will certainly not remain idle. We must devise a comprehensive plan." Su Yao nodded, her gaze resolute. "Indeed, this time, we must achieve success without faltering." Both fell into deep contemplation, strategizing for the imminent confrontation at the family meeting. Suddenly, a faint rustling sound emerged from outside, reminiscent of footsteps upon fallen leaves. A knot of apprehension tightened in Qin Yu's chest as he exchanged a glance with Su Yao, who instantly grasped his intent and quietly positioned herself behind the door. Qin Yu gently unsheathed the dagger he always carried, inching closer to the window. Just as he neared the window, it was suddenly flung open with a crash, and several shadowy figures, akin to phantoms, surged inside. Upon closer inspection, he recognized them as Wang Chong and Zhao Hu's henchmen. "Ah, you truly possess the audacity to come here." Qin Yu scoffed, the blade in his hand gleaming ominously. The foremost brute grinned menacingly, revealing a set of yellowed teeth. "Qin Yu, if you know what's good for you, surrender the evidence. Otherwise, today marks your demise. With a swift gesture, he commanded his subordinates to pounce upon Qin Yu like ravenous wolves. Qin Yu nimbly evaded the first attack, his dagger slicing through an enemy's arm, a rush of sanguine scent filling the air, heightening the tension. While engaging with the adversaries, he shouted, "Su Yao, do not mind me. Hurry and alert our allies." With gritted teeth, Su Yao seized the opportunity while the henchmen were distracted, flinging the door open and sprinting out. Her heels clicked rapidly against the floor as she raced with urgency, her heart pounding with worry for Qin Yu's perilous situation. Reaching the family's auxiliary chamber, a temporary venue for discussing important matters, she burst in, exclaiming, "Qin Yu is in danger. Wang Chong and Zhao, whose men have come. Everyone, follow me to help." Upon hearing her urgent call, the assembled family members sprang into action, arming themselves and rushing after Su Yao toward Qin Yu's location. As she ran, Su Yao silently prayed for Qin Yu to hold on. Meanwhile, Qin Yu had already sustained multiple injuries, blood staining his garments. Yet he continued to resist valiantly, employing his agility and cunning to evade capture. "Do you truly believe you can seize me this easily? Dream on," Qin Yu bellowed, seizing a moment of vulnerability to plunge his dagger into an enemy's thigh. With a cry, the adversary collapsed to the ground. However, the sheer numbers of his opponents began to take their toll, and just then, shouts from outside announced the arrival of Su Yao and the family reinforcements. "Qin Yu, we are here." Su Yao's clear voice infused him with newfound strength. The family allies charged into the room like fierce tigers, engaging in a fierce melee with Wang Chong and Zhao Hu's subordinates. The air filled with a cacophony of cries and the sounds of combat. Upon witnessing the arrival of reinforcements, Qin Yu felt invigorated and rejoined the fray. United in their efforts, the allies began to push back against the attackers, who started to falter. "Retreat!" The leading brute shouted in alarm, hastily fleeing through the window with his remaining men. Breathing heavily, Qin Yu observed their retreating figures, exclaiming, "We cannot allow them to escape unscathed." Su Yao approached him, concern etched on her face as she urged, "Do not worry about them. Tend to your wounds first." After performing a hasty bandaging of his injuries, they returned to the room. Once again seated at the table, they gazed at the stack of evidence, determination glimmering in their eyes. "Although this was perilous, the evidence remains, and we still have a chance," Qin Yu affirmed. Su Yao nodded, resolutely stating, "Indeed, we must meticulously organize the evidence and formulate a detailed counterattack plan to thoroughly expose their schemes of the family meeting." In the ensuing hours, Qin Yu and Su Yao diligently categorized the evidence, ensuring every detail was clear and comprehensible for the family meeting. They analyzed potential scenarios based on the personalities and stances of the family members, crafting strategies accordingly. This evidence can prove their collusion with external forces, jeopardizing the family's interests, Qin Yu pointed out, indicating a particular document. Su Yao inspected it closely, noting, "Yes, this is crucial. And this evidence regarding their conspiracy against the children will also reveal their true colors." As they discussed and organized the evidence, they prepared a detailed speech for the family meeting. After several hours of intensive effort, the counterattack plan was finally complete. Qin Yu stretched, saying, "I hope this plan will proceed smoothly." Su Yao smiled at him, replying, "With our meticulous preparations, it certainly will." Meanwhile, on the other side, Wang Chong and Zhao Hu, upon learning of their subordinate's failure and Qin Yu's escape, wore expressions of deep displeasure. "This Qin Yu is indeed a formidable opponent," Wang Chong gritted his teeth. Zhao Hu, with a darkened countenance, added, "We cannot allow them to expose us at the family meeting. We must devise a plan to thwart them." The two began to conspire, preparing for the protagonist's counterattack. Although Qin Yu and Su Yao had crafted their counter-strategy, they were acutely aware that Wang Chong and Zhao Hu would undoubtedly be on guard. Their counteroffensive plan's successful execution remained shrouded in uncertainty, fraught with unknown challenges. Yet, retreat is not an option for them. They are resolutely prepared to brace themselves for the impending storm. Chapter 12, The Family Meeting, A Shift in the Winds. As Qin Yu and Su Yao gazed upon the meticulously prepared counteroffensive strategy, Their hearts were a tumult of anticipation and concern. Qin Yu inhaled deeply and proclaimed, "Tomorrow's family meeting will mark our moment of reckoning. We must unveil the truth, come what may." Su Yao nodded with unwavering conviction. "Indeed, we shall prevail." Little did they know, Wang Chong and Zhao, who were scheming in the shadows, plotting a more insidious conspiracy, ready to unleash a fiercer tempest at the family meeting. On the following morning, sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the weary yet resolute faces of Qin Yu and Su Yao. They rose early, meticulously reviewing the evidence they intended to present, ensuring every detail was flawless. Clad in a tailored black suit, Su Yao exuded professionalism and composure, while Qin Yu donned a sharply cut dark suit. Despite the lingering pain from his wounds, his eyes radiated an unyielding determination. Upon entering the family conference room, they found it already populated by family members. The familiar scent of sandalwood wafted from the polished wooden table and chairs, while portraits of their ancestors adorned the walls, seemingly watching over the unfolding events. Qin Yu and Su Yao felt the weight of curious, skeptical, and expectant gazes upon them. Wang Chong and Zhao, who had also arrived early, seated in a corner, their eyes occasionally darting toward Qin Yu and Su Yao, a barely perceptible smirk playing on their lips. As the esteemed elder of the family took his seat, the meeting commenced in earnest. Qin Yu stood first, clearing his throat, and addressed the assembly. "Esteemed family members, today I shall unveil the schemes of Wang Chong and Zhao Hu." His voice echoed in the stillness of the room, clear and potent. Immediate whispers erupted among the family members, their gazes shifting towards Wang Chong and Zhao Hu. A flicker of alarm crossed their faces, quickly replaced by feigned composure as Wang Chong scoffed, "Qin Yu, do not slander us with baseless accusations." Ignoring the provocation, Qin Yu proceeded methodically to present the evidence. He produced a stack of documents detailing the correspondence between Wang Chong, Zhao Hu, and external forces, revealing their attempts to usurp the family's commercial interests. Alongside their orchestrations of an accident involving a child, aimed at undermining Qin Yu and Su Yao as standing within the family. Behold, these are the letters exchanged with external entities, replete with dates, locations, and transaction details. Moreover, herein lies the meticulous plan for the orchestrated accident, Qin Yu declared, distributing the documents for scrutiny among the family members. Initially, Wang Chong and Zhao Hu attempted to deflect, with Wang Chong reddening in indignation, exclaiming, "These documents are forged. Qin Yu has fabricated this to ensnare us." Zhao Hu chimed in, "Indeed, how could we ever engage in actions detrimental to the family?" However, as the family members examined the irrefutable evidence, their expressions grew grave. The weight of the proof rendered disbelief untenable. Murmurs of anger and scorn directed at Wang Chong and Zhao Hu rippled through the assembly. Who could have imagined such treachery? They are a disgrace to the family. Such individuals deserve expulsion. Voices of condemnation echoed. Just as Qin Yu believed victory was within reach, Wang Chong abruptly rose, a triumphant grin illuminating his face. He brandished a document high, declaring, "Everyone, what Qin Yu states is sheer nonsense. He is the one with ulterior motives. Herein lies proof of Qin Yu embezzling family funds to align with outside forces." The room erupted in uproar. The family members' gazes shifted back to Qin Yu, suspicion clouding their eyes. Qin Yu's heart sank. He had not anticipated Wang Chong's readiness with such a fabricated document to retaliate against him. Su Yao sprang to her feet, asserting this document is undoubtedly a forgery. Wang Chong is merely lashing out in desperation. Yet, some family members, having been swayed by Wang Chong and Zhao Hu beforehand, began to echo his sentiments. "Your claims lack substantiation, Su Yao. What evidence do you have to prove this document is a fake? And Qin Yu, how do you explain this document?" Taking a deep breath, Qin Yu endeavored to regain his composure. He scrutinized the counterfeit document, searching for any flaw. The forgery was crafted with such precision that it was challenging to discern its authenticity. Yet, Qin Yu knew that all forgeries bore weaknesses. Su Yao watched Qin Yu, her heart racing with anxiety. She too recalled details from their evidence preparation, hoping to find a way to counter Wang Chong's assertions. The atmosphere in the conference room thickened with tension, all eyes fixed upon Yu, awaiting his response. As his mind raced, Yu suddenly noticed an anomaly in the color of a seal on the document. He lifted his gaze, addressing the assembly. This document is a forgery. Observe the seal's color. It diverges slightly from that of the family's official seal, and the seal's imprint lacks clarity. Genuine family documents cannot exhibit such discrepancies. Wang Chong, unperturbed, retorted, "Yu, do not attempt to obfuscate. The seal appears thus due to improper storage. Furthermore, this document bears the signatures of several family members as witnesses." He gestured towards the signatures on the document. Those family members allied with Wang Chong nodded in affirmation, claiming to have witnessed Yu's actions. The tide began to turn against Yu once more, suspicion growing in the gazes of the family members. Understanding that this alone would not sway the assembly, Yu resolved to find more compelling evidence to validate the document's forgery. He mentally reviewed every detail related to the document, suddenly recalling that the paper's material seemed distinct from that typically used by the family. He spoke again. "Now, consider the paper. The family exclusively uses specialized paper, characterized by its durability and fine texture. Although this document appears superficially similar, upon closer inspection, one can discern its coarse texture and chaotic pattern. This is undeniably a forgery, a ruse by Wang Chong to obscure the truth and conceal their misdeeds." The family members, upon hearing Yu's words, began to examine the document closely. Those familiar with the paper nodded in agreement. Yet, Wang Chong remained obstinate, persisting in his attempts to persuade the family members of his narrative. At that moment, the family elder, who had been silent until now, finally spoke. "Silence. This matter must be thoroughly investigated. Until conclusive evidence is presented, no one shall jump to conclusions." His voice was deep and authoritative, silencing the clamor in the room. Yu understood that while he had not yet garnered universal belief, he had at least gained some time. During this interval, he must uncover more compelling evidence to prove his innocence and fully expose Wang Chong and Zhao Hu's treachery. Wang Chong's counterattack had thrust Yu into a precarious position, and the family members' attitudes towards him had grown complex, filled with doubt and ambivalence, while a few still chose to believe in him. As he surveyed the assembly, Yu silently vowed to unveil the truth and ensure that Wang Chong and Zhao Hu faced the repercussions of their actions. Chapter 13. A Desperate Struggle. The Truth Revealed. Yu inhaled deeply, suppressing the anger and anxiety bubbling within. His gaze swept across every family member present, finally resting on Wang Chong's self-satisfied visage. Clenching his fists in resolve, Yu formulated a plan in his mind. He recognized the gravity of each subsequent step. He must swiftly discern the flaw and mount a counteroffensive. Su Yao observed Yu from the sidelines, her eyes filled with concern and steadfast support. She gently touched Yu's arm and whispered, "Do not panic. Let us brainstorm together, and we shall undoubtedly uncover the truth." Yu nodded slightly, his gaze once again fixating on the forged document. His eyes, sharp as an eagle's, scrutinized every corner of the paper with meticulous attention. The texture of the paper, the strokes of the handwriting, and the imprints of the seal became the focal points of his scrutiny. Yu's fingers glided delicately over the document, feeling the intricate patterns of the paper. He observed that, although the paper superficially resembled that which the family commonly utilized, its texture was somewhat coarse, lacking the distinctive refinement. Moreover, the paper exhibited a slight yellowing, diverging from the pristine white expected of the family's new documents. There was indeed something amiss with this paper. The family had always used specially crafted paper, which would not exhibit such hues and textures. As he spoke, Yu passed the document to an elder seated beside him, inviting him to examine it as well. Su Yao pondered for a moment before exclaiming, "And look at the handwriting. Though it resembles yours closely, certain strokes are uncharacteristically rigid, deviating from your usual penmanship." Yu's heart stirred, and upon closer inspection of the writing, he too discerned subtle unnaturalities. Raising his head, he fixed his unwavering gaze upon the assembly. "Ladies and gentlemen, observe closely. While these characters appear authentic, the discrepancies in writing habits cannot deceive us. Wang Chang's countenance shifted slightly, yet he maintained a facade of composure. This is merely Qin Yu's attempt at sophistry. Do not allow yourselves to be misled by him. Zhao Hu chimed in. Indeed, this document is undeniably genuine, as we have witnessed it with our own eyes. However, Qin Yu chose to disregard their feeble defenses, continuing his thorough analysis. Now, let us examine the seal. Although its color is reminiscent of the family seal, a careful comparison reveals it to be slightly darker, and the smudging around the edges appears unnatural. A genuine family seal is applied with precise force and angle, ensuring no such irregularities. As Qin Yu's analysis progressed, an increasing number of family members began to nod in agreement. They leaned closer to the document, meticulously scrutinizing the flaws he had pointed out, their initial skepticism gradually being supplanted by indignation. An elder, furrowing his brow, spoke sternly. It appears this document is indeed riddled with inconsistencies. Wang Chang, you had better provide us with a reasonable explanation. Beads of sweat formed on Wang Chang's forehead. He opened his mouth yet found himself at a loss for words. Seizing the moment, Qin Yu continued. Moreover, certain clauses and terminologies within this document contravene the family's established regulations and customs. For instance, the business cooperation model mentioned here starkly contradicts our family's usual practices, which even a person with modest experience could easily discern. Su Yao added, furthermore, the date on this document raises suspicions. Given the circumstances at that time, Qin Yu had neither the time nor the opportunity to engage in these so-called affairs. Under the compelling analyses of Qin Yu and Su Yao, the family members finally came to a startling realization. They collectively directed their wrathful gazes toward Wang Chang and Zhao Hu, and the meeting room erupted in a chorus of denunciations. Wang Chang, how dare you go so far as to forge documents to incriminate your own kin? Zhao Hu, your actions are a disgrace to the family. Resorting to unscrupulous means for personal gain, they must be punished severely to uphold the family's honor. Wang Chang and Zhao Hu's faces turned ashen, their legs trembling. They attempted to defend themselves once more, but their voices rang hollow in the face of irrefutable evidence. Wang Chang felt his knees, crying out, Elders, I was wrong. I was momentarily blinded by greed. I implore you to show leniency. Zhao Hu followed suit, kneeling in desperation, his face a mask of terror and regret. However, the family members remained unmoved by their pleas. An esteemed elder rose, his expression grave, declaring, the family cannot harbor individuals with such nefarious intentions. Your actions have severely harmed the family's interests and reputation. You must face stringent punishment. Qin Yu gazed at the kneeling Wang Chang and Zhao Hu, his heart a tumult of emotions. He understood that while he had successfully exposed their conspiracy this time, the internal strife within the aristocracy was far from over. This incident deepened his awareness of the complexities inherent in aristocratic rivalries, and he braced himself for the formidable challenges that lay ahead. With Wang Chang and Zhao Hu's schemes thoroughly unraveled, what consequences awaited them? Yet this episode had illuminated the intricacies of the aristocratic power struggles, leaving Qin Yu to ponder what graver trials awaited him in the future. Chapter 14. The punishment falls, new perils arise. Qin Yu observed Wang Chang and Zhao Hu, now encircled by the assembly, and felt no sense of relief. He recognized this as merely a minor episode in the grand tapestry of aristocratic conflict. After the family meeting concluded, Qin Yu and Su Yao stepped out of the conference room, where Su Yao softly remarked, while we have emerged from this ordeal unscathed, I cannot shake the feeling that this is not the end. Qin Yu nodded slightly, his gaze drifting into the distance, his expression grave. Indeed, we must remain vigilant. It seems there are more daunting challenges awaiting us. The two made their way to the family's decision-making chamber, where the atmosphere was solemn. The senior members of the family had already convened to deliberate on the fates of Wang Chang and Zhao Hu. Upon their entrance, the assembly turned their attention toward them. An elder with silver hair spoke first. Qin Yu, Su Yao, your ability to unmask the schemes of Wang Chang and Zhao Hu has spared the family from significant losses. This is indeed a commendable achievement. We cannot afford to show leniency toward these wayward sons. After a vigorous discussion, it was ultimately resolved to strip Wang Chang and Zhao Hu of certain family privileges. The family assets, previously overseen by Wang Chong, were reclaimed, and Zhao Hu was relieved of several key positions within the family. As this decision was announced, Wang Chong and Zhao Hu collapsed to the ground, their eyes filled with despair and resentment. Wang Chong gritted his teeth, muttering under his breath, "Qin Yu, Su Yao, do not celebrate too soon. This account is far from settled." Zhao Hu's expression darkened, his clenched fists trembling slightly. Qin Yu regarded their plight without an ounce of sympathy. In this aristocratic realm, there was no room for those with ulterior motives. Following the conclusion of the punishment, Qin Yu and Su Yao believed they had temporarily evaded disaster. Upon returning to their residence, Qin Yu stretched and remarked to Su Yao, "I hope this incident instills some apprehension in those with ill intentions." Yet Su Yao frowned, replying, "I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss. There seems to be a larger undercurrent at play within this aristocracy." In the days that followed, both Qin Yu and Su Yao sensed an unusual atmosphere within the family. Relatives who had previously greeted them warmly now displayed a hint of avoidance in their gazes. Family gatherings no longer included them as they once had. This subtle shift alerted Qin Yu and Su Yao to the burgeoning tension permeating the aristocratic household. One evening, as they strolled through the family garden, seeking clues, a gentle breeze wafted fragrant scents their way, yet neither was in the mood to appreciate the beauty. Su Yao whispered, "The family members have been acting strangely lately, as if deliberately distancing themselves from us, or concealing something." Qin Yu nodded, his gaze falling upon a group of relatives conversing in hushed tones. Upon noticing Qin Yu and Su Yao, they abruptly ceased their discussion and hurriedly departed. A spark of determination ignited within Qin Yu, prompting him to investigate discreetly. Utilizing his connections within the family, he inquired for information. After considerable effort, he finally uncovered a few telling leads. It appeared that the antagonistic factions from his previous life, witnessing Wang Chong and Zhao Hu's downfall, felt threatened and were plotting to unite against Qin Yu and Su Yao. To delve deeper into the situation, Qin Yu and Su Yao donned disguises and infiltrated a gathering suspected to be convened by the antagonists. This clandestine meeting took place in an abandoned factory on the outskirts of the city, overgrown with weeds and steeped in an air of decay. The dimly lit interior was filled with shadowy figures. Cautiously, Qin Yu and Su Yao approached, eavesdropping on the murmured conversations within. Wang Chong and Zhao Hu were utterly useless. They were so easily exposed by Qin Yu, remarked one voice. Indeed, we must remain vigilant. A meticulously crafted plan must be devised to thoroughly bring down Qin Yu and Su Yao, another voice concurred. Qin Yu and Su Yao exchanged a glance, a sense of foreboding tightening in their chests. They continued to listen intently, striving to glean further information. At that moment, a woman's voice emerged, and Qin Yu recognized it as that of the antagonist. "We can exploit an imminent significant project within the family, manipulating it to frame Qin Yu and Su Yao." "Excellent idea, but how should we proceed?" someone inquired. "I already have a preliminary notion." The antagonist lowered her voice, detailing her scheme. Qin Yu and Su Yao listened, their hearts growing heavier. They had not anticipated that in their previous lives, the forces of the antagonist would unite to orchestrate such a nefarious plot. After departing the abandoned factory, Qin Yu and Su Yao returned home with heavy hearts. Qin Yu sat on the sofa, cradling his head in his hands, contemplating countermeasures. Su Yao paced restlessly beside him, stating, "Their plan is intricate, and if we fail to thwart it in advance, the consequences could be dire." Qin Yu lifted his gaze, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. "Regardless of their schemes, we must remain vigilant and prepared. However, we currently lack knowledge of their specific actions and timelines, which places us at a disadvantage." The two fell into deep contemplation, the room enveloped in silence save for the sound of their breaths. Outside, the night deepened, darkness appearing to engulf the entire world. Qin Yu and Su Yao faced an unprecedentedly challenging situation. Whether they could successfully defuse this crisis remained an uncertainty. Chapter 15. The Gradual Resolution of the Child's Heart. The night cast a shroud over the city as Qin Yu and Su Yao sat in the living room, the oppressive silence weighing heavily around them. Qin Yu broke the stillness, No matter their machinations, we must safeguard our family and ourselves. Su Yao nodded, her gaze resolute. Indeed, we should begin investigating the family's significant project. At that moment, the leaves outside rustled ominously, as if foretelling an impending storm. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, gently illuminating Qin Yu's face. He slowly opened his eyes, the discussions with Su Yao from the previous night still vivid in his mind. After a brief wash, he ventured into the living room, ready to confront the challenges of a new day. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. Upon opening the door, Qin Yu found the little one standing there, head bowed, nervously twisting the hem of her clothes, her usual mischievous demeanor replaced by an expression of guilt and anxiety. Qin Yu was momentarily taken aback, but soon grasped the child's intent. She lifted her head, her eyes red, and softly spoke. "Uncle Qin, I heard that you faced many difficulties to help clear my name, and I have come to apologize." The tremor in her voice indicated she had summoned immense courage. Gazing into the child's earnest eyes, the gloom in Qin Yu's heart dissipated. He smiled and gently ruffled her hair, reassuringly saying, "Silly child, I know you did not intend any harm. Do not take it to heart." The little one bit her lip, tears welling in her eyes. "But because of me, you encountered so much trouble. I truly regret it." Qin Yu knelt beside her, meeting her gaze earnestly. "This is not your fault, and the past is behind us. Your willingness to seek me out brings me joy." The child sniffled, her eyes filled with gratitude as she looked at Qin Yu. "Uncle Qin, you are so kind. I previously misunderstood you, thinking you were like those villains. Now I realize you genuinely care for me." Qin Yu playfully tapped her nose, smiling. "It's wonderful that the misunderstanding is resolved. We shall remain good friends." The child nodded vigorously, a long-lost smile finally gracing her face. They settled onto the sofa, opening their hearts to one another. The child curiously inquired, "Uncle Qin, how did you discover those villain schemes?" Qin Yu patiently recounted the events, detailing how he uncovered clues and unraveled the mystery, the child listening with rapt attention, admiration shining in her eyes. "Uncle Qin, you are amazing. I want to be as clever as you in deciphering the plots of bad people," she exclaimed with enthusiasm. Qin Yu smiled. "As long as you study diligently and think critically, you will surely surpass me one day." The child furrowed her brow. Concern etched on her face. But what if those villains come looking for trouble again? Qin Yu gently embraced her shoulders, comforting her. "Fear not. Uncle and Aunt Su will protect you. Moreover, we will not allow them to succeed." The child's expression shifted to one of reassurance, nestling closely against Qin Yu. Time passed unnoticed, and their bond deepened, as if they had truly become a family. Just then, the door swung open abruptly, and Su Yao hurried inside. Her expression was grave. Upon seeing Qin Yu and the child, she paused briefly before saying, "Qin Yu, I just received news that the antagonist scheme seems to be related to a significant project our family is about to undertake." Upon hearing this, Qin Yu's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. He stood, looking at Su Yao. "What is the specific situation?" Su Yao moved to sit in front of the sofa, explaining, "I just learned from an insider within the family that the antagonists plan to sabotage this crucial project, aiming to disrupt its progress and frame us to erode our credibility within the family." Qin Yu furrowed his brow, lost in thought. The child, listening intently, also grew anxious. "What should we do, Uncle Qin, Aunt Su?" Qin Yu gently patted the child's shoulder, signaling her not to worry. He then turned to Su Yao. "It seems they are well prepared this time. We must devise a plan swiftly to thwart them before they act." "How much do you know about this project?" Su Yao replied, "This project is a recent priority for the family, involving substantial funds and business collaborations. If it is compromised, the impact on the family will be significant. Currently, I only know this much. Further details require additional investigation." Qin Yu nodded. "All right, we'll split our efforts. You continue gathering intelligence from within the family to see if you can uncover their specific plans and timelines. I will investigate the project itself for any abnormalities." Su Yao agreed. "Very well, let us act quickly." Qin Yu then turned to the child. "Little one, be cautious during this period and try not to leave home. If anything arises, contact us immediately." The child nodded obediently. I understand, Uncle Qin. You all be careful too. Once everything was arranged, Qin Yu and Su Yao set off with haste. Qin Yu arrived at the Project S preparation office, where a flurry of activity unfolded. Staff members hurried to and fro, transporting various documents and materials. Qin Yu entered the office and located the project supervisor. Upon seeing Qin Yu, the supervisor hesitated momentarily, then greeted him warmly. Young Master Qin, what brings you here? Qin Yu smiled. Supervisor Zhang, I came to check on the project's progress. Have there been any issues recently? Supervisor Zhang hesitated before responding. Young Master Qin, to be candid, there have been some minor complications lately. Several suppliers have suddenly demanded price increases, and some partners seem to be hesitating, their attitudes rather ambiguous. Qin Yu's heart stirred. These developments might indeed be linked to the antagonist scheme. He continued to inquire. Supervisor Zhang, how long have these issues persisted? Have any investigations been conducted? Supervisor Zhang shook his head in frustration. These problems emerged a few days ago. We've looked into it, but Haven Tea found any clear reasons. The suppliers and partners have provided various excuses, leaving us quite perplexed. Qin Yu pondered for a moment. Supervisor Zhang, please keep a close watch on these situations and inform me of any new developments. I will investigate from other angles. After leaving the preparation office, Qin Yu proceeded to inspect some of the Project S construction sites and warehouses. At one construction site, he noticed that some materials appeared to be of substandard quality. Picking up a piece of wood, he gently tested it, only to find it showing signs of potential fracture. Qin Yu's expression darkened. This was undoubtedly a deliberate act. In the warehouse, he discovered that several crucial equipment components were missing. Qin Yu's conviction grew stronger. The antagonist had begun to meddle in the project. Simultaneously, Su Yao initiated a tense investigation within the family. Through various connections, she identified several family members who had previously interacted with the antagonist. After a thorough inquiry, she unearthed some pivotal information. It turned out that the antagonist intended to orchestrate safety incidents at critical junctures of the project, subsequently leveraging these events to accuse Qin Yu and Su Yao of mismanagement, thereby aiming to sabotage the project and tarnish their reputations. Su Yao conveyed this news to Qin Yu, whose expression turned grave upon hearing it. He remarked, "It seems their plan is insidious. We must act swiftly. On one hand, we need to ensure the project's smooth progression, and on the other, we must gather evidence to expose their conspiracy." Su Yao nodded in agreement, saying, "I have already contacted some reliable allies who will assist us covertly. Next, we need to find a way to root out those within the project collaborating with the antagonist." Both Qin Yu and Su Yao understood that this battle had commenced, and they must exert every effort to protect the family's vital project and thwart the antagonist's sinister designs. Additionally, the resolution of a child's emotional turmoil granted Qin Yu a precious friendship, which became one of his motivations in the face of adversity. However, the road ahead was fraught with uncertainty and challenges, leaving the outcome of their efforts hanging in the balance. Chapter 16. The project crisis begins to unfold. After concluding a day of investigation, Qin Yu and Su Yao return home. Despite their fatigue, their eyes radiated determination. Qin Yu gazed at Su Yao and stated, "Tomorrow we shall convene with our allies to discuss strategies for identifying the traitors and thwarting their schemes." Su Yao nodded. "Yes, we will undoubtedly succeed." Outside, the night deepened, and the city's neon lights flickered, silently bearing witness to the challenges that lay ahead. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the window, gently illuminating Qin Yu and Su Yao's faces. They rose early, quickly freshened up, and hurried to a secret meeting room for the family project. Along the way, the cacophony of the city gradually enveloped them. The blaring horns of cars and the chatter of pedestrians served as reminders of the complex situation they were about to confront. Upon reaching the meeting room, their allies had already gathered. Elder Zhang sat at one end of the conference table, his expression solemn, rhythmically tapping his fingers on the surface. Aunt Lin engaged in a quiet discussion with Professor Chun, occasionally furrowing her brow. As Qin Yu and Su Yao entered the room, all eyes turned toward them. Clearing his throat, Qin Yu spoke first. "Everyone, I trust you are all aware of the purpose of our gathering today. The family's significant project is currently facing a grave crisis, and we must swiftly devise solutions. Su Yao continued. Yesterday, our investigation revealed irregularities in the preliminary preparations for the project, price hikes from suppliers, and issues with material quality. These occurrences are no coincidence. They clearly indicate the interference of antagonistic forces. Elder Zhang nodded slowly, acknowledging, I have also heard of these developments. It appears they have commenced their actions. We must respond with caution to prevent their success. Professor Chun adjusted his glasses and, after a moment of contemplation, stated from a technical standpoint, these anomalies may suggest deliberate sabotage of the supply chain, disrupting the project's normal progress. We need to investigate this angle. As the discussion heated up, the door to the meeting room suddenly swung open, and Sun Long swaggered in with a smug smile, surveying the room before declaring, Wow, quite the gathering. I just received some news that I believe is crucial for the project, and I thought I'd share it with you all. Qin Yu felt a pang of anxiety. Watching Sun Long warily, he knew that Sun Long harbored ill intentions. Approaching the conference table, Sun Long picked up a pen and began sketching on the whiteboard. I think we should reconsider the project's location. While the current site is convenient, the surrounding environment is complicated and might lead to numerous future troubles. How about relocating to the northern part of the city? The area is spacious and holds great development potential. As he spoke, he scrutinized the reactions of those present. Qin Yu furrowed his brows, immediately realizing the impracticality of Sun Long's suggestion. Although the northern site appeared promising, its infrastructure was inadequate, the development costs exceedingly high, and its distance from the primary market would significantly inflate transportation expenses. Sun Long, your proposal is not feasible. The northern site is currently unsuitable for our project. The development costs are too steep and the risks too great. We should proceed according to our original plan, Qin Yu asserted sternly. Sun Long scoffed. Qin Yu, you're merely clinging to the past. Times are changing, and we must adopt a fresh perspective. How will you know it won't work if you don't try? Su Yao stepped forward to counter. Sun Long, we cannot approach this project superficially. We must consider all factors comprehensively. The disadvantages of the northern site are glaring, yet you choose to ignore them. What are your true intentions? Sun Long, momentarily taken aback, huffed and fell silent. The meeting continued, with attendees discussing additional countermeasures and formulating a preliminary plan to investigate the internal traitors. After the meeting, Qin Yu and Su Yao resolved to visit the project document storage area to meticulously review the relevant materials in hopes of uncovering further clues. The project document storage was housed in a secluded building, surrounded by tranquility. Upon entering, they were warmly greeted by Master Li, who was responsible for safeguarding the documents. Young Master Qin, Miss Su, you've come to review the materials, I see. Qin nodded. Master Li, could you please retrieve the core project document for us? Master Li turned and walked into the inner room. Moments later, he emerged carrying a stack of files. Young Master Qin, here are the documents you requested. Qin Yu and Su Yao accepted the materials and sat at a nearby table, poring over them diligently. As they scrolled through the pages, Qin Yu's expression suddenly shifted to one of seriousness. Su Yao, something is amiss. The critical planning documents and budget information for the project are missing. These documents are vital for the project's advancement. How could they simply vanish? Su Yao's anxiety mirrored his own as they both rifled through the pile of papers, hoping to find a hint of a lead. Noticing their distress, Master Li's demeanor grew anxious as well. Young Master Qin, Miss Su, what is going on? I've always kept the document secure. I haven't seen anyone enter. Qin Yu took a deep breath, striving to maintain his composure. He scrutinized the storage area, observing that the door lock showed no signs of tampering and the windows were securely closed. Yet, the documents had inexplicably disappeared, clearly indicating internal treachery. Su Yao furrowed her brows, stating, It seems we need to expedite our investigation plan. The traitor is among us and is intimately familiar with the storage of project documents. Qin Yu nodded. Indeed, if these documents fall into the hands of the antagonist, they could undermine the project with greater precision. We must retrieve them swiftly to thwart their conspiracy. At that moment, sunlight streamed through the cracks in the window, casting a glow on the empty document shelves. silently narrating the gravity of this crisis. Qin Yu and Su Yao understood that the challenges they faced were escalating, yet retreat was not an option. They had to devise every possible strategy to confront this crisis and ensure the project's successful progression. Chapter 17. Tracing Clues, a Difficult Pursuit. Qin Yu looked at Su Yao, his eyes reflecting determination. No matter how challenging it may be, we must recover the documents. From this moment on, we will dedicate all our energy to the investigation, leaving no detail overlooked. Su Yao nodded, gripping Qin Yu's hand tightly. Yes, we will strive together. I have a feeling this investigation will unveil a significant secret. They exchanged a knowing glance before turning to immerse themselves in the intense preparations for the investigation. That afternoon, sunlight filtered through the dappled leaves, illuminating the small courtyard of the project document storage. Qin Yu and Su Yao returned to this place once more, meticulously scrutinizing every corner, leaving no stone unturned. Qin Yu crouched down and discovered a small piece of tattered cloth at the bottom of the file rack. Its material appeared rather unusual, unlike that of ordinary fabric. Meanwhile, Su Yao noticed some peculiar footprints on the ground by the entrance. Small in size, they did not resemble those of an adult. Qin Yu, do you think these footprints could belong to an insider? And this fragment of cloth feels quite suspicious, Su Yao remarked as she handed the piece of fabric to him. Qin Yu examined the cloth intently, his brow furrowed. The material is quite rare. I believe I've seen something similar on the insignia of a certain commercial organization. We should follow this lead. The duo swiftly contacted their ally, reporter Liu, urging him to utilize his media resources to investigate recent interactions between commercial organizations that share ties with their family project and utilize this distinctive fabric as a symbol. Before long, reporter Liu relayed information pointing towards a mysterious entity known as the Ruifeng Business Association. This organization operated discreetly, yet wielded considerable influence in the business realm, recently engaging frequently with several suppliers connected to the family project. Qin Yu and Su Yao resolved to disguise themselves and infiltrate this enigmatic business organization. As night fell and the city's neon lights flickered, they donned their carefully prepared disguises and blended into the towering building housing the Ruifeng Business Association. The interior was opulently adorned, with golden chandeliers casting a soft glow, and the marble floors gleamed like mirrors, reflecting the slightly anxious figures of the two. The air was thick with a faint scent of perfume, mingled with an undercurrent of tension. They pretended to be businessmen seeking to negotiate, cautiously exploring the premises. Qin Yu remained vigilant of the personnel around them, while Su Yao sought potential storage areas for documents. Suddenly, the sound of approaching footsteps reached their ears. Several individuals clad in black suits were advancing in their direction. Startled, Qin Yu and Su Yao quickly ducked into a nearby office. The room was filled with file cabinets, and the two dared not make a sound, holding their breaths as they listened intently to the commotion outside. The footsteps drew closer, seemingly pausing at the office door. Su Yao anxiously clutched Qin Yu's sleeve, and he gently patted her hand, signaling her to remain calm. After a tense moment, the footsteps gradually receded, allowing them to exhale in relief. There are so many documents here. Perhaps the information we need is among them, Qin Yu whispered. They began rifling through the file cabinets, pages rustling in the stillness of the office. Suddenly, Su Yao stumbled upon a document containing details related to their family project. Though not critical information, it ignited a glimmer of hope within them. At that moment, voices emerged from outside. Does it feel a bit off today? I thought I heard some noise from this direction. Don't scare yourself. It's probably just a mouse. Let us check elsewhere. The voices faded into the distance. But Qin Yu and Su Yao understood their time was limited. They hastened their search, determined not to overlook any document. Yet, after an exhaustive search, they still found no trace of vital information. Qin Yu's anxiety mounted, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He was acutely aware that failing to locate the documents swiftly could pose a greater threat to their project. Qin Yu, look at this. Su Yao pointed to a small lock on a hidden compartment at the bottom of the cabinet. Qin Yu produced a specialized tool from his pocket and began attempting to unlock it. Time seemed to stretch, each second feeling unbearably long. Finally, with a satisfying click, The lock sprang open. Inside lay a stack of documents, and as Qin Yu and Su Yao eagerly flipped through them, they discovered one was precisely the key information they had been desperately seeking. Just as they prepared to leave, the office door suddenly burst open, and several personnel from the mysterious organization appeared, their eyes brimming with suspicion and hostility. "Who are you? What are you doing here?" bellowed the leader, a burly man. Qin Yu and Su Yao exchanged glances, silently lamenting their predicament. The atmosphere in the room was palpably tense. It felt as if even a pin dropping could be heard. Qin Yu quickly composed himself, smiling as he spoke. "It's a misunderstanding. We're here to discuss a collaboration and accidentally wandered in here. We'll be on our way now." As he spoke, he attempted to usher Su Yao towards the exit. However, the burly man blocked their path. "Discussing collaboration? Who are you trying to fool? You must be up to something. Come with us." Thinking quickly, Su Yao pulled out a business card from her pocket and handed it to the man. "Sir, it truly is a misunderstanding. We sincerely wish to collaborate, and we were merely curious about this hidden compartment we stumbled upon. Please, here is our business card." The man took the card with skepticism, glancing at it, and his expression softened slightly. At that moment, a commotion erupted outside. It turned out that Officer Wong, concerned for their safety after learning they had infiltrated the organization, had arrived with a team of police. The personnel of the mysterious organization grew flustered upon hearing the noise outside. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Yu grasped Su Yao's hand, and amidst the chaos, they slipped out through a side door. The two fled down the dark corridor, their hearts racing as shouts echoed behind them. Finally, they successfully escaped the building, vanishing into the vastness of the night. Hiding in a secluded corner, Qin Yu and Su Yao gasped for breath. Though they had managed to elude danger, they understood that this escapade merely offered a temporary reprieve. More challenges awaited them. While we have uncovered part of the information, we remain oblivious to the deeper connections between this organization and the antagonistic forces, as well as any larger schemes they might be orchestrating, Qin Yu remarked, furrowing his brow. Su Yao nodded in agreement. Indeed, and given that we startled them, they will undoubtedly be on guard. Our subsequent investigations will be even more arduous. They resolved to return and regroup with their allies to devise their next strategy. The moonlight bathed them, elongating their shadows, as their strides resonated with unwavering determination in this perilous city. Chapter 18. Unexpected Discoveries and a Greater Conspiracy. Qin Yu surveyed his allies with steely resolve. Though the path ahead is fraught with challenges, we must not waver. Tomorrow, we shall reconvene here to meticulously discuss our next steps and ensure we thoroughly unveil the antagonist's conspiracy. Su Yao nodded in agreement, and the others echoed their support. Outside, the sun shone brightly, yet could not dispel the gloom cast by the antagonist's machinations. A more arduous struggle seemed poised to commence. That night, Qin Yu and Su Yao tossed and turned, unable to find rest. They were acutely aware that while their infiltration of the mysterious business organization had yielded some results, the challenges ahead were just beginning. At dawn, they rose early, meticulously reviewing the key project documents and the unexpectedly discovered antagonist's plot outline they had brought from the organization. The plan was aged and yellowed, emanating a musty scent, its scrawl revealing a ruthless determination. Qin Yu, look here. They planned to sabotage the project at critical junctures, causing delays in delivery, thereby inciting discontent and doubt within the family regarding us. Su Yao pointed to a section of the plan, her expression grave. Qin Yu leaned closer, frowning. Moreover, they intend to exploit certain factions within the family that harbor grievances against us, inciting them to oppose us, ultimately aiming to seize control of the family. What a nefarious tactic! Without a moment's hesitation, they swiftly organized the materials and hurried to the family estate. As they traversed the city, its bustling sounds faded in a mere background noise, their minds solely focused on how to confront this looming crisis. Upon entering the family's threshold, they found the elders awaiting them in the conference room. The atmosphere was heavy with tension, the dim yellow lighting casting elongated shadows of the gathered figures. Qin Yu and Su Yao entered the conference room, respectfully placing the materials and plans upon the table. Esteemed elders, This is the information we procured from the enigmatic business organization, along with a comprehensive plan regarding the villain's grander conspiracy, Qin Yu stated, his voice resonating distinctly in the hushed atmosphere of the meeting room. The family elders gathered around, scrutinizing the documents with increasing gravity etched upon their faces. The audacity of these antagonists was astonishing. They dared to undermine the family's stability and usurp control through such nefarious means. An elderly elder, his hair as white as snow, pounded the table in fury, causing the teacups to tremble in unison. Now is not the time for anger. We must swiftly devise a countermeasure. Another elder responded with composure. Nods of agreement rippled through the assembly as discussions of strategies commenced. I propose we take the initiative, identifying those within the family who conspire with the villains and apprehending them all at once, thus depriving the antagonists of their internal support, a young family member boldly declared, his eyes glinting with determination. That would be unwise. Such actions could easily alert the enemy. If they sense we are aware of their machinations, they may alter their plans, leaving us at a disadvantage, countered a seasoned elder. The room erupted into a cacophony of differing opinions and fervent debate. Qin Yu and Su Yao stood quietly to the side, absorbing the discourse. They understood the magnitude of this decision. A misstep could plunge the family into irretrievable peril. Esteemed elders, Su Yao and I have a proposal. Qin Yu finally spoke, and an immediate hush enveloped the room. We can feign ignorance of the villain's schemes, continuing to advance the project while discreetly intensifying our surveillance and protection of every aspect involved. Additionally, we shall assign trustworthy individuals to investigate potential traitors within the family, gathering evidence. When the opportune moment arises, we shall expose the villain's conspiracy and decisively vanquish them. Su Yao continued, indeed, we could also take advantage of this situation by deliberately revealing some vulnerabilities, enticing the villains to believe their plans are progressing smoothly, thus lowering their guard. This way, we can glean further details of their schemes and better prepare ourselves. The elders mulled over Qin Yu and Su Yao's proposal, lost in contemplation. After a moment, the venerable elder nodded first. I believe these two children possess commendable insights. Their plan neither alarms the enemy nor neglects our response to their conspiracy. Let us proceed as they suggest. The other elders expressed their unanimous agreement. Thus, the family swiftly mobilized. On one front, they assigned specific individuals to enhance the oversight and protection of the project, instituting rigorous controls from raw material procurement to production processes and final delivery. In the project area, the workers bustled about, the clamor of machinery resounding throughout, filling the air with an atmosphere of tense order. The monitoring personnel remained vigilant, eyes wide open, meticulously observing every detail. On another front, the family initiated a covert investigation into potential collaborators with the villains. The family's intelligence network swiftly sprang into action, delivering a constant stream of information. Qin Yu and Su Yao actively participated in the investigative efforts, analyzing clues and seeking evidence alongside their aides. However, they were acutely aware that the adversaries would undoubtedly be on guard. Beneath the seemingly tranquil surface, an intense covert battle was quietly unfolding. Would a family's strategy effectively counter the villain's conspiracy? What pivotal roles would Qin Yu and Su Yao play in this familial defense? All remained uncertain, yet they were resolutely prepared to confront the challenges that lay ahead. As night descended once more, the family's lights flickered in the darkness, reminiscent of a silent struggle unfolding. Qin Yu and Su Yao stood upon the family terrace, gazing into the distance, their eyes brimming with resolve. They understood that this battle was merely the beginning. They must dedicate themselves wholly to safeguarding the family's honor. Chapter 19. Family Deployment, Steel for Action. Qin Yu clenched his fists and said to Su Yao, regardless of the obstacles ahead, we must protect our family. Tomorrow, we will begin by addressing these anomalies, rooting out the traitors, and dismantling the villain's conspiracy. Su Yao nodded firmly. Indeed, I have faith that we can succeed. Bathed in moonlight, their figures appeared particularly resolute, as if declaring their determination to the unknown trials that awaited. The following morning, Sunlight filtered through the cracks of the window, illuminating the long table in the family conference room. Family members had gathered early, the atmosphere thick with tension and gravity. Qin Yu and Su Yao entered the room, their steps steady and their gazes unyielding. Esteemed elders, we convene this urgent meeting due to the critical intelligence brought back by Qin Yu and Su Yao, an elder declared, breaking the silence with a voice deep and resonant, echoing throughout the conference hall. All eyes turned towards Qin Yu and Su Yao, reflecting a mix of anticipation and concern. Qin Yu cleared his throat and spoke. According to the intelligence we have obtained, the villainous forces are orchestrating a conspiracy against our family project. They intend to sabotage critical aspects of the project, undermining our family's standing in the commercial arena. Su Yao added, indeed, they have likely infiltrated our ranks, bribing individuals within the family to act as insiders. Thus, we must not only contend with external foes, but also remain vigilant against internal threats. At this pronouncement, the conference room erupted into a frenzy of chatter. Family members exchanged heated whispers and opinions. We cannot remain passive. We must take the initiative and root out the traitors. Demonstrating our strength, a young and impetuous family member exclaimed, rising to his feet and shaking his fist. We must not act recklessly. If we proceed without caution, we risk alerting the enemy, compelling them to alter their plans, thereby placing ourselves in a more precarious position, cautioned a seasoned elder, his brow furrowed in contemplation. The room was divided, voices raised in passionate argument. Qin Yu and Su Yao exchanged glances, knowing that a practical and actionable plan was essential to quell the discord. Raising his hand for silence, Qin Yu addressed the assembly. Esteemed members, after thorough contemplation, Su Yao and I have devised a comprehensive response strategy. We must actively seek out clues regarding the traitors while ensuring the villains remain oblivious to our awareness. Su Yao elaborated, specifically, we can enhance our surveillance of each project phase to guarantee its smooth progression. Concurrently, we shall assign trustworthy personnel to discreetly investigate the actions of family members, particularly those exhibiting unusual behavior. Upon uncovering concrete evidence, we will act decisively. Qin Yu added, moreover, we could intentionally disseminate misleading information to the villains, leading them to believe we remain unaware, thus causing them to relax their vigilance and reveal further vulnerabilities. The family members pondered Qin Yu and Su Yao's plan. Lost in thought, after a moment, the elderly elder nodded in agreement. I find merit in these two children's proposal. It addresses external threats while also accounting for internal scrutiny, and it may mislead the enemy. Let us proceed as they suggest. The other family members echoed their approval. Thus, the family commenced the meticulous execution of their strategy. New monitoring equipment was swiftly installed and calibrated at various oversight points of the family project. In the monitoring room, personnel remained transfixed on the screens, their eyes barely daring to blink. The visuals of the project site were crystal clear, and the cacophony of machinery seemed to resonate through the screens, intermingling with the faint scent of oil in the air. The team responsible for investigating the traitor swiftly commenced their operations. They flitted through the various corners of the family estate like phantoms, meticulously gathering an array of clues. No detail escaped their scrutiny. Every suspicious action was meticulously recorded. Qin Yu and Su Yao personally visited each surveillance point and the investigative team to assess the progress. At one monitoring station, Qin Yu observed the bustling project site on the screen and instructed the staff. We must remain vigilant. Any anomaly must be reported immediately. The staff nodded earnestly, responding, rest assured, we will not overlook even the slightest hint. Meanwhile, Su Yao scrutinized the clues collected by the investigative team, her brow furrowing and relaxing intermittently. We have yet to uncover any particularly clear leads, but I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss, she confided to Qin Yu. He reassured her, do not fret. We have time. As long as we continue our thorough investigation, we will surely identify the traitor. As time progressed, the family's preparations gradually reached completion. Everything appeared to be in a state of readiness, awaiting the villain's misstep. Yet, a sense of unease lingered in the hearts of Qin Yu and Su Yao. The villainous forces were cunning and multifaceted, Had they already caught wind of the family's maneuvers? How might they alter their nefarious plans? Would they be able to contend with the uncertainties that lay ahead? The golden rays of the setting sun cast a warm glow over the family's buildings, enveloping the estate in a shimmering veil. Standing on the family terrace, Qin Yu and Su Yao gazed into the distance, their silhouettes elongated by the sunset. At that moment, despite the immense pressure they faced, their resolve remained unshaken. They understood that this battle was merely the beginning. Regardless of the obstacles that awaited them, they would forge ahead undeterred, safeguarding the family's honor. Chapter 20. The villain strikes, crisis erupts. Qin Yu inhaled deeply and addressed Su Yao. Though our preparations are complete, we must not let our guard down for a moment. Each subsequent step is crucial. A single misstep could lead to utter failure. Su Yao nodded slightly, her gaze resolutely fixed on the horizon. Indeed, whatever schemes the villain may concoct, we must counter them decisively, ensuring that the family does not descend into peril. As night deepened, the two turned and strode purposefully forward, ready to confront the challenges that awaited. However, on the morning following the family's fervent defensive preparations, as sunlight began to bathe the project's edifice, a crisis stealthily approached. The villainous forces, unable to contain themselves, launched their assault. They had covertly bribed a key technical staff member involved in the project, who, seizing a moment of inattention, surreptitiously implanted a meticulously crafted virus into the project's core system. In an instant, alarms blared throughout the project site. On the monitoring screens, once orderly data became chaotic, with red warning lights flashing erratically. The machines emitted a piercing buzz, as though they were wailing in agony. Subsequently, all machinery ground to a halt, and the core system lay utterly incapacitated. Not good. The core system has malfunctioned. A staff member cried out in terror, his voice echoing through the vast project hall, tinged with tremors of fear. Qin Yu and Su Yao were immediately made aware of the crisis. Their expressions darkened. Without a moment's hesitation, they rushed toward the project's site. Qin Yu, filled with anxiety, quickened his pace, silently cursing the villain's cunning. Su Yao followed closely, her brow furrowed, her eyes betraying a mix of concern and determination. Upon their arrival, they were met with utter chaos. Staff members appeared frantic. Some frantically typed on keyboards, attempting to restore the system, while others shouted questions at one another. The air was thick with tension and anxiety, laced with the faint scent of burnt machinery. Everyone calm down, Qin Yu bellowed, his voice resonating powerfully, cutting through the cacophony like a bell. Do not panic. We will find a solution. Su Yao quickly added, yes, everyone stick to your roles. Do not create confusion. Under their reassuring words, the staff gradually regained composure and began to report the situation systematically. After swiftly grasping the circumstances, Qin Yu and Su Yao recognized the gravity of the situation. While they comforted the family members, assuring them that they would navigate this crisis, they urgently contacted technical experts. Qin Yu pulled out his phone, rapidly scrolling through contacts before dialing a technical expert's number. Hello, Professor Zhang. Our family project's core system has suddenly collapsed. It appears to be a virus. Could you come over as soon as possible to assist us? Qin Yu spoke anxiously, his tone laced with urgency. On the other end, Professor Zhang's calm voice responded, do not worry. I will arrange to come over immediately. In the meantime, ensure the site is secured and refrain from any actions that might further jeopardize the data. After hanging up, Qin Yu turned to Su Yao, saying, Professor Zhang will arrive as soon as possible. For now, we must wait and see if we could devise alternative solutions. Su Yao nodded, suggesting, I believe we must investigate the bribed technical staff member. Perhaps we can glean the villain's next move from him. Thus, Qin Yu assigned a team of trustworthy individuals to locate the missing technical staff member, while he and Su Yao remained on site, closely monitoring the core system status. Time ticked by, each moment stretching into eternity. Qin Yu gazed at the unresponsive core system, his anxiety intensifying. He paced back and forth, occasionally glancing toward the entrance, hoping for the arrival of the technical expert. Su Yao, meanwhile, fixated on the monitoring screen, striving to extract clues from the disordered data. Her expression was earnest and focused. beads of sweat forming on her brow, yet she remained oblivious to her own discomfort. This virus seems to have been specially designed. Ordinary antivirus software cannot detect it. One technician lamented, staring helplessly at the computer screen. Chinyu furrowed his brow, stating, "It appears the villain was well prepared this time. We cannot afford to remain idle. We must explore other avenues to mitigate losses before Professor Zhang arrives." Nevertheless, despite their relentless efforts, the core system remained unresponsive. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Worry etched on every face. As time passed, the team searching for the technical staff member returned with disheartening news. The individual had seemingly vanished without a trace. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu and Su Yao felt a heavy weight settle in their hearts. The lead had abruptly severed, complicating the situation further. At that moment, the project site was eerily quiet, broken only by the sporadic sounds of machinery. Qin Yu and Su Yao stood before the lifeless core system, their emotions a tumultuous mix. Would the technical expert arrive in time to restore the system successfully? Was the villain's attack merely the beginning? And what more formidable tactics lay in wait? How would Qin Yu and Su Yao respond to these challenges? Such questions loomed like leaden weights upon their hearts. Chapter 21. Racing Against Time, A Desperate Rescue. Qin Yu and Su Yao gazed at the incapacitated core system, their hearts brimming with trepidation. Suddenly, the sharp sound of tires screeching broke the silence. "The technical expert has arrived," Su Yao exclaimed in delight. The two quickly turned to see a vehicle pulling up nearby. The technical expert, Professor Chun, hurriedly exited, toolbox in hand, striding purposefully toward them. A glimmer of hope flickered among the gathered crowd as they surrounded him, yearning for the breakthrough he might bring. Professor Chen's demeanor was serious. He bypassed pleasantries and headed straight for the core system. He swiftly opened his toolbox, extracting various specialized tools to commence diagnostics on the system. Qin Yu and Su Yao followed closely, their expressions a blend of anxiety and anticipation. As Professor Chen worked, he muttered, "This virus is quite troublesome. It appears to have been meticulously crafted, making conventional repair methods ineffective." Qin Yu furrowed his brow and inquired, "Professor Chen, do you have confidence in restoring it?" Professor Chen did not respond immediately. He was intently focused on the data displayed on the detection instruments. After a while, he replied, "I will do my utmost, but it will require some time. You both should attend to other matters for now. I will inform you promptly should there be any updates." Qin Yu and Su Yao exchanged glances, understanding that their best course of action was to refrain from interrupting Professor Chen's work. They turned and left, embarking on their quest to investigate the whereabouts of the compromised technicians. Upon arriving at the technician's office, they meticulously searched for any potentially useful clues. Su Yao discovered a note tucked away in a drawer, inscribed with several indistinct numbers and an address. Qin Yu leaned closer, scrutinizing the note as he remarked, "This could be a crucial lead. Let's investigate this address." With the note in hand, the duo hurried to the specified location. However, upon their arrival, they found only an abandoned warehouse, desolate and devoid of life. Qin Yu surveyed the surroundings, noting the presence of tire tracks and scattered footprints on the ground. He crouched down for a closer examination and stated, "It appears that the technician indeed frequented this place, but he has likely been relocated by the antagonists." Su Yao, feeling disheartened, lamented, "Our trail has gone cold again. What are we to do now?" Just then, a curious child unexpectedly appeared at the project site. The child observed the bustling crowd and asked, "Big brother and sister, what are you looking for?" Qin Yu succinctly explained the situation to the child. The little one tilted their head thoughtfully and replied, "This morning, while I was playing in the garden, I saw a man being taken away by several strange individuals. He seemed quite frightened." A wave of concern washed over Qin Yu and Su Yao. Su Yao quickly asked, "Child, do you remember which direction those people went?" The child pointed in a direction and said, "I think it was that way." Qin Yu and Su Yao exchanged a hopeful glance, deciding to pursue the lead indicated by the child. Meanwhile, at the project site, Professor Chun was racing against time to repair the core system. Beads of sweat dotted his forehead as his fingers flew over the keyboard, his eyes fixated on the intricate code on the screen. The virus's defense mechanisms were formidable. With each area he repaired, new issues emerged. Wiping his brow, Professor Chen muttered to himself, "The creator of this virus must be a skilled individual." Achieving a complete restoration presents a significant challenge. As time slipped away, Qin Yu and Su Yao followed the child directions in search of the technicians. They inquired among local residents and finally received a valuable tip. An elderly man informed them that he had indeed seen a group of individuals escorting a visibly agitated young man into a black car, heading westward. Without hesitation, Qin Yu and Su Yao raced toward the Western District. Throughout their journey, Qin Yu gripped the steering wheel firmly, his gaze resolute and focused. Su Yao contemplated their next steps, stating, "If we can locate the technician, we might uncover the antagonist's forthcoming plans, enabling us to take preemptive measures." Qin Yu nodded in agreement, expressing hope that this time would yield fruitful results. However, upon reaching the Western District, they discovered a bustling commercial area teeming with people and incessant traffic. Finding the black car and the technician in such a vast locale seemed akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Qin Yu, growing increasingly anxious, exclaimed, "In such a large area, where should we even begin?" Su Yao surveyed their surroundings, pondering for a moment before suggesting, "Let us first review the nearby surveillance footage to see if we can trace the car." Thus, they made their way to the nearest police station, explaining their predicament. The police were cooperative and swiftly retrieved the relevant surveillance footage. After meticulous scrutiny, they finally spotted the black car, which had driven into an abandoned factory. Qin Yu and Su Yao wasted no time and hurried to the factory site. Upon arrival, they found the area heavily guarded, with numerous henchmen patrolling the perimeter. Qin Yu whispered to Su Yao, "The defenses here are tight. We must proceed with caution." Su Yao nodded in agreement, suggesting, "Let us observe for a while to identify any weaknesses." Carefully, they circled the factory's exterior, seeking an opportunity to infiltrate. Suddenly, Su Yao noticed a low section of the wall, devoid of patrolling guards. She pointed it out to Qin Yu, saying, "We can scale that wall." After assessing the situation, Qin Yu deemed it feasible. Under the cover of night, they stealthily climbed over the wall and entered the factory. Inside, the factory was permeated with an antiquated atmosphere, its machinery haphazardly strewn about. Qin Yu and Su Yao advanced cautiously, skillfully evading the patrolling guards. Their search eventually led them to a corner where they discovered the detained technician. Upon seeing them, the technician's eyes flickered with fear. Qin Yu approached gently, assuring him, "Do not be afraid. We are here to rescue you. If you divulge the antagonist's next plan, we will ensure your safety." After a moment of hesitation, the technician, encouraged by the determination in their eyes, confessed the antagonist plans to deploy a hidden program during the system's reboot, intending to inflict widespread damage. When that occurs, the entire project will be rendered inoperative and irretrievable. Hearing this revelation, Qin Yu and Su Yao felt a chill of urgency. They understood the gravity of the situation and the necessity to return to the project site immediately to alert Professor Chun and implement precautions. Just as they prepared to escort the technician out, a commotion erupted outside. The antagonists had discovered the intrusion and were now searching the premises. Qin Yu and Su Yao led the technician in a frantic bid to evade capture within the factory. Utilizing their familiarity with the environment, they adeptly eluded wave after wave of searches. Finally, they seized an opportunity and successfully escaped the factory. Upon their return to the project site, they found Professor Chun still diligently working to repair the core system. Qin Yu relayed the technician's revelations to him. After listening attentively, Professor Chen's expression grew grim. "It seems we must hasten our repair efforts and simultaneously guard against any further assault from the antagonist," he stated. Qin Yu and Su Yao nodded in affirmation, pledging, "Professor Chun, rest assured, we will assist you with unwavering commitment." Thus, the trio immersed themselves in the critical task ahead. As time slipped through their fingers, the challenges of restoring the core system continued to mount. Professor Chen experimented with various approaches, yet the virus's defenses remained a formidable barrier. Observing Professor Chen's weary demeanor, Qin Yu felt a pang of sympathy. "Professor Chun, please take a moment to rest. Allow us to take over for a while." Professor Chun shook his head resolutely, asserting, There is no time to spare. I must expedite the system's restoration. Su Yao encouraged him from the side. Professor, we believe in your abilities. You can do this. Through their collective efforts, the core system began to show signs of recovery. Some functions were restored, yet much work remained before complete repair could be achieved. Meanwhile, the countdown to the project reboot loomed ever closer. Qinyu, glancing at the clock, felt a surge of urgency. Su Yao, we must not only complete the system restoration in the time we have left, but also implement measures to thwart the antagonist's attempts at sabotage. Su Yao nodded, affirming, indeed, we can accomplish this. With the core system repair fraught with obstacles, would Qinyu and Su Yao be able to utilize the child's clues to locate the technician, uncover the antagonist's plans, and successfully salvage the project, or would they find themselves ensnared in an even more arduous predicament? Chapter 22. A Trail of Clues, Emerging from Darkness. Qinyu gazed at the gradually illuminating system indicator lights, feeling a mix of relief and trepidation. Time flowed like the fine grains of sand in an hourglass, swiftly slipping away. Turning to Su Yao and Professor Chun, he resolutely declared, "We are out of time. We must work tirelessly to complete the repairs and establish defenses." The three exchanged determined glances, their eyes brimming with resolve, and immediately plunged into the intense workload as the atmosphere at the project site grew increasingly tense. At that moment, Su Yao suddenly recalled the clues previously provided by the adorable child. She turned to Qinyu and said, "Qinyu, the child mentioned seeing the technicians being taken in that direction. We may be able to follow this lead to locate him." Qinyu's eyes sparkled with determination as he replied, "Indeed, we must act swiftly. Let us depart at once." After exchanging a few hurried words with Professor Chun, the two hastily left the project site. They pursued the direction indicated by the child, continuously inquiring passers-by along the way. Eventually, in a remote area on the outskirts of the city, they stumbled upon an abandoned factory. From a distance, Qinyu observed several suspicious individuals pacing about the factory's perimeter, seemingly guarding something. He whispered to Su Yao, "It appears the technician is likely concealed within this forsaken factory, and those individuals are probably the henchmen of the antagonist." Su Yao nodded in agreement, and the two began to search the factory's exterior for a suitable point of entry. They cautiously avoided the watchful eyes of the guards, their ears attuned to the slightest sounds around them, as a palpable tension hung in the air. Qinyu's keen gaze spotted a section of the factory's rear wall that was notably lower, with the guards' intervals being relatively lengthy, a perfect opportunity for infiltration. Seizing the moment when a guard turned his back, they swiftly approached the wall. Qinyu pushed himself up with ease and scaled the wall, then extended his hand to pull Su Yao up alongside him. Upon landing, they made every effort to tread lightly, avoiding any sound. Upon entering the factory, they were immediately enveloped by the musty scent of decay. In the dim light, the outlines of machines loomed ominously, as if concealing countless unknown dangers. They proceeded cautiously along the corridor, their eyes scanning the surroundings with vigilance. Suddenly, they detected a faint murmur of conversation ahead. Instantly, Qinyu and Su Yao halted, holding their breath. Straining to listen, it seemed they were discussing how to handle potential troubles. Exchanging a glance, the two confirmed that the technician was indeed nearby. They stealthily followed the sound, and in a cluttered corner, they discovered the technician bound and helpless. Upon seeing them, the technician's eyes flickered momentarily with fear, soon replaced by a glimmer of hope. Qinyu rushed forward to untie him, whispering, "Do not be afraid. We are here to rescue you. But you must tell us the antagonist's next move." The technician hesitated, prompting Su Yao to interject. "At this moment, we are your only protection. If the antagonist realizes you have been rescued, they will not spare you." After a moment's contemplation, the technician gritted his teeth and said, "The antagonist plans to launch a more severe attack on the system through a hidden program during the project's restart. At that point, the entire project will be irreparably crippled." A wave of dread washed over Qinyu and Su Yao, taken aback by the malevolence of the antagonist's scheme. Qinyu asked, "Do you know how they intend to execute this?" The technician shook his head, replying, "That is all I know. They did not disclose any further information." Just then, a cacophony arose outside, indicating that the guards had discovered something amiss. Qin Yu urged, "There is no time to waste. We must leave this place." The three seized the chaos as an opportunity to escape through the factory side entrance. Upon returning to the project site, Professor Chun greeted them with palpable excitement, exclaiming, "Wonderful! You have returned. Thanks to my efforts, we have partially restored the core system's functionalities, though complete recovery will require additional time." Qin Yu relayed the information obtained from the technician to Professor Chun. Upon hearing it, Professor Chin's expression grew grave, declaring, "The situation is quite precarious. We must not only expedite the system's restoration, but also devise countermeasures against the antagonist's impending attack." Consequently, the trio immediately commenced discussions on how to address the crisis. Qin Yu took the lead in coordinating resources and ensuring that protective measures could be swiftly deployed. Meanwhile, Su Yao assisted Professor Chun, leveraging her intelligence and understanding of the system to contribute to the restoration efforts. Professor Chun immersed himself in the core system's repair, his fingers flying across the keyboard as his gaze remained fixed on the intricate code on the screen. However, the restoration and preventive measures did not progress without challenges. During the repair of the core system, a new malfunction unexpectedly arose, causing previously restored functionalities to falter once more. Professor Chen scrutinized the screen, his brow furrowed, beads of perspiration forming on his forehead. "This seems to be a self-protective mechanism of the virus. We need to readjust our repair strategy," he stated while examining the code. Simultaneously, difficulties arose in the debugging of the preventive devices. A staff member responsible for the adjustments rushed to Qin Yu, reporting, "Mr. Qin, some of the preventive devices are exhibiting data anomalies and may not operate correctly." Upon hearing this, Qin Yu promptly arrived at the debugging site to investigate the issue with the technicians. After a tense examination, they discovered that a crucial component of the device had suffered damage. Qin Yu swiftly contacted the relevant personnel to urgently procure a replacement part. While awaiting its arrival, he persistently urged all parties to expedite their efforts. Time slipped away, each passing second feeling as weighty as 1,000 burdens. At last, the new component arrived. The technicians promptly replaced the damaged part and resumed the debugging process. Meanwhile, Professor Chun, through repeated attempts, devised a method to circumvent the virus's self-protective mechanism, allowing further progress in the core system's restoration. As time progressed, the core system gradually came back online, and the preventive measures were being deployed with meticulous urgency. However, the countdown to the project's restart was drawing near, and Qin Yu silently prayed for a successful outcome. Despite knowing the antagonist's forthcoming plans, would Qin Yu and Su Yao be able to implement adequate preventive measures in time to thwart the antagonist's destruction and ensure the project's successful reboot? Chapter 23, Project Reboot. A Clash of Titans. As the moment for Project Reboot approached, Qin Yu took a deep breath and said to Su Yao, "Regardless of the outcome, we must give our all." Su Yao resolutely nodded, her eyes radiating an unwavering determination. The two turned and immersed themselves in the final preparations. The atmosphere at the project site thick with tension as everyone awaited the decisive moment of truth. Following urgent discussions, the family's upper management resolved to proceed with the project restart as originally planned. Armed with the information gleaned from the technician, Qin Yu and Su Yao swiftly implemented stringent preventive measures at critical locations throughout the project. They personally directed family personnel to install advanced surveillance equipment in every corner, ensuring that any disturbance would be promptly detected. Encrypted communication lines were established to thwart any attempts by the antagonist to intercept intelligence, and multiple protective protocols were implemented at key junctures within the system to counter potential cyber attacks. However, upon learning that their plans had been compromised, the antagonist's forces, enraged and humiliated, resolved to go all out. They summoned every available resource to launch a comprehensive assault at the moment of Project Reboot. In a shadowy basement, the antagonist leaders gathered, their eyes gleaming with malice and resolve. "We cannot afford to let them succeed this time. We shall destroy the project at any cost." One leader seethed through clenched teeth. The others nodded in agreement, as a storm of chaos quietly brewed. Finally, the moment to restart the project arrived. As the countdown reached 0, the machines began to hum, lights flickered, and data on various instruments surged. Qin Yu stood at the command center, his gaze fixed intently on the screen, his hands unconsciously clenching. Su Yao, meanwhile, maintained close communication with the technicians, ready to respond to any unforeseen circumstances. At that instant, the antagonist forces launched their attack. The first wave came in the form of a cyber assault, an onslaught of malevolent code, flooding in an attempt to breach the system's defenses. The surveillance footage was rife with alarming alerts, red alarms ringing out incessantly. Qin Yu swiftly issued commands. Initiate countermeasures. Strengthen the firewall. The Family S technicians sprang into action, fingers flying across keyboards as they engaged in a fierce cyber duel with the antagonist. Simultaneously, a group of unwelcome intruders appeared outside the project's site. Armed and determined, they attempted to force their way in. The family's security personnel swiftly formed a defensive line, standing resolutely against the adversaries. "You shall not pass," bellowed the head of security. No one can stop us today." The villains jeered, the atmosphere charged with tension. Qin Yu and Su Yao calmly directed the family members in their response. On the digital front, thanks to the multiple protective protocols established beforehand, they managed to temporarily repel the villains' attacks. Meanwhile, on-site security personnel, armed with well-honed tactics and indomitable will, successfully kept the antagonists at bay. Yet, the villains were not willing to concede defeat. They continuously altered their attack strategies. Online, they modified their malicious code, seeking vulnerabilities within the system's defenses. On the ground, some pressed forward with brute force while others flanked to the sides, attempting to exploit any weaknesses in the line. The situation grew increasingly tense, and the project site was thick with the scent of impending conflict. Observing the shifting dynamics, Qin Yu understood that this battle was merely in its infancy. Su Yao, too, recognized the gravity of the crisis and urged Qin Yu, "We cannot remain on the defensive. We must devise a way to strike back." Qin Yu nodded, his gaze resolute as he replied, "Indeed, but now is not the time. We must first stabilize our position." At that moment, the surveillance footage revealed that the villain's assault was intensifying, with some protective protocols showing signs of overload. Qin Yu immediately commanded, "Activate the backup protection protocols. Evacuate non-essential personnel, and concentrate our forces to counter the attack." The family members swiftly complied with the orders. Although the atmosphere was tense, everything proceeded in an orderly fashion. On the other side, the villainous leader, witnessing the lackluster results of their assault, slammed his fist on the table in frustration. "What is happening? Increase the intensity of the attack. We must destroy the project before they can react." His subordinates, fearing repercussions, escalated their assault. The confrontation over the Project-S reboot grew fiercer, with each passing second laden with uncertainty. Would Qin Yu and Su Yao withstand the onslaught of the villains and ensure the project's successful reboot? The villainous forces seemed to harbor hidden strategies. How should Qin Yu and Su Yao respond to the increasingly dire situation? Chapter 24, A Critical Moment, a Counterattack from Desperation. As Qin Yu surveyed the escalating chaos, he realized that inaction was no longer an option. He exchanged a decisive glance with Su Yao and whispered, "Prepare for action." Su Yao nodded slightly, determination glimmering in her eyes. Qin Yu turned and summoned a team of elite family members, succinctly outlining their mission. At that moment, the villains' attacks intensified, sparks flying across the project site, and the protagonist's counteroffensive was about to commence. Under the relentless barrage from the villains, the situation surrounding the project's reboot took a drastic turn, plunging into grave peril. The surveillance devices emitted sharp alarms, red lights casting an ominous glow upon the anxious faces of those present. Some of the defensive measures ultimately succumbed to the villains' frenzied assault, being ruthlessly breached. The digital defenses exhibited cracks, malicious code surging like a deluge, threatening to overwhelm the entire system. On site, the protective barriers were violently dismantled, emitting piercing, distorted sounds, with shadows of the villains flickering amidst the smoke and debris. Qin Yu and Su Yao astutely recognized that continuing to defend passively would lead to total defeat. They made a swift decision to take the initiative and disrupt the villain's plans. Qin Yu's gaze burned with intensity as he addressed the elite family members beside him. "Brothers, let us flank the villains from behind and catch them off guard." The elite members responded in unison, their eyes ablaze with fighting spirit. Simultaneously, Su Yao quickly turned and shouted to the technical staff at the project site, "Everyone, accelerate the reboot process. We cannot allow them to succeed." The technicians nodded vigorously, their fingers flying over keyboards, fully engrossed in the urgent task at hand. Qin Yu led his elite team, moving stealthily like phantoms. They advanced cautiously along the shadowy edge of the project area. The crunch of gravel beneath their feet echoed sharply in the stillness of the night. Qin Yu remained vigilant, attuned to every sound around them. As they drew closer to the villain's rear, a cacophony of shouts and the roar of machinery reached their ears. Qin Yu raised his hand to signal a halt, peering through the underbrush to observe the villains, who were wholly engrossed in their destructive endeavors, oblivious to the imminent danger lurking behind them. "Now, charge!" Qin Yu commanded, and the family elite surged forth like tigers descending from the mountain. Their weapons gleamed menacingly under the moonlight, and the battle cries reverberated through the night sky. Qin Yu led the charge, agilely penetrating the enemy ranks. His gaze was steadfast and fierce, each strike delivered with precision and ferocity, targeting the villain's vital points. One villain swung a club at him, but Qin Yu deftly dodged, executing a spinning kick that sent the attacker sprawling to the ground. The elite members of the family, undeterred, engaged in fierce, close-quarters combat with the villains, the air filled with the clash of weapons and the cries of battle. Meanwhile, Su Yao maintained her composure, orchestrating the chaos around her. She navigated through the bustling technicians, keenly monitoring the progress of the reboot. "Faster, we must hasten," she urged anxiously. Beads of sweat glistened on the technicians' foreheads as their hands flew over various instruments. Suddenly, one technician called out, "Crisis! A new vulnerability has emerged in the system, potentially impacting the reboot timeline." Su Yao furrowed her brow, swiftly approaching to assess the situation. Calmly analyzing the issue, her mind raced with potential solutions. Moments later, she decisively instructed, engage the backup protocols, overwrite the vulnerable segments, and bolster the surrounding defenses. The technicians immediately acted on her directives, the tense atmosphere slightly easing. In the midst of this, Su Yao also organized the team to repair the damaged defensive measures. "Erect the barriers again. Reinforce our defenses," she commanded loudly. The workers rallied together, swiftly raising the fallen barriers and fortifying them with heavy steel beams. The site buzzed with activity, the sounds of metal clashing and voices rising in unison. Under the surprise assault led by Qin Yu and the strategic command of Su Yao, the tide of battle began to shift. The unexpected attack from the rear disrupted the villains' formation, compelling them to allocate some of their forces to counter this new threat. The concentrated power of their offensive was diluted, and the rhythm of their destructive efforts faltered. Seizing this opportunity, the technicians accelerated the reboot process. As the progress bar inched closer to completion, a glimmer of hope ignited in the hearts of the onlookers. After a fierce struggle, Qin Yu's elite team successfully repelled the villains from their rear position. Breathing heavily, their faces illuminated with the joy of triumph, Qin Yu wasted no time in reporting back to Su Yao. "The situation here is under control. How goes it on your end?" Su Yao replied excitedly. "The reboot progress has surpassed 90%, and the defensive measures have been largely restored. Victory is within reach." However, just as everyone believed the crisis had been averted, the villainous forces remained undeterred. After a brief moment of disarray, they regrouped with a glint of desperation and madness in their eyes. With the project Reboot nearing completion, would Qin Yu and Su Yao succeed in utterly vanquishing the villains and ensuring the project's smooth continuation? Did the villains still possess hidden reserves, poised to deliver a fatal blow to the protagonists? Chapter 25, Project Success, a temporary respite from crisis. Qin Yu and Su Yao exchanged a determined glance, their unwavering resolve evident. They quickly turned back to the preparations for defense. Qin Yu called out, "Everyone, remain vigilant. They will undoubtedly strike again." The family members promptly organized themselves, gripping their weapons tightly. Su Yao instructed the technicians, "Accelerate the pace. We must complete the reboot before they launch another assault." The atmosphere grew tense once more, with everyone braced for the next wave of the villains' attack. At that moment, the villains surged forward like a tide, their battle cries reverberating painfully in the eardrums of those present. Their eyes ablaze with fervor, they wielded their weapons with ferocity, determined to press onward. Qin Yu's gaze was sharp, swiftly commanding the family members to adjust their defensive formation. "Archers, prepare to fire." With his authoritative command, a torrential rain of arrows shot forth towards the antagonists, the piercing sound of arrows slicing through the air, intertwining with the chaos. Numerous adversaries were struck, emitting cries of agony, yet they remained undeterred, charging forward recklessly. Meanwhile, on Su Yao's side, the technicians were drenched in beads of sweat, their fingers flying over the keyboards as their eyes were fixated on the reboot progress bar on screen. 10 seconds left. "Hurry a bit faster," Su Yao urged, her voice trembling slightly with anxiety. Suddenly, the system blared an urgent alarm, prompting a technician to exclaim, his face drained of color, "This is bad. They've activated the interference program, and the progress bar is stuck." Su Yao's heart sank heavily, but she inhaled deeply, forcing herself to regain composure as she rapidly devised a countermeasure in her mind. Attempt to sever their source of interference and activate the backup algorithm, she declared decisively. The technicians immediately complied, their fingers dancing across the keyboards, the room resonating only with the sound of keystrokes and heavy breaths. Concurrently, Qin Yu led the family members into close combat with the antagonists. Swords clashed, sparks flew, and the metallic scent of blood permeated the air. Qin Yu moved with agility, his long sword slicing through the air like a dragon emerging from the seas, each swing resulting in a spray of crimson. An adversary, seizing a moment of inattention, attempted a sneak attack from behind. However, Qin Yu's keen senses detected the movement, allowing him to sidestep and thrust his sword into the opponent's chest with a swift motion. "Protect the project site. We cannot allow them to advance," Qin Yu bellowed, his voice imbued with an undeniable authority. The morale of the family members surged, emboldening them to engage the antagonists with renewed vigor. Under the relentless efforts of Su Yao and the technicians, the interference program was finally dismantled, and the progress bar began to inch forward once more. 5 seconds left, hold on, Su Yao shouted. Outside, the battle had escalated to a fever pitch, with casualties on both sides. Qin Yu bore several wounds, blood staining his garments, yet he continued to fight valiantly. At long last, with a crisp notification chime, the project successfully rebooted. "We did it!" The technicians cheered, and Su Yao's taut nerves finally relaxed, a relieved smile gracing her face. The family members outside, upon hearing the news, felt their spirits soar, swiftly pushing back the remaining antagonists like a mighty tiger descending from the mountains. At the project site, the family members erupted in jubilant cheers, thunderous applause echoing through the air. They gathered around Qin Yu and Su Yao, casting admiring glances their way. Young Master Qin and Miss Su Yao are truly remarkable. Without them, our project would have been doomed. Indeed, their wisdom and courage are truly commendable. The praises of the family members resounded like a chorus. Qin Yu and Su Yao exchanged a smile, their eyes gleaming with the joy of survival. Yet they remained grounded, not allowing the victory to cloud their judgment. Following a brief celebration, Qin Yu and Su Yao immediately commenced the cleanup of the remnants of the antagonist's influence on the project. They led the elite team of the family through meticulous inspections of every facet of the project. Each line of code, every document was scrutinized, leaving no potential hazard unchecked. During this thorough examination, they uncovered several hidden backdoor programs, which, if activated, could inflict severe damage on the project. Furrowing his brow, Qin Yu's eyes flared with anger. These scoundrels will stop at nothing. They promptly instructed the technicians to eradicate these backdoor programs entirely to secure the project's safety. Simultaneously, Su Yao initiated an internal overhaul within the family. She summoned the core members for a serious meeting. This incident has sounded the alarm. There may be unstable elements within our ranks that we must investigate thoroughly, Su Yao asserted with unwavering conviction. During the meeting, everyone voiced their opinions, proposing a series of measures to strengthen family management and prevention. Su Yao diligently took notes, aware that only through internal fortification could they avert similar incidents in the future. While probing into the family members, they discovered several individuals who had been in collusion with the antagonists. Lured by the promise of gain, these individuals betrayed the family. Without hesitation, Qin Yu and Su Yao dealt with them sternly, setting a precedent for others. The family's interests come above all. Any betrayal cannot be tolerated. Qin Yu's words resonated with authority. Following a comprehensive cleanup and restructuring, the atmosphere within the family was revitalized and their cohesion strengthened. Meanwhile, the antagonistic forces, having suffered a significant blow from this failure, retreated into the shadows, licking their wounds and plotting their next move. Standing atop the family's high-rise, Qin Yu and Su Yao surveyed their domain as the sunset cast a golden hue over them, elongating their shadows. Though we have succeeded this time, we must remain vigilant. The antagonists will not relent, Qin Yu stated. Su Yao nodded with determination. Indeed, we must prepare ourselves in advance for their next challenge. They understood that this was merely the beginning. A long road lay ahead, fraught with potential crises. However, they faced the future unafraid, for they had each other and the family's unwavering support. Together, they would confront every adversity that arose. The project was a success, and the crisis had temporarily abated. Yet both Qin Yu and Su Yao were acutely aware that the antagonists would not rest. They would inevitably return, and the next crisis could manifest in unpredictable ways. How should Qin Yu and Su Yao prepare in advance for what lay ahead? Chapter 26. Life in a Noble Family, Adorable Children's Antics. The sun gradually descended, its afterglow transforming the garden into a golden expanse. The children's party remained lively, their laughter resonating in the air. Qin Yu was engaged in playful antics with the little ones when, suddenly, Su Yao's expression grew grave, tightly clutching a mysterious anonymous letter she had just received, her eyes reflecting a flicker of concern. In the days following the project's success, the noble family seemed enveloped in an atmosphere of ease and joy. The tension and exhaustion of the preceding days appeared to dissipate in this moment. In the garden, vibrant blossoms competed for attention, their fragrances wafting through the air, while a gentle breeze stirred the petals, as if dancing to the joyous celebration. Sunlight spilled onto the verdant grass, resembling a golden velvet carpet. The little one, resembling a joyous angel, bounced around the garden, his cherubic face radiating uncontainable excitement and delight. Recently, he had sensed a shift in the family's atmosphere, as Qin Yu spent more time with him. Inspired, the little one decided to host a delightful party in this beautiful garden, eagerly inviting a few of his friends from the family, with Qin Yu being the guest he anticipated most. At the party, exquisite snacks and fruits adorned the tables. The charmingly shaped cakes exuded an enticing sweetness, making one's mouth water merely at the sight. The fruits were artfully arranged into various whimsical shapes, resembling pieces of art. Standing on a makeshift stage, the little one cleared his throat and proclaimed, "Dear friends, and my beloved brother Qin Yu, I would like to showcase the talents I have recently learned." With that, he began to dance and prance. Though his movements were clumsy, they brimmed with childlike charm and vitality, leaping like a little rabbit, then playfully scratching his head like a mischievous monkey. His antics elicited peals of laughter from the children gathered below, and Qin Yu couldn't help but smile, his eyes filled with affection for the little one. The children sat around the stage, relishing the delectable treats while cheering enthusiastically for the little performer. "You're amazing, little one. Do another dance, do another dance." The cheers of encouragement echoed around. In this joyous atmosphere, all seemed to forget the complexities and troubles inherent in the noble family. However, at that moment, Su Yao stood in a corner of the garden, her previously cheerful visage abruptly transforming into one of solemnity. The mysterious anonymous letter in her hand was akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake, shattering the beauty and serenity of the moment. Her brows knitted slightly, and a flicker of vigilance and doubt danced in her eyes. From whence did this letter originate? Why did it surface at this particular juncture? What revelations lay within its contents, and what ramifications would they bear upon them? Countless questions swirled within her mind. Instinctively, Su Yao glanced around, seeking any suspicious figures. In the garden, children continued to frolic and laugh, with Qinyu engaged in games with several little ones. Everything appeared ordinary, yet there lingered a sense of concealed intrigue. Taking a deep breath, she endeavored to steady herself, resolving to find a quiet place to scrutinize the letter's contents. She moved gently through the garden, her steps as soft as a whisper, fearful of attracting the attention of onlookers. As she passed the flowering bushes, the vibrant blossoms exuded a rich fragrance. Yet at that moment, Su Yao was devoid of the capacity to appreciate their beauty. Her thoughts were entirely consumed by the enigmatic letter she clutched. At last, she arrived at a secluded corner of the garden, where a quaint pavilion stood, encircled by lush greenery, enveloping it in tranquility. Su Yao slowly sat upon the stone bench within the pavilion, confirming that no one was around before cautiously unfolding the letter. The scrawl upon the paper appeared deliberately disguised, its uneven strokes suggesting intent. Her gaze swiftly traversed the contents of the letter, her expression darkening with gravity. The letter bore no explicit signature, yet it insinuated the presence of a hidden traitor among Qinyu and Su Yao's circle, one intricately linked to malevolent forces. Upon finishing the letter, a tumult of emotions surged within Su Yao. On one hand, she felt anger and concern over the lurking traitor, fearful of the potential harm they could inflict upon themselves and their family. On the other hand, she felt a sense of relief that this letter had arrived in time, granting them a moment of caution. She understood that this matter must be swiftly communicated to Qinyu, and they should devise a plan of action together. Clutching the letter tightly, Su Yao hastened towards Qinyu. Meanwhile, the children's party continued to thrive, their laughter resonating throughout the garden. The little one had commenced a new performance, singing a cheerful nursery rhyme in a sweet, innocent voice that seemed capable of dispelling all gloom from the world. Observing this joyful scene, Su Yao silently vowed that come what may, she would safeguard this beauty, ensuring that the hidden traitor and sinister forces could not disrupt this hard-won tranquility. She quickened her pace, her eyes brimming with determination. Upon reaching Qinyu, she gently tapped his shoulder, signaling him to step aside for a private conversation. Seeing Su Yao's serious demeanor, Qinyu felt a tightening in his chest, his intuition warning him that something significant had transpired. He excused himself from the children and followed Su Yao to another corner of the garden. "What is the matter? You look unwell," Qinyu inquired with concern. Su Yao handed him the letter, whispering, "I just received this. Take a look." Qinyu accepted the letter, quickly scanning its contents, his expression darkening in response. "I can't believe there's such a threat lurking among us," he said, his voice laced with anger and anxiety. A brief silence enveloped them as they contemplated their next course of action. "We must not alert the enemy. We should investigate our surroundings discreetly." Su Yao broke the silence, speaking with a calm resolve. Qinyu nodded in agreement. "Indeed, we can begin with those whose recent behavior has been suspicious and who are closely associated with the project." They swiftly formulated a preliminary investigation plan, aiming to uncover the hidden traitor without raising suspicion. Once their strategy was devised, Qinyu and Su Yao returned to the party scene, striving to mask their emotions and maintain a facade of nonchalance as they continued to engage with the children. The little one bounded over, joyfully taking Qinyu's hand and exclaiming, "Brother Qinyu, did you see my new performance? Wasn't it wonderful?" Qinyu forced a smile, ruffling the child's hair. "You were fantastic. The most impressive little actor I've ever seen." The festivities persisted with joy, children chasing and playing in the garden, their laughter intertwining with cheers. As the glow of the sunset faded, stars began to twinkle in the sky. The garden lights illuminated the entire area, creating a warm and romantic atmosphere. Yet, within Qinyu and Su Yao, a heavy weight pressed upon their hearts. They feigned merriment while remaining ever vigilant, observing the actions of everyone around them. The ominous tidings brought forth by the mysterious letter cast a pall over the merry gathering, like a shadow lurking in the darkness. They remained uncertain of the traitor's identity or when and where he might strike. However, they knew they must uncover the traitor swiftly to protect themselves, their family, and this precious piece from destruction. Amidst the seemingly tranquil routine of the affluent, an unseen crisis was quietly brewing. The joyous celebration continued. Yet the revelations contained within Su Yao's mysterious anonymous letter loomed ominously. Would it herald a new crisis or conceal a deeper truth? All of this remained shrouded in mist, awaiting the unraveling by Qin Yu and Su Yao. Chapter 27. The Mysterious Letter, Concealing Intrigue. Qin Yu and Su Yao observed the jubilant crowd of the party, their concerns unyielding. They were acutely aware that beneath the veneer of merriment, an unknown peril lay hidden. "We must act swiftly," Su Yao murmured. Qin Yu nodded, his gaze resolute. At that moment, the little one approached, tugging at their hands and inviting them to join the games. Gazing upon the child's innocent smile, their resolve to unearth the traitor and protect this newfound joy deepened. Su Yao gently patted the child's head, speaking tenderly, "Sweetheart, your brother and sister have some matters to attend to. You continue playing with your friends, all right?" The child nodded understandingly and skipped back to their companions. Gripping the mysterious letter tightly, Su Yao and Qin Yu hastened towards a room. Upon entering, Su Yao swiftly turned on the light, the soft glow instantly flooding the space. The room was warmly decorated, with pink curtains partially drawn and moonlight spilling in like liquid silver across the windowsill. Su Yao approached the desk, carefully placing the letter upon it, with Qin Yu leaning in closer. They meticulously re-examined the letter, and though it bore no explicit signature, the implications within it sent shivers down their spines. The letter hinted at a lurking traitor among them, colluding with malevolent forces, poised to strike at any moment. Su Yao's brow furrowed, her heart heavy with trepidation. This letter's arrival is suspicious. Still, it is better to err on the side of caution. The fact that such a threat exists among us is truly terrifying. Qin Yu's expression darkened as he nodded slightly. Indeed, our immediate priority must be to identify this traitor and prevent him from continuing his subterfuge. They fell into contemplative silence, beginning to untangle the web of relationships surrounding them. Qin Yu was the first to break the stillness. Based on the letter's contents, this traitor is likely closely tied to the project, especially since our recent focus has been directed there. The adversaries would surely target those associated with the project to wreak havoc. Su Yao concurred. Moreover, since the letter mentioned recent suspicious behavior, we can investigate this angle to narrow down our suspects. After a thorough discussion, they pinpointed several individuals whose connections to the project were significant and whose recent actions had raised red flags. Among them was a key member of the project team, who had recently been acting mysteriously and avoiding conversations when on the phone. Another was a mid-level manager within the family business, responsible for liaising with the project, whose demeanor had suddenly shifted to one of conspicuous reticence, as if he were deliberately concealing something. Qin Yu and Su Yao resolved to discreetly observe the actions of several individuals. The following day, Qin Yu arrived at the office early, feigning busyness while keenly monitoring the movements of a key member of the project team. Within the office, the sounds of keyboard clattering intermingled with the chatter of colleagues, and Qin Yu occasionally cast sidelong glances at his target. The individuals sat at their workstation, seemingly engrossed in the computer screen, yet their eyes betrayed a hint of anxiety. Their fingers unconsciously drummed on the desk, as if they were anxiously awaiting something. After a while, the individual abruptly stood up, hastily clutching a file as they made their way to the conference room. A spark of interest ignited within Qin Yu, prompting him to excuse himself under the pretense of retrieving a document and follow suit. The conference room door was firmly shut, and Qin Yu could only faintly discern indistinct conversations emanating from within. He cautiously approached, straining to make out the words. Just then, the sound of footsteps approached, and Qin Yu quickly straightened, adopting the demeanor of someone who had just arrived. It was another colleague from the company, who cast a curious glance at Qin Yu and inquired, "What are you doing here?" Qin Yu maintained his composure, replying, "Oh, I came to fetch a document. I heard sounds from the conference room and thought no one was inside." The colleague nodded and departed. Meanwhile, Su Yao had arrived at her family's business finance office. She expressed her desire to review the financial records pertaining to recent projects. Although the finance personnel appeared somewhat puzzled, they complied with her request and retrieved the relevant documents. Su Yao settled in front of the desk, meticulously scrutinizing each page of the financial statements, her gaze fixed on the flow of every single fund. Suddenly, she noticed a substantial sum being transferred to an unfamiliar account, the name of which was rather obscure, suggesting it was not a typical business partner. A sense of unease washed over Su Yao. She recognized this as a potentially significant lead. Maintaining her composure, she continued to examine other records while discreetly noting the details of this account. After leaving the finance office, Su Yao immediately reached out to a trusted friend in the financial sector, enlisting their assistance in investigating the background of this account. Simultaneously, Qin Yu continued to shadow the project team's pivotal member within the company. After exiting the conference room, the individual returned to their workstation to gather a few belongings before hastily exiting the company premises. Without hesitation, Qin Yu followed suit. Outside, the sunlight was blinding, the streets bustling with vehicles and pedestrians. Qin Yu took great care to maintain a safe distance, fearful of losing the individual. The suspect traversed several streets until arriving at a CAF. From a distance, Qin Yu observed them settle into a corner, and shortly thereafter, a figure wearing a hat and keeping a low profile approached and sat opposite. The two engaged in hushed conversation, occasionally glancing around with vigilance. Qin Yu found a concealed spot to sit, straining to overhear their discussion, but could only catch fragmented snippets. Soon after, Su Yao received a response from her friend. They informed her that preliminary investigations linked the account to a company associated with nefarious forces. Upon learning this news, Su Yao felt increasingly convinced that their suspicions were indeed accurate. She promptly called Qin Yu to relay this crucial discovery. After hearing her, Qin Yu shared the observations he had made at the CAF. The two realized that these clues seemed to point towards a high-ranking family member, as only someone in that position would possess the authority and opportunity to orchestrate such activities, along with sufficient resources to collude with the antagonists. Yet, despite the multitude of indications pointing towards this executive, they currently lacked concrete evidence. Qin Yu and Su Yao understood that hasty actions could alarm the traitor, potentially heightening the difficulty of their subsequent investigation. Returning home, they once again fell into contemplation. The room was eerily silent, the only sound being the rhythmic ticking of the wall clock, as if urging them to devise a plan swiftly. Qin Yu paced the room, pondering their strategy, while Su Yao sat on the sofa, her chin resting on her hands, her gaze intense. Suddenly, Su Yao lifted her head, a glimmer of inspiration in her eyes. We can approach this from a different angle, gathering more evidence. For instance, we can investigate those who maintain close ties with this executive. Perhaps we might uncover more leads. Qin Yu halted his pacing, nodding in agreement. That's a brilliant idea. We can also observe their decisions within the company and the family for any irregularities. The pair resolved to embark on their new investigative plan starting the next day. As night deepened, the moonlight outside grew ever more luminous, casting a silvery veil upon the earth. Qin Yu and Su Yao lay in bed, yet sleep eluded them. They were acutely aware that the forthcoming investigation would be fraught with challenges, but for the sake of their family's peace and to safeguard those around them, they must exert every effort to gather evidence without raising suspicion in order to unearth the traitor lurking in the shadows. Chapter 28. Delving deeper, the fog thickens. After a night of contemplation, Qin Yu and Su Yao were seated on the living room sofa as dawn broke. The gentle sunlight bathed them, yet could not dispel the gloom in their hearts. Qin Yu gazed at the notebook in his hand, filled with recorded clues, and resolutely declared, "Today we shall proceed with our plan. We must unearth more evidence." Su Yao nodded, her eyes brimming with determination. They rose, tidied their attire, and with a mix of tension and anticipation, stepped out of their home to confront the unknown challenges of their investigation. Upon arriving at the company, the suspected individual entered the office as per usual. Qin Yu feigned busyness, discreetly observing the suspect's every move. The individual seemed unaware of any oddities, occasionally glancing at their watch as though awaiting something. At last, the suspect rose, hastily donning their coat and exiting the office. Qin Yu promptly set aside his work and stealthily followed. On the bustling streets, vehicles flowed incessantly, and pedestrians moved about. Qin Yu carefully maintained a safe distance from the suspect, ensuring he neither lost them nor drew attention to himself. The suspect crossed several streets and arrived at a park. In the park, lush trees provided shade, and the air was fragrant with blossoms as morning exercisers engaged in various activities. The suspect paused beneath a large tree, seemingly waiting for someone. Before long, a figure emerged, initiating a conversation with the suspect. Qin Yu quickly concealed himself behind a nearby bush, straining to overhear their discussion. However, the two deliberately lowered their voices, and he could only catch vague snippets of their exchange. Growing increasingly anxious, Qin Yu attempted to reposition himself for a clearer view. As he shifted, he inadvertently stepped on a twig, the sharp crack echoing through the tranquil park. The suspect and the mysterious figure turned alertly towards him, and Qin Yu inwardly cursed his misstep, hastily turning to feign nonchalance as he departed. He could feel the weight of their watchful gazes upon him, his heart racing uncontrollably. Once he had distanced himself, Qin Yu found a secluded corner in the park to observe discreetly. He watched as the mysterious figure hurriedly departed. With the suspect leaving the park, their demeanor tinged with caution, Qin Yu felt a wave of frustration. He had nearly exposed himself and failed to glimpse the mysterious figure's face. Yet, he understood that the frequent interactions between the suspect and this enigmatic individual undoubtedly concealed some dark secret. On the other side, Su Yao had arrived at the family finance office. The room was suffused with the musty scent of old paper, with towering file cabinets lining the walls, housing years of financial records belonging to the family. Su Yao articulated her intent to the finance supervisor, who, though somewhat perplexed, complied with her request and retrieved the recent financial statements. Seated at the desk, Su Yao immersed herself in the reports, her gaze meticulously scanning each line of figures, leaving no detail unexamined. Suddenly, she detected an anomaly in the flow of a substantial sum. This money had been transferred to an unknown account, its name cryptic and seemingly unrelated to the family's legitimate business dealings. A sense of urgency gripped Su Yao. Her instincts told her this was the critical lead she had been seeking. She commenced a thorough investigation into the source and destination of this fund. By delving deeper into additional financial records and engaging in detailed inquiries with the finance personnel, Su Yao gradually began to untangle the threads of this mystery. Initially, the funds were transferred under the guise of a seemingly innocuous project, yet the actual circumstances surrounding this endeavor starkly contradicted the financial records. Upon further investigation, Su Yao was astounded to discover that this enigmatic account was intricately linked to a company under the control of malevolent forces. Recognizing the significance of this revelation, she promptly contacted Qin Yu to relay the news. On the other end of the line, Qin Yu detailed his surveillance of the suspect. Both realized that, although the identity of the hidden traitor remained ambiguous, their investigation had made tangible progress. However, the identity of the traitor still loomed like a shroud of mist around them. What was the connection between the mysterious individual and the traitor? What sinister plot lay concealed behind the substantial funds? These questions swirled incessantly in the minds of Qin Yu and Su Yao. They understood that the forthcoming investigation would be increasingly arduous. Yet for the sake of their family's future and to unearth the enemy lurking in the shadows, they could not falter. Qin Yu and Su Yao resolved to meticulously reorganize the clues they had gathered and devise a new investigative strategy. They were acutely aware that every detail could potentially be the key to unraveling the mystery, and each action must be executed with utmost caution to avoid arousing suspicion. The setting sun cast its golden glow upon them, elongating their shadows, as if narrating the arduous and protracted nature of their inquiry. Chapter 29. Unexpected Breakthrough. Initial Clues Emerge. Seated in the living room, Qin Yu and Su Yao were surrounded by a plethora of clues and documents laid out on the table. Furrowing his brow, Qin Yu gently traced the papers with his fingers, remarking, "While we have made some progress with the leads we possess, it is still woefully inadequate. Tomorrow, I plan to investigate the identity of the mysterious figure, while you delve deeper into the clues related to the antagonistic company." Su Yao nodded, her gaze resolute. Indeed, we must exercise utmost caution to avoid any further missteps. They exchanged knowing glances, both acutely aware that the upcoming investigation would be fraught with challenges. Yet they were determined not to retreat. On the following morning, sunlight filtered through the gaps in the curtains, illuminating Chinyu's steadfast features. He arrived early at the location frequented by the suspect, awaiting silently. As time ticked away, the streets gradually filled with pedestrians. The cacophony of honking horns and conversations enveloping him, sharpening his focus. At long last, the suspect made an appearance, clad in a dark suit and exuding an uncharacteristic urgency in his stride. Chinyu trailed closely behind the suspect, maintaining an optimal distance. The suspect traversed several streets, arriving at a seemingly ordinary commercial building. Puzzled by the lack of distinction in the location, Chinyu cautiously followed him inside, striving to remain inconspicuous amidst the bustling crowd. The suspect entered a conference room, and Chinyu concealed himself in a discreet spot outside the door, peering through the crack to observe the unfolding scene. Inside the conference room, several individuals engaged in hushed conversation, the atmosphere palpably tense. Chinyu strained to catch snippets of their dialogue, but could only discern vague phrases. Suddenly, as the suspect rose to retrieve a document, an object slipped from his possession, unnoticed. Following the conclusion of the meeting, the attendees departed one by one. Seizing the opportunity, Chinyu swiftly entered the conference room and picked up the fallen item, a badge bearing a distinctive emblem. The intricate design resembled that of a family or organization, outlined in golden lines forming a shield-like shape, with a blue gem at its center emanating a mysterious glow. A surge of excitement coursed through Chinyu. This could very well be a pivotal clue. Meanwhile, Su Yao was engrossed in scrutinizing account information on her computer in the family's financial office. After hours of sifting through data, her eyes felt weary, but she refused to relent. Suddenly, she stumbled upon a new lead while delving deeper into the obscure account associated with the antagonistic company, uncovering information linked to the badge. Chinyu, badge in hand, hurried back to reunite with Su Yao. They convened in the study, meticulously examining the emblem's markings. Su Yao displayed the information regarding the badge on her computer, revealing its connection to a particular nefarious organization. This clandestine group had been operating in the shadows, seeking to infiltrate affluent families through various means to reap benefits. They commenced a thorough review of family records, hoping to uncover additional insights into this malevolent organization. The study was infused with the scent of aged paper. The bookshelves lined with hefty tomes. Chinyu and Su Yao perused each volume, their fingers gliding swiftly over the pages, eyes eagerly searching for pertinent information. After considerable effort, they finally unearthed a reference to this organization within an ancient family record. The documentation indicated that the organization intended to plant spies within affluent families, gradually gaining control over crucial business operations to ultimately dominate the entire clan. The substantial flow of funds they had discovered was likely a component of this insidious scheme. Additionally, through analyzing the suspect's recent behavior and contacts, they narrowed down the potential identity of the hidden traitor to a few senior executives within the family. Despite identifying the organization associated with the badge and its infiltration plan, the true identity of the traitor remained elusive. Chinyu and Su Yao recognized that should this organization's plan succeed, it would spell disaster for their family. They needed to swiftly identify the hidden traitor to thwart the continuation of this conspiracy. However, pinpointing the actual traitor among the senior executives proved to be a daunting task, as each possessed a complex web of backgrounds and relationships. A single misstep could alert the enemy. Chinyu gazed at Su Yao with unwavering determination, proclaiming, "No matter how formidable the challenge, we must persist in our investigation." Su Yao nodded in agreement. Indeed, we cannot allow their scheme to succeed. Their eyes reflected a shared resolve, fully aware that the challenges ahead would be even more daunting, yet they were prepared to face them head-on. Chapter 30. Target locked. Preparing to close in. As night deepened, Chinyu and Su Yao pondered the information regarding the senior executives laid out before them on paper. Chinyu broke the silence. Given the current situation, all these individuals are suspicious, We must proceed with caution. Su Yao concurred. Absolutely. Tomorrow, we shall act according to plan, hoping for a breakthrough. They organized their materials, preparing to rest and recharge for the forthcoming investigation. Yet both understood that the path ahead was fraught with uncertainty and challenges. On the following morning, sunlight streamed through the delicate curtains, gently illuminating Qin Yu's face as he slowly opened his eyes, his expression resolute and focused. The reflections from the previous night's deliberations had carved a preliminary direction in his mind. After a brief morning routine, he sat at the dining table, consuming breakfast while mentally revisiting the clues he had gathered. At that moment, Su Yao approached, her gaze equally sharp, holding a newly compiled dossier. I believe we can begin by examining the flow of funds and the individuals who have had frequent external contacts recently, Su Yao proposed, placing the documents on the table. Qin Yu nodded in agreement. Yes, that aligns with my thoughts. I reached out to some contacts yesterday to see if I could unearth more information regarding these senior executives. The two swiftly finished their breakfast and set off on their respective missions. Qin Yu arrived at the company and sought out an old friend working in the intelligence department. The office was cluttered with paperwork, a faint scent of ink lingering in the air. Seated on the sofa, Qin Yu engaged in a hushed conversation with his friend. Have there been any unusual activities from his senior executives recently, particularly regarding Li Hua? Qin Yu inquired. His friend frowned, pondering for a moment before responding. Li Hua has been in frequent contact with unfamiliar business figures, and each meeting appears shrouded in secrecy, seemingly avoiding the gaze of others. A flicker of realization sparked within Qin Yu's heart. This might indeed be the pivotal clue. Meanwhile, Su Yao was engrossed in the family's financial room, scrutinizing the dense array of numbers on her computer screen. The atmosphere was so hushed that only the sound of her keyboard echoed in the silence. Her gaze was fixed intently on the display, leaving no detail overlooked. After several hours of diligent investigation, she finally unearthed some anomalies. Projects overseen by Li Hua exhibited irregular financial flows, with substantial sums directed towards seemingly inconsequential small companies. Upon further examination, these companies were found to have intricate ties to the nefarious organization previously uncovered. As evening descended, Qin Yu and Su Yao reconvened. They settled in a pavilion within the family garden, surrounded by serene silence, only occasionally interrupted by the chirping of insects. Qin Yu conveyed the intelligence he had gathered from an old acquaintance, while Su Yao shared her findings regarding the financial discrepancies. A glance exchanged between them confirmed their unspoken conclusion. The hidden traitor was indeed Li Hua. It seems we have our answer, Qin Yu stated, his tone imbued with conviction. Su Yao nodded in agreement, affirming that, based on the current evidence, his suspicion loomed largest. Though they had identified their target, they understood that bringing Li Hua to justice would necessitate more concrete evidence. Thus, Qin Yu and Su Yao began to formulate a meticulous plan for their operation. They spread a map across the desk, marking potential locations where Li Hua might appear, along with the surrounding environment. We can act when he reconnects with the villainous faction. Qin Yu indicated a spot on the map. This abandoned factory is where they previously met. I suspect they will opt for this location again. Su Yao concurred, stating, we need to deploy reliable personnel to lie in wait around the factory. The moment they initiate contact, we must spring into action to capture them red-handed. They meticulously organized every detail, from the deployment of personnel to the timing of their operation. They reached out to several loyal and trustworthy members of the family, briefing them on the situation and assigning tasks. Each individual pledged their unwavering support for Qin Yu and Su Yao. In the days that followed, Qin Yu and Su Yao monitored Li Hua's every move with unwavering vigilance. Remarkably, he appeared oblivious to their scrutiny, continuing with his usual routine, though moments of anxiety occasionally flickered across his demeanor. They recognized this as the calm before the storm and understood the importance of seizing the opportunity to capture Li Hua and dismantle the villainous organization behind him. At long last, the moment arrived. Through information relayed by an informant, Qin Yu and Su Yao learned that Li Hua would return to the abandoned factory tonight to rendezvous with the antagonistic faction. Without delay, they mobilized their reliable family members and stealthily approached the vicinity of the factory. The night enveloped the factory in an eerie stillness. with the dilapidated buildings casting ominous shadows beneath the moonlight. Weeds thrived in abundance, and the occasional hoot of an owl sent chills down their spines. Hiding in a nearby corner, Qin Yu and Su Yao focused intently on the factory's entrance, their palms slightly perspiring, yet their resolve unwavering. Family members took their positions in strategic locations, awaiting the command to act. Time stretched agonizingly, each second laden with tension. Finally, a black sedan glided to a halt before the factory. The door swung open, and Li Hua emerged, glancing around cautiously before stepping inside. Qin Yu exchanged a glance with Su Yao, signaling readiness to proceed. Now, he whispered. An electric tension surged through the air as everyone held their breath, anticipating the decisive moment. However, at that instant, Li Hua seemed to sense something amiss. He halted within the factory, a wary expression crossing his face. Qin Yu's heart raced. Had Li Hua discovered their plan? With the operation on the verge of execution, did he sense the encroaching danger? Should they fail and Li Hua escape, it would spell greater peril for the family. Would Qin Yu and Su Yao succeed in their mission to bring the traitor to justice? Chapter 31. The operation to capture the traitor unfolded with palpable suspense. Qin Yu's gaze remained fixed on Li Hua within the factory, his heartbeat quickening involuntarily. He signaled to Su Yao, indicating readiness for action. At that moment, Li Hua cautiously made his way toward a side door, his steps slow yet tinged with anxiety. Prepare yourselves. The moment he exits, we encircle him, Qin Yu instructed the family members nearby. Everyone held their breath, poised for the pivotal instant, as a fierce confrontation loomed. As soon as Li Hua stepped through the side door, Qin Yu commanded now. In an instant, family members surged forth, encircling Li Hua and several suspected members of the antagonistic faction. The night air felt as if it had solidified, tension saturating every corner. Li Hua's expression shifted dramatically, fear momentarily flashing in his eyes before it was replaced by a fierce defiance. What do you want? He shouted, feigning calmness, his voice trembling in the stillness of the night. Su Yao scoffed derisively. Li Hua, your collusion with the villains has been exposed. Today marks your downfall. Just then, a tall, burly member of the opposing faction sprang from behind Li Hua, brandishing a knife and charging at Qin Yu. The blade glinted ominously in the moonlight, akin to a venomous serpent. Qin Yu's instincts kicked in. He swiftly sidestepped the attack and retaliated with a powerful kick to the assailant's wrist. The knife clattered to the ground, bouncing several times before coming to rest. Seizing the moment of distraction, Li Hua turned and fled. Without hesitation, Qin Yu and Su Yao exchanged a knowing glance and pursued him. Meanwhile, the remaining family members quickly subdued the other antagonistic faction members. The chase ensued through the dilapidated corridors of the abandoned factory, where refuse was piled high, emanating a foul stench. Li Hua sprinted ahead, well acquainted with the terrain as he maneuvered through the twists and turns in a bid to escape Qin Yu and Su Yao. Li Hua, you cannot evade us, Qin Yu shouted as he chased after him. Suddenly, Li Hua came to a halt, standing amidst a pile of tattered cardboard boxes, an eerie grin spreading across his face. Qin Yu and Su Yao approached cautiously, just as Li Hua produced a lighter from his pocket and ignited the nearby boxes. Flames erupted violently, casting a crimson glow that engulfed the surroundings in heat. The evidence is within these boxes. If you pursue me further, I will incinerate them all, Li Hua screamed, his eyes filled with desperation. Panic surged within Qin Yu. Should these pieces of evidence be destroyed, all their efforts would be in vain. He exchanged a glance with Su Yao, and the two silently understood each other's intent, initiating a flanking maneuver against Li Hua. As Li Hua waved the lighter threateningly, he retreated, shouting, "Stay back. I will set fire to it all." The flames intensified, and acrid smoke enveloped the air, stinging their eyes. Seizing the opportunity when Li Hua's focus wavered, Qin Yu lunged forward, grasping Li Hua's hand that clutched the lighter. A fierce struggle ensued as Li Hua fought back, and soon Su Yao joined in, the three of them wrestling amidst the inferno. In the heat of the fray, Li Hua managed to break free, hurling the lighter towards the pile of boxes. At that critical moment, Su Yao leaped toward the lighter, intervening just before it ignited more boxes, knocking it to the ground and extinguishing the flame with her foot. With the chance presented, Qin Yu subdued Li Hua, binding him tightly with rope. Li Hua collapsed to the ground, his eyes filled with despair. Meanwhile, the flames began to subside, thanks to the efforts of the arriving family members. Qin Yu rummaged through the charred boxes, retrieving several documents. Although some were burned, crucial information remained intact, serving as evidence of Li Hua's collusion with the antagonistic faction. With the evidence in hand, both Qin Yu and Su Yao exhaled a sigh of relief. However, as they escorted Li Hua and other members of the nefarious faction away, a flicker of concern surged within Qin Yu. Though this operation had successfully captured Li Hua, it was evident that the villainous forces would not simply acquiesce. They were likely to alter their strategy and unleash a frenzied retaliation. Su Yao seemed to sense Qin Yu's unease as their eyes met, each discovering a shared resolve reflected in the other. The night breeze whispered gently, carrying a hint of chill. Qin Yu and Su Yao led their family members, guiding Li Hua and his accomplices slowly out of the abandoned factory. The moonlight cascaded upon them, casting elongated shadows, while ahead lay unknown challenges and a looming specter of greater peril. Chapter 32. The Traitor's Interrogation, the Truth Unveiled. Qin Yu and Su Yao brought Li Hua back to their family estate, proceeding directly to the interrogation room. Li Hua kept his head bowed, lost in contemplation. Upon entering the room, the lights flickered to life, and Li Hua was compelled to sit in a chair. Qin Yu's gaze bore into him, his voice icy as he declared, "Li Hua, at this juncture, do you still refuse to reveal the truth?" Li Hua lifted his head, a flicker of struggle passing through his eyes, yet his lips remained sealed. A contest of wills was about to commence. Inside the interrogation room, the air felt as though it had solidified, stifling and oppressive. The dim light cast a flickering glow on the walls, emitting a crackling sound that heightened the eerie atmosphere. Qin Yu pulled up a chair, positioning himself opposite Li Hua, his eyes fixed on him as if capable of piercing through his innermost thoughts. Su Yao stood beside him, arms crossed, her expression radiating cold disdain. "Li Hua, do you believe that your silence will shield you from our grasp?" Qin Yu's voice resonated powerfully in the stillness of the room. Li Hua trembled slightly, but feigned calmness, turning his head away to avoid Qin Yu's gaze. "I know nothing. You've apprehended the wrong person," he replied, his voice dry, as he attempted a final stand against interrogation. Qin Yu let out a derisive laugh, seizing a stack of documents from the table and slamming them down before Li Hua. "What are these? Evidence of your collusion with the villains. We possess it all. How long do you think you can continue to deny it?" The documents fanned out, revealing photographs that vividly captured Li Hua in the company of the adversaries. His complexion drained of color, and his lips quivered, yet he clenched his jaw, refusing to speak. Su Yao stepped forward, squatting down to meet Li Hua's eyes, her voice low and persuasive. "Li Hua, if you confess now, you may yet secure leniency. Otherwise, should our family pursue this matter further, you will find yourself in irretrievable despair." A flicker of hesitation crossed Li Hua's eyes, his mind waging a fierce internal battle. On one hand, he feared the wrath of the villainous faction. On the other, he recognized the perilous nature of his circumstances. After a prolonged silence, Li Hua finally spoke, albeit slowly. I was coerced by them. They threatened that if I did not cooperate, my family would suffer." Qin Yu frowned, challenging, "Threatened? Do you believe we will accept such excuses? You know precisely how much you gained from your collusion with them." Li Hua lowered his head, unable to meet Qin Yu's or Su Yao's gaze, his voice barely above a whisper. I admit, I accepted their money, but I was truly left with no choice." "Speak. What is their next move?" Qin Yu interrupted impatiently. Li Hua inhaled deeply, confessing. "They intend to exploit my position within the family to alter a crucial business contract. This contract pertains to our family's collaboration with a significant client. If altered successfully, it could lead to catastrophic financial repercussions for us." Qin Yu and Su Yao exchanged glances, concern flashing in their eyes. "When will they act?" Su Yao pressed urgently. 3 days from now, the contract will undergo final review and signing in the family conference room. They plan to have me infiltrate the room beforehand to replace the original contract," Li Hua divulged earnestly. "Why choose you? While your position allows access to the contract, you are not the only option," Qin Yu inquired, puzzled. Li Hua hesitated before responding, because I previously worked in the family's finance department, and I'm familiar with the contract processes and review standards. Additionally, my relationships within the family are quite intricate. They believe I can be more easily manipulated. Chinyu nodded thoughtfully, contemplating countermeasures. Do they have any other plans? You would do well to divulge everything. Otherwise, you know the consequences, Su Yao threatened. Li Hua hastily replied, I've told you all I know. Truly, I can no longer keep secrets. Chinyu rose and began pacing the room, acutely aware of the urgency to devise a strategy to thwart the villain's scheme. Su Yao observed him, inquiring, what are your thoughts? Chinyu halted, stating, we must first ensure the security of the contract and bolster security measures around the conference room. Simultaneously, alert the legal team to conduct a comprehensive review of the contract for any vulnerabilities. Su Yao nodded in agreement. I will make the arrangements at once. With that, she exited the interrogation room. Chinyu fixed his icy gaze on Li Hua, warning, you had better hope we successfully thwart their plans. Otherwise, you will pay dearly for your actions. Li Hua slumped in his chair, his eyes vacant, as though all strength had ebbed away. Su Yao rapidly convened the family's legal team and security forces, informing them of the situation. The legal team promptly commenced a thorough examination of the contract, meticulously scrutinizing each clause and detail to leave no potential issues unchecked. Meanwhile, security forces established multiple layers of defense around the conference room, increasing the frequency and intensity of their patrols. Chinyu and Su Yao took charge, closely monitoring the developments. They understood that this crisis was of utmost seriousness. Failure to promptly intercept the villain's plot could lead to disastrous consequences for the family. As seconds ticked by, each moment stretched interminably. Anxiety and concern filled Chinyu and Su Yao, yet they recognized the necessity of maintaining composure to devise effective countermeasures. During the legal team's review of the contract, they uncovered several suspicious elements. Certain clauses appeared vaguely articulated, with discrepancies when compared to prior negotiations. Upon receiving this news, Chinyu and Su Yao rushed to the legal team's office. Are there issues with these clauses? Chinyu asked anxiously. The head of the legal team adjusted his glasses, responding, on the surface, these clauses do not seem problematic. However, when cross-referenced with our previous negotiation records and industry standards, it is likely that these clauses have been deliberately altered. Signing the contract as it stands would place the family at a significant disadvantage in future collaborations. Chinyu furrowed his brow, stating, it appears they have tampered with the contract in advance. We must swiftly identify who modified it and restore it to its original form. The head of the legal team nodded in agreement. We are investigating diligently. However, pinpointing the individual responsible for the alterations will take time. Su Yao glanced at the clock, exclaiming, we are running out of time. Only 2 days remain until the contract review and signing. We must accelerate our efforts. Just then, the security team reported suspicious signs near the conference room, suggesting that someone had attempted to approach but was thwarted by vigilant security personnel. Chinyu and Su Yao immediately proceeded to the conference room to assess the situation. Beneath the windows, they discovered footprints and peculiar tools that appeared intended for lockpicking and disabling surveillance devices. Chinyu's expression turned grave as he remarked, it seems the villains have indeed commenced their operations. They are likely to make another attempt to infiltrate the conference room in the near future, aiming to complete the alteration of the contract. Su Yao nodded and said, we must bolster our defenses. We cannot allow them to succeed. Thus, Chinyu and Su Yao further adjusted the security measures. They installed additional surveillance equipment and designated personnel to monitor the screens around the clock. At the same time, they implemented stricter identity verification and registration for those entering the conference room. As time passed, and the day of the contract review and signing drew nearer, the pressure on Chinyu and Su Yao intensified. They were uncertain about the tactics the antagonists might employ and whether their preventive measures were sufficient. Yet, they were resolute in their determination to safeguard their family's interests and thwart the villain schemes, regardless of the costs involved. Amidst this tense atmosphere, everyone was striving to prepare for the impending crisis. The legal team was racing against time to scrutinize the contract, seeking out more issues to resolve. The security team remained ever vigilant, unwilling to let their guard down for even a moment. Qinyu and Su Yao were particularly overwhelmed. They not only had to coordinate the efforts of various parties, but also keep a close watch on the movements of the antagonists. However, despite their meticulous precautions, the opposing force would undoubtedly not yield easily, potentially resorting to more covert and perilous methods. Whether Qinyu and Su Yao could discern and counter these threats, thereby protecting the family's business contract, remained an uncertainty. Chapter 33. Urgent Precautions, Racing Against Time. Qinyu and Su Yao stood before the conference room, observing the bustling legal team and the vigilant security personnel, their concerns unabated. Tomorrow marked the day for the contract review and signing, and every detail was of paramount importance. Su Yao whispered, "I hope our efforts can thwart them." Qinyu nodded slightly, his gaze resolute. "We cannot afford to lose, no matter the circumstances." Yet, unbeknownst to them, a greater crisis loomed ominously on the horizon. The immediate priority was for the legal team to expedite the comprehensive review of the contract. Breaking the silence, Qinyu's eyes reflected an undeniable determination. Su Yao swiftly responded, "I will communicate with them about the progress." With that, she hurried toward the area occupied by the legal team. Inside the legal team's office, documents were piled high, and a palpable tension filled the air. Lawyer Wang, the head of the legal team, was furrowing his brow, meticulously comparing each clause of the contract. As Su Yao entered, she gently inquired, "Lawyer Wang, how are things progressing?" Wang raised his head, adjusting his glasses, his expression grave. Certain clauses in the contract indeed raised suspicions. "We are doing our utmost to verify them and aim to resolve all issues swiftly. However, time is of the essence and the task is daunting." Su Yao patted Lawyer Wang's shoulder, saying, "Thank you for your hard work. We must complete this before tomorrow's review. The family's interests depend on you." Meanwhile, Qinyu arrived at the location where the contract was stored. The security captain was directing his team in fortifying the perimeter. "How is the situation?" Qinyu inquired. The security captain immediately stood at attention, reporting, "Sir, multiple layers of defense are being reinforced, and patrol personnel are deployed around the area, ensuring 24-hour surveillance without blind spots." "But what is it?" Qinyu pressed further. After a moment's hesitation, the security captain replied, "Our patrol team has discovered some suspicious footprints nearby, suggesting someone may be lurking in the shadows. We are concerned that the antagonists may act prematurely." Qinyu's expression darkened. "Heighten our vigilance. We must not give them any opportunity." Returning to the command center, Qinyu and Su Yao reconvened. The situation on the legal side is not optimistic. There are numerous uncertainties in the contract, and rectifying them will require time. Su Yao expressed anxiously. Qinyu pondered for a moment. The security team has also detected anomalies. It seems the antagonists can no longer contain themselves. We need to readjust our strategy. The two swiftly summoned the heads of the legal and security teams for an emergency meeting in the command center. Currently, the progress of the contract review is sluggish. "We need more professionals to assist," Lawyer Wang began. Qinyu nodded. "I will contact other reliable legal personnel for support. Everyone must expedite their efforts." The security captain added, "We have observed suspicious signs in the vicinity. I recommend increasing patrol frequency and installing concealed alarm devices around the perimeter." Su Yao concurred. "That is a sound plan. Should anyone attempt to breach the defenses, we will be alerted immediately." Following the meeting, all parties sprang into action. New legal personnel arrived one after another to join the review process, while security personnel busily set up alarm systems around the contract storage site. Qinyu and Su Yao moved through various work areas, closely monitoring the progress of each segment. Time slipped away in the charged atmosphere as night gradually fell. The contract storage site was illuminated as brightly as day, and the silhouettes of security personnel appeared particularly resolute under the lights. In the command center, Qinyu and Su Yao fixated on the surveillance screens, refusing to relax their vigilance. Suddenly, a blurred figure appeared on the monitor, stealthily approaching the perimeter. The security captain immediately commanded through the intercom, "All units, attention. A suspicious individual is approaching. Maintain alertness." The patrol team swiftly advanced toward the suspicious figure. But by the time they arrived, the individual had vanished without a trace. "How peculiar. Where did that person go?" The security captain mused. Qinyu furrowed his brow. It appears they are quite familiar with this environment and are acting with great caution. Everyone must remain vigilant and continue to bolster our defenses. Su Yao gazed at the surveillance footage, a sense of unease creeping into her heart. Their actions are so covert. Could this merely be a probe? Is the real operation yet to come? Qin Yu inhaled deeply. Regardless of their schemes, we must be fully prepared. As the day of the contract review and signing approached, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. The legal team was racing against time to scrutinize the contract, beads of sweat dotting their foreheads. The security forces were on high alert, maintaining a state of readiness. Although Qin Yu and Su Yao were utterly exhausted, the resolve in their eyes remained unwavering. Finally, through their collective efforts, the contract review was nearing completion. Lawyer Wang excitedly approached with the news. The doubts in the contract have mostly been clarified, and the majority of issues have been resolved. The remaining ones can also be addressed before tomorrow's review. Qin Yu and Su Yao exchanged relieved smiles, a significant burden lifted from their hearts. However, they knew this was only a temporary victory. The antagonists would undoubtedly not relent. The security captain also conveyed good news. The defenses are fully established. The alarm systems are operational, and patrols in the vicinity are proceeding smoothly. Qin Yu nodded. Excellent, but we cannot let our guard down. We must continue to observe closely. With only a few hours remaining until the contract review and signing, Qin Yu and Su Yao stood before the contract storage site, gazing at the tight security measures, silently praying for a smooth outcome. Although the precautions were now in place, the antagonistic forces would undoubtedly not give up easily. They might resort to even more covert and dangerous tactics. Could Qin Yu and Su Yao see through and counter these threats, thereby safeguarding their family as business contract? Chapter 34. Antagonist Surprise Attack. Intense Confrontation. As the first light of dawn gradually illuminated the sky, the time for the contract review and signing drew ever closer. Qin Yu and Su Yao watched as security personnel cautiously loaded the contract onto a vehicle, preparing to transport it to the review meeting. The vehicle slowly began to move, with security personnel vigilantly surrounding it. Yet, none could predict the dangers that awaited them ahead. Qin Yu clenched his fists, silently vowing to ensure the contract's safe delivery at all costs. Just when Qin Yu and Su Yao believed everything was in order, calamity struck. As the convoy navigated a bend, suddenly, several black SUVs emerged like phantoms from both sides, slamming directly in front of the convoy with a thunderous roar, kicking up a cloud of dust and filling the air with the acrid stench of exhaust. Immediately, a group of black-clad assassins leaped from the vehicles, wielding firearms, their eyes icy as they lunged toward the security personnel like ravenous wolves. The security forces responded swiftly, and at the captain's command, they declared, "Protect the contract, counterattack." In an instant, gunfire erupted, the sounds of metal clashing and bullets whistling intertwined, reverberating painfully in the ears. The security personnel, armed with their rigorous training and indomitable spirit, engaged in fierce combat with the assassins. One security officer was unfortunate enough to be shot in the leg. Gritting his teeth and enduring the pain, he continued to fire, blood seeping onto the ground, the air thick with the metallic scent of blood. At that moment, Qin Yu and Su Yao were closely monitoring the situation from the command center. The intense battle scene on the surveillance screen darkened the expression of Protagonist 1, who swiftly grabbed the intercom and, with calm authority, instructed all teams, maintain the defensive line, do not panic, and retaliate according to the predetermined plan. Meanwhile, Su Yao intently focused on the map, rapidly analyzing the battlefield dynamics and dispatching nearby reserves for support, determined to ensure the safety of the contract transport vehicles. As she spoke, her fingers moved swiftly across the map, marking out the routes for reinforcement. The legal team, too, felt the weight of urgency. Team leader Lawyer Wang understood the contract's significance and hurriedly organized personnel to relocate it. They carefully placed the contract into a specially designed safe and hastily made their way along an alternative route. The echo of their hurried footsteps filled the corridor, each face etched with tension. However, the assassins launched an exceptionally fierce offensive, and the security forces began to falter. One assassin seized an opportunity, breaching the security line and charging towards the contract transport vehicle. In a moment of desperation, a security officer leapt forward, tackling the assassin to the ground, the two rolling over each other. Enraged, the assassin struck the officer's head with the butt of his gun, blood instantly streaming from the officer's forehead. Yet he clung tenaciously to the assassin, muffled shouts escaping his lips. "You shall not touch the contract." Witnessing this, Qin Yu's heart raced with urgency as he shouted into the intercom, "Quick, assist that officer. We cannot afford to let the contract fall into jeopardy." Simultaneously, Su Yao rapidly contacted other security teams, altering their routes to flank the attackers and disrupt their offensive rhythm. Under the guidance of Qin Yu and Su Yao, the security forces regained their composure and began organizing an effective counterattack. The reserves arrived just in time, joining the fray from the side, and the assassins found themselves besieged. Yet, the assassins showed no signs of retreat. They intensified their assault, bullets raining down like a torrential storm. Meanwhile, the legal team also faced considerable challenges in relocating the contract. As they approached a corner, a sudden rush of footsteps echoed ominously. Lawyer Wang's heart sank, and he whispered, "This is bad. There might be enemies." The team immediately halted, scanning their surroundings with heightened anxiety. Sure enough, several dark figures emerged from the shadows, lunging towards them. Though the members of the legal team lacked professional combat training, they steeled themselves to protect the contract. A young legal officer brandished a stick defensively in front of the safe, shouting, "You shall not pass." The two sides faced off, the tension palpable. Just then, reinforcements from the security team arrived, and after a few gunshots, the dark figures fell to the ground. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, Lawyer Wang urged, "Let's go. We can't afford to linger here." The group hurriedly lifted the safe and pressed on. Back on the main battlefield, the combat raged on fiercely. Although the security forces fought valiantly, the sheer number of assassins, who were well-trained, began to tilt the situation unfavorably. A figure resembling a security captain dashed up to Qin Yu, anxiety evident in his voice. "The enemy's assault is too fierce. We can hardly hold on. What should we do?" Gritting his teeth, Qin Yu's eyes flashed with determination. "At all costs, we must protect the contract." Su Yao, remaining calm, pondered a strategy, and suddenly her eyes lit up. "We can utilize the nearby terrain to set traps and disperse their forces." Nodding in agreement, Qin Yu relayed the new instructions via the intercom. Upon receiving the orders, the security personnel sprang into action, utilizing roadside obstacles to set up makeshift traps. As the assassins pursued them, they fell into the traps, cries of agony echoing through the chaos. Seizing the opportunity, the security forces launched a counteroffensive, and the tide of battle began to turn. However, just as everyone believed the crisis was nearing resolution, another wave of assassins encircled them from behind. The villains had anticipated this, deliberately scattering the security forces before launching their ambush. Watching the surveillance footage, Qin Yu silently cursed their miscalculation. "This is bad. We've walked into a trap." Su Yao, realizing the gravity of the situation, clenched her fists and declared, "Now we can only fight to the bitter end." The security forces found themselves entrenched in fierce combat once more, the route for relocating the contract severed by the assassins. The legal team was cornered in a room, surrounded by the encroaching assassins. Lawyer Wang gazed at the contract within the safe, anxiety surging within him. "Is it truly impossible for us to safeguard this contract?" At this moment, Qin Yu and Su Yao were in the command center, their hearts racing. Qin Yu paced back and forth, contemplating a strategy. Suddenly, he halted, a spark of inspiration igniting in his eyes. "We can bypass them through the underground passage and catch them off guard." Su Yao immediately concurred, "Excellent idea. I'll arrange for people to prepare right away." Before long, an elite security team stealthily navigated the underground passage to emerge behind the assassins. When they appeared from behind, they shouted, "Meet your end," and charged at the assassins. The assassins were caught completely off guard by the sudden onslaught from behind, their formation disarrayed. The security forces seized this moment to launch a pincer attack, engaging the assassins in a desperate struggle. The battle escalated to a fever pitch, with both sides suffering heavy casualties. The security personnel fought fiercely, driven by their loyalty to the family and their commitment to protecting the contract. The assassins, too, disregarded their own safety as they pressed forward with reckless abandon. In the midst of this fierce confrontation, could the security forces withstand the assassins' relentless assault? Would the contracts transfer encounter unforeseen perils? How would Qin Yu and Su Yao navigate this sudden crisis? Chapter 35, A Desperate Counterattack, Successfully Preserving the Contract. Qin Yu took a deep breath, his gaze steady as he looked at Su Yao, declaring, "We can wait no longer. We must act according to plan immediately." Su Yao nodded and swiftly relayed instructions to the elite security team via intercom. The team members, upon receiving the orders, slipped into the underground passage like shadows. Simultaneously, the security forces feigned retreat up front, luring the assassins to pursue, buying time for the actions underway at the rear. Everything was in place, awaiting the critical moment to strike. Amidst the fierce confrontation, the security forces gradually found themselves at a disadvantage, the assassins surging forward like a relentless tide, threatening to breach their defenses. The air was thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder, the cacophony of gunfire and shouts creating a harrowing symphony. Each member of the security team bore wounds, sweat and blood mingling as it trickled down their faces. Yet they stood firm, their eyes reflecting an unyielding resolve. Just when the situation seemed dire, Qin Yu and Su Yao, leading the elite forces of their family, arrived on the scene. Qin Yu moved with the agility of a cheetah, swiftly plunging into the enemy ranks, his gaze sharp as he honed in on his targets, each movement precise and impactful, striking at the assassin's vital points. Su Yao matched his prowess, gracefully evading the assassin's attacks while seizing opportunities to retaliate, her eyes gleaming with intelligence, calm yet resolute. Under their leadership, the morale of the security forces soared. The once exhausted team members seemed revitalized, infused with newfound vigor, unleashing extraordinary combat prowess. They shouted as they engaged the assassins in close combat, a flurry of fists and blades flashing in the fray. A vigilant security officer seized the opportunity and, with a swift stride, lunged forward to kick the firearm from a killer's grasp. Following this decisive move, he executed a shoulder throw, sending the assailant crashing heavily to the ground. Another officer engaged in a fierce struggle with a different assassin, ultimately subduing him through sheer tenacity. Amidst the chaos, Qin Yu discerned the orchestrator behind the attack, his gaze sharpening with resolve. He recognized the necessity of capturing the mastermind first, evading the surrounding attackers with agility. He darted towards the commander like a bolt of black lightning. The commander, sensing Qin Yu's intent, allowed a cold smirk to play upon his lips as he swiftly drew a dagger, thrusting it towards Qin Yu. With a deft sidestep, Qin Yu evaded the strike and seized the commander's arm, twisting it forcefully until a distinct crack echoed through the air, dislocating the commander's shoulder and sending the dagger clattering to the ground. Seizing the moment, Qin Yu delivered a powerful kick that sent the commander sprawling, pinning him down with his knee pressed against the man's back, commanding loudly, "Order your men to cease their assault." Yet the commander glared fiercely at Qin Yu, steadfast in his refusal to surrender. Meanwhile, Su Yao found herself in peril as a killer launched a surprise attack from behind. Just as the assassin's blade was about to pierce her, Su Yao's keen instincts kicked in. She swiftly turned, blocking the strike with her arm. The razor-sharp edge tore through her sleeve, leaving a shallow wound on her arm. Ignoring the pain, she retaliated with a swift kick, sending the assailant crashing to the ground. Grabbing a wooden stick from the ground, she engaged the killer in a fierce duel, skillfully using the stick to parry blows while searching for an opportunity to counterattack. Finally, seizing the moment, she struck the killer's head with a decisive blow, rendering him unconscious. With Qin Yu and Su Yao's valiant efforts, the security team gradually gained the upper hand. The assassins began to falter, their ranks disorganized and chaotic. Capitalizing on their momentum, the security personnel pursued relentlessly, driving the attackers into retreat. After an intense battle, the assassins were ultimately repelled, their bodies strewn across the battlefield, blood staining the ground in a gruesome scene. Meanwhile, under the protection of the security team, the legal team successfully transferred the contract to a secure location. Lawyer Wong, the head of the legal team, cautiously opened the safe, meticulously inspecting the contract. After confirming that it had not been tampered with, he exhaled a sigh of relief, wiping the cold sweat from his brow as a weight lifted from his heart. Qin Yu and Su Yao gazed at the safeguarded contract, smiles of relief illuminating their faces. Yet, they were acutely aware that the villains would not relent. This confrontation was merely the beginning. Their eyes reflected a steely determination, resolute in facing whatever crises lay ahead. Despite successfully repelling the villainous ambush and securing the contract, they knew that the antagonists would not rest, and they pondered what further madness might ensue, and how they would confront the impending challenges. Chapter 36. Unexpected Mishap, Crisis of Trust. As Qin Yu and Su Yao entered the family conference room, the senior members of the family awaited them, their expressions grave and the atmosphere heavy with tension. Qin Yu surveyed the room and declared resolutely, "Although we have successfully safeguarded the contract, the antagonists will surely not relent. We must swiftly devise a counter-strategy." At that moment, Su Yao's phone rang, an anxious voice on the other end informing her of a mishap involving the child. Qin Yu and Su Yao's expressions shifted abruptly, and they sprang into action, preparing to rush to the scene. The car sped along the road, the engine's roar echoing through the stillness. Qin Yu gripped the steering wheel tightly, his knuckles white. His eyes fixed ahead, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Su Yao, seated in the passenger seat, was in a state of frantic urgency, repeatedly urging, "Faster, faster." The scenery outside raced by, yet they felt their speed was still insufficient. Upon arriving at the site of the mishap, they found a small crowd gathered. The child stood in the center, eyes glistening with tears, clothes disheveled, and a scrape on his knee oozing faint traces of blood. A light dust settled in the air, while a bicycle lay toppled nearby, its handlebars twisted and deformed. Qin Yu rushed forward, intent on embracing the child, his voice laced with concern. "Darling, are you all right? Is there anywhere that hurts?" However, the child pushed him away, crying out, "It's all your fault. Why didn't you take care of me properly? If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have fallen." The child's voice, tinged with anguish, echoed in the air, each word striking Qin Yu's heart like a hammer. Stunned, Qin Yu stood frozen. Disbelief etched across his face, filled with a mixture of hurt and sorrow. He hurriedly explained, "Sweetheart, it's not like that. I was nearby, but everything happened so suddenly." Yet the child refused to hear him, turning away and sobbing even louder. At that moment, the villainous forces lurking nearby watched the scene unfold, suppressing their amusement. Wang Chong wore a sly smirk, whispering to Zhao, who beside him, "I didn't expect this tactic to work so well. This little brat is surprisingly easy to manipulate. We can exploit this opportunity to deliver a fatal blow to Qin Yu and his team." Zhao, who chuckled darkly in agreement, nodding, "Indeed, this time we must let them experience our true might." Su Yao stepped forward, attempting to soothe the child's emotions, speaking gently, "Sweetheart, please don't be upset. We understand you've been wronged, but Uncle truly did not mean any harm. Please tell Annie what exactly happened." The child, still sobbing, stammered, "I was riding my bike. Everything was fine, but suddenly something came out, and I got scared and fell. He was right there, yet didn't he catch me?" Qin Yu scrutinized the surroundings, noticing disordered footprints on the ground and a crushed soda can nearby. He surmised that someone may have deliberately attracted the child's attention, causing the fall. However, the child was unwilling to trust him, placing Qin Yu in an exceedingly difficult position. Once more, he endeavored to approach the child, softly saying, "Darling, I promise I will uncover the reason for your fall and provide you with an explanation. Please trust me." Yet the child stubbornly turned away, exclaiming, "I don't believe you. Go away." With no other option, Qin Yu and Su Yao reluctantly escorted the child back home. The journey was marked by silence, with the child occasionally casting fierce glares at Qin Yu. Upon returning, the child dashed straight to his room, slamming the door shut behind him. Qin Yu stood before the closed door, a tumult of emotions swirling within him. He understood that regaining the child's trust would be no easy feat meanwhile. The villainous forces were already orchestrating a more elaborate scheme. They reached out to insiders within the business association and elite alliances, preparing to strike against Qin Yu and Su Yao from both commercial and familial fronts. In a dimly lit room, Wang Chong and Zhao, who sat before a table strewn with various documents and materials. Wang Chong pointed at a particular file, his tone venomous. "We will first exploit these business loopholes to plunge the Qin family's enterprise into turmoil. Simultaneously, we shall incite those within the family who harbor grievances against Qin Yu. sowing chaos. By then, they will be too preoccupied to notice our impending strike. Zhao Hu's smile twisted into a sinister grin, nodding in agreement. Qinyu remained at the door for what felt like an eternity before finally turning back to the living room. Su Yao sat on the sofa, her expression fraught with worry. Upon seeing Qinyu approach, she inquired, "What should we do? The child harbors such deep misunderstandings towards you, and the villains are stirring." Qinyu furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment before responding, "Regardless, I must find evidence to prove my innocence to the child. Simultaneously, we must closely monitor the villain's movements and prepare for any eventualities." In the following days, Qinyu scoured various locations, striving to uncover evidence that would vindicate him. He returned to the site of the child's accident, repeatedly reviewing the surrounding surveillance footage. Yet regrettably, the angle of the cameras had failed to capture the crucial moment. He inquired once more among those present at the time, yet their responses were either vague or evasive, each seeming to harbor their own reservations. Meanwhile, Su Yao began to sense an unsettling shift within her family. Some previously neutral family members suddenly adopted ambiguous stances, responding to her inquiries with a veil of secrecy. It became evident to Su Yao that there must be a nefarious force at play, attempting to sow discord within the familial ranks. On Qinyu's end, his investigation yielded no progress, and the once cherubic child now regarded him with an increasing air of indifference. Each attempt by Qinyu to engage the child was met with dismissal, as she would turn away without so much as a glance in his direction. Qinyu felt a profound sense of frustration. He understood that time was of the essence. Not only did he need to restore the child's trust swiftly, but he also had to brace himself for the impending onslaught from the antagonists. The current circumstances posed formidable challenges. In the shadows of the affluent family, the machinations of the villains advanced methodically, akin to serpents lurking in darkness, poised to strike at the opportune moment, delivering a fatal blow to Qinyu. Would he find a breakthrough amidst the dense quagmire of adversity and diffuse the crisis? How would he navigate this dual threat of internal strife and external peril? All remained uncertain. Chapter 37. The child's misunderstanding deepens. The investigation begins anew. Qinyu stood at the site of the child's unexpected incident, surveying the familiar yet bewildering surroundings, his heart heavy with helplessness. Just as he prepared to depart, a mysterious figure appeared behind him, whispering, "If you seek the truth, investigate the abandoned factory in the southern part of the city." With that, the figure vanished around the corner. Qinyu was momentarily taken aback, contemplating the direction in which the stranger had disappeared. Could this lead hold the key to unraveling the mystery? The child's resentful gaze pierced his heart like a sharp arrow, igniting a sense of urgency within him. He was acutely aware that if he did not resolve the misunderstanding swiftly, the chasm between them would only grow wider. The peculiar glances from those around him felt like heavy shackles, amplifying his sense of pressure, as if he had indeed become the negligent guardian of the child. Taking a deep breath, Qinyu resolved to recommence his investigation from the site of the incident. He crouched down, meticulously examining the ground, leaving no detail overlooked. The rough terrain revealed nothing particularly noteworthy aside from a scattering of disordered footprints and a crushed soda can. He picked up the can, scrutinizing it in his hand, hoping to discern a clue, but aside from some indistinct smudges on its surface, he found nothing. Subsequently, he approached several witnesses nearby. An elderly man with graying hair stood at the street's edge, his gaze evasive, seemingly avoiding Qinyu's eyes. Qinyu hurried over, politely inquiring, "Sir, you were here at the time. Did you see what caused the child to fall?" The old man hesitated, stammering, "I am quite old, and my eyesight is not what it used to be. I didn't see clearly." Qinyu felt a pang of suspicion. The old man's demeanor suggested he was concealing something. Next, he approached a young man with his hands in his pockets, exuding an air of indifference. Qinyu patiently asked, but the young man merely shrugged, replying, "I just saw the child fall suddenly. I didn't pay attention to anything else." Qinyu's brow furrowed. His instincts told him that these witnesses were not entirely forthcoming. But why the concealment? Were they under duress, or was there a deeper secret at play? The investigation progressed with excruciating slowness, each lead evaporating like a mirage. Qinyu's anxiety intensified. He felt as though he were ensnared in a vast enigma, encountering obstacles at every turn with no exit in sight. Concurrently, within the family estate, Su Yao also sensed something amiss. The previously harmonious atmosphere was now shrouded in a pall of unease. Some relatives, who had previously maintained cordial relations with her, now exhibited a wary demeanor upon her approach. Su Yao mused internally. Could this undercurrent of tension truly be linked to the child's accident? Determined to take the initiative, she sought out an elder within the family, a figure known for their fairness and who had always looked out for her. In a hushed tone, Su Yao expressed, "Uncle, I feel that something is amiss within the family. Have you noticed anything peculiar?" The elder furrowed his brow, contemplating before responding. "Indeed, there have been some strange happenings. It seems certain individuals are conspiring in the shadows, though I am not privy to the specifics." Grateful for the elder's insight, Su Yao resumed her inquiries throughout the family. She discovered several relatively inconspicuous relatives exhibiting erratic behavior, frequently huddled together in whispered conversations, scattering upon her approach. Su Yao became increasingly convinced that there was something amiss, likely orchestrated by the antagonists lurking behind the scenes. On Qin Yu's front, despite the myriad challenges in his investigation, he refused to relent. He returned once more to the site of the child's incident, striving to uncover clues from a fresh perspective. Sunlight cast intricate patterns on the ground, and as Qin Yu paced amidst the shadows, his gaze sharpened. Suddenly, he spotted a glimmering object in a nearby underbrush. Hastily parting the foliage, he retrieved it, a button adorned with an unusual design. A surge of hope coursed through him. This could potentially be a critical lead. He clutched the button tightly and resumed questioning those nearby. Yet still, no one could provide any useful information. Left with no other option, Qin Yu decided to keep the button safe for the time being as the dusk began to settle, the setting sun elongating his shadow on the ground, casting a sense of solitude around him. He knew that his investigative journey was still fraught with challenges. Every seemingly promising lead dissipated upon deeper scrutiny. The inexplicable undercurrents within the family only complicated matters further. Would he manage to navigate through these multifaceted dilemmas to uncover the truth and regain the child's trust? All remained uncertain. Yet Qin Yu's resolve never wavered. He clenched his fists, silently vowing that regardless of the obstacles ahead, he would unveil the truth and provide the child with the answers she deserved. Chapter 38. Glimmers of Clue. Shadows of the antagonists emerge. As night fell, Qin Yu returned home, his weary body dragging along with him. He gazed at the firmly closed door of the child's room, filled with a blend of resignation and determination. He knew that tomorrow would bring even more arduous inquiries. Meanwhile, in another corner of the family estate, Su Yao pored over a stack of documents, deep in thought, as a greater storm seemed to brew quietly in the background. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the window's crevice, illuminating Qin Yu's resolute face. He arrived early at the site of the child's incident, embarking on a new round of searching. After hours of meticulous examination, he spotted a crumpled note fluttering in a nondescript corner, its surface marked with a peculiar insignia, an emblem resembling a bat poised to take flight, woven from intricate lines. Exuding an ominous aura, a shiver ran down Qin Yu's spine. Instinct told him this could indeed be the key to unraveling the mystery. Simultaneously, Su Yao's inquiries within the family bore fruit. A reliable informant revealed to her that members of the antagonistic faction had been seen lurking around the family estate before and after the child's incident. This revelation solidified Su Yao's conviction that the accident was no mere coincidence, but rather a calculated maneuver by malevolent forces operating in the shadows. Clutching the note tightly, Qin Yu tirelessly sought individuals who could identify the emblem. He consulted family elders and reached out to well-versed officials within the commercial association. Yet all his efforts proved fruitless. Just as despair began to creep in, he recalled an old steward who had long since retired. This steward had witnessed the family's trials and tribulations. Possessing a wealth of knowledge, perhaps he could shed light on the origin of the emblem. With urgency, Qin Yu made his way to the steward's residence. It was a quaint little courtyard situated on the periphery of the family estate, adorned with an abundance of lush flora that exuded a subtle herbal fragrance. The elderly steward was seated in a rocking chair, basking in the sunlight, engrossed in a time-worn tome. The protagonist approached him respectfully, presenting a slip of paper while inquiring earnestly, "Zhang Lao, with your vast experience and knowledge, do you comprehend the significance of this mark?" The old steward set aside the ancient text, accepted the note, and squinted thoughtfully at it. After a prolonged silence, his demeanor grew grave as he slowly articulated, "This mark pertains to a nefarious organization that has long opposed the aristocracy. Many years ago, they attempted to usurp the dominance of several prominent families to seize control of the entire commercial lifeline. Although they were subsequently suppressed by a coalition of these families, they were not utterly annihilated and have remained in the shadows, waiting for an opportunity to strike. It appears they have begun to stir once more." A jolt of apprehension coursed through Qin Yu, making him acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. After expressing his gratitude to the steward, he hastily returned to convey this intelligence to Su Yao. At that moment, Su Yao was grappling with her own investigations within the family, which had reached an impasse. She noticed that some previously neutral individuals had adopted ambiguous stances. In conversations with them, they often evaded direct answers, their eyes betraying a hint of anxiety and wariness. Su Yao sought out Manager Sun, a department head within a neutral family enterprise. In a serene tea room, she prepared 2 cups of tea and, with a gentle smile, inquired, "Manager Sun, the atmosphere within the family seems rather peculiar of late. Have you observed anything amiss?" Manager Sun picked up his teacup and took a measured sip, his gaze flickering as he replied, "I am uncertain. The recent business demands have kept me preoccupied, and I haven't paid much attention to these matters." An inward smirk crossed Su Yao's mind, yet she maintained her placid tone. "Manager Sun, we all seek the welfare of the family, given the potential crises we face. If you possess any insights, I implore you to share them candidly." Manager Sun hesitated momentarily, as if about to divulge something, but abruptly appeared to recollect something more significant. Swallowing his words and nonchalantly dismissing her inquiry, "There's truly nothing. Perhaps you are overthinking it, Second Mississippi." Su Yao understood that Manager Sun was undoubtedly under duress or temptation from the antagonistic forces, explaining his reticence to disclose the truth. Upon exiting the tea room, Su Yao furrowed her brow in deep contemplation. She recognized that the infiltration of antagonistic elements within the family was akin to a ticking time bomb, poised to trigger a more significant crisis at any moment. Meanwhile, although Qin Yu had discerned the connection between the mark on the note and the villainous organization, the elusive nature of this organization made further investigation a formidable challenge. Fate intertwined their paths as Qin Yu and Su Yao encountered each other in the family garden, their gazes reflecting both concern and resolve. They understood that, despite uncovering a lead on the antagonistic organization, the road ahead would be fraught with greater difficulties. This deeply entrenched adversarial group, alongside the wavering loyalties within the family, loomed before them like 2 colossal mountains. How could they further pursue the trail of the villainous organization? How would they contend with the uncertain factions within their own ranks? All remained shrouded in uncertainty, yet their conviction was unwavering, regardless of the hardships that lay ahead. They were determined to unmask the puppeteers behind the scenes, safeguard their family, and protect the innocent. As the twilight sun cast its golden rays upon the garden, elongating their shadows, it resembled a solemn painting. They stood in quiet contemplation, strategizing their next steps, the atmosphere thick with tension and foreboding. Chapter 39. The truth begins to emerge, and the child's attitude softens. After a moment of silence in the garden, Qin Yu lifted his gaze, his expression resolute as he proclaimed, "No matter how formidable this villainous organization may be, we must not falter. Tomorrow, we will convene with those trustworthy members of the family to devise a strategy." Su Yao nodded in agreement. "Indeed, I will also work to stabilize the situation within the family and prevent those who have been swayed from causing further trouble." With that, they each turned to prepare for the impending actions, their silhouettes resolute against the encroaching night. The following morning, sunlight filtered through the mottled leaves, illuminating the spacious and dignified conference room of the Qin family. Qin Yu and Su Yao arrived early, seated at the head of the long table with grave expressions. Shortly thereafter, The trusted members of the family trickled into the room, their eyes betraying a mix of concern and expectation. Qin rose, clearing his throat before addressing the assembly. I believe you're all aware of the recent events. The incident involving the child was no mere coincidence. We have uncovered certain clues indicating the involvement of a long-standing adversarial organization. Whispers of astonishment rippled through the crowd as they exchanged glances. Su Yao continued, at present, we lack clarity regarding this organization's specific plans, but it is evident that they seek to undermine us by targeting the child, thereby destabilizing our family. An elder with graying hair furrowed his brow and asked, what countermeasures do we have in place? After a moment of contemplation, Qin replied, we must delve deeper into the investigation of this villainous organization to uncover their hideouts and future intentions. Concurrently, we must fortify our internal management, particularly regarding those with wavering loyalties, and maintain vigilant oversight. The assembly nodded in agreement, and spirited discussions ensued as everyone contributed their thoughts and suggestions. Just then, news arrived from Qin Yu's subordinate, who had been tasked with tailing the suspicious neutral family member, Manager Sunday. It appeared that Manager Sun was heading towards an abandoned factory on the city's western outskirts. A flicker of intuition ignited within Qin Yu, prompting him to investigate this potentially pivotal lead personally. Dressing in inconspicuous dark attire and donning a cap, Qin Yu stealthily departed from the family estate. He drove an unremarkable black sedan towards the western outskirts with purpose. Upon reaching the vicinity of the abandoned factory, he cautiously parked in a concealed corner and proceeded on foot. The area surrounding the factory was overgrown with weeds, the air thick with a miasma of decay. Qin Yu crouched low, inching along the factory's perimeter. Suddenly, he caught the faint sound of voices drifting from a window. Holding his breath, he crept closer, peering through a gap in the glass. Inside, he saw Manager Sun conversing with several unfamiliar men, one of whom bore a grotesque scar across his face. The man spoke menacingly. You'd better comply with our instructions, or you'll wish you hadn't. Manager Sun, his face a mask of terror, nodded vigorously. Yes, I will comply. Just please don't let this information leak. A surge of triumph coursed through Qin Yu. This was indeed the stronghold of the villainous organization. He discreetly took several photographs with his phone, but as he prepared to leave, he inadvertently kicked a stone, producing a faint sound. The occupants inside immediately became alert, with someone shouting, "Who's there?" Panic surged within Qin Yu as he turned and fled. The individuals inside the factory quickly pursued him, and he deftly navigated through the labyrinthine alleys, relying on his familiarity with the surroundings. The pursuers were relentless, their shouts echoing behind him. Qin Yu felt his heartbeat quicken, sweat soaking his back. Just when he thought he had evaded capture, several figures appeared ahead, blocking his escape. "Kid, where do you think you're going?" sneered a burly man. Qin Yu inwardly lamented his predicament, now caught between a rock and a hard place. However, he quickly steadied himself, fixing his gaze on the adversaries and devising a plan. In that critical moment, a black van suddenly careened into view, its door flung open as Su Yao called out, "Get in." Without hesitation, Qin Yu dashed towards the van and leapt inside. Su Yao slammed on the gas, and the vehicle sped away like an arrow released from a bow, leaving their pursuers far behind. Inside the van, Qin Yu caught his breath and looked gratefully at Su Yao. "Thank you, I nearly got caught." Su Yao shot him a sidelong glance. "No need for thanks. It was too perilous for you to go alone, so I followed." "What did you discover?" Qin Yu presented the photographs he had captured on his phone to Su Yao, recounting the conversation he had overheard. Su Yao furrowed her brow, declaring, "It appears this villainous organization is even more cunning and dangerous than we had anticipated. We must swiftly organize these clues and devise a strategy to uncover the truth behind the child's unfortunate incident." Upon returning to their family estate, they immediately set about sorting and analyzing the gathered intelligence. Through diligent effort, they finally unraveled several threads, confirming that the child's accident was a meticulously orchestrated scheme by the nefarious forces. With this irrefutable evidence in hand, Qin Yu rushed to the child's location, his heart heavy with urgency. The child sat by the window, lost in thought, a look of desolation etched upon their face. Qin Yu gently knocked on the door before slowly entering the room. Upon seeing him, the child's eyes flickered with a complex mixture of surprise and reluctance. Chinyu approached the child, crouched down, and spoke earnestly. "Dear child, I acknowledge my previous shortcomings that have caused you distress. Look here. This is the evidence that Su Yao and I have uncovered. Your recent misfortune was a deliberate ploy by the villainous forces aimed at undermining us and sowing discord between us." The child gazed at the evidence in Chinyu's hands, their initial reluctance gradually giving way to curiosity and contemplation. Chinyu patiently detailed the entire sequence of events: the discovery of a note, the old steward's hints, the surveillance of manager's son, and the encounter at the abandoned factory. The child listened quietly, their doubts dissipating with each revelation. They met Chinyu's weary yet resolute gaze, realizing that they had indeed misjudged him. Tears welled in the child's eyes, filled with guilt as they whispered, "Uncle, I'm so sorry. I should not have doubted you." Chinyu smiled gently, ruffling the child's hair as he replied, "It's all right, as long as you understand. I know you have endured hardships and that this incident has frightened you. But rest assured, I will protect you and ensure that those malicious individuals cannot harm you again." The child nodded vigorously, their eyes rekindled with hope and trust. Chinyu looked at the child, feeling both relieved and anxious. He was relieved that the child had come to understand him, yet anxious about the inevitable retaliation from the villainous forces, who would not relent easily and might resort to even more ruthless tactics. Chinyu knew he must hasten their response, strategizing in advance to safeguard both the child and the family from the impending crisis. However, the villainous forces were deeply entrenched and shrewd, presenting a formidable challenge in preparing for the looming threat. At that moment, the setting sun cast its warm, orange glow through the window, bathing the room in a comforting hue. Chinyu and the child sat quietly by the window, their silhouettes elongated by the fading light, resembling a tender tableau. Yet they both understood that beneath this calm, a far greater storm was silently approaching. Chapter 40. Commercial opportunities arise. Determination to expand ambitions. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Chinyu gazed at the darkening sky outside, resolutely making up his mind. He turned away from the window and swiftly walked toward the study, intent on convening the family's think tank to collectively strategize against the villains. "No matter what schemes you concoct, I will not allow you to succeed," Chinyu murmured to himself, his determined voice resonating in the stillness of the room. A night passed, and the morning sun streamed through the study's window, illuminating the desk cluttered with documents. Chinyu had arrived early, rubbing his weary eyes. He had scarcely slept the previous night, consumed by thoughts of how to counter the villains. One by one, the members of the family's think tank entered the study, their expressions grave, acutely aware of the gravity of the crisis they faced. Gathered around the conference table, Chinyu spoke first. "Ladies and gentlemen, we are currently confronted with a tremendous threat from the villains. The child's incident was merely their opening move. We must devise a counter-strategy without delay." An elderly advisor stroked his chin thoughtfully, responding, "Given the current circumstances, the villains are lurking in the shadows, making it challenging to locate their stronghold. Our immediate priority should be to fortify the family's defenses to prevent another assault." A younger advisor interjected, presenting an alternative viewpoint. "While strengthening our defenses is crucial, we cannot afford to remain passive. We should take the initiative and seek out their vulnerabilities." A spirited debate ensued, with voices rising as each person contributed their thoughts. Chinyu listened intently, weighing the various proposals in his mind. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck him, recalling a developmental trend in an emerging technology sector from his past life. "Everyone, please hold on." Chinyu stood, his eyes bright with determination. "I believe I have a solution. Instead of engaging the villains in their area of expertise, we should carve a new path. I have identified an emerging technology sector with immense future potential. If we can position ourselves strategically, not only can we enhance our family's strength, but we may also disrupt the villains' plans." The others exchanged puzzled glances. Chinyu elaborated on the promising development prospects of this new technology sector, along with his preliminary ideas. While some remained skeptical, the majority were swayed by Chinyu's analysis. Seizing the momentum, Chinyu declared, I have decided to personally immerse myself in this sector. I now need everyone's assistance in gathering relevant data and analyzing market prospects. After the meeting, Qin Yu immediately plunged into intense preparations, traversing between offices to delegate tasks, while also conducting extensive online research himself. At that moment, Su Yao approached him, speaking softly. I trust your judgment and will leverage the family's resources to support you fully. However, be cautious of the villains. They will not remain idle. Qin Yu looked at Su Yao with gratitude. Thank you. I will be careful. This opportunity is vital for us, and we must seize it. In the following days, Qin Yu operated like an indefatigable machine, tirelessly studying materials related to the emerging technology sector. His eyes were bloodshot, yet his resolve grew ever stronger. Finally, after gathering sufficient information, Qin Yu began drafting a business plan. Sitting at his desk, his pen moved rapidly across the pages as he meticulously outlined various strategies. From project funding to marketing tactics and future development plans, he detailed each aspect thoroughly. Meanwhile, Su Yao was equally industrious, utilizing the family's connections to reach out to industry experts in hopes of garnering additional insights. During one such consultation, an expert mentioned potential technical challenges that this emerging technology sector might face, causing Su Yao to feel a pang of concern. She immediately relayed this information to Qin Yu. After listening, Qin Yu fell into deep contemplation. After a moment, he raised his head and said, "This indeed presents a challenge, but we cannot shy away from it. I will find a way to address the technical difficulties. You continue to monitor other pertinent information." After several days of diligent effort, Qin Yu's business plan was finally in its preliminary stages. Holding the thick plan in his hands, he felt a mix of accomplishment and apprehension. The sense of achievement stemmed from the tangible results of his hard work, while the apprehension arose from his awareness that the implementation of this plan would undoubtedly encounter numerous obstacles, particularly interference from the villains. Once more, Qin Yu gathered the think tank. He thoroughly presented the details of the business plan, prompting nods of approval from the attendees. This plan is remarkably forward-thinking. If executed successfully, our family will encounter significant growth opportunities, remarked one advisor. However, others voiced their concerns. While the plan is commendable, its implementation will be fraught with challenges, especially since the villains will surely do everything in their power to sabotage it. How should we respond? Qin Yu smiled slightly. I have already devised some preliminary countermeasures. First and foremost, we must maintain strict confidentiality regarding the contents of our plan, striving to minimize the risk of information leakage. Furthermore, as we advance the project, it is imperative to bolster our security measures to thwart any disruptions from adversarial forces. Lastly, we must remain vigilant in monitoring market dynamics, ready to adjust our strategy as necessary. Although Qin Yu outwardly exudes confidence, he is acutely aware that the path ahead is fraught with thorns. He understands that the antagonists will not easily relinquish the opportunity to undermine their efforts. A fierce commercial battle is on the verge of commencing. Yet, he is thoroughly prepared to confront this challenge. In the days that follow, Qin Yu methodically progresses with the business plan. He engages in discussions with partners to secure additional resources while simultaneously organizing personnel for site selection, laying the groundwork for the project's realization. He personally oversees every aspect, leaving no room for complacency. As the project unfolds, Qin Yu increasingly senses the urgency of time. He knows that the adversaries may strike at any moment, jeopardizing his plans. Consequently, he quickens his pace, often working late into the night. One evening, Qin Yu returns home, his weary form betraying the toll of relentless effort. Upon seeing his fatigued visage, Su Yao expresses her concern, urging him not to overexert himself, for health is the foundation of all endeavors. Qin Yu smiles reassuringly, responding, I am fine. This is a critical juncture, and I cannot afford to falter. Just as he prepares to rest, his phone suddenly rings. Upon checking, he discovers it is a call from the personnel in charge of market research. An anxious voice on the other end exclaims, We have encountered some irregularities in the market. It seems a force is covertly stirring trouble. A wave of dismay washes over Qin Yu. He realizes the antagonists have finally made their move. He quickly regains his composure and instructs, Please elaborate on the situation. The caller provides a detailed account of the various anomalies in the market, causing Qin Yu to furrow his brow in concern. After ending the call, he turns to Su Yao and declares, "The adversaries have commenced their actions. We must expedite our countermeasures." Su Yao nods resolutely, affirming, "Very well, I will assist you with all my strength." As night fully descends, the city's neon lights flicker to life. Qin Yu stands by the window, gazing out at the bustling streets, silently vowing, "No matter the obstacles that arise, I shall advance this project and ensure the adversaries do not prevail." He retreats to his study, immersing himself once more in the pressing work, making final preparations to confront the antagonist challenges. Chapter 41. Rallying Allies, Undercurrents Within the Family. As dawn breaks, Qin Yu gazes at the pages detailing his counter-strategies. Taking a deep breath, he opens the office door to find the project team members and advisory group waiting outside. "Ladies and gentlemen, we are facing a formidable challenge, but I believe that with our concerted efforts, we can repel the adversaries." His voice is resolute and powerful, resonating through the empty corridor, igniting a spark of determination in the eyes of those present, ready to embrace the impending trial. Meanwhile, Su Yao understands that, amidst the complexities of the family's internal strife, the combined strength of her and Qin Yu alone is insufficient. Allies are crucial. She reflects on those within the family whom she can trust, and the first name that surfaces in her mind is Aunt Lin. Aunt Lin, a respected figure within the family, has long supported its various affairs, and she has always held Su Yao in high regard, recognizing her intelligence and independence. Su Yao hastens to Aunt Lin's residence, a serene courtyard nestled in the corner of the family garden, surrounded by lush greenery. The morning sun filters through the leaves, casting dappled shadows, while the air is infused with a delicate floral fragrance. She gently knocks on the ancient wooden door, which creaks open to reveal Aunt Lin's kindly face. "Good morning, Aunt Lin." Su Yao greets her with a warm smile, a hint of familiarity in her tone. "Ah, it's you, dear. What brings you here so early?" Aunt Lin warmly ushers Su Yao inside. The interior is simply yet inviting, with a rustic wooden tea table adorned with an exquisite tea set, fragrant steam rising from freshly brewed tea. Without beating around the bush, Su Yao takes a seat and earnestly confides in Aunt Lin. "Aunt Lin, our family is currently facing a grave crisis. Adversarial forces are covertly stirring trouble, attempting to sabotage Qin Yu's business plan. If they succeed, the family may suffer significant harm." She then elaborates on Qin Yu's business plan and its critical importance for the family's future. "Aunt Lin, we truly need your support," Su Yao implores, her gaze sincere. Aunt Lin listens quietly, her expression growing increasingly somber. After Su Yao finishes, she lets out a gentle sigh and replies, "I sense that there were undercurrents within the family recently, but I didn't realize it was this severe. Child, your visit signifies your trust in me. Having watched you grow up within this family, I know you and Qin Yu are both thoughtful and responsible individuals. I am willing to assist you." Joy surges through Su Yao's heart, and she excitedly takes Aunt Lin's hand, exclaiming, "Thank you so much, Aunt Lin. With your support, we gain a crucial advantage." However, as Su Yao successfully enlists Aunt Lin's help, the adversarial forces also become aware of her actions. They recognize Aunt Lin's influence within the family. Should she firmly align herself with Qin Yu and Su Yao, it would undoubtedly complicate their efforts to undermine the plan. Consequently, the adversaries begin to spread malicious rumors throughout the family. "Have you heard? Su Yao and Qin Yu are risking the family's stability for their own selfish gains by pushing for an unreliable investment project. Indeed, they show no regard for the family's welfare, only seeking their own glory." These rumors spread like a virus, infiltrating the family and sowing doubt among its members regarding Su Yao and Qin Yu. In the family garden, a few relatives gather, whispering amongst themselves, "Do you think there is any truth to this?" Su Yao has always seemed quite dependable. A young family member expresses his confusion. "Who can say? One never knows what lies in a person's heart. Perhaps they seek to profit from the family's current turmoil," another middle-aged man scoffs. As Su Yao passes through the garden, she overhears their discussions, her heart sinking. She realizes that the adversary's rumors are beginning to take effect. Nevertheless, she remains composed, understanding that panic would only lend credence to the rumors in the eyes of the family members. Upon returning to her residence, Su Yao begins to devise a counter-strategy. She knows she must act swiftly. Otherwise, the rumors will only gain momentum, deepening the family's misunderstandings towards them, making it increasingly difficult to rectify the situation later. She paces her room, her mind racing with ideas. Suddenly, she halts, a determined glint in her eyes. I shall convene the allies I have gathered and prepare for a family meeting to clarify the facts. Simultaneously, she resolves to inform Qin Yu of the situation, urging him to temporarily set aside business preparations and return to assist her. Su Yao swiftly reaches out to the allies she has enlisted, updating them on the current circumstances. Everyone expresses their unwavering support. Subsequently, she calls Qin Yu to inform him of the rampant rumors within the family. Do not worry. I will make arrangements here and return shortly. Together, we will face this. Qin Yu reassures her over the phone. After hanging up, Su Yao begins preparing for the family meeting, organizing evidence to demonstrate the viability of Qin Yu's business plan and the disruptive actions of the adversarial forces. She meticulously verifies each document, ensuring their accuracy. At this moment, the atmosphere within the family grows increasingly tense. The rumors continue to circulate, and some previously neutral family members begin to waver, their attitudes towards Su Yao and Qin Yu growing colder. Yet, Su Yao does not falter. She firmly believes that as long as she and Qin Yu are adequately prepared, they will be able to effectively counter the adversary's rumors during the family meeting and reveal the truth to the family members. As time progressed, preparations were unfolding in an orderly fashion. Su Yao awaited Qin Yu's return while closely monitoring the dynamics within her family. She was acutely aware that a fierce battle was imminent, and she had thoroughly prepared herself for it. However, despite Su Yao's successful alliance with Aunt Lin, the nefarious rumors loomed over the family like a dark cloud, threatening to sow discord among its members. Faced with this increasingly dire situation, how would Su Yao respond? Would the family meeting proceed smoothly? And could it turn the tide of the current predicament? All remained shrouded in uncertainty. Chapter 42. The Tumult of Rumors and Strategies for Response. Taking a deep breath, Su Yao gazed at the meticulously prepared stack of evidence before her, silently encouraging herself. At that moment, the familiar sound of footsteps approached from outside. Qin Yu hurried in. Their eyes met, and within them, they recognized an unwavering resolve. We can do this, Qin Yu murmured, as if rallying both himself and Su Yao. The family meeting was on the verge of commencing, a silent battle poised to erupt. In recent days, rumors had spread like wildfire within the family, leading many to misunderstand their intentions. Su Yao furrowed her brow, her tone tinged with concern. Qin Yu gently patted Su Yao's shoulder, offering comfort. Do not fret, we possess evidence. Once we present the facts to everyone, they will understand. Aunt Lin nodded in agreement. Indeed, my children, I believe our thorough preparations will surely unveil the true nature of those villains. Just then, a family member rushed in, visibly anxious. Su Yao, several elders from the family wish to see you. It seems they have come to accuse you. Su Yao exchanged glances with Qin Yu, inhaling deeply. Let them in. It is a perfect opportunity to clarify matters. Before long, several elders entered the room, their expressions stern. An elderly man with white hair spoke first, his tone severe. Su Yao, is it true what has been circulating within the family? Are you and Qin Yu attempting to lead the family into a perilous venture for your own gain? Remaining composed, Su Yao smiled and replied, Elder Zhang, please do not rush to conclusions. These are merely rumors propagated by the villains, designed to sabotage our business plan and thus hinder the family's growth. As she spoke, Su Yao gestured for her assistant to present the prepared documents. Elder Zhang, here are the comprehensive details of Qin Yu's business plan, encompassing market research and risk assessment, every step meticulously crafted. This project will not endanger the family. Rather, it will yield substantial benefits. Elder Zhang furrowed his brow as he scrutinized the materials, while the other elders gathered around to examine them. After a moment, Elder Zhang raised his head, his expression slightly softened but still harboring skepticism. While these documents appear thorough, how can we be certain of their authenticity and that you are not merely fabricating an elaborate ruse to placate us? Qin Yu interjected, Elder Zhang, we understand your concerns. However, consider this. We have grown up within this family, always prioritizing its interests. How could we ever engage in actions that would harm it? Moreover, we have gathered evidence proving that the villains are scheming behind the scenes. Oh, what evidence? Inquired another elderly. Qin Yu signaled to his assistant, who handed over another stack of documents. This evidence reveals the collusion between the villains and certain external forces who aim to undermine our plans to fulfill their nefarious objectives. As the elders perused the documents, their expressions grew increasingly grave. After a moment of contemplation, Elder Zhang remarked, while this evidence carries some weight, the family is currently rife with anxiety. It is insufficient for just us to believe. We must clarify matters before the entire family during the meeting. That is precisely our intention, Elder Zhang. The family meeting is already in the works, and we will present all evidence to reveal the truth, Su Yao affirmed. After the elders departed, Su Yao and Qin Yu continued refining their response strategy. They convened with Aunt Lin and other allied supporters, meticulously analyzing the potential questions family members might raise. I believe, in addition to the feasibility of the business plan, concerns may also arise regarding the conflicts with the villains and the unnecessary trouble it could bring to the family, one supporter suggested. Qin Yu nodded, acknowledging the importance of addressing this issue. We must clarify that our struggle against the villains is to safeguard the family's interests, not to create chaos. Furthermore, there may be apprehensions regarding the funding involved. After all, it is not a trivial sum, Aunt Lin added. Su Yao jotted down notes, indeed. We must elucidate the sources and intended uses of the funds, ensuring everyone understands that each penny is judiciously allocated. As the group engaged in fervent discussion, time slipped away unnoticed, and soon the moment for the family meeting arrived. Accompanied by their supporters, Qin Yu and Su Yao entered the conference room, which was already filled with family members bearing expressions of confusion and concern. Stepping onto the podium, Su Yao inhaled deeply, addressing the assembly. Esteemed family members, we have gathered here today to clarify certain matters. Recently, rumors have circulated regarding Qin Yu and me, suggesting that we intend to drag the family into perilous ventures for our own benefit. I assure you, these are the machinations of the villains. With that, Su Yao began showcasing the collected evidence, detailing the origins and implications of the business plan, as well as how the villains were covertly undermining their efforts. The family members listened intently. Some appeared astonished, while others pondered thoughtfully. However, amidst Su Yao's exposition, supporters of the villainous faction could no longer contain themselves. A young man suddenly stood up, interrupting her vociferously. What you say is merely one-sided. How can we trust that you are not fabricating lies to deceive us? Qin Yu immediately stepped forward, delivering a sharp retort. We possess indisputable evidence. If you doubt it, you are welcome to scrutinize it for yourself. You, who conspire with the villains for your gain, are the ones disrupting the family's unity and progress. What are your true intentions? The young man's face flushed with embarrassment, yet he stubbornly countered, do not slander us. We only seek the family's welfare, wishing to avoid unnecessary risks. Qin Yu scoffed. For the family's welfare, spreading rumors and sowing discord among the family is your version of helping? In the face of facts, do you still wish to feign innocence? Under the forceful rebuttals of Qin Yu and Su Yao, an increasing number of family members began to cast skeptical glances at the supporters of the villains. Some previously wavering members commenced re-evaluating the claims made by Qin Yu and Su Yao. As Qin Yu and Su Yao continued to present evidence and elucidate the advantages of the business plan, the murmurs among the assembly gradually subsided. Many family members displayed expressions of agreement, and the doubts regarding Qin Yu and Su Yao began to wane. Observing the shift in sentiment below, Su Yao felt a slight sense of relief, yet she was acutely aware that they could not afford to be complacent. Until the meeting concluded, while the family members did not openly express their stance, the changes in their demeanor indicated that a portion had begun to waver in their belief in the rumors. After the family meeting adjourned, Qin Yu and Su Yao returned to their preparation area. Although they had presented ample evidence during the meeting, uncertainty loomed regarding whether the family would fully believe them and whether the situation could be entirely reversed. All remained fraught with unpredictability. Chapter 43. The heated debate at the meeting. The truth finally revealed. Qin Yu and Su Yao sat upon the sofa, the dim light casting a warm yet somber glow. The atmosphere tinged with a palpable tension. Although there had been some progress in the meeting, we could not afford to let our guard down, Qin Yu remarked, massaging his temples. Su Yao nodded in agreement, asserting that the antagonist would undoubtedly not relent, and that vigilance was imperative. Just as her words hung in the air, Su Yao's phone abruptly chimed with an anonymous message. They exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with trepidation, pondering what lay behind this message. Was it a harbinger of crisis or an unexpected opportunity? They resolved to pursue this lead, taking the initiative. Before long, Qin Yu and Su Yao arrived at the family conference room. At that moment, the atmosphere within was fraught with tension, as if an invisible shroud of gloom enveloped the space. Family members were seated or standing. Their expressions varied. Some wore looks of concern, while others scrutinized with discerning gazes. Taking a deep breath, Su Yao stepped forward, clearing her throat to begin her address. She articulated the sequence of events with clarity, detailing Qin Yu's discovery of commercial opportunities within the burgeoning tech sector, the formulation of their plans, and how the antagonist had spread malicious rumors in an attempt to undermine their efforts. Simultaneously, she presented the evidence she had meticulously gathered: documents, photographs, and witness testimonies. The rustle of paper echoed in the quiet room, each piece of evidence akin to a sharpened blade, aimed squarely at the nefarious schemes of their foes. However, as Su Yao spoke, the supporters of the antagonistic forces could no longer remain passive. Who can ascertain whether this evidence is not fabricated by you? A shrill voice piped up from the corner, belonging to a lavishly dressed, middle-aged woman, a confidant of the antagonist Li Yu. Following her lead, several others chimed in, attempting to disrupt the flow of the meeting. Indeed, do not feign innocence. Perhaps it is you who seek personal gain, concocting this charade, bellowed a corpulent man, his voice reverberating and causing the surrounding individuals' ears to ring. In response, Qin Yu took a stand. His gaze was resolute, eyes blazing with intensity as he met the antagonist supporters head-on, retorting with sharp conviction. You claim the evidence is fabricated. Do you possess any proof to substantiate such allegations? Merely baseless accusations will not suffice to invert truth here. His voice resonated powerfully within the meeting room, akin to a clarion call. Examine these documents. Which seal or signature among them is counterfeit? And these witnesses, they harbor no enmity toward us. Why would they perjure themselves on our behalf? As he spoke, he lifted a document high into the air. Under Qin Yu's vigorous rebuttal, some family members who had previously wavered began to reassess the evidence before them. Seizing the moment, Qin Yu continued, "We have always prioritized the family's welfare. Should this business endeavor succeed, it will yield immense benefits and elevate our family's standing in the commercial sphere. Meanwhile, these antagonistic forces, driven by their selfish desires, are willing to dismantle our family unity and obstruct our progress." As Qin Yu systematically dismantled the lies of the antagonists, an increasing number of family members exhibited expressions of dawning comprehension. An elderly gentleman, who had been furrowing his brow, slowly nodded, stating, "It appears the situation indeed aligns with what Qin Yu and Su Yao have articulated. These antagonists have gone too far." Others in the family echoed his sentiments, expressing their indignation at the actions of the antagonistic faction. Such individuals ought to be expelled from the family. We cannot allow them to continue wreaking havoc here. They clamored. Indeed, they have sullied the family's reputation. The murmurs of condemnation against the antagonists surged through the room. Standing aside, Aunt Lin observed this unfolding scene with a smile of satisfaction. She stepped forward, addressing the family members. "Everyone, Qin Yu and Su Yao have devoted themselves to the family's affairs. We ought to place our trust in them. This business plan represents a rare opportunity. We must not allow the disruptions caused by a few antagonists to lead us to abandon it." Aunt Lin's words served as a stabilizing force. gradually calming the previously tumultuous atmosphere. Ultimately, through the diligent efforts of Qin Yu and Su Yao, the family members discerned the truth and extended their support for the business plan. As the meeting concluded and family members filed out of the conference room, Qin Yu and Su Yao exchanged weary yet gratified smiles. However, they were acutely aware that although they had clarified the facts within the family meeting, the antagonistic forces would undoubtedly harbor resentment and would not relent easily. Upon exiting the conference room, the sunlight cascaded upon them. Yet it did little to dispel the worries that lingered in their hearts. Qin Yu gazed into the distance, murmuring, "I wonder what more malicious tactics they will resort to next." Su Yao clenched her fist, responding, regardless of their actions, "We must be prepared and ensure they do not succeed." Their silhouettes appeared particularly resolute beneath the sun, understanding that the path ahead remained fraught with challenges. Yet they stood unafraid. Chapter 44. Business preparations tighten, unexpected crisis strikes. Upon returning to the office, Qin Yu and Su Yao meticulously reviewed the anonymous message. The terse words indicating issues with the project site, furrowing their brows in concern. "It seems this message points to the project site. We must investigate," Qin Yu asserted. Su Yao nodded. "I will contact our aides and have them monitor the situation." They sprang into action, unaware that a far greater crisis awaited Qin Yu. What dangers lurked at the project site, and would they be able to navigate through this tumult unscathed? After resolving the family crisis, Qin Yu immersed himself wholeheartedly in the preparations for the business project. The office was a veritable mountain of documents, the incessant ringing of the phone filling the air. He swiftly perused the files while conversing with a partner on the other end of the line, stating, "The prospects for this project are extraordinarily promising. I believe that together, we can create substantial value." After concluding the call, he promptly dialed another number, continuing the discussions regarding investment matters. Sunlight streamed through the window, bathing him in warmth, while sweat soaked through his shirt, yet he remained oblivious, his gaze filled with determination and focus. Su Yao, too, was busy. She methodically organized the materials beside him, occasionally offering suggestions. "I believe this investor is rather cautious. You might want to emphasize the stability of our project," she advised. Qin Yu nodded in agreement. "You are correct. I shall adjust my pitch." Through their combined efforts, the preparations for the business project began to take shape, seemingly moving in a positive direction. However, fate seemed to delight in irony. At that moment, Qin Yu's phone rang suddenly, the urgency of the tone causing his expression to shift, an ominous premonition washing over him. Upon answering, a panicked voice on the other end exclaimed, "It's bad. A group of unidentified individuals has disrupted the project site." Qin Yu sprang to his feet, the chair screeching against the floor. "I am on my way," he declared, hanging up and turning to Su Yao. "There has been an incident at the project site. I must hurry." A flicker of concern crossed Su Yao's face. "Be careful. I will continue to coordinate with our aides." As Qin Yu raced to the project site, chaos reigned. Workers scattered in all directions amidst shouts and curses. The air was thick with dust, tinged with the acrid scent of smoke. The unidentified individuals brandished clubs, wantonly vandalizing equipment and materials. Fury surged within Qin Yu. He charged forward, demanding, "Who are you? Why are you causing a disturbance here?" Upon seeing Qin Yu approach, the assailants did not relent. Rather, they grew more brazen. One burly man sneered, "Are you the one in charge? If you know what, that's good for you. Get lost and don't interfere." Qin Yu noted that these individuals moved with practiced ease, their coordination suggesting they had undergone professional training. Moreover, they appeared well acquainted with the project, specifically targeting crucial equipment and documents. In the midst of the turmoil, Qin Yu abruptly realized that several vital project files had vanished from the table. A sense of dread washed over him as he grasped the severity of the situation. These documents contained the project's core secrets. If they fell into the hands of malevolent forces, the consequences would be dire. Qin Yu searched high and low for traces of the missing documents, yet there was no sign of them to be found. It dawned on him that this might be the work of malevolent forces, and he suppressed the anger bubbling within him, promptly pulling out his phone to inform Su Yao. "The documents are lost. It could very well be the handiwork of the antagonists." Qin Yu's voice carried a hint of urgency. On the other end of the line, Su Yao fell silent for a moment before responding. Do not panic. We shall revise our security measures to prevent them from seizing further opportunities. I have already contacted some allies, and they will arrive shortly. After hanging up, Qin Yu surveyed the chaotic project site, silently vowing to uncover the puppeteer behind this scheme, retrieve the documents, and ensure the project's progression. Before long, the allies began to arrive one by one. Elder Zhang, leaning on his cane, spoke with a grave expression. This is clearly premeditated. We must strategize carefully. Aunt Lin nodded in agreement. Indeed, we cannot act recklessly. We must first address the security gaps. Qin Yu and Su Yao, along with their allies, gathered together to deliberate their course of action. Let us enhance the surveillance around the site and assign personnel for round-the-clock monitoring, Qin Yu proposed. We must also tighten the management of personnel entering and exiting, rigorously verifying identities, Su Yao added. The group exchanged ideas, gradually formulating a new security plan. As night fell, the project site appeared eerily tranquil under the dim lights. Qin Yu and Su Yao stood at the center, gazing at the newly installed security measures, their hearts still laden with concern. The loss of the documents loomed as a significant threat. They were uncertain of what the adversaries might do with them. What shall we do next? Until the documents are recovered, I cannot find peace, the protagonist voiced. Su Yao gently grasped Qin Yu's hand, reassuringly stating, do not worry. We will surely locate the documents and resolve this crisis. Let us implement the new security measures while continuing our investigation into the puppeteer behind this. The moonlight cascaded like water upon them, their silhouettes elongated on the ground, exuding both solitude and unwavering determination. With the project documents lost and security compromised, Qin Yu's business preparations faltered. How would he and Su Yao make amends for the losses and ensure the project continued? Chapter 45, Tracing the Shadows. Clues entangled in a maze. As night deepened, Qin Yu and Su Yao returned to the office, wearied. They sat at the desk, gazing at the project materials before them, anxiety clouding their minds. Tomorrow, we will start with the surveillance footage. We must uncover leads on those individuals. Qin Yu broke the silence. Su Yao nodded yes. I hope we can yield some results. Also, I have a feeling that the contact person could be pivotal. I will reflect on the relevant details more thoroughly tomorrow. They exchanged glances, a spark of determination rekindled in their eyes as they prepared to face the challenges of a new day. Morning sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the industrious figures of Qin Yu and Su Yao. They arrived early at the surveillance room, where a musty atmosphere lingered and the machines emitted a faint hum. Qin Yu deftly operated the equipment, his eyes fixated on the screen, leaving no detail overlooked. Meanwhile, Su Yao meticulously recorded timestamps and descriptions of suspicious individuals. As the surveillance footage flickered rapidly, they finally discerned some clues. The troublemakers had interacted with individuals from a black sedan prior to their actions. Through further tracking, they established that these individuals were employed by a temporarily registered company. Qin Yu furrowed his brow as he scrutinized the company information displayed on the screen, noting its vague registration details that offered hardly any useful leads. The registered address was an ordinary office building, and the contact number was a deadline. Su Yao bit her lip, concluding, it appears they came prepared, deliberately concealing their identities. However, this also indicates their trepidation. They fear we may uncover their identities. Following the scant clues, they made their way to the office building. However, upon arrival, they discovered that the so-called company was merely a shell. The office furnished with only a few dilapidated desks and chairs, the floor covered in dust that stirred up a choking cloud with each step. Qin Yu crouched down to inspect the desks for any remnants or traces of documents, but found nothing. It seems this place has already been thoroughly cleaned. They are quite meticulous in their operations, Qin Yu lamented. Su Yao, refusing to give up, continued her search throughout the room. Suddenly, she spotted a crumpled piece of paper in the corner. Elated, she picked it up and unfolded it, revealing faint inscriptions, though most of it was obscured. This could be a crucial lead. Perhaps we can find a breakthrough from here, Su Yao remarked. The two took the paper to professional technicians for assistance in restoring the text. After considerable effort, some information began to emerge, all clues pointing to an abandoned location. Qin Yu and Su Yao exchanged glances and resolutely decided to head to this new address. Upon reaching the derelict site, a pungent odor of decay assaulted their senses. It was a forsaken factory, overrun with weeds, the walls of the building in disrepair, shattered glass in the windows creaking ominously as if whispering tales of its past. Qin Yu and Su Yao cautiously entered the factory, the ground beneath them thick with dust and debris, each step accompanied by a crisp sound. They scoured the factory, leaving no corner unchecked. Eventually, in a dilapidated desk drawer, they stumbled upon fragments of destroyed documents. Qin Yu picked up the scraps, examining them closely in an attempt to piece together the complete information, but the fragments were far too few to reconstruct the document's contents. It seems they have obliterated all essential information, unwilling for us to obtain it, Qin Yu said, a hint of frustration in his voice. Just as they felt despondent, Su Yao abruptly halted, her eyes lighting up. I remembered someone I met at an event. He might be connected to the antagonistic forces. Perhaps he can provide us with some inside information and valuable leads. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu's eyes sparkled with renewed hope. Really? That's wonderful. Let us contact him immediately. However, when Su Yao attempted to reach the mysterious contact, she found that his phone remained unanswered. Furrowing her brow, she felt a twinge of worry. Why isn't he picking up? Has he sensed something? Qin Yu reassured her, do not be anxious. Let us think of other methods. Perhaps he is simply unavailable at the moment. The two lingered outside the abandoned factory, contemplating their next steps. As dusk approached, the remnants of the setting sun cast long shadows upon them. Qin Yu, gazing into the distance, declared resolutely, no matter what, we cannot give up. This contact is our only hope. We must find him and uncover the truth behind this. Su Yao nodded in agreement. I will try to reach him again, and I will also ask our allies to keep an eye out for his whereabouts. As time passed, Su Yao finally received a reply from the mysterious contact, who agreed to meet but chose a secluded bar rife with dubious characters. Qin Yu and Su Yao exchanged wary glances. This place is dangerous. His choice of venue surely harbors ulterior motives, Qin Yu cautioned. Su Yao frowned slightly but countered, this is our only opportunity. We must take the chance. We should be cautious and bring along several capable allies. Thus, Qin Yu and Su Yao, accompanied by a few agile allies, made their way to the bar. Tension filled the air as everyone remained on high alert. Upon their arrival, they found the establishment dimly lit, the music raucous, and the crowd bustling. The atmosphere thick with the scent of smoke and alcohol. Qin Yu and Su Yao meticulously scanned the crowd for the mysterious contact while remaining vigilant for any suspicious individuals. At last, they spotted the contact in a corner of the bar. He appeared anxious, his gaze darting around restlessly. Qin Yu and Su Yao approached him, taking a seat across from him. Hello, we are Qin Yu and Su Yao. Thank you for agreeing to meet with us. We seek to gather information regarding the disruptions occurring at the project site and hope you can provide us with some leads, Qin Yu stated directly. The mysterious contact hesitated for a moment, his lips moving as if he wished to speak, but ultimately refrained. I know a few things, but I dare not disclose them. Their power is immense. If they discover that I have leaked information, my life would be in jeopardy. The mysterious contact quivered as he spoke. Su Yao softly reassured him. Rest assured, we will ensure your safety. Furthermore, this matter concerns the interests of many. If not addressed promptly, it could lead to far greater losses. Surely, you do not wish to witness such an outcome? Upon hearing Su Yao's words, a flicker of hesitation crossed the contact's eyes. He bowed his head, pondering for a moment, seemingly engaged in an intense internal struggle. Just as he was about to speak, the bar's door was suddenly flung open, and a group of men in black stormed in. Clad in sunglasses and wielding clubs, they advanced menacingly toward Qin Yu and the others. A sense of dread gripped Qin Yu as he realized the dire situation. It was clear they were after the contact. The black-clad men swiftly surrounded Qin Yu and his companions. One of them, the apparent leader, coldly declared, "Those who are wise should leave at once and refrain from meddling." Unfazed, Qin Yu rose to his feet, locking eyes with the leader. "Who are you? Why do you seek to take him?" The black-clad man offered no reply, merely gesturing with his club, signaling them not to resist. Qin Yu and Su Yao swiftly positioned themselves back to back with their allies, bracing for the imminent conflict. The patrons of the bar, witnessing the unfolding scene, panicked and fled. The music abruptly ceased, plunging the establishment into a profound silence, punctuated only by the heavy breathing of the intruders and the ominous thuds of clubs striking the ground. Would the mysterious contact manage to reveal crucial information amidst the chaos? And how would Qin Yu and Su Yao navigate this unexpected crisis? Chapter 46. The Mysterious Contact, Truth and Deception Intertwined. Qin Yu fixed his gaze on the black-clad man, rapidly devising a strategy. His allies stood ready, prepared for action at any moment. Su Yao whispered urgently to the mysterious contact, "Quickly, now is your chance to speak." Just as the contact opened his mouth, the black-clad men surged forward. Qin Yu shouted, rallying his allies to charge into the fray, and a fierce melee erupted. Furniture was toppled, and the sound of shattering glass pierced the air. The black-clad men attacked with ferocity, displaying remarkable training and coordination, leaving Qin Yu and his companions struggling to withstand their onslaught. Qin Yu, nimble and agile, wove through the throng, deftly evading attacks while seizing opportunities to strike back, his fists raining down upon the black-clad men like a tempest. However, their numbers were overwhelming, with fresh assailants continually joining the fray, tightening the encirclement around Qin Yu and his allies. Su Yao, undeterred, showcased her resourcefulness. Though lacking Qin Yu's exceptional combat skills, she adeptly maneuvered among the obstacles of the bar, deftly avoiding the black-clad men. Spotting an opening, she seized a shard of a shattered bottle and thrust it toward one of the attacker's arms. Startled by the pain, the black-clad man dropped his club, allowing Su Yao to wrest it from him and engage in combat. The mysterious contact trembled nearby, his face pale with fear as he beheld the chaos. Yet, he understood that if he did not seize this moment to divulge critical information, he might never have another chance. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to compose himself, exclaiming, "It is," but before he could finish, a black-clad man noticed his intent and charged toward him. In that perilous instant, their ally, Elder Zhang, sprang into action, intercepting the assailant's attack. Despite his advanced age, Zhang maintained impressive agility as he engaged in a fierce counterattack against the black-clad man. Each of Zhang's strikes was powerful, infused with profound inner strength, gradually gaining the upper hand against his foe. Seeing Zhang intervene, Qin Yu felt a surge of hope. Seizing the opportunity, he intensified his assault against the attackers. Spotting a gap in their defenses, he delivered a powerful blow to a black-clad man's chest, sending him crashing backward, toppling several tables in the process. The other allies, inspired by Qin Yu's resolve, unleashed their full potential, battling fiercely against the black-clad men. Amidst the turmoil, the mysterious contact attempted once more to speak. This disruption is instigated by the villainous faction, but I am uncertain of the specifics. His words were cut short as several black-clad men lunged toward him. Su Yao rushed to his aid, using her club to repel the attackers while urging the contact. "What more do you know? Think harder." The contact's face was a mask of terror, his body trembling uncontrollably. He strained to recall details, and suddenly his eyes brightened. "It seems they are plotting a far larger conspiracy involving the business association." Before he could elaborate, the leader of the black-clad men, sensing the contact had divulged too much, roared in fury and charged at him. Recognizing the imminent danger, Qin Yu dashed toward the mysterious contact, desperate to thwart the black-clad man's advance. Yet, the sheer number of assailants made every step a struggle. At that moment, their ally, Aunt Lin, noticed Qin Yu's predicament and swiftly attacked the black-clad man from the side, clearing a path for him. Finally breaking through the encirclement, Qin Yu reached the mysterious contact, pulling him behind him as he faced the attackers. The leader glared at Qin Yu, stating menacingly, "You will not take him from me. He must come with us today." Unfazed, Qin Yu retorted, "You shall not succeed. As long as I am here, none shall harm him." Tension crackled in the air as both sides stood poised for confrontation, the atmosphere thick with hostility. The bar was littered with shattered furniture and glass, the faint scent of blood lingering in the air. Qin Yu and his allies stood resolutely around the mysterious contact, while the black-clad men eyed them with predatory intent, poised to strike anew. Suddenly, the wail of police sirens pierced the air from outside the bar. The black-clad men exchanged alarmed glances. The leader, gritting his teeth, spat, "Consider yourselves fortunate. We shall spare you today." With a wave of his hand, the black-clad men swiftly retreated from the bar. Qin Yu and the others remained vigilant, their eyes fixed on the departing figures until the sirens grew increasingly closer. Moments later, police officers burst into the bar. Qin Yu and Su Yao explained the situation, and the officers assured them an investigation would ensue. Subsequently, they escorted the mysterious contact away from the bar to a safer location, preparing to inquire further. The mysterious contact appeared utterly exhausted, slumped in a chair with terror etched across his face. Qin Yu poured him a glass of water, gently saying, "Do not be afraid. You are safe now. Please, reflect carefully. Are there any additional leads regarding their conspiracy?" After taking a sip of water to regain his composure, the contact replied, "I truly know little beyond this. I only know they are colluding with individuals from the business association, seemingly planning to sabotage an important commercial event. The specifics elude me." Qin Yu and Su Yao exchanged glances, anxiety evident in their eyes. The business association held significant sway in the commercial realm. If the villainous faction truly conspired with its members, the ramifications would be dire. It appears we must investigate this matter urgently to uncover the nature of this critical commercial event and the extent of their conspiracy, Qin Yu stated. Su Yao nodded in agreement. Indeed, we must bolster our defenses and ensure they do not succeed. The mysterious contact regarded Qin Yu and Su Yao, hesitating before saying, "I can assist you, but you must guarantee my safety." Qin Yu placed a reassuring hand on the contact's shoulder, declaring, "Rest assured, we will protect you. As long as you can provide valuable clues, we shall join forces to bring the nefarious factions to justice." Subsequently, Qin Yu arranged for his associates to escort the mysterious contact to a secure location for protection. Qin Yu and Su Yao then began deliberating their next course of action. Su Yao suggested, "We should commence our investigation with the business association to see if we can uncover any leads." Qin Yu nodded in agreement, saying, "I will reach out to our ally, reporter Liu, to assist in investigating the recent activities of the business association." Meanwhile, they also recognized the necessity to bolster security measures for their project to prevent any further disturbances. The two divided their tasks. Qin Yu contacted reporter Liu to explain the situation, to which Liu pledged to initiate his investigation promptly. Su Yao reached out to the personnel responsible for project security, urging them to enhance patrols and remain vigilant. Once everything was arranged, Qin Yu and Su Yao settled in the office, awaiting news from Liu. As time ticked by, their anxiety escalated. They were acutely aware that their time was limited, and failing to swiftly uncover the villainous plot could result in catastrophic losses for their business venture. Finally, Qin Yu's phone buzzed. It was a call from reporter Liu. On the line, Liu revealed, "I have uncovered some clues. The business association is hosting a major commercial negotiation conference soon, which will be attended by nearly all prominent families and business magnates. I suspect that the nefarious factions might attempt to sabotage this event." Qin Yu's heart raced at this revelation, and he responded, "Thank you, Liu. Your information is invaluable. We will investigate further to see if we can gather more evidence." After hanging up, Qin Yu relayed Liu's words to Su Yao. Furrowing her brow, she remarked, "This conference is indeed crucial. If the villains disrupt it, not only will it jeopardize our project, but it could also incite turmoil throughout the entire business community. We must devise a strategy to thwart them." After a moment of contemplation, Qin Yu suggested, "Let us first conduct an internal investigation of the business association to identify any individuals colluding with the villains. Simultaneously, we should assign personnel to monitor suspicious activities during the conference." With a plan established, they sprang into action. Qin Yu contacted their ally, lawyer Su, to assist in investigating the backgrounds and connections of the business association's personnel. Su Yao meticulously selected a group of agile and astute aides to execute security tasks at the conference. As the date of the negotiation approached, the pressure on Qin Yu and Su Yao intensified. They remained uncertain about the villains' potential actions during the conference, nor could they ascertain whether their plans would successfully thwart them. However, they understood that retreat was not an option. They had to give their all to safeguard their business interests and expose the malefactor schemes. Throughout their preparations, Qin Yu and Su Yao never lost sight of Meng Hua. They knew that Meng Hua was the most precious person in their hearts, and they could not allow any harm to befall him. Qin Yu instructed the family branches to ensure Meng Hua's safety, while Su Yao frequently called to check on his well-being and studies. Yet, just as Qin Yu and Su Yao were intensely preparing for the crisis at the negotiation, new troubles emerged. Qin Yu's envious cousin, Wang Chong, learned of Qin Yu's investigation into the collusion between the business association and the villains. In a bid to thwart Qin Yu, Wang Chong secretly contacted the nefarious factions, intending to betray Qin Yu's plans. Upon discovering Qin Yu's strategy, the villains resolved to turn the tables on him. They not only prepared to execute a more extensive scheme at the negotiation, but also arranged personnel to undermine Qin Yu and Su Yao, attempting to disrupt their arrangements before the event. Unbeknownst to Qin Yu and Su Yao, danger was steadily encroaching, yet they remained wholly engrossed in their preparations. The black-clad assailants advanced aggressively. Whether the contact could divulge critical information amidst the chaos remained uncertain, and the duo pondered how to navigate this sudden crisis. Chapter 47. A fierce confrontation unfolds. Truth on the brink of revelation. Qin Yu gazed at the anonymous warning message on his phone, his expression growing grave. He slowly passed the device to Su Yao, who, after reading it, furrowed her brow. The conference room fell into a heavy silence, as everyone recognized that the situation had become increasingly convoluted. Taking a deep breath, Qin Yu shattered the stillness, declaring, regardless of the circumstances, we must not be intimidated by this warning. Let us continue with our plan while remaining vigilant to any anomalies around us. Everyone nodded in agreement. Yet each person understood that the road ahead would be fraught with challenges. With 3 days remaining until the commercial negotiation conference, Qin Yu and Su Yao convened in a secret meeting room belonging to the protagonist's family, discussing their countermeasures with their aides. The atmosphere was tense and solemn, the dim yellow light from the walls casting an ominous glow, seemingly apprehensive of the impending crisis. Qin Yu was the first to break the silence, his voice steady yet tinged with anxiety. As it stands, we know that the villains are colluding with the business association and may disrupt the negotiations, and our plans may have been compromised. What should we do next? The aides fell into contemplation, and, after a moment, Lawyer Su spoke up. I have made some preliminary findings regarding the business association, uncovering several suspicious signs. However, the key figures remain unidentified. We require more time for a thorough investigation. Su Yao nodded slightly, her gaze resolute. Time is of the essence. We cannot afford to be idle. We must continue our inquiry into the business association while simultaneously enhancing security arrangements for the conference. As the group engaged in fervent discussion, Qin Yu received an anonymous warning message indicating that their plans had been leaked. This revelation further exacerbated the already tense atmosphere. With a stoic expression, Qin Yu pondered their next steps. Suddenly, he proposed, let us head to a bar. We may uncover new leads there. Although Su Yao and the aides were somewhat puzzled, they chose to trust Qin Yu's judgment. Upon arriving at the bar, they found the dimly lit environment filled with booming music, with patrons energetically dancing in the center. Qin Yu's keen eyes scanned the crowd, searching for anything amiss. At that moment, a group of black-clad assailants surged from the corners of the bar, their cold gazes fixed firmly on Qin Yu and Su Yao. Reacting instantly, Qin Yu shouted, "Watch out!" He swiftly assumed a defensive stance and engaged the assailants in combat. With agile prowess, Qin Yu delivered powerful punches, swiftly taking down several attackers. However, the sheer number of assailants overwhelmed him, gradually gaining the upper hand. Su Yao was undeterred, skillfully evading attacks while looking for opportunities to counter. Spotting an opening, she kicked a black-clad assailant in the knee, causing him to lurch forward in pain. Seizing the moment, she snatched the baton from his grasp and swung it with force, pushing back the surrounding attackers. Yet, as more assailants joined the fray, Qin Yu and Su Yao began to feel the strain. Just when they seemed on the brink of defeat, the mysterious contact sprang into action to assist them. It became clear that he too did not wish to be captured by the assailants, fully aware that such an outcome would spell doom for him. Grabbing a bottle from somewhere, he hurled it at a black-clad assailant, sending him crashing to the ground. Together, the trio fought fiercely against the onslaught of attackers. Tables and chairs were overturned, shards of glass littered the floor, and the scent of spilled liquor permeated the air. Timing his move perfectly, Chinyu dashed toward the leader of the assailants, delivering a powerful punch to his face, causing him to stagger backward. Meanwhile, the mysterious contact managed to trip several more assailants, while Su Yao wielded the baton, fending off those who approached. After a fierce struggle, they finally succeeded in repelling the black-clad assailants. The enigmatic contact sustained injuries during the skirmish, blood streaming from his arm. Chinyu hurried to support him, anxiously inquiring, "How are you?" Gritting his teeth, the mysterious figure endured the pain and replied, "This disruption was indeed orchestrated by the villainous forces. Yet I am unclear about the specific plans." Chinyu and Su Yao exchanged a grave glance, their eyes laden with concern, although they recognized the villain's involvement. The ambiguity surrounding the detailed plot rendered their situation exceedingly precarious. What subsequent actions might the antagonists undertake? How could Chinyu and Su Yao safeguard themselves? These questions loomed over them like heavy stones, pressing down on their hearts. Just then, the wail of police sirens echoed outside the bar, indicating that someone had alerted the authorities. Realizing the urgency of their situation, Chinyu steadied the injured contact and swiftly departed the bar with Su Yao. Chapter 48. Commercial predicament resolved, new allies emerge. Chinyu and Su Yao hastily escorted the wounded contact to a secure location. Upon entering the room, Chinyu promptly shut the door and drew the curtains. The dimly lit space enveloped the trio as they gathered around the table, the atmosphere thick with tension. Chinyu fixed his gaze on the mysterious contact and solemnly urged, "Think carefully. Are there any other clues?" The contact furrowed his brow, striving to recall, and slowly articulated, "I only know that they seem intent on tampering with documents related to a commercial project, but the specifics elude me." Su Yao gently bit her lip, contemplating for a moment before suggesting, "In that case, we should promptly revise the security and preparation plans for the project to preempt any further maneuvers on their part." Chinyu nodded resolutely, his eyes brimming with determination. "Indeed, regardless of the circumstances, we cannot abandon this project." In the ensuing days, Chinyu and Su Yao devoted themselves wholly to the revision of their plans. They fortified the security measures surrounding the project documents, assigning personnel to guard them around the clock, while implementing stricter background checks for all involved. However, just as they believed they had regained control, an unforeseen calamity struck. The project documents mysteriously vanished. One fateful morning, the individual responsible for safeguarding the files rushed into Chinyu's office, visibly panicked, stuttering, "It's terrible. Chinyu, the documents. They're gone." A wave of dizziness washed over Chinyu, nearly causing him to falter. Suppressing his rage, he demanded, "What happened? Wasn't there someone assigned to guard them?" The individual, head bowed and trembling, replied, "We don't know. When we arrived this morning, the safe was already open, and the documents had vanished." Chinyu, frantic, began pacing the office. Without the documents, advancing the project would become exceedingly arduous, and all their prior efforts might be rendered futile. Su Yao, having learned of the troubling news, rushed over. Observing Chinyu's anxious demeanor, she too felt a surge of worry but maintained her composure, offering reassurance. "Don't panic, let's think of a solution." As they wrestled with their concerns, Chinyu's phone suddenly rang. Frustrated, he retrieved his phone and glanced at the incoming call. It was an unfamiliar number. After a moment's hesitation, he answered. A calm voice resonated from the other end. "Chinyu, do you remember me? We met briefly at a business event. I've heard about your current predicament, and perhaps I can be of assistance." A glimmer of hope ignited within Chinyu as he eagerly inquired, "Who are you?" The caller chuckled lightly. "I am Shang-Chi, and I have long admired your business acumen. Upon hearing of your troubles, I felt compelled to offer my help." Chinyu exchanged a look with Su Yao. Surprise and skepticism flickered in their eyes. The prospect of aid in such a dire moment was uplifting, yet they wondered about the reliability of this sudden benefactor. Still, with no better alternatives at hand, Qin Yu promptly expressed his gratitude. "I cannot thank you enough." "What do you propose?" Shang-Chi responded confidently. "Let us not dwell on my proposals just yet. Tomorrow morning, meet me at the upscale CAF in the city center, and I will share everything with you." With that, he hung up. The following morning, Qin Yu arrived at the designated location early. The CAF, nestled in the heart of the city, exuded elegance, bustling with patrons. He settled into a window seat, frequently glancing toward the entrance. Before long, a sharply dressed man strode in, his keen eyes immediately locating Qin Yu as he approached. "Hello, Qin Yu, I am Shang-Chi," the man greeted with a smile, extending his hand. Qin Yu promptly rose and shook his hand. "It's a pleasure to finally meet you. I'm truly grateful for your assistance." Once seated, Shang-Chi retrieved a document from his briefcase and handed it to Qin Yu, saying, "Take a look at this. It contains crucial industry information I've gathered, along with support I secured through my connections, which should compensate for your lost documents." Eagerly, Qin Yu opened the file and began to read. As he perused the contents, a smile gradually spread across his face. The information and resources felt like a timely rain, reviving a project that had seemed doomed. "Shang-Chi, you have been an immense help. I cannot express my gratitude enough," Qin Yu exclaimed. Shang-Chi waved his hand dismissively. "No need for thanks. I believe in this project, and I am confident that our collaboration will yield success." With Shang-Chi's assistance, Qin Yu swiftly consolidated resources and restructured the project plan, allowing it to progress smoothly as though the previous turmoil had never occurred. Meanwhile, Su Yao was not idle. Returning to her family, she leveraged her intellect and decisiveness to further fortify their influence. She engaged in in-depth discussions with several key allies, including Aunt Lin, to analyze the internal dynamics of the family. With a furrowed brow, Aunt Lin expressed her concerns. "Miss, there are unsettling undercurrents within the family. It seems someone is scheming in the shadows." Su Yao's expression sharpened as she replied, "I have sensed it too. We cannot remain passive. Aunt Lin, please contact a few family elders with whom we have close ties. I need to discuss matters with them." Subsequently, Su Yao meticulously organized a family gathering, inviting numerous members. During the event, she articulated the family's current opportunities and challenges with poise and sincerity, outlining her vision for their future development. Her words were clear and compelling, stirring the emotions of many present. As the gathering concluded, several family members approached Su Yao, expressing their willingness to support her. One elder clapped her shoulder approvingly, stating, "Child, I have faith in you. If you ever need assistance, do not hesitate to ask." Elated, Su Yao expressed her gratitude. Thus, she successfully garnered more allies, fortifying her preparations against the villains. As time passed, the commercial project advanced steadily under Qin Yu's diligent efforts, while Su Yao's influence within the family solidified. Nevertheless, both understood that the antagonists would not easily relent. Despite the temporary resolution of their commercial challenges, Qin Yu and Su Yao remained vigilant, aware that this was merely the calm before the storm. The arrival of the new ally, Shang-Chi, while a turning point, could also attract the attention of their adversaries, potentially ushering in new dangers. On a serene night, Qin Yu and Su Yao sat together on a garden bench, the moonlight casting gentle shadows upon them. Qin Yu tenderly grasped Su Yao's hand, voicing his concerns. "Although we have navigated this crisis, I am uncertain of the villain's next moves. Shang-Chi's involvement may complicate matters further." Leaning against Qin Yu's shoulder, Su Yao softly replied, "Regardless, we must remain cautious. As long as we stand united, we will surely triumph over them." Their eyes locked in silent agreement, resolute determination radiating between them. Chapter 49. Family influence consolidated, villains conspire anew. As the night deepened, Qin Yu and Su Yao rose, preparing to return and rejuvenate themselves for the challenges ahead. Qin Yu firmly clasped Su Yao's hand, declaring, "No matter what lies ahead, we shall face it together." Su Yao nodded resolutely. Unbeknownst to them, a pair of cold eyes lurked in the shadows, silently observing their every move as a new crisis quietly approached. Upon returning to the family estate, Su Yao devoted herself wholeheartedly to managing family affairs. The morning light streamed through the windows, casting a warm glow upon the desk in the study, where Su Yao sat across from Aunt Lin, a mountain of documents piled before them. Aunt Lin pointed to a particular file and remarked, "Miss, according to your plan, these projects are gradually getting on track, and the support for you within the family is growing stronger." Su Yao delicately flipped through the papers, her gaze focused, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Indeed, everyone has worked hard during this time. However, we must remain vigilant. It is precisely at such moments that we must be wary of the adversary's moves. In the days that followed, Su Yao and Aunt Lin collaborated closely, traversing the various corners of the family estate, engaging with different family members and coordinating resources. During a small internal family meeting, Su Yao articulated the future direction of the family with clarity and precision, garnering the approval and applause of most attendees. After the meeting, an elder patted Su Yao on the shoulder and said, "Child, well done. Keep it up. The future of the family relies on you young people." As Su Yao's influence within the family steadily solidified, she managed affairs with remarkable efficiency. However, her actions soon attracted the attention of nefarious forces. In a dilapidated factory on the outskirts of the city, a damp and dark atmosphere was permeated by a pungent odor. A group of shadowy figures gathered around a rickety table, the flickering light barely illuminating their grim faces. Su Yao's recent maneuvers within the family are becoming increasingly bold. "We cannot sit idly by," one voice rumbled. "Indeed, if this continues, our plans will be disrupted," another voice echoed in agreement. The air grew heavier with tension as they exchanged words, until a previously silent individual slowly spoke up. "We can exploit the wavering loyalties within the family to create trouble for Qinyu. If he encounters commercial setbacks, Su Yao will also be adversely affected." After much deliberation, they set their sights on Director Zhou, a member of Qinyu's family board. Known for his indecisiveness driven by self-interest, the conspirators deemed Director Zhou the pawn ripe for manipulation. Days later, in a lavish private room of an upscale hotel, Director Zhou sat across from several mysterious individuals. The opulent decor and the soft glow of the crystal chandelier contrasted sharply with Zhou's disinterest in the sumptuous feast laid out before him. "Director Zhou, if you follow our instructions, you will undoubtedly reap the rewards," one of the mysterious figures said, sliding a document pouch across the table. Zhou hesitated, eyeing the pouch warily. "You want me to publicly question Qin Yu's business acumen at the board meeting? What if I'm discovered?" "Rest assured, Director Zhou, these documents are impeccably crafted and will remain undetected. Furthermore, we have arranged everything so that, should complications arise, you will not be implicated." The mysterious figure continued to persuade him. After a moment of reflection, Zhou ultimately grasped the pouch, opening it to glimpse the falsified documents inside. A tumult of emotions swirling within him. Yet, swayed by the allure of profit, he nodded in agreement. "Very well, I shall comply." Meanwhile, Qin Yu and Su Yao remained blissfully unaware of the scheming that was unfolding. Qin Yu diligently focused on advancing business projects, passionately discussing intricate details with his team in the company's conference room. The whiteboard was filled with charts and data, the air thick with tension yet brimming with determination. "We need to optimize this proposal further. We must ensure absolute competitiveness in the market," Qin Yu indicated to a specific section on the board. Team members nodded in unison, each contributing their insights and suggestions. After the meeting, Qin Yu rubbed his temples, feeling a sense of unease despite the project's progress. In the family, Su Yao also sensed subtle shifts in the atmosphere. During a family gathering, she noticed some members casting her furtive glances, seemingly intent on avoiding her gaze. Heightened suspicion gripped her, and she seized an opportunity to pull Aunt Lin aside. "Aunt Lin, have you noticed something amiss in the family's atmosphere recently?" Aunt Lin furrowed her brow, contemplating her response. "Miss, I too have sensed a strange undercurrent, but I have yet to ascertain its nature." Su Yao's expression turned serious. "It appears we must exercise greater caution and swiftly uncover the truth." As the days passed, the board meeting approached, and Director Zhou wrestled with conflicting emotions after obtaining the falsified documents. Torn between the promised rewards from the conspirators and his apprehension regarding Chinyu, he paced his room, beads of sweat forming on his brow as he clutched the deceptive materials tightly. Finally, the day before the board meeting arrived. Looking into the mirror, Zhou's face appeared pale. He inhaled deeply, placing the documents into his briefcase, silently resolving to follow the conspirators' plan no matter the cost. Meanwhile, Chinyu, sensing potential hazards, remained oblivious to the traps laid by his adversaries at the board meeting. He diligently prepared for his presentation, meticulously organizing data and materials in hopes of showcasing the project's immense potential and his business acumen. Su Yao, on the other hand, sought to uncover the motives behind the strange looks she had received, engaging with various elders and confidants within the family in search of clues. Yet, the adversary's new scheme barreled forth like a runaway train, heading straight for Chinyu. Would Director Zhou be manipulated? And how would Chinyu confront the impending scrutiny at the board meeting? All remained uncertain, the atmosphere thick with tension, enveloping both Chinyu and Su Yao in its invisible web. Chapter 50. The eve of the board meeting, storm clouds gather. The night enveloped the city. The Qin family estate ablaze with light. Chinyu sat in his study, meticulously reviewing the mountain of documents before him, oblivious to the tempest that awaited him at the board meeting. Meanwhile, in a darkened room across the city, Director Zhou stared at the deceptive materials on his desk. His gaze conflicted, his mind in turmoil. Ultimately, he gritted his teeth, seemingly resolved. What would transpire at the board meeting tomorrow, and how would Chinyu respond? All remained shrouded in uncertainty. As the morning sun streamed through the window, casting its glow upon Chinyu's weary yet resolute face, Su Yao gently pushed open the door and entered the study, her heart aching at the sight of the scattered documents. You haven't slept all night, have you? Take a moment to rest. Don't overexert yourself, she urged. Chinyu lifted his head, rubbing his eyes and forcing a smile. I'm fine, truly. I just went over the project documents again to ensure nothing was overlooked. By the way, you mentioned I should be cautious of Director Zhou. Have you discovered anything? Su Yao settled into a chair beside him, her expression grave. The atmosphere within the family feels off lately. I've sensed unusual behavior from Director Zhou. While I have yet to find concrete evidence, my instincts warn me that he may attempt to sabotage you at the board meeting. You must remain vigilant. Chinyu furrowed his brow, contemplating her words before replying. Understood. I will be prepared for whatever schemes he has in store. With that, Chinyu returned to his meticulous organization of the documents, scrutinizing each set of data and every case to ensure he could accurately present the project's feasibility and potential at the board meeting. The rustling of pages echoed in the quiet study, punctuated by the sound of Chinyu jotting down key points in his notebook. Meanwhile, Su Yao exited the study and began to wander through the family estate. With a smile gracing her lips, she greeted each family member she encountered, engaging in seemingly casual conversations while discreetly observing their attitudes, seeking any signs of potential crises. In the garden, she came across several servants pruning the flowers and plants, and from their snippets of conversation, she detected an unusual tension. Have you heard? It seems something significant is about to transpire at the board meeting, one servant whispered. Indeed, I've heard the same. It appears to be related to Chinyu's project, another servant replied. A wave of apprehension washed over Su Yao, though she maintained a facade of nonchalance as she continued conversing with others. Approaching the vicinity of the family's conference room, she noticed a few board members engaged in hushed discussions. Upon her arrival, they abruptly ceased their conversation, their expressions betraying a hint of discomfort. Growing increasingly convinced that something clandestine was afoot, Su Yao moved to another part of the estate. There, Director Zhou was ensconced in his office, frequently communicating with nefarious forces through an encrypted phone line. Is all the information prepared? We must ensure Chinyu makes a blunder at tomorrow's board meeting. A sinister voice echoed from the other end. Everything is ready, but are we certain this won't backfire? Director Zhou's voice trembled slightly. Just follow the plan. If issues arise, we will address them. Once Chinyu falls, the rewards will be yours, the antagonist retorted impatiently. Gritting his teeth, Director Zhou replied, Fine, I understand. After hanging up, He gazed at the fabricated documents on his desk, a tumult of emotions swirling within him. Yet the allure of profit ultimately eclipsed his unease. As the tension hung palpably in the air, time slipped by quietly, leading to the evening. Qin Yu finally completed the organization of his documents. Stretching his limbs and taking solace in the sight of the neatly arranged papers before him. Although he was uncertain about the challenges that awaited him at the board meeting, he remained confident that his diligence and preparation would enable him to navigate them successfully. Upon returning to the study, Su Yao observed Qin Yu's weary, yet assured demeanor, her heart swelling with both concern and pride. "How are you? Are you fully prepared?" she inquired. Qin Yu nodded affirmatively. "Yes, everything is in place. Regardless of what transpires tomorrow, I am confident in my ability to handle it. What about you? Have you uncovered anything new?" Su Yao recounted the day's observations to Qin Yu, and together they analyzed the current situation. Although there was no concrete evidence linking Director Zhou to any collusion with the antagonist, the signs indicated that tomorrow's board meeting would indeed be a fierce battle. "It appears we must not be complacent. I will adapt as the situation unfolds at the board meeting, while you remain vigilant within the family. Should anything arise, inform me promptly," Qin Yu instructed. Su Yao nodded resolutely. "Rest assured, I will." As night enveloped the city, casting it into slumber, both Qin Yu and Su Yao were acutely aware of the impending storm. Lying in bed, Qin Yu stared at the ceiling, mentally rehearsing the myriad scenarios that could unfold at the board meeting, eventually drifting into a restless sleep. The following morning, sunlight bathed the land, and Qin Yu rose early, meticulously preparing his attire and gathering the necessary documents before heading to the boardroom. With each purposeful step, he exuded confidence and composure. Upon entering the conference room, he found the other board members already taking their seats. Director Zhou, situated in a corner, exhibited a fleeting look of panic upon spotting Qin Yu, only to quickly regain his composure. Noticing Zhou's unease, Qin Yu refrained from showing too much concern, offering a polite greeting to the assembly before taking his place. As the host declared the board meeting open, the atmosphere shifted to one of grave seriousness. Qin Yu inhaled deeply, standing to commence his project report. His voice resonated clearly, articulating the project's planning, market potential, and expected returns, while showcasing meticulously prepared data and successful case studies. Initially, the board members listened attentively, nodding in agreement. However, just as Qin Yu neared the conclusion of his presentation, Director Zhou abruptly interrupted. "Wait a moment. I have some questions regarding this project." A surge of anxiety coursed through Qin Yu as he turned to Zhou, smiling as he said, "Please, Director Zhou, go ahead." Clearing his throat, Zhou produced the fabricated documents and asserted, "I have some data here that starkly contrasts with what you just presented. From what I understand, the market outlook for this project is not as optimistic as you claim, and according to your plan, the risks are substantial, potentially leading to significant losses for the family." The room erupted into whispers, the other directors exchanging glances filled with uncertainty as they regarded Zhou's documents. Alarm bells rang in Qin Yu's mind. Yet he quickly steadied himself, responding, "Director Zhou, may I inquire about the source of your information? The data I presented is grounded in thorough research and analysis, possessing ample reliability." Zhou's face flushed, yet he persisted. "My documents certainly come from credible sources. If your data is reliable, how do you explain the discrepancies with what I have here?" Remaining unfazed, Qin Yu picked up his own documents and replied, "Let us compare our findings, Director Zhou. Firstly, regarding the market research samples, mine encompasses a broader region and demographic, offering greater representativeness. Secondly, in terms of cost assessment, I have accounted for various potential factors, which your documents seem to overlook." Zhou was momentarily at a loss for words, but stubbornly continued, "Even if you present valid points, the risks associated with this project cannot be disregarded. We cannot recklessly invest the family's funds into such an uncertain venture." A subtle smile crept on Qin Yu's face as he stated, "Every project carries inherent risks. The key lies in how we manage them. I have devised a comprehensive risk mitigation strategy and am confident in minimizing potential hazards. Furthermore, in the long run, should this project succeed, it will yield substantial benefits for the family and elevate our standing in the business realm. As the board members absorbed the exchange between Qin Yu and Zhou, their thoughts diverged. Some were swayed by Qin Yu's professionalism and confidence, believing the project merited consideration. Others, however, were influenced by Zhou's fabricated data, casting doubts on the project's feasibility. Just as the debate reached an impasse, Su Yao learned of the unfolding situation at the board meeting and hurriedly made her way there. She traversed the family estate, seeking allies to support Qin Yu. Eventually, she found several esteemed elders and briefed them on the circumstances. Upon hearing her account, the elders resolved to accompany her to the boardroom, ready to lend their support to Qin Yu. In the boardroom, Qin Yu continued to contend with Zhou's allegations. He understood that this debate transcended the project's fate. It was a matter of his standing within the family and his future prospects. Meanwhile, Zhou, spurred on by the antagonist's directives, relentlessly posed intricate questions, aiming to disrupt Qin Yu's focus. Would Qin Yu successfully navigate the storm of Zhou's scrutiny and allay the board members' concerns? With Su Yao and the family elders arriving, how would the dynamics shift? All remained uncertain, as the tension in the conference room intensified. Chapter 51. The turmoil of the board meeting, voices of doubt resound. Su Yao, accompanied by several esteemed family elders, rushed into the conference room, flinging the door open. All eyes turned towards them. Breathing slightly heavily, Su Yao declared, "Everyone, please allow me to speak first." The elders, their expressions solemn, entered the room. Director Zhou's countenance shifted slightly at this development. A glimmer of hope surged within Qin Yu. He understood that the situation was about to grow more intricate, and he must seize this rare opportunity to persuade the assembly. The atmosphere in the conference room was tense, as a new confrontation loomed on the horizon. Su Yao composed herself, surveying the conference room before she slowly began to speak. Esteemed board members, I am acutely aware of the significance of this board meeting for the family's future, and I recognize the concerns surrounding Qin Yu's project. However, before we reach a decision, I would like to invite a few elders to share their thoughts. One elder, his hair grizzled with age, stepped forward, casting a commanding glance over the assembly. His voice was steady and robust. After careful deliberation, we believe that this young man, Qin Yu, has consistently devoted himself to the family. We have reviewed the business plan he proposed, and it demonstrates considerable feasibility. It would be unwise to dismiss it entirely based on unverified information. Director Zhou felt a pang of anxiety, but maintained a facade of composure as he retorted, "While I respect your views, esteemed elders, business decisions demand utmost precision. The information I possess has been thoroughly verified. Although Qin Yu's plan appears promising, it conceals significant risks. Should it falter, the family could face insurmountable losses." Qin Yu met Director Zhou's gaze with unwavering resolve, responding with poise. "Director Zhou, you assert that your information has been verified. Could you enlighten us as to the source of your information and the nature of your verification? The data and cases I present are derived from reputable market research institutions, as well as my extensive observations and analyses of the industry." The other directors, caught in the crossfire of this dispute, exhibited increasing uncertainty on their faces. Some furrowed their brows in contemplation, while others whispered amongst themselves. A palpable tension enveloped the room, the air conditioning's cool breeze carrying an undertone of chill. Director Zhou momentarily faltered under Qin Yu's scrutiny, his eyes flickering, yet he quickly regained his composure. "My sources are undoubtedly reliable, but I cannot disclose them. However, Qin Yu, if your plan is indeed viable, how do you account for the fierce market competition? What makes us believe we can stand out?" With calm assurance, Qin Yu approached the projector and displayed a chart, pointing to the data. "Director Zhou, esteemed members, please observe. While competition is indeed fierce, there remain numerous untapped niches within the market. Our plan is designed to target these voids, leveraging innovative models and high-quality products. Herein lies a detailed market share forecast, along with an analysis of our competitors' strengths and weaknesses. We possess not only unique technological advantages, but also a comprehensive marketing strategy that will secure our position in the market." At that moment, Another elder spoke up. I concur with Qin Yu's analysis. In recent years, our family has encountered a bottleneck in traditional business avenues, creating an urgent need for new breakthroughs. While there are risks associated with Qin Yu's plan, it also presents a rare opportunity. We must not allow fear to stifle our potential. We should afford our youth the chance to explore. Yet, Director Zhou persisted. While I appreciate your sentiments, the moment risks materialize, who will shoulder the responsibility? The family's assets are not trifles to be gambled with. Qin Yu fixed his gaze upon Director Zhou, resolutely stating, Director Zhou, should this project fail, I am prepared to accept full responsibility. However, I firmly believe that with my diligence and the collaboration of my team, we can achieve success and yield substantial returns for the family. Several directors were visibly moved by Qin Yu's declaration, and even those initially aligned with Director Zhou began to waver. Nevertheless, Director Zhou seemed determined to thwart Qin Yu's initiative, posing a pointed question. Even if your assertions hold, the initial capital investment is substantial. How will you ensure the continuity of the funding chain? What contingencies do you have in place should unforeseen circumstances arise? Anticipating this, Qin Yu produced a financial plan, declaring, regarding the funding issue, I have developed a detailed budget and financing strategy. On one hand, we can secure support from within the family. On the other, I have initiated preliminary discussions with several investment institutions, all of whom have expressed keen interest in our project. Moreover, we have prepared multiple contingency plans to ensure the project's steady advancement. As Qin Yu addressed each concern, the atmosphere in the conference room began to shift. Some directors started to express their approval of Qin Yu's plan, nodding slightly. Yet, Director Zhou's relentless questioning continued to instill doubt in some members. Although Qin Yu maintained his composure, he understood that Director Zhou would not relinquish his opposition easily. He needed to dispel the lingering concerns of the other directors, or the chances of the project succeeding would remain bleak. In this charged environment, every expression and utterance carried immense weight. Would Qin Yu succeed in persuading all the directors to approve the project amidst this fierce confrontation? Would Director Zhou resort to new tactics to undermine Qin Yu's proposal? The outcome remained uncertain, with the air in the room seemingly frozen as all awaited the final verdict. Chapter 52. A turning point amidst the storm. Qin Yu observed Director Zhou, who was still attempting to argue his case, and realized that this battle was far from over. The gazes of the other directors shifted between him and Director Zhou, clearly weighing their options. At that moment, Su Yao discreetly signaled him, hinting at something significant. Taking a deep breath, Qin Yu awaited Su Yao's next move, knowing it could be pivotal in altering the course of the proceedings. Just as the standoff reached a stalemate, Su Yao suddenly rose to her feet, her eyes resolute and piercing, as if she could see through everything. She retrieved a document from her folder, raising it high, and declared with clarity and conviction, Esteemed directors, I possess crucial evidence that unequivocally reveals Director Zhou's true intentions. Her proclamation sent shockwaves through the boardroom, with members murmuring amongst themselves, speculating about the contents of this evidence. Director Zhou's complexion drained of color, his lips quivering as he attempted to intervene, but words failed him. Su Yao lowered the document, her gaze sweeping across every individual present, before articulating each word with precision. This evidence indicates that Director Zhou has colluded with antagonistic forces against our family, seeking to undermine Qin Yu's business plan for personal gain. An uproar erupted in the boardroom, shock and indignation etched on the faces of the other directors. An elder, his hair as white as snow, slammed his palm on the table, exclaiming, Director Zhou, what is the meaning of this? How could you engage in actions so detrimental to the family's interests? Beads of sweat formed on Director Zhou's forehead as he stammered in frantic explanation. This is all a misunderstanding. The evidence is fabricated. They're attempting to frame me. Yet, confronted with irrefutable proof, his defense appeared feeble and unconvincing. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Yu stepped forward, clearing his throat to reiterate the advantages and prospects of the business plan. Esteemed directors, while Director Zhou's actions are indeed reprehensible, we must not allow this to overshadow the intrinsic value of the project itself. Our business plan is founded upon thorough market research and precise analysis. This unfilled niche in the market awaits our intervention, and upon success, the family stands to gain immeasurable benefits. As he spoke, he displayed relevant data and charts on the screen. Please observe these figures. They clearly demonstrate our project's formidable competitiveness and expansive growth potential. Moreover, we are adequately prepared in terms of technology, talent, and funding, with comprehensive plans in place. The director's attention was drawn to the data on the screen, their expressions shifting from uncertainty to contemplation, with some who had previously hesitated now showing signs of agreement. Qin Yu continued, "We must not allow Director Zhou's selfishness to rob us of this opportunity to transform the family's destiny. The future of our family relies on each of us making the right choices." After Qin Yu's impassioned address, the majority of directors found themselves swayed by his sincerity and professionalism. After considerable discussion, a vote was finally held. The results indicated that the majority of the board members supported Qin Yu's business proposal. A surge of joy welled up within Qin Yu. Yet he was acutely aware that this was merely a transient victory. As he exited the boardroom, sunlight cascaded upon him, yet it did little to assuage the unease that lingered in his heart. Although he had momentarily triumphed in the board meeting, the adversaries were unlikely to relent quietly. How would they retaliate next? This weighed heavily upon Qin Yu, akin to a burdensome stone pressing down on his chest. Chapter 53. Progress in Business Projects, New Enemies Emerge. Seated in the office, Qin Yu and Su Yao were bathed in sunlight streaming through the window. Furrowing his brow, Qin Yu remarked, "Though we have won this round, our adversaries will undoubtedly not let us off easily. We must devise a strategy to counter them swiftly." Su Yao nodded, her gaze falling upon the documents on the table, when suddenly her expression shifted. "Look, these data seem somewhat off." Qin Yu leaned in, and their faces instantly grew serious, as if a new crisis was quietly unfolding. However, despite the looming threat, the advancement of the business project was imperative. Qin Yu quickly adjusted his demeanor, invigorated, and began to fervently prepare for the project launch with his partners. The office was bustling, documents piled high, and the phone rang incessantly. Qin Yu navigated through the chaos, his voice resonant as he delegated various tasks, his charisma returning as he engaged in lively discussions with his partners while inadvertently finalizing work details. "Old Zhang, ensure the quality of the equipment is uncompromised, and we must not delay. Let us strive to complete our preparations ahead of schedule," Qin Yu said, patting a partner on the shoulder. "Rest assured, Qin Yu, you can count on me. I will not falter," Old Zhang replied with a hearty laugh. Meanwhile, Su Yao was equally diligent, meticulously scrutinizing every document, her keen eyes missing no detail. "Let us reconsider this clause. The phrasing here could introduce potential risks." She addressed her assistant with a calm, yet resolute tone. Just as everything seemed to be progressing smoothly, an unexpected visitor shattered the tranquility of their bustling environment. The secretary hurried into the office, her face slightly flustered. "Qin Yu, there's a man outside claiming to be a representative from a startup company, insisting on seeing you, stating he has important business to discuss." Qin Yu and Su Yao exchanged a glance, a flicker of curiosity igniting within them. "Please, let him in," Qin Yu instructed, straightening his attire and sitting upright. A man clad in a meticulously tailored black suit, his hair impeccably styled, entered the office. A confident yet slightly provocative smile adorned his face as his gaze swept over Qin Yu and Su Yao. "It is an honor to finally meet you. Qin Yu and Su Yao, I have come today to discuss the project you're currently preparing." He spoke in a deep, magnetic voice, though the implications of his words were elusive. A chill ran down Qin Yu's spine. Instinct warned him that this man was indeed a new competitor. Maintaining an outwardly composed demeanor, he responded with a polite smile. "Oh, might I inquire about your insights? To be candid, our company is also highly interested in this project, and we are confident in our ability to execute it even better," the man declared unabashedly, determination gleaming in his eyes. After bidding farewell to this uninvited guest, Qin Yu's countenance darkened considerably. It seemed trouble had indeed arrived, he murmured to himself. Qin Yu understood the necessity of treating this new competitor with utmost seriousness. He swiftly mobilized his contacts to investigate the startup company. The process of inquiry proved challenging, with each lead appearing deliberately obscured. Just as he unearthed a promising clue, it would vanish in an instant. Yet, Qin Yu persevered, akin to a keen-scented hound navigating a labyrinth of convoluted information in search of a way out. Simultaneously, Su Yao was devising countermeasures. Sitting amidst a sea of documents, sunlight illuminating her form, casting a delicate halo around her, she rested her chin on her hand. Her gaze focused and profound as she analyzed various possibilities in her mind. This new competitor's emergence is too sudden. There must be underlying issues. They are likely to employ unscrupulous competitive tactics. We must be prepared in advance, she informed Qin Yu, who had come to report on the investigation's progress. Qin Yu nodded, his eyes reflecting unwavering determination. I have uncovered some leads. The forces behind this startup seem intricately linked to our previous adversaries. It appears this is yet another scheme they have meticulously orchestrated. Then we must exercise even greater caution. They may tarnish our reputation through public opinion, lure away our core team members, or even sabotage our partnerships, Su Yao said, her brow furrowed, her tone laced with concern. Qin Yu fell into contemplation. He was acutely aware that what Su Yao spoke of was all too plausible. On one hand, we need to enhance the management of our project team, boosting the benefits and loyalty of our members. On the other, we must be prepared for potential public relations crises, establishing connections with the media in advance to ensure we have a voice when it matters most. Qin Yu articulated slowly, each word seemingly weighed with careful consideration. As the investigation deepened, Qin Yu unearthed an increasing number of leads, yet these only served to complicate matters further. The forces behind the startup were deeply intertwined, not only colluding with previous adversaries, but also entwined in the interests of other prominent families. This revelation made Qin Yu realize that this commercial competition was far more intricate than it appeared on the surface. It could trigger a cascade of repercussions, potentially reshaping the entire landscape of the elite world. Once more, Qin Yu and Su Yao found themselves seated in the office, the atmosphere stiflingly tense. The sky outside had inexplicably darkened, ominous clouds gathering as if a storm were about to break. This new competitor is formidable, and their ties to our adversaries complicate matters. How shall we confront this commercial rivalry? Qin Yu looked at Su Yao, his eyes reflecting both concern and a glimmer of anticipation. Su Yao bit her lip gently, a spark of resolve flashing in her eyes. No matter their schemes, we cannot retreat. We must leverage our strengths, seize upon their weaknesses, and deliver a decisive blow. In that moment, the office fell silent, the only sound being the ticking of the clock on the wall, as if counting down to their next move. Both Qin Yu and Su Yao understood that every step forward was crucial. A single misstep could lead to total failure. Chapter 54. Ruthless Competitive Tactics, Strategies for Response. Qin Yu took a deep breath, rising to his feet and walking to the window, gazing at the foreboding sky. Regardless of their tactics, we shall face them head-on. Our immediate priority is to refine our response plan. Su Yao also stood, moving to his side, affirming, indeed, we will surely navigate through this adversity. Their eyes met, filled with determination, as if, in that moment, they were prepared to confront any challenge that lay ahead. Returning to their desks, no sooner had Qin Yu and Su Yao settled and then the phone on the table rang urgently. Qin Yu swiftly picked up the receiver, hearing the anxious voice of the project site manager on the other end. This is bad. Qin Yu, a plethora of negative news has suddenly surfaced online regarding our project, alleging severe quality risks and citing a host of fabricated data. Numerous partners are calling to inquire about the situation. Qin Yu's brow furrowed deeply, a flicker of anger flashing in his eyes. I understand. Please reassure our partners and inform them that we will address this matter promptly. After hanging up the phone, Qin Yu immediately opened his computer, his screen flooded with defamatory remarks across various platforms, the comment sections rife with skepticism. Simultaneously, Su Yao's phone buzzed with notifications, revealing that several core team members had received lucrative offers from competitors, who even promised equity stakes. Su Yao handed her phone to Qin Yu, her expression grave. It appears they are employing a dual strategy, aiming to tarnish the project's reputation while attempting to poach key members. Their methods are ruthless. Qin Yu gritted his teeth and swiftly began drafting a statement on his computer. His fingers flew across the keyboard, his gaze focused and resolute. In the statement, he meticulously outlined the project's planning, quality control standards, and future prospects, employing irrefutable data and facts to counter the rumors. As he typed, he said to Su Yao first, "Let's release the statement to stabilize public opinion and let the public know they are spreading malicious slander." Su Yao nodded, took the computer, and contacted the public relations team to promptly disseminate the statement across major platforms. Once the statement was addressed, Qin Yu wasted no time convening a meeting with the core team members. The atmosphere in the conference room was oppressive, with members displaying a range of expressions, some anxious, others hesitant. Qin Yu stood before them, his gaze steadfast as he scanned each individual, and proclaimed, "I understand that some of you have been tempted, but I hope you realize how far we have come together. This project represents our collective efforts. Those attempting to poach us merely seek to undermine our hard work. Their promises may seem alluring, but are fraught with uncertainty. Meanwhile, we possess a clear objective and plan, and as long as we unite, we can achieve tremendous success." After this, Qin Yu announced an increase in the team's compensation, significantly raising salaries and enhancing the project bonus ratio. Upon hearing this, the previously wavering expressions of the members gradually solidified with determination. One core member stood up and declared, "Qin Yu, we will follow you. We have been striving together for years, not for mere profit. We believe in you and this project." Others echoed their agreement, and a chorus of support resonated through the room, significantly strengthening the team's cohesion. While Qin Yu stabilized the team and clarified the rumors, Su Yao was also busy. Utilizing her family's extensive connections in the business world, she began to gather intelligence on the competitors. She navigated various upscale clubs and business venues, engaging in casual conversations with diverse business figures, all the while discreetly collecting information. After considerable effort, Su Yao finally received a crucial lead from a family acquaintance. The competitors' funding sources were problematic, and the investors behind them seemed to lack full endorsement of their current competitive tactics, leading to internal discord. Immediately, Su Yao relayed this information to Qin Yu. Upon hearing it, displayed a flicker of surprise in his eyes. "This is a fortuitous opportunity. If we can leverage their internal discord, we might disrupt their momentum." The two began to strategize on how to exploit the competitors' weaknesses and mount a counteroffensive. However, the competitors appeared to sense Qin Yu and Su Yao's maneuvers. Rather than retreating, they escalated their tactics. New rumors began circulating in the market, this time alleging that Qin Yu's family business was beset by severe financial loopholes and on the brink of bankruptcy. This rumor detonated like a bombshell, causing some previously hesitant partners to waver, delaying their decisions to collaborate with Qin Yu. Confronted with the relentless tactics of his competitors, Qin Yu stood before the floor-to-ceiling window of his office, gazing at the bustling street below, silently vowing, "No matter how much you stir up trouble, I will not allow you to succeed." Su Yao approached him and gently grasped his hand. "Do not worry. We will find a way to cope. As long as we remain composed, their schemes will not prevail." Despite Qin Yu's implementation of a series of countermeasures, the competitors' tactics proved exceedingly cunning, with new crises continually emerging. The project's advancement faced significant obstacles, trust among partners steadily declined, and while the team members were momentarily stabilized, the prolonged pressure of public opinion left them utterly fatigued. Whether Qin Yu could successfully withstand competitive pressure and guide the project out of its predicament remained uncertain. Chapter 55. Progress in Investigation, Yet Crisis Strikes. Qin Yu turned around, seated himself at his desk, spread out a blank sheet of paper, and began jotting down several critical points. "We must approach this from these angles. First, sow discord within their ranks, then leverage the power of the media." Su Yao leaned in, observing the notes and nodding. "The strategy is sound, but execution will undoubtedly be fraught with challenges. They will certainly be on guard." Qin Yu's gaze remained resolute. "No matter how difficult, we must try. This is currently our best course of action." They exchanged determined glances, steeling themselves for the upcoming challenges. At that moment, Su Yao's phone suddenly vibrated. She retrieved it, glanced at the screen, and her face lit up with excitement. Finally, there's news. Qin Yu quickly leaned closer, inquiring, "What's the update? Has the investigation yielded results?" Su Yao nodded vigorously, her enthusiasm palpable. "Indeed, after several days of inquiries and investigations, I have finally uncovered a significant weakness of our competitors. Their funding chain is in jeopardy. According to reliable sources, their investors are dissatisfied with the current project's progress and are contemplating withdrawal." Upon hearing this, a spark of surprise and exhilaration flickered in Qin Yu's eyes. He slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, "This is indeed excellent news. If we can capitalize on this vulnerability, we can deliver them a decisive blow." Su Yao nodded with a smile. "Yes, but we must proceed with caution. We cannot allow them to realize we have unearthed this secret." Just as they were deliberating on how to exploit this weakness for a counterattack, Qin Yu's phone rang urgently. Furrowing his brows, Qin Yu hastily answered the call. The voice of the project site manager came through, filled with urgency. "It's bad, Qin Yu. The project site has just been vandalized by unidentified individuals, and many pieces of equipment have been severely damaged and are no longer operational." Qin Yu's heart sank, his expression darkening as he gritted his teeth. "I'm on my way. Ensure the site is secured and assess the damage as much as possible." After hanging up, Qin Yu turned to Su Yao, his fury palpable. "The project site has been sabotaged again. It seems our competitors and the antagonistic forces are truly relentless." Su Yao mirrored his anger, stating, "They are intent on annihilating us. Come, let us go assess the situation on site." The two hurriedly departed the office, driving towards the project location. Throughout the journey, Qin Yu gripped the steering wheel tightly, his eyes fixed ahead, brimming with unbounded fury and determination. Su Yao, seated beside him, furrowed her brow, quietly contemplating countermeasures. Soon, they arrived at the project site. The scene before them was a chaotic disaster. The once orderly equipment lay scattered and askew, some mangled beyond recognition, while parts were strewn across the ground. The air was thick with the acrid scent of machine oil, and the anxious voices of workers and staff could be heard discussing the situation. Qin Yu surveyed the devastation, his pent-up rage boiling over, and he clenched his fists. Gritting his teeth, "These bastards have gone too far." Su Yao gently placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "Let us not lose our temper. The priority now is to find a solution to this problem. Given the extent of the damage, it is highly likely that our competitors and the antagonistic forces have colluded to halt our project's progress." Taking a deep breath, Qin Yu made a concerted effort to calm himself, stating, "You're right. We cannot let their actions cloud our judgment. The immediate priority is to expedite repairs on the equipment to minimize the impact on our project timeline. Simultaneously, we must accelerate our counteroffensive plans against the competitors. We can no longer allow them to act with such impunity." With that, Qin Yu and Su Yao began to mobilize at the site. Qin Yu gathered the project team as technical personnel to assess the damage and discuss repair strategies. The technicians huddled around the damaged equipment, examining it closely, occasionally shaking their heads in dismay. One seasoned craftsman furrowed his brow and remarked, "The damage to this equipment is far too severe. Several crucial components have been irreparably smashed. To restore it, we will require not only a significant amount of time, but also considerable funds to procure new parts." Upon hearing this, Qin Yu felt a weight settle in his heart, yet he resolutely declared, "Regardless of the time and financial resources needed, we must expedite the repair of this equipment. The project cannot stagnate due to unforeseen setbacks. Let's all exert ourselves and push forward." The craftsman nodded in agreement, assuring him, "We shall do our utmost, rest assured." Qin Yu. Meanwhile, Su Yao was diligently contacting various suppliers, inquiring about the procurement of the necessary components. She made call after call, her words flowing rapidly as she discussed pricing, delivery timelines, and other particulars. However, most suppliers expressed that, due to the specialized nature of these parts, they would require a certain amount of time to prepare, with the earliest delivery not expected until 3 days hence. With a sigh of resignation, Su Yao set down her phone and approached Qin Yu, conveying the situation to him. After a moment's contemplation, Qin Yu responded, 3 days is far too long. We cannot afford to wait. Reach out to additional suppliers to see if any can deliver more swiftly. Simultaneously, I will enlist the support of our procurement department to explore alternative channels for sourcing some components. Once they had organized the repair efforts, Qin Yu and Su Yao retreated to the temporary office at the project site. Seated at the desk, they resumed their discussion regarding a counter-strategy against their competitors. Gazing at the project progress chart affixed to the wall, Qin Yu asserted, we can no longer proceed with a step-by-step approach. We must accelerate our efforts. Given their financial troubles, we should exploit this vulnerability, amplifying public pressure to raise awareness of their predicament. This may prompt their investors to solidify their resolve to withdraw funding, while also unsettling their partners. Su Yao nodded in agreement. Indeed, I believe we should reach out to some financial media outlets to disclose the issues surrounding our competitors' financial chain, thereby soliciting their coverage. Moreover, we could utilize social media platforms to steer public opinion, casting doubt upon their project. Qin Yu added, in addition to the media campaign, we must also exert pressure through business collaborations. Leverage your network to connect with companies interested in partnering with them, revealing the true state of our competitor to dissuade them from entering into collaboration. Meanwhile, I will intensify our promotional efforts to attract more partners and investors to our project. Just as their discussion reached a fervent crescendo, Qin Yu's phone rang once more. He glanced at the screen to see a call from the head of the procurement department. Swiftly answering, he was met with an excited voice on the other end. Qin Yu, good news. We have identified a supplier through special channels who has the necessary components and can deliver them by tomorrow. Thrilled by this revelation, Qin Yu replied, excellent. Please finalize the contract to ensure timely delivery and do not overlook quality in our haste. After hanging up, he relayed the good news to Su Yao, who smiled with relief, remarking, what a stroke of luck. It seems our fortune is not entirely bleak. However, just as Qin Yu and Su Yao believed things were beginning to take a favorable turn, a new crisis quietly emerged. Su Yao's phone, resting on the table, vibrated suddenly, and upon checking it, her expression turned grave. Noticing her distress, Qin Yu inquired, what is it? Has something gone awry? Su Yao handed her phone to him. Her face etched with concern. I've just received word that our competitors appear to have sensed our investigation. They're hastening their actions and preparing to resort to more aggressive measures against us. Moreover, they seem to have rallied some previously neutral business entities, complicating our situation further. Reading the message on her phone, Qin Yu furrowed his brow in deep thought. He understood that with the project site once again damaged, requiring time and resources for repairs, and with their adversaries gearing up for a more robust assault, the challenges they faced were mounting. Yet, his conviction remained unshaken. He looked at Su Yao with determination, declaring, regardless of their tactics, we shall not falter. We will navigate this crisis while successfully countering our competitors, making it clear that we are not easily intimidated. Su Yao nodded vigorously, her eyes radiating resolve and determination. As the project site lay in ruins, requiring both time and funds for restoration, would Qin Yu and Su Yao manage to counter their competitors while addressing this crisis? The outcome remained uncertain, but they were poised to embrace the challenges ahead, ready to forge ahead in the fierce arena of corporate competition undeterred. Chapter 56, Repair and Counterattack, a Dual Front Battle. Qin Yu and Su Yao were acutely aware that the road ahead was fraught with thorns, yet they harbored no intention of retreating. Rising to his feet, Qin Yu gazed out the window with unwavering resolve, as if envisioning the challenges and opportunities that lay ahead. No matter how many obstacles we encounter, we must give it our all. Su Yao joined him, affirming, indeed, we can succeed. Yet, unbeknownst to them, their competitors had already commenced their disruptive operations, and an intense clash over media narratives was on the verge of unfolding. Without delay, we must act promptly. Qin Yu turned, swiftly gathering the documents on the desk, his gaze reflecting decisiveness. Su Yao nodded, and together they quickly formulated a division of responsibilities. Qin Yu would oversee the organization of personnel to restore the damaged equipment, ensuring that project progress remained minimally impacted, Su Yao would exploit the vulnerabilities in their competitors' financial chain to coordinate a concerted pressure campaign with various business partners. Upon arriving at the project site, Qin Yu found the atmosphere buzzing with activity. Technicians were huddled around the damaged equipment, their brows furrowed in concentration. "What is the situation?" Qin Yu inquired urgently. One technician looked up, exhaling in frustration. "Qin Yu, these machines are severely compromised. Numerous key components require replacement, and some technical issues are unprecedented, complicating repairs." Qin Yu surveyed the wreckage, inhaling deeply before stating, "I urge everyone to examine the situation thoroughly. We must find a solution expeditiously. The project cannot afford any further delays." At that moment, the air was thick with the acrid scent of machine oil, and the space was cluttered with an array of tools and parts. The cacophony of machinery and the hum of discussions heightened the tension. Qin Yu navigated through the crowd, consistently checking on the repair progress and encouraging the technicians. Beads of sweat dotted his forehead, and his shirt clung to his back, soaked through, yet he paid no heed, focused solely on resolving the issue at hand. Meanwhile, Su Yao had arrived at the business collaboration venue. With a smile, she sat in a conference room alongside several business partners, articulating the plan in detail. "Ladies and gentlemen, we have identified a critical weakness in our competitors' financial chain. This is our prime opportunity to unite against them." One partner nodded, replying, "Su Yao, we trust your judgment and are willing to join forces." However, caution was advised, as they were aware their opponents would not remain idle. Su Yao, exuding confidence, reassured them, "Rest assured, I have comprehensive arrangements in place." Through Su Yao's efforts, they swiftly devised a series of strategic maneuvers aimed at their competitor. Once the information was released, the competitor's stock prices began to fluctuate, and several partners expressed their growing concerns. Observing the data on her computer screen, Su Yao's lips curled into a smile, the joy of their initial victory swelling within her. Yet, she remained unaware that the competitor had already detected her actions. Returning to the project site, Qin Yu faced an unfavorable situation. The technicians had tried numerous methods, yet the pivotal technical challenges remained unresolved. The progress of the repairs was agonizingly slow, each passing moment intensifying Qin Yu's anxiety. He paced restlessly around the site, his mind racing with potential solutions. "Is there truly no way out?" he mused to himself. Just then, a young technician rushed over, brimming with excitement. "Qin Yu, we may have stumbled upon a promising idea, but it requires further validation." A glimmer of hope flickered in Qin Yu's eyes as he eagerly inquired, "Please enlighten me. What's this idea?" The technician elaborated in detail, and Qin Yu, after listening, deemed it to possess a degree of feasibility. "Let us proceed with this approach. We must expedite the determination of a plan," Qin Yu declared. However, the process of experimentation proved to be fraught with challenges. Repeated failures dampened the spirits of the team, casting a pall over the atmosphere. Observing the exhausted technicians, Qin Yu felt a pang of empathy and frustration. "Let's hold on a little longer. I am confident we will find a way," he encouraged, joining the research team in their efforts. Meanwhile, a shift occurred in Su Yao's circumstances. Sensing the pressure, their competitors swiftly mounted a counteroffensive. They issued a series of clarifying statements, attempting to stabilize market confidence. Furthermore, they covertly reached out to various neutral business entities, aiming to fracture Su Yao's alliance. Upon receiving this news, Su Yao furrowed her brow. "It seems they are quite responsive," she reflected. Without delay, Su Yao convened her business partners for another meeting. "Everyone, our opponents have begun to retaliate. We must not let our guard down. They seek to divide us, and we must stand united," she asserted. A concerned partner voiced, "Su Yao, the public sentiment currently leans against us. What should we do?" After a moment of contemplation, Su Yao replied, "We must amplify our promotional efforts, exposing the true state of their financial chain to enlighten the public. Simultaneously, we should strengthen our communication with neutral forces to prevent them from siding with our adversaries." Thus, Su Yao and her partners busied themselves. They reached out to the media, preparing for a press conference to unveil the competitors' financial discrepancies. Yet, it appeared that the competitors had anticipated this move, launching an interference campaign in the media realm. Certain outlets received anonymous threats, rendering them hesitant to report on the information Su Yao provided. Upon learning this, Su Yao was infuriated. How can they resort to such unscrupulous tactics? She seethed. Undeterred, Su Yao took matters into her own hands, personally visiting media heads to convey the gravity of the situation. Through her relentless efforts, several media outlets eventually agreed to cover the story. As the date of the press conference approached, Su Yao hoped to leverage this event to decisively turn the tide. At the project site, Qin Yu and the technicians continued their arduous quest to resolve the technical conundrum. After countless attempts and adjustments, they finally unearthed a viable solution. At last, we have succeeded, the technicians exclaimed in jubilation. A long-lost smile graced Qin Yu's face. Yet he understood that this was merely the initial step. The subsequent repair work would demand considerable time and effort. With the repair plan established, the pace of the work began to accelerate. However, Qin Yu soon faced a new dilemma. Certain specialized components essential for the repairs were in short supply and required urgent procurement. He immediately contacted the purchasing department, urging them to explore every avenue to secure timely delivery of the parts. On the other hand, Su Yao's press conference was on the verge of commencement. She nervously prepared backstage, silently praying for a smooth execution. However, mere minutes before the conference, the competitors launched another disruptive maneuver. They had bribed a staff member at the event, attempting to sabotage the equipment. Just as the staff member was about to act, Su Yao's assistant fortuitously detected the anomaly and intervened in time. That was a close call. Had we not discovered promptly, the press conference would have been ruined. The assistant remarked, visibly shaken. Su Yao inhaled deeply and stated, "Their tactics are truly unscrupulous. However, this only strengthens our resolve to expose them." The press conference commenced as scheduled, with Su Yao poised and composed, presenting evidence of the competitors' financial shortcomings to the media and public. Flashbulbs erupted as reporters captured the moment. Following the conference, numerous media outlets reported on the issue, and public sentiment began to shift in Su Yao's favor. Yet, the competitors were not about to relent. They intensified their counterattacks against Su Yao's alliance, plunging both sides into a stalemate. Su Yao recognized that this battle was far from over, and she needed to devise further strategies to navigate the situation. Meanwhile, although Qin Yu had resolved the technical challenges, the procurement issue remained a significant obstacle. The purchasing department reported that due to the specialized nature of the components, many suppliers were unable to provide them within the required time frame. Qin Yu fell into deep contemplation, aware that if the parts did not arrive promptly, the repair efforts would stagnate, severely impacting the project's timeline. Both Qin Yu and Su Yao found themselves grappling with their respective dilemmas, one facing a component crisis post-technical resolution, the other ensnared in a deadlock with competitors. Would they be able to break free from their predicaments and achieve victory on both fronts? The outcome remained uncertain, yet they could only persevere, forging ahead in this challenging battlefield of commerce. Chapter 57. The technical quandary resolved. A turning point approaches. Qin Yu sat in his office, staring intently at the procurement report, his mind in turmoil. Accepting the high-priced components would impose immense financial strain. Rejecting them would considerably delay the project's progress. Meanwhile, Su Yao engaged in fervent discussions with her business partners regarding a new plan, her eyes reflecting determination. At this juncture, both stood at the crossroads of decision-making. How their choices would influence the commercial landscape remained an enigma, demanding swift resolution. Taking a deep breath, Qin Yu momentarily set aside the procurement report. He recognized that the immediate priority was to resolve the technical issue. Otherwise, even with the components, the equipment could not be effectively repaired. He promptly reached out to his network, seeking experts who could assist in overcoming the technical challenges. After numerous phone calls and inquiries, he was finally directed to an elderly professor residing in a university laboratory. Without delay, Qin Yu drove to the university. The campus was suffused with a gentle aroma of academia, trees lining the paths in lush greenery, sunlight filtering through the leaves, casting dappled shadows. With little time to appreciate the beauty of the campus, Qin Yu hurriedly made his way to the professor's laboratory. Inside, The laboratory was filled with an array of sophisticated instruments, the air thick with the scent of chemical reagents. The elderly professor, clad in thick glasses, was intently adjusting a piece of equipment. Chin, you politely knocked on the door, and the professor looked up, his gaze scrutinizing through the lenses. Good day, Professor. I am Chin Yu. It is an honor to finally meet you. I currently face a technical challenge with some equipment and would be grateful for your assistance. Chin Yu respectfully stated, handing over the detailed technical documentation. The professor perused the materials carefully, occasionally furrowing his brows in contemplation. After a lengthy pause, he finally raised his head and spoke slowly. This issue is indeed somewhat intricate, yet not insurmountable. I have encountered similar challenges in past research, and I might have some insights worth exploring. A flicker of excitement danced in Chin Yu's eyes as he urged, Professor, please share your thoughts. We will do everything in our power to implement your suggestions. The professor approached a blackboard, taking up chalk to elaborate on his proposed solution. As he explained, Chin Yu's confusion gradually dissipated and his understanding deepened. The professor proposed an innovative modification, suggesting that by making minor adjustments to the equipment structure and incorporating a novel material, not only could the immediate technical dilemma be resolved, but the equipment's performance could also be enhanced to a certain degree. Chin Yu was brimming with excitement as she engaged in a detailed discussion with the esteemed professor regarding the specific implementation strategies. Upon receiving the professor's affirmative response, she hastened back to the project site to share this delightful news with the technical team. The technicians, invigorated by this revelation, eagerly immersed themselves in the preparatory work. Under the professor's remote guidance, they meticulously transformed the equipment. The site reverberated with the resounding roar of machinery as the diligent figures of the technicians flitted about. The clattering of metal and the animated discussions among the technicians intertwined, creating a harmonious symphony of hope. Simultaneously, Chin Yu made a new discovery. Through an in-depth investigation with her business partners, she astutely observed that their competitors were increasingly burdened by financial strain, a consequence of their attempts to counteract their oppression. In a bid to maintain an illusion of stability, they had been robbing Peter to pay Paul, and their vulnerabilities were beginning to surface. In the conference room, Su Yao and her business associates meticulously analyzed various financial data and market reports. Look, she pointed out, their recent substantial expenditures are evidently unjustifiable. And in an effort to recoup their funds, they are selling off some premium assets at a loss. This indicates that their financial chain is indeed under severe stress. One of the business partners nodded in agreement, affirming, indeed, this presents a significant opportunity. We can intensify our efforts against them, ensuring their financial chain is irrevocably severed. Su Yao pondered for a moment before responding. We must not act hastily. They are undoubtedly devising strategies to counteract our moves. We need to formulate a comprehensive plan to guarantee a decisive strike. After a vigorous discussion, they finally devised a detailed strategy. On one hand, they aimed to further expose the competitors' financial woes through media channels, inciting market panic and causing their partners and investors to waver. On the other hand, they sought to unite more allies in a commercial collaboration to comprehensively blockade the competitors' operations, leaving them with no avenues of escape. Su Yao communicated their plan to Chin Yu, who readily concurred. This is a fortuitous opportunity. We must seize it. However, we must remain vigilant against their potential desperate and extreme reactions. I understand, and we will implement preventive measures. How is the progress on the equipment restoration? Su Yao inquired. Thanks to the old professor, the technical challenges have been resolved, and the restoration work is now accelerating. As long as the parts arrive promptly, the project will soon return to normalcy, Chin Yu replied. That is reassuring. Once the equipment is fully restored, we can propel the project forward with full force and deliver a fatal blow to our competitors, Su Yao asserted resolutely. As time passed, the restoration of the equipment proceeded smoothly. The technicians successfully modified and repaired the machinery according to the professor's plan. Watching the equipment spring back to life filled Chin Yu's heart with solace. Meanwhile, Su Yao's plan was being executed systematically. The media's reports ignited a fervor, leading to a significant decline in the competitor stock prices, with numerous partners expressing concerns and some even seeking new collaboration opportunities. In terms of commercial blockade, the allies Su Yao had united intensified their efforts, severing the competitors' raw material supply chains and encroaching upon their market share. The competitors' operations suffered a grievous blow, plunging them into unprecedented turmoil. As Qin Yu and Su Yao observed the situation gradually tilting in their favor, they both exhaled a sigh of relief. However, they were acutely aware that their adversaries would not concede easily and might resort to desperate measures in retaliation. Under the shimmering city lights at night, Qin Yu and Su Yao stood before the floor-to-ceiling windows of a high-rise building, gazing down at the bustling metropolis. From here on, we must exercise even greater caution. They certainly will not remain idle, Qin Yu remarked. Indeed, I have arranged for personnel to closely monitor their movements. Should there be any signs of unrest, we will respond promptly, Su Yao assured. Despite the improvement in their circumstances, the road ahead remained fraught with uncertainty. Qin Yu and Su Yao understood that they must remain ever vigilant, prepared for the competitors' possible reckless counterattacks. Yet, how might they guard against such eventualities? All remained shrouded in ambiguity, and they could only forge ahead in this capricious arena of business warfare, bracing themselves for new challenges. Chapter 58. The Opponent in Despair. The antagonist recedes. As the night deepened, Qin Yu and Su Yao returned to their respective residences, fatigued yet unwilling to lower their guard. Seated in her study, Qin Yu pondered over project documents on her computer, contemplating potential vulnerabilities in their defenses. Meanwhile, Su Yao was in her office, organizing contingency plans when her phone buzzed with an anonymous message. Frowning, she glanced at the screen, where ominous threats were boldly displayed. This signaled that the opponent's retaliation might have quietly commenced. How would they confront this unforeseen crisis? Morning sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating Qin Yu's desk. After a night of contemplation, she had begun to form some insights, yet a sudden, urgent ringing of her phone shattered the tranquility. On the line, her assistant's anxious voice broke through. "It's bad, boss. The competitors have announced their withdrawal from the competition." Qin Yu was initially taken aback, a flicker of joy surging within her, but she quickly adopted a wary stance. The situation seemed too fortuitous. Was there a hidden agenda? Simultaneously, Su Yao received the same news. The two swiftly convened in the project office to deliberate on the matter. The atmosphere in the office was tense as Qin Yu paced back and forth, analyzing. Their sudden withdrawal cannot be simple. We must not let our guard down. We need to confirm whether the project can proceed smoothly. Su Yao nodded in agreement, her expression betraying a hint of concern. Indeed, we should assess the project progress while investigating the true reasons behind their exit. After a thorough and anxious verification, the project team delivered encouraging news. All tasks were proceeding in an orderly fashion, unaffected by the competitors' withdrawal. Qin Yu and Su Yao exchanged glances, each reflecting a sense of relief. However, this brief respite was short-lived. Just as they prepared to exhale in relief, Qin Yu's phone suddenly buzzed with several notifications, negative reports about their project from well-known industry media. The articles were rife with doubts regarding the project's quality, speculations about its funding sources, and even baseless rumors. Furious, Qin Yu's face flushed crimson as she slammed her phone onto the desk, exclaiming, "How can these media outlets be so irresponsible? It is evident that someone is orchestrating this from behind the scenes." Su Yao picked up her phone, scrutinizing the reports, her expression growing grave. It appears that the antagonistic forces are at play. Seeing their competitors falter, they seek to undermine our project to achieve their objectives. Qin Yu gritted her teeth, declaring, "Do they think this will hinder us? It won't be that simple. We must quickly devise a counter-strategy." The two immediately set about investigating the sources of these negative reports. Qin Yu reached out to her contacts in the media industry, seeking to uncover the truth behind the articles. Meanwhile, Su Yao utilized her family's connections to probe into the potential antagonistic forces. After considerable effort, they discovered that these negative reports have been simultaneously published by several industry media outlets, and the timing was remarkably synchronized, indicating a well-coordinated and premeditated operation. Following the trail further, They found that these media outlets had received an undisclosed sum of money, which traced back to a mysterious account, although they could not yet ascertain the identity of the account holder. Both Qin Yu and Su Yao understood that it was highly likely their old adversary was behind this scheme. Seated at her desk, Qin Yu cradled her head in her hands, deep in contemplation. Su Yao paced nearby, formulating a response. "We cannot afford to remain passive. We must take the initiative," she declared resolutely. Qin Yu lifted his head, a glimmer of resolve shining in his eyes. "Indeed, we shall first gather positive data and evidence regarding the project, preparing to hold a press conference to clarify the facts. Simultaneously, leverage your family connections to reach out to authoritative media outlets for favorable coverage, in order to shift the public narrative. I, on my part, will endeavor to unearth the puppeteer behind this, ensuring they face repercussions for their actions." Without delay, Qin Yu and Su Yao sprang into action. Qin Yu led the team in organizing all relevant data, achievements, and partnership contracts from the project's inception to the present, aiming to counter the negative reports with concrete facts. Meanwhile, Su Yao busily communicated with elder family members, utilizing the family's influence to contact reputable media, hopeful that they would report the project's true circumstances with objectivity and fairness. Amidst their bustling preparations, Qin Yu and Su Yao remained vigilant to the shifting tides of public opinion. The negative reports proliferated online, capturing widespread attention from the public. Some uninformed netizens began to question the project, with certain individuals even initiating boycott discussions on social media. Partners began to call, inquiring about the situation, as the project faced immense public scrutiny. "We cannot allow this to continue. We must accelerate our efforts," Qin Yu urged, his anxiety palpable as he observed the escalating negative sentiment. Su Yao reassured him, "Do not fret. We are working with utmost diligence. Once the press conference is held, the situation should improve." However, matters proved more complex than they had anticipated. Just as they were diligently preparing for the press conference, new troubles emerged. Certain self-proclaimed media figures, swayed by the antagonists, joined in the smear campaign, fabricating sensational stories that further amplified negative sentiment. The pressure on Qin Yu and Su Yao intensified, yet they did not waver. Taking a deep breath, Qin Yu declared, "Regardless of the tactics they employ, we must persevere. Our project can withstand scrutiny. Once the truth is revealed, I believe the public will arrive at the correct judgment." Su Yao nodded in agreement, affirming, "Indeed, we shall overcome this adversity." As the date of the press conference approached, Qin Yu and Su Yao conducted final reviews of the prepared materials, ensuring everything was flawless. Yet, they were acutely aware that the press conference was merely the first step. Further challenges loomed on the horizon. The antagonistic forces, having already engaged, were unlikely to retreat easily. On the day of the conference, a throng of journalists and concerned citizens gathered outside the venue. Clad in formal attire, Qin Yu and Su Yao entered the hall with solemn expressions, cognizant that their forthcoming statements would determine the project's fate, marking a significant confrontation with their adversaries. Addressing the audience, Qin Yu initiated the proceedings. "Esteemed members of the media, we convene this press conference today to address the recent spate of unfounded reports regarding our project." He meticulously elucidated the project's background, objectives, progress, and the inaccuracies present in the negative reports, countering the rumors with clear data and comprehensive documentation. Following his lead, Su Yao showcased the project as certifications, letters of support from partners, and positive evaluations from industry experts. With earnestness, she implored, "We have consistently upheld integrity and professionalism in advancing this project. We hope you will not be misled by those with ulterior motives." Yet, the journalists were not easily swayed. Some, reportedly in collusion with the antagonists, posed pointed questions in an attempt to disrupt the flow of the conference. "How can you prove that these documents are not forgeries? There are rumors of safety concerns regarding your project. How do you respond?" Qin Yu and Su Yao had anticipated such inquiries and calmly addressed each question, employing facts and evidence to counter the skepticism. Nonetheless, the atmosphere in the hall remained tense, with the direction of public sentiment still uncertain. Meanwhile, The authoritative media outlets Su Yao had contacted began to release positive articles about the project. These reports analyzed the project's feasibility and prospects from a professional standpoint, striving to restore its reputation. However, amidst the overwhelming tide of negative sentiment, whether these favorable reports would effectuate a reversal remained an open question. After the press conference concluded, Qin Yu and Su Yao returned to their office, weary yet resolute. They understood that despite their actions, the success of reversing public opinion and safeguarding the project's reputation would require time to assess. Concerns lingered regarding potential further sabotage from the antagonists. As the setting sun cast its golden rays through the office window, Qin Yu and Su Yao gazed outside, lost in contemplation. They recognized that this struggle against the antagonistic forces was only beginning, and the path ahead was fraught with challenges. Nevertheless, they resolved to steadfastly uphold the project, determined to unveil the truth and thwart the adversary's nefarious schemes. Chapter 59. The crisis of public opinion arises. Urgent strategies must be devised. As the last rays of the sun faded, darkness enveloped the city. Qin Yu and Su Yao sat in a temporary conference room, the dim light casting shadows around them. The computer screen before them displayed fluctuating public sentiment data, with negative comments still prevalent. Qin Yu clenched his fists, stating, "We cannot sit idly by. We must take proactive measures." Su Yao, her gaze resolute, nodded in agreement. "Indeed, we need to amplify positive publicity, gather evidence, and leave them with no ground to stand on." Their silhouettes appeared unwavering in the subdued light, as a new battle was poised to commence. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating Qin Yu's weary yet determined face. Before he could fully awaken, the urgent ringing of his phone pierced the silence. "Hello," he answered, only to be met with the anxious voice of a partner on the other end. "What on earth is happening? Why have so many negative news reports suddenly emerged regarding the project?" Rubbing his temples, Qin Yu reassured, "Please remain calm. We are addressing the situation and will provide you with a satisfactory response." Setting down the phone, he exchanged a knowing glance with the equally grave-faced Su Yao. Opening the computer, they were inundated with a deluge of negative reports flooding across various media platforms. Headlines questioning the project's quality and suggesting a potential funding crisis burned into their vision. The public's doubts surged like a tidal wave, threatening to engulf the project entirely. With each refresh of the page, negative comments proliferated like rampant weeds. Qin Yu could acutely sense the immense pressure of public scrutiny bearing down upon them. "We must hold a press conference immediately to clarify the facts," Qin Yu asserted through clenched teeth, his tone resolute and unwavering. Su Yao quickly nodded. "I will arrange the venue and invite the media, while reaching out to my family for assistance in contacting influential outlets." In the ensuing hours, the two worked tirelessly, racing against time. Qin Yu led the team like a swarm of tireless worker ants, sifting through mountains of documentation to unearth positive materials and evidence from the project's inception to its current state. Each document was akin to a weapon they would wield in battle. Meanwhile, Su Yao communicated with her family's elders, leveraging their extensive connections to engage influential media, while simultaneously overseeing the setup of the press conference venue. The atmosphere at the venue was tense, reminiscent of the stillness preceding a storm. On stage, the projector and microphones were meticulously arranged, the project's logo standing solitary on the backdrop. Below, a dense throng of media representatives had taken their seats, whispering amongst themselves, their eyes betraying curiosity and scrutiny. The flash of cameras sparkled intermittently, like concealed daggers. As Qin Yu and Su Yao ascended the stage, their steps were steady and purposeful. Clearing his throat, Qin Yu's voice resonated through the microphone. "Esteemed members of the media, we stand here today to address the recent unfounded reports regarding our project." As he spoke, he deftly operated the projector, and the screen began to unveil the intricate details of the project plan, stringent quality inspection reports, and robust financial proofs. With each document displayed, he elaborated meticulously, employing irrefutable data and facts to compellingly counter the negative press. From the very outset, our endeavor has been propelled by a commitment to professionalism and accountability. These so-called doubts are utterly unfounded. Qin Yu's voice resonated with conviction and clarity, his gaze sweeping across the reporters below, as if he intended to impart his unwavering confidence to each individual present. Su Yao then interjected, stating, simultaneously, "We have reached out to several authoritative media outlets who will provide an objective and impartial coverage of our project. We firmly believe that the truth will ultimately prevail." However, not all the reporters in attendance were convinced. Some industry journalists, allegedly compromised by antagonistic forces, began to press for answers. "Are these documents tampered with? How can we trust you?" questioned a bespectacled reporter, rising sharply. Qin Yu was well prepared, responding with calm composure. "You are welcome to verify the authenticity of these documents with the relevant authorities at any time. We welcome scrutiny from all quarters." Another journalist stood up, relentless. "What about the source of your funding? There are rumors that your financial backing is dubious." Su Yao smiled as she replied, "Our funding is legitimate and compliant, with every transaction meticulously documented. We will provide these records for review by the appropriate entities shortly." Despite Qin Yu and Su Yao's poised responses, the atmosphere in the press conference remained taut with tension. Concurrently, the authoritative media Su Yao had contacted began to take action, releasing positive reports that appeared across major platforms, offering in-depth analyses on the project's innovation and its potential impact on the industry. After the press conference concluded, Qin Yu and Su Yao retreated to a temporary meeting room. They sank into their chairs, fatigue washing over them like a tide. On the computer screen, public opinion data continued to fluctuate. Although the rate of negative sentiment had begun to wane, it still held the upper hand. Several partners called, their tones less urgent than before, yet still hinting at a watchful stance. At this juncture, it seemed the press conference had made some impact, but a complete reversal of public sentiment would require further efforts. Qin Yu furrowed his brow, stating, "Indeed, we must intensify our positive outreach, leveraging social media and industry forums to amplify favorable coverage. Concurrently, we must delve into the evidence of media manipulation by our adversaries and prepare for legal countermeasures." The two once more immersed themselves in their demanding tasks, the office resonating only with the rhythmic tapping of keyboards and the murmur of phone conversations. Outside, nightfall descended once more, the city's neon lights flickering as if bearing witness to their arduous battle for public opinion. While the press conference had been convened, the success of altering public sentiment remained uncertain, and whether the antagonists would launch further sabotage was still a mystery. Chapter 60. The shift in public sentiment and the emergence of new challenges. In the office, Qin Yu and Su Yao stared at the still disheartening public opinion data on the computer, enveloped in a moment of silence. After a considerable pause, Qin Yu lifted his head, his gaze resolute as he looked at Su Yao. "No matter how daunting the task, we must persevere. We shall ensure that the truth is revealed." Su Yao nodded vigorously, affirming, "Yes, I have already arranged for a legal team, and we have gathered some promising evidence. Now it's up to us." Their eyes met, drawing strength from one another's resolve, as a more intense confrontation seemed to be quietly brewing. In the ensuing days, Qin Yu and Su Yao devoted themselves fervently to the task of swaying public opinion. Qin Yu led the team through day and night, meticulously assembling positive materials about the project, ensuring that no detail was overlooked from its innovative concepts to its beneficial societal impacts. They engaged in close communication with major social media platforms and industry forums, deploying vibrant and compelling content to capture the attention of numerous netizens. Meanwhile, Su Yao collaborated closely with the legal team, meticulously investigating evidence of media bribery by their foes. Like a detective, she navigated various relevant locations, patiently conversing with informants and leaving no stone unturned. Simultaneously, she continuously reassured their partners, promising with unwavering conviction that the project would progress smoothly. As time passed, their efforts began to yield results. Online, positive commentary regarding the project surged, and public skepticism diminished noticeably. Some partners who had previously adopted a wait-and-see approach, upon witnessing the shift in public sentiment, regained their confidence and proactively reached out to Qin Yu to express their willingness to continue collaboration. In the office, Qin Yu observed the steadily rising positive sentiment data on the computer screen, a long-lost smile gracing his face. Excitedly, he remarked to Su Yao, "Look, our efforts have not been in vain. Public sentiment is shifting in our favor." Su Yao smiled back, albeit cautiously, saying, "Yes, but we must remain vigilant. Our adversaries will not yield so easily." However, just as the situation seemed to be improving, an unexpected turn of events occurred. One morning, Qin Yu arrived at the office early, ready to continue advancing the project. Upon opening his desk drawer, a white envelope caught his eye. The envelope bore no sender's address, only the words to be opened by Qin Yu. A sense of foreboding washed over him as he carefully opened the envelope and withdrew the letter. On the paper, a stark message in bold black letters demanded, "Cease the project immediately or face the consequences." Qin Yu's brow furrowed deeply, and he quickly passed the letter to Su Yao, who had just entered the office. After reading the letter, her expression turned grave. "This is likely a final ultimatum from our adversaries," she stated. "They see that public opinion is turning in our favor and are beginning to panic." Qin Yu nodded, his eyes flashing with anger and determination. "Do they think they can intimidate me with this? It wouldn't be so simple." Yet, they both recognized the need for heightened caution. No one could predict the next reckless move their foes might make. They realized that while the situation appeared to be improving, it was, in fact, becoming increasingly perilous. The antagonists were revealing their fangs, and a more intense confrontation was imminent. After considerable discussion, Qin Yu and Su Yao resolved to accelerate the project's progress, striving to complete it swiftly so that the facts would speak for themselves. Simultaneously, they would bolster their defensive measures to thwart any sabotage from their adversaries. Qin Yu swiftly convened a meeting with the project team, his gaze unwavering as he addressed them. "Everyone, we are facing a formidable challenge, but it is also an opportunity for us to prove ourselves. We must hasten the project timeline, completing our tasks ahead of schedule while ensuring quality." The team members nodded in agreement, their eyes alight with determination. Subsequently, Qin Yu methodically adjusted the project plan, judiciously allocating tasks to ensure the efficient operation of every segment. Su Yao began to implement enhanced security measures. She contacted a professional security team to provide comprehensive protection for the project site and related personnel. Additionally, she arranged for personnel to closely monitor the movements of the antagonistic forces, ready to take immediate action should any anomalies arise. In the office, Su Yao scrutinized the security arrangements on her computer, silently praying for everything to unfold smoothly. Yet, hastening the project's progress proved no simple feat as the workload intensified. Various issues began to surface. Team members, fatigued from overexertion, exhibited declining morale, leading to frequent errors in their work. On one occasion, a member responsible for crucial data analysis miscalculated a significant set of figures, impacting the overall progress of the project. Upon discovering this, Qin Yu felt a surge of anxiety, but he understood that now was not the time for blame. He personally led the team in rechecking the data, encouraging them to rally their spirits. "We cannot be daunted by this setback. Let us all put in a little more effort, and we will surely overcome." Qin Yu's voice resonated with strength, reigniting the team's fighting spirit. Meanwhile, as Su Yao delved into the internal dynamics of her family, she unearthed the unsettling revelation that certain individuals appeared to have been ensnared by the antagonist. These individuals disseminated detrimental rhetoric about Su Yao within the family, endeavoring to undermine her standing. Upon learning this, Su Yao felt a surge of indignation, yet she promptly regained her composure. She recognized that this was not a moment for impulsive actions. Rather, she needed to devise a strategy to identify these individuals and resolve the internal discord within the family. Amidst the bustling and tense atmosphere, another day passed. As night descended, the city's neon lights flickered in a kaleidoscope of colors. Yet Qin Yu and Su Yao found themselves bereft of the luxury to admire it. Seated in their office, they gazed out at the vibrant streets, their minds preoccupied with potential strategies. The warning from the anonymous letter loomed over them like a sword suspended in the air, a constant reminder of the lurking peril. The project's progress, team issues, and internal instability weighed heavily upon their hearts, akin to three towering mountains. The pressing challenge before them was how to expedite the project while safeguarding against the antagonist's further subversion. Chapter 61. Accelerating the project, concealed dangers emerge. Qin inhaled deeply, shattering the silence. We must maintain our composure and first address the internal issues. I will manage the team adjustments. The family matters will rest on your shoulders. Su Yao nodded resolutely. Very well. I shall reach out to the family elders. Regardless of the situation, we cannot allow the antagonist to prevail. They swiftly rose, each heading into their respective battles, the office door slamming shut behind them, heralding the commencement of a more formidable struggle. The following morning, before the city had fully awakened from its slumber, Qin Yu arrived at the project site. The cacophony of machinery echoed as workers busily navigated the bustling construction area. Observing this fervent scene, Qin Yu felt a blend of anticipation for the project's acceleration and an undercurrent of anxiety over potential issues. He approached the project manager, speaking with gravity. From today onward, we need to allocate another batch of personnel to expedite progress. Additionally, revise the work schedule to strive for the swift completion of critical milestones. The manager appeared hesitant. Boss, while we can reassign personnel, pushing them to work day and night may take a toll on their health. Qin Yu placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. I understand the strain on everyone, but the situation is urgent, and we must persevere for now. Please arrange for staggered breaks to ensure adequate rest for the team. With the influx of new workers, the project site grew increasingly frenetic. Sparks flew from welding, the sharp clang of metal cutting pierced the air, and acrid dust permeated the atmosphere. Qin Yu weaved through various work zones, diligently monitoring each phase. He occasionally paused to scrutinize the workers' adherence to protocols and engaged with technicians to refine processes. However, as time progressed, problems began to surface. During a quality inspection, Qin Yu discovered that certain building materials were non-compliant with standards and some welds posed risks. His expression darkened as he promptly convened a meeting with the relevant personnel. The atmosphere in the conference room was stifling. Everyone bowed their heads, unable to meet Qin Yu's seething gaze. What's going on here? Such glaring issues, and none of you noticed? His voice was low and powerful, laden with inquiry. A worker stammered, Boss, everyone has been exceedingly fatigued and unfocused lately. Qin Yu massaged his temples, aware of the truth in the worker's words. Yet the project's quality could not be compromised. Effective immediately, we will intensify quality oversight. Every procedure must be scrupulously monitored. Simultaneously, we will provide additional rest periods to ensure optimal working conditions. Concurrently, within the family estate, Su Yao sat with several esteemed elders in the living room. Sunlight streamed through the windows, casting patches of light on the floor, yet the atmosphere was palpably grave. Su Yao, with a serious demeanor, addressed the elders. Esteemed elders, I have recently detected unusual movements within the family. It appears certain individuals have been co-opted by the antagonist, engaging in covert sabotage. An elderly elder furrowed his brow. Are you certain? Do you have evidence? Su Yao nodded. I have gathered some clues but require further investigation. Another elder sighed. The family has long been unsettled. Over the years, some individuals have indeed lost their way in pursuit of profit. Su Yao continued. I hope to gain your support in identifying these individuals and stabilizing the family dynamics. Otherwise, if we face external antagonism while grappling with internal strife, the consequences could be dire. The elders nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Su Yao and the elders deliberated a concrete investigation plan, deciding to scrutinize the flow of funds and personnel interactions within the family to trace the roots of the compromised individuals. However, the undertaking proved more complex than anticipated. During her investigation, Su Yao observed that some family members, previously amicable, exhibited subtle shifts in attitude. Their evasive responses to her inquiries and the flicker of guilt in their eyes further convinced Su Yao that the internal issues were more severe than she had presumed. Returning to the project site, Qin Yu found himself beleaguered by the balancing act of quality and progress. He surveyed the sections requiring rework, overwhelmed by a sense of helplessness and anxiety. At that moment, Su Yao called, briefing him on the familial situation. After a brief silence, Qin Yu replied, "It seems we are increasingly beset by troubles. Exercise caution in the family. I will expedite the resolution of issues here." After hanging up, Qin Yu returned to the construction site. Observing the diligent workers, he silently vowed to discover a solution to the problems at hand. He gathered the technical core and management personnel, reiterating the significance of quality and instituting a series of more stringent quality assurance measures. Additionally, he augmented the support staff to provide better sustenance and rest conditions for the workers. Within the family, Su Yao continued her in-depth investigation. Through private discussions with several family members, she gradually unearthed more leads. She discovered that several family members had close economic ties to the antagonist, and their recent actions were highly suspicious. Su Yao meticulously compiled these leads, preparing to report to the elders, hoping for swift action to eliminate the internal threats. As night fell, the city shimmered with lights. Qin Yu and Su Yao concluded their day of toil, weary as they returned to their temporary office. Sitting on the sofa, they exchanged glances, each bearing the marks of fatigue, their hearts laden with mixed emotions. The challenges posed by the accelerated project, quality and team issues, as well as the destabilizing elements within the family weighed heavily upon them, akin to two monumental burdens. Finding a balance among project progress, quality, and familial stability loomed as an urgent conundrum. Outside, the gentle breeze whispered through the window, seemingly lamenting their uncertain fate. Chapter 62. Resolving internal concerns, external crises loom. Qin Yu slowly rose, approaching the window and gazing out at the vibrant yet seemingly perilous city, declaring, "We cannot remain passive. We must take proactive measures. On the project front, we need to swiftly resolve technical challenges and team dynamics. Within the family, we must promptly identify those destabilizing factors. As for the business association, we must ascertain their true intentions." Su Yao joined him, her gaze resolute. "Indeed, we shall confront this together." They exchanged a determined look, the glint in their eyes signaling the onset of a new battle. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the sofa in Qin Yu and Su Yao's temporary office. Qin Yu sat, his fingers lightly tapping on the desk as he mentally organized the project's challenges. Su Yao, seated nearby, perused documents regarding familial relationships, her brow furrowed in concentration. "Time is of the essence. I must head to the project site," Qin Yu stated, rising and adjusting his attire. Su Yao nodded in agreement. "Very well. I will immediately return to the family to commence my investigation into the unstable elements." After their brief exchange, they set forth on their respective missions. Qin Yu arrived at the project site, where the cacophony of machinery was deafening, and the air was laden with the scent of dust. He made his way directly to the makeshift conference room, where the technical backbone of the team had gathered. Inside, several rudimentary tables were haphazardly assembled, surrounded by an array of design blueprints and documents. The technical experts had been waiting, their faces etched with exhaustion and anxiety. "Ladies and gentlemen, we are all aware of the mistakes that have arisen in the project. It is imperative that we conduct a thorough review and rectification," Qin Yu declared with a serious demeanor, his gaze sweeping across each individual. "This is not merely a matter of the project's success or failure. It concerns the collective effort of us all." One of the technical experts adjusted his glasses and replied, "Boss, we are already in the process of sorting out the issues, but certain technical challenges require additional time and resources." After a moment of contemplation, Qin Yu responded, "In that case, I will arrange for some external experts to assist us in tackling these challenges together. Additionally, we shall adjust the team's working hours. Everyone must ensure they have adequate rest. Only when we are in optimal condition can we work efficiently." The group nodded in agreement, acknowledging his directive. Subsequently, Qin Yu accompanied the technical experts to the problematic work area. The scene was bustling with activity as workers diligently engaged in rework. Observing the sections that required redress, Qin Yu felt a pang of urgency. He crouched down to inspect a welding point. The weld was rough and clearly did not meet the standards. Such deficiencies must not occur again. Rising to his feet, he raised his voice to the surrounding workers. "Quality is the lifeblood of our project. We must all approach our tasks with the utmost rigor. The workers responded affirmatively, vowing to exercise greater caution. Meanwhile, Su Yao returned to the family estate. The courtyard was tranquil and dignified, with the ancient architecture exuding a sense of steadiness. She proceeded directly to the family council chamber, where several elders, well-versed in family affairs, had already gathered. Esteemed elders, I have returned to address a potential infiltration of our family by adversarial forces, Su Yao said solemnly. An elderly elder nodded slightly. We have also perceived some signs, but we lacked concrete evidence. Su Yao handed over the organized materials she had compiled. These are recent leads I have uncovered, involving several family members whose actions raise suspicions. The elders took the documents and began to peruse them meticulously. During the elders' review of the materials, Su Yao continued, I intend to confront these suspected individuals directly, persuading them to reconsider their paths, while cautioning them against remaining obstinate. One elder raised his gaze, concern evident in his eyes. You must proceed with caution. Those who have been swayed by adversaries may pose a threat to you. Su Yao resolutely responded, Rest assured, I will prioritize my safety. After leaving the council chamber, Su Yao followed the leads and first located the residence of one of the suspected family members. It was a quaint courtyard, meticulously tended with neatly trimmed flowers and plants. Gently, she knocked on the door, which soon creaked open to reveal a young family scion. Upon seeing Su Yao, a flicker of panic crossed his eyes. Cousin, it has been a long time. I have matters to discuss with you, Su Yao smiled, though her gaze bore a scrutinizing intensity. The cousin hesitated briefly before stepping aside to allow her entry. Inside, the decor was simple, and they took their seats in the living room. Su Yao addressed him directly. Cousin, I know you have been associating closely with individuals you ought to avoid. This is detrimental to both you and our family. The cousin lowered his head in silence. Su Yao pressed on. The adversaries aim to undermine our family. If you remain obstinate, you will ultimately bring harm upon yourself. There is still time to turn back. The cousin lifted his gaze, uncertainty flickering in his eyes. Cousin, I was momentarily misguided, lured by their promises of gain, he admitted. Seizing the moment, Su Yao urged, if you can find your way back, the family will grant you an opportunity. However, you must divulge everything you know. After a moment of contemplation, the cousin began to share details regarding his collusion with the adversaries. Upon departing his residence, Su Yao continued her inquiries with other suspected family members. Through persuasion and warnings, most expressed a willingness to sever ties with the adversaries. It seemed that the internal instability within the family was gradually being resolved. However, just as Qin Yu and Su Yao believed the internal issues were progressing positively, a disheartening message arrived. Qin Yu was at the project site, engaged in discussions with external experts regarding technical matters when his phone suddenly rang. On the other end, his assistant's voice was filled with urgency. Boss, the business association has unexpectedly imposed a series of stringent requirements on our project, stating that failure to comply will result in the withholding of necessary permits. Qin Yu felt a tightening in his chest and immediately replied, I will return at once. Upon his return to the office, Qin Yu and Su Yao quickly convened, both wearing grave expressions. This is undoubtedly the adversary's handiwork. Qin Yu gritted his teeth. Su Yao nodded in agreement. The business association has never made such demands without cause. Someone is clearly orchestrating this from behind the scenes. Qin Yu swiftly retrieved the document detailing the business association's requirements, scrutinizing it closely. The clauses were densely packed, stipulating environmental standards and safety regulations that far exceeded industry norms. These demands were manifestly designed to complicate matters. Under their stipulations, our project would be nearly impossible to advance. In a fit of anger, Qin Yu hurled the document onto the table. The urgent priority is to uncover the interests behind the business association and ascertain whether the adversaries are indeed pulling the strings, Su Yao asserted. Taking a deep breath, Qin Yu sought to steady himself. I will arrange for an investigation immediately. Simultaneously, we must find a way to communicate with the business association to explore potential resolutions. They quickly divided their tasks. Qin Yu would reach out to the business association in an attempt to secure a meeting with the relevant officials to discern their true intentions behind these demands. while Su Yao would leverage her family connections to gather intelligence on recent developments within the business association and any signs of collusion with the adversaries. Qin Yu dialed the number of a contact within the business association, expressing his desire to arrange a meeting with the responsible parties. However, the response was that the officials were currently occupied and difficult to schedule. Realizing this was likely a deliberate evasion, Qin Yu implored, "Please find a way. This is crucial for our project." After a moment's hesitation, the contact replied, "I will do my best, but I cannot guarantee a meeting." Meanwhile, through her family connections, Su Yao learned that there had indeed been recent shifts in the upper echelons of the business association, with several newly appointed officials seemingly harboring biases against Qin Yu's project. However, the precise motivations would require further investigation. As night fell, the city's neon lights flickered. Qin Yu and Su Yao sat in the office, their table cluttered with various documents and files. They exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting both the weight of their current predicament and an unwavering determination not to surrender. Just as internal issues had begun to show signs of improvement, the external challenges from the business association loomed large, presenting a new crisis that demanded their attention. Outside, the gentle breeze carried a hint of coolness, as if amplifying the uncertainty surrounding their future. Chapter 63. Seeking the association's motives, struggling for a breakthrough. Qin Yu rubbed his temples, weary yet resolute. Regardless of who is orchestrating this from behind the business association, we cannot falter. Tomorrow, I will visit our business partners. Even if obstacles arise, we must attempt it. Su Yao nodded, her gaze imbued with determination. I will also endeavor to find a suitable intermediary to expedite the resolution of this predicament. They exchanged a final, fortifying glance, drawing strength from one another in preparation for the challenges of the new day. On the following morning, sunlight filtered through the dappled leaves, casting a warm glow on the windowsill of Qin Yu and Su Yao's office. Qin Yu had arrived early, seated at his desk, surrounded by a mountain of documents pertaining to the business association. His brow was furrowed as he meticulously sifted through each file, seeking a glimmer of insight. Shortly thereafter, Su Yao hurried in, clutching newly gathered information. I have observed that the upper echelons of the business association have recently undergone frequent changes, with the newly appointed officials possessing complex backgrounds. Su Yao placed the documents on the table and remarked. Qin Yu raised his head, a glimmer of insight flickering in his eyes. It appears that the issue lies with these new officials. We must devise a method to ascertain the reasons behind their biases regarding the project. The two began to gather information, leaving no potential clue unexamined. They traversed various commercial venues, engaging in conversations with an array of individuals. In a serene CAF, Qin Yu met with an old business acquaintance. The aroma of coffee filled the air as Qin Yu quietly inquired, "What do you know about the newly appointed officials in the business association? They seem rather unsympathetic towards my project." The old friend furrowed his brow and, after a moment's contemplation, replied, "I have heard that several of the new officials maintain close relations with certain influential powers. The specifics remain unclear, but it feels as though a force is subtly guiding them against particular projects." Simultaneously, Su Yao was on the phone with an elder from her family, seeking to extract more information from their familial network. The elder on the other end spoke slowly. "I have heard that among the newly appointed officials of the business association, some have had indirect conflicts with our family in previous projects, which may have resulted in their biases against us." After hanging up, Su Yao relayed this information to Qin Yu. "It seems these new officials indeed harbor prejudices against us. There may very well be a villain orchestrating this behind the scenes." Qin Yu analyzed. "Regardless, we must first communicate with the business association to elucidate the significance and legitimacy of our project," Su Yao asserted. Thus, Qin Yu and Su Yao made their way to the business association. The association's building stood grandly, with the security personnel at the entrance bearing stern expressions. Upon entering the building, they were met with opulent decor, the marble floor gleaming like a mirror, reflecting the light of the magnificent chandeliers above. The two approached the office of the new officials, which was spacious and bright, with large floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the bustling cityscape. Qin Yu courteously introduced the project to the new officials, emphasizing its positive impact on industry development and its legality. However, the new official, seated behind an expansive desk with arms crossed, wore an expression of indifference. Your project does not meet our new standards. This is an established fact, and there is no room for negotiation, the new official stated firmly. Su Yao attempted to elaborate. Our project has always strictly adhered to industry regulations. These new requirements are excessively stringent and will severely impede project progress. The new official, however, impatiently interrupted her. I have stated that it is not feasible. You need not waste your breath further. Qin Yu and Su Yao left the office in frustration. Walking down the corridor, Qin Yu exclaimed angrily, "These individuals have no intention of communicating. It is evident they are deliberately obstructing us." Su Yao took a deep breath and replied, "Do not be hasty. I have contacted an intermediary closely linked to the business association through family connections. Perhaps he can assist us in easing the tensions." Subsequently, Su Yao led Qin Yu to the place where the intermediary was to be contacted. It was a tranquil tea house nestled in a corner of the city, surrounded by lush bamboo, the gentle breeze causing the leaves to rustle softly. The interior of the tea house was adorned with a rustic elegance, the wooden tables and chairs exuding a faint fragrance. Qin Yu and Su Yao met the intermediary there. The intermediary was a shrewd-looking middle-aged man, impeccably dressed in a tailored suit. After exchanging pleasantries, Su Yao earnestly stated, "We hope you can speak favorably on our behalf to the business association. Our project is truly significant and should not be hindered by unfounded biases." The intermediary smiled slightly, lifted his teacup to sip thoughtfully, and replied, "I understand your predicament and am willing to assist. However, the current situation within the business association is quite complex, and altering their stance will not be an easy task. Moreover, my assistance will require some form of compensation." Qin Yu and Su Yao exchanged glances, aware that this was a pivotal moment. Qin Yu inquired, "What is your request? We will do our utmost to accommodate it." After a moment of contemplation, the intermediary said, "I will need a share of the profits from your future projects, and I expect to be consulted on certain business decisions." Qin Yu and Su Yao fell into deep thought. This condition was not easy for them to accept, but at present, there seemed to be no better alternatives. After a brief silence, Su Yao replied, "We can consider your request, but we hope you can expedite the resolution of our issues with the business association." The intermediary nodded. "No problem. I will communicate with the business association promptly and strive to persuade them to alter their stance." After leaving the tea house, Qin Yu and Su Yao walked along a quiet path, the setting sun casting long shadows behind them. "Do you think he can truly convince the business association?" Qin Yu asked with a hint of concern. Su Yao furrowed her brow. "For now, we can only place our hopes in him. We must continue to seek other solutions as well." Upon returning to the office, the two immersed themselves in work once more, gathering more information about the project and preparing for various potential scenarios. The city at night sparkled with lights, and through the windows, the bustling traffic could be seen. Qin Yu and Su Yao sat at their desks, gazing at the mountain of materials before them, their hearts filled with both anxiety for the future and a flicker of hope. They were uncertain whether the intermediary could persuade the business association to change its stance, nor were they sure they could find a solution to the crisis, but they understood the necessity of perseverance and that giving up was not an option. Chapter 64. The intermediary negotiates. The situation temporarily stalls. As the night deepened, only the silhouettes of Qin Yu and Su Yao remained in the office. Seated across from each other, the documents on the table lay in disarray, yet their gazes remained resolute. "Regardless of the news the intermediary brings tomorrow, we must be fully prepared." Qin Yu broke the silence. Su Yao nodded. "Indeed, we must not waver under any circumstances." With that, the two once again immersed themselves in organizing the documents, the rustling of paper echoing clearly in the stillness of the night. The following morning, sunlight filtered through the cracks in the window, gently illuminating Qin Yu and Su Yao's desks. Qin Yu had arrived early at the office. He rubbed his bloodshot eyes, gazing at the towering pile of documents, inhaling deeply in an attempt to relax his taut nerves. Su Yao soon hurried in, her pace brisk, her eyes betraying a mix of anticipation and anxiety. I wonder how the intermediary's progress is faring, Su Yao remarked while sorting through the materials. Qin Yu frowned slightly. We can only await his news. All we can do now is refine the project documentation. Just then, Qin Yu's phone rang unexpectedly, breaking the office's tense atmosphere. He quickly answered, discovering it was the intermediary calling. Hello, how are things progressing? Qin Yu's voice was tinged with urgency. The intermediary's voice came through the line. I have just returned from the business association. The new official's attitude has softened somewhat and are willing to reconsider your project requirements. Qin Yu's heart leaped with joy as he exclaimed, Thank you so much. What should we do next? The intermediary pondered for a moment. You need to prepare a more detailed project proposal, clearly demonstrating the feasibility and compliance of the project, so I can present it to them. After hanging up, Qin Yu turned to Su Yao with excitement. There is hope. They are willing to reconsider. A rare smile graced Su Yao's face. Then let us hasten to prepare the materials. The two sprang into action, dividing their tasks efficiently. Qin Yu focused on outlining the core content and advantages of the project, his fingers dancing across the keyboard as his thoughts traversed each aspect of the endeavor. Meanwhile, Su Yao busied herself collecting relevant policy documents and market data to substantiate the project's compliance and market prospects. The office was enveloped in silence, punctuated only by the sounds of keyboard strokes and the rustling of papers. At times, Qin Yu would pause to reflect, then swiftly jot down notes, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Su Yao meticulously sifted through the piles of documents, her gaze intent, ensuring no critical information escaped her scrutiny. Time slipped away quietly amidst their focused efforts. At noon, Qin Yu rose from his seat, stretching his weary back and gazing at the completed sections of the project documents on his computer screen, releasing a long sigh. Let's take a break and grab something to eat. We can continue this afternoon, he suggested to Su Yao. Su Yao rubbed her eyes and nodded in agreement. The two shared a simple takeaway meal before promptly immersing themselves back into their work. After a diligent afternoon, a comprehensive and detailed project document was finally ready for presentation. Qin Yu printed the materials, binding them neatly in his hands, as if clutching onto hope. This document should demonstrate the value of our project, Qin Yu asserted confidently. Su Yao smiled and nodded. Indeed, we have prepared thoroughly. It will certainly succeed. Meanwhile, in the office of the business association, the intermediary was once again conversing with the new official. The office was spacious and bright, with the new official seated behind the desk, wearing a serious expression. The intermediary sat opposite, sincerely stating, You see, this project truly has a significant impact on the development of the industry. Qin Yu and his team have invested considerable effort into this project, and their planning and execution are exceptionally meticulous. The new official frowned slightly, picking up the documents on the desk and casually flipping through them. I understand that you have a good relationship with them, but we cannot easily alter our decisions based on personal connections. The intermediary quickly responded, I completely understand your position, but please take a closer look at this document. It elaborates on the project's innovation, market demand, and its positive influence on the industry. This is not merely a business project. It represents an opportunity to advance the entire sector. The new official set down the documents, leaning back in his chair, pondering for a moment. All right, I will reconsider, but the final decision must go through a higher-level meeting. On the other side, Qin Yu and Su Yao awaited news in the office. As dusk began to settle, a tense atmosphere enveloped the room. Qin Yu paced back and forth, occasionally glancing at his phone, eagerly anticipating a call from the intermediary. Su Yao sat on the sofa, her hands clenched tightly, her gaze revealing a hint of anxiety. Finally, Qin Yu's phone rang once more. He quickly answered, Hello, how is it? The intermediary's voice came through. The new official has agreed to reconsider the project's requirements, but the final decision still rests with the higher-level meeting. Prepare your materials. I will deliver them tomorrow. A weight lifted from Qin Yu's chest. Thank you so much. After hanging up, he shared the news with Su Yao. A relieved smile spread across her face. While nothing was finalized yet, this was a significant advancement. Qin Yu nodded. However, we must remain vigilant. There are still many variables before a conclusion is reached. They exchanged smiles, aware that although the situation had momentarily eased, the path ahead was still fraught with challenges. As night deepened, the city's neon lights began to flicker, Qin Yu and Su Yao stood by the office window, gazing out at the bustling streets, their minds racing with thoughts. They understood that the business association had yet to make a final decision, and whether adversaries would again attempt to sabotage their efforts remained uncertain. For now, they could only wait, anticipating the association's judgment while remaining alert to potential crises. Chapter 65. Submitting the documents to the association, awaiting the final verdict. Qin Yu and Su Yao stared out into the night, silent for a long while. After a moment, Qin Yu turned, his gaze resolute as he looked at Su Yao. No matter what tomorrow brings, we must face it with courage. Su Yao nodded firmly. Yes, we will definitely secure this project. They returned to their desks, meticulously reviewing the documents once more, making final preparations for the following day, with the office lights illuminating their efforts late into the night. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the delicate curtains, softly illuminating the weary yet determined expressions on Qin Yu and Su Yao's faces. As the alarm clock rang, they both awoke suddenly from their light slumber, exchanging a glance that required no words, swiftly rising to wash up and prepare for this pivotal day. Over breakfast, they remained quiet, the air thick with tension, punctuated only by the occasional clatter of cutlery. Qin Yu took a sip of coffee, attempting to shake off the lingering drowsiness, his gaze falling upon Su Yao, who was organizing the documents nearby. "Are you ready?" he inquired. Su Yao lifted her head, determination shining in her eyes. "Yes. The documents are in order. Let's go." Armed with their meticulously prepared project materials, they drove towards the business association. Along the way, the sounds of the bustling city filtered through the car windows, with streams of vehicles and hurried pedestrians lining the streets. Qin Yu gripped the steering wheel firmly, his gaze focused ahead, occasionally glancing at the documents resting in the back seat, as if they were a beacon of hope. Su Yao looked out the window, mentally reviewing the project details and silently praying for a smooth outcome. Upon reaching the business association building, the magnificent structure gleamed with a metallic luster under the sun, bustling with professionals from the business world. Qin Yu and Su Yao took a deep breath, exchanging encouraging glances before picking up their documents and confidently stepping into the building. After checking in at the front desk, they were guided to a conference room to await their turn. The conference room was simply yet solemnly decorated, featuring large floor-to-ceiling windows that overlooked the vibrant cityscape. Qin Yu and Su Yao settled at the conference table, arranging their materials neatly as they patiently awaited the arrival of the new official from the business association. Time ticked away, each second echoing in their hearts like the steady beat of a drum. Qin Yu furrowed his brow, his fingers unconsciously tapping on the table, revealing a flicker of anxiety in his eyes. Su Yao tried to remain composed, yet her tightly clenched hands betrayed her inner tension. At last, the door swung open, and the new official entered, flanked by several assistants. Dressed in a sharply tailored suit, the official's expression was impassive, his sharp gaze sweeping over Qin Yu and Su Yao before he took a seat across from them. "Do you have the documents?" His voice was low and devoid of warmth. Qin Yu quickly nodded, handing over the materials. "Yes, this is the detailed project documentation we prepared as per your request. We hope you find it satisfactory." The new official received the documents and began perusing them carefully. He examined the contents intently, occasionally furrowing his brow or pausing to contemplate, while the assistants stood by in silence. Qin Yu and Su Yao watched the new official's every move, holding their breath as the room fell into a profound silence, broken only by the sound of pages turning. After what felt like an eternity, the new official finally set down the documents, leaning back in his chair. His gaze returned to Qin Yu and Su Yao. "The materials appear quite thorough, but the specific decision will require internal discussion and review. Please return and await further news." A knot tightened in Qin Yu's stomach as he quickly asked, "Could you estimate how long it might take to reach a conclusion? We are quite concerned about the project's progress." The new official pondered for a moment. "At the earliest, it will take 3 days. Please be patient." After leaving the business association, Qin Yu and Su Yao did not head straight home, but instead made their way to a secret office belonging to Qin Yu. This secluded and tranquil space served as their venue for discussing important matters. Upon entering the office, Qin Yu collapsed onto the sofa, wearily rubbing his temples. Su Yao approached the window, gazing at the street outside, her brow furrowed. 3 days. We cannot afford to sit idly by. We must take action. Su Yao broke the silence. Sitting up straight, Qin nodded. Indeed, we will continue refining the project's details while closely monitoring both internal family dynamics and external adversarial movements. I have a strong feeling they will not let this opportunity slip away easily. Thus, the two once again immersed themselves in their work. Qin focused on optimizing the project's profit model, jotting down calculations and ideas on the whiteboard, his mind racing with possibilities. Su Yao gathered market information through various channels, analyzing industry trends while coordinating efforts to keep an eye on both internal family matters and the actions of their rivals. Time slipped away unnoticed amidst their intense labor. At midday, they quickly consumed some takeaway before diving back into their tasks. Qin Yu's gaze was firmly fixed on the computer screen, his fingers dancing swiftly across the keyboard, beads of perspiration forming on his forehead. Meanwhile, Su Yao was incessantly on the phone, liaising with various parties to acquire the latest updates. As evening descended, Qin Yu stretched leisurely, surveying the densely scrawled notes on the whiteboard, exhaling a long breath. The optimization of the profit model was nearly complete, likely enhancing the project's allure. Su Yao put down her phone and approached the whiteboard, stating, I've gathered some valuable insights on my end. The market demand for our project remains substantial. As long as we can navigate the commercial association's ruling, the prospects appear promising. However, just as they began to feel a sense of relief, news arrived from Su Yao's contacts indicating that the antagonistic forces seemed to be mobilizing. According to informants, the adversaries were clandestinely convening to discuss a scheme, likely tied to the outcome of the commercial association's decision. Qin Yu and Su Yao exchanged glances, a flicker of concern passing between them. It appears they are indeed preparing to wreak havoc following the ruling, Qin Yu remarked gravely. Su Yao clenched her jaw, asserting that regardless of their intentions, they must be prepared for any eventuality. The pair immediately commenced strategizing, analyzing potential actions the antagonists might undertake and devising countermeasures. As night enveloped the city, adorned with glittering lights, Qin Yu and Su Yao stood before the office window, gazing out at the bustling metropolis, which concealed myriad dangers beneath its vibrant facade. With the commercial association's ruling still pending and the antagonist poised to strike, they felt as if they were at the eye of a storm, on the brink of a greater crisis. Yet their eyes reflected no hint of retreat, only resolve and determination. They were steadfast in their belief that through unity, they could safeguard the project and overcome the daunting challenges ahead. Chapter 66. The ruling is delivered. A new dawn for the project. The night deepened, the neon lights of the city flickering outside the window. Qin Yu and Su Yao sat in the office, the atmosphere taut with tension. Regardless of the ruling's outcome, we must be ready for the adversary's potential actions. Qin Yu broke the silence. Su Yao nodded, affirming, Yes, I have arranged for personnel to continue monitoring them. Let's hope the ruling aligns with our desires. Their gazes resolute, they awaited the dawn's light while remaining vigilant against the storm that could strike at any moment. On the afternoon of the third day, sunlight streamed through the window, casting a warm glow on the conference table in Qin Yu's office. He and Su Yao sat before their phones, their eyes glued to the screens, awaiting news from the commercial association. The air felt as though it had solidified. Qin Yu's fingers rhythmically tapped on the table, producing a faint drumming sound, while Su Yao occasionally glanced out the window, her expression betraying a hint of anxiety. Suddenly, the ringing of Qin Yu's phone shattered the silence. He swiftly answered, and a voice from the commercial association conveyed, Hello. After our internal discussions and reviews, the association has approved your submitted project materials and agreed to grant the necessary permissions. Stunned for a moment, Qin Yu's face erupted into a radiant smile as he excitedly exclaimed to Su Yao, It's approved. Our project has passed. Su Yao was initially taken aback, her eyes glistening with tears as she rose to embrace Qin Yu tightly. We've finally succeeded. All our efforts over the past few days were not in vain, Qin Yu remarked with deep emotion. Su Yao vigorously nodded. Indeed, this is merely the first step. There remains much work ahead. Once they had composed themselves, they swiftly began organizing the team to expedite the project's development. Standing at the center of the office, Qin Yu proclaimed, "Everyone, the project has received the Commercial Association's approval. We must now dedicate ourselves wholeheartedly to accelerating progress." The team members responded enthusiastically, their eyes brimming with determination. Qin Yu and Su Yao quickly delineated tasks, and the office buzzed with activity, the sounds of typing and discussions filling the air. Simultaneously, news of this triumph reached the family. Family members expressed admiration for Qin Yu's capabilities, and those who had previously harbored doubts began to reassess their opinions. "I never expected this young man would truly accomplish it. It seems we underestimated him," remarked an elder of the family. Su Yao's standing within the family also grew more secure, as her intelligence and abilities garnered wider recognition. Yet, the antagonistic forces were not ready to concede defeat. In a concealed room, they gathered, the atmosphere thick with tension and despair. They actually succeeded in the Commercial Association's ruling. "I cannot accept this," one adversary seethed. "Indeed, we must not allow them to advance their project so effortlessly. We need to devise a plan to utterly sabotage their efforts," another concurred. After a fervent discussion, they began devising a more audacious scheme. "We could bribe some individuals within the project team to manipulate the project and delay progress," one proposed. "That's a viable strategy. Additionally, we could disseminate negative information about the project to tarnish their reputation," others chimed in. Thus, a reckless conspiracy targeting Qin Yu's project took shape amidst their fervent exchanges. Unbeknownst to Qin Yu and Su Yao, engrossed in their work, the antagonists were plotting right under their noses. They immersed themselves in project development, collaborating with team members to deliberate over intricate details and strategizing future advancements. Qin Yu illustrated the project blueprint on the whiteboard, enthusiastically sharing the promising outlook. "Once the project is completed, we will dominate this sector, yielding significant benefits for our family." The team members were invigorated, their spirits soaring with confidence for the future. During a family meeting, Qin Yu meticulously reported on the project's progress, prompting nods of approval from family members. Su Yao supplemented with additional details, her graceful and self-assured demeanor earning her accolades from those present. As the meeting concluded, the family elders encouraged Qin Yu and Su Yao to continue their diligent efforts to ensure the project's successful completion. Back in the office, Qin Yu and Su Yao gazed at the project progress chart on the wall, a sense of accomplishment swelling within them. "Though we face numerous challenges, I am confident that through our collective efforts, we can overcome them," Qin Yu stated. Su Yao smiled and nodded. "Yes, I believe we can." However, they remained oblivious to the looming, greater crisis that was silently approaching. As the project advanced, various issues began to surface. A funding shortfall emerged, necessitating urgent procurement. Qin Yu and Su Yao embarked on a relentless quest, negotiating partnerships with major banks and investment institutions. Throughout this process, they encountered numerous obstacles, as some institutions harbored reservations regarding the project's risks and hesitated to invest readily. "These investment firms are exceedingly cautious. We must find a way to showcase the project's potential," Qin Yu remarked with a hint of exasperation. Su Yao pondered for a moment, suggesting, "We could prepare a more comprehensive project profitability forecast report to illustrate the project's prospects." Thus, they plunged back into their rigorous work, gathering data, analyzing the market, and drafting the report. Amidst their bustling schedules, Qin Yu and Su Yao also made time to check on the little one. The child was elated upon hearing the news of the project's approval and often visited the office to bring small surprises. "Uncle Andy, I drew a picture to wish you success with your project," the child exclaimed, bouncing into the office with a colorful drawing. Qin Yu and Su Yao received the artwork, their hearts warmed by the child's innocent creation. Yet, just as the project seemed to be progressing smoothly, peculiar occurrences began to unfold. Discontented voices emerged from within the project team, with some questioning work assignments and even deliberately delaying progress. Sensing the anomaly, Qin Yu and Su Yao initiated an investigation into the underlying causes. "There must be someone orchestrating this behind the scenes." Qin Yu furrowed his brow. Su Yao recognized the gravity of the situation asserting, "We need to swiftly identify the mastermind and prevent them from sabotaging our project." Together, they intensified their investigative efforts, determined to unravel the mystery. Meanwhile, unsettling rumors concerning the project began to circulate in the outside world, alleging that there were safety hazards that could potentially wreak havoc on the environment. These whispers significantly tarnished the project's reputation, causing some previously interested enterprises to waver in their intentions. "These slanders are utterly detestable. We must clarify the situation without delay," Su Yao exclaimed, her voice laced with indignation. Qin Yu promptly organized his team members to issue a statement elucidating the project's true status, employing various channels to restore its reputation. While Qin Yu and Su Yao tirelessly grappled with these challenges, the antagonists lurked in the shadows, observing with smug satisfaction, convinced that their scheme was unfolding according to plan. "Let us see how long they can withstand this. This time, we shall ensure their project meets with utter failure," the villain sneered malevolently. Faced with unprecedented pressure, Qin Yu and Su Yao refused to surrender. They understood that only through perseverance could they surmount the obstacles and achieve their goals. In this pivotal moment, they united more closely than ever, leading their team in diligently resolving issue after issue. The project seemed to be on the brink of dawn, yet the villain's deranged machinations were set to unfold. How would Qin Yu and Su Yao respond? Could they unmask the villain's plot and successfully safeguard the project? All remained uncertain. Chapter 67. The project advances steadily, with the child prodigy as assistants. Seated in the office, Qin Yu and Su Yao scrutinized the documents concerning the project's funding shortfall and the negative news reports, their brows furrowed with concern. "We must find a solution promptly. We cannot allow the antagonists to prevail," Qin Yu asserted resolutely. Su Yao nodded in agreement. "Let us begin with an internal investigation while simultaneously addressing the funding issue." Just then, a lively child bounded into the room, exclaiming, "Uncle, Annie, I have a brilliant idea." Qin Yu and Su Yao exchanged glances, a flicker of hope igniting within them. Following the decision by the business association, Qin Yu's project entered a phase of steady advancement. Within the project site, the cacophony of machinery blended with the hum of conversation as various tasks proceeded in an orderly fashion. Clad in professional attire, the staff moved briskly across different areas. Documents in hand, their expressions filled with focus. The child, brimming with energy, stood out in the bustling environment. With wide, curious eyes, he surveyed the project site, sometimes peering over the shoulders of the workers as they operated machinery, at other times lost in thought while gazing at design blueprints. Suddenly, as if he had stumbled upon a new continent, his eyes sparkled with excitement, and he twirled around in delight. The child scampered over to Qin Yu, tugging at his sleeve with enthusiasm. "Uncle, I have an idea. I noticed our project mainly targets adults, but if we could incorporate elements for children, it might attract more families. We could create an interactive area where parents and children can participate together." Qin Yu paused, then knelt down, gazing at the child with encouragement in his eyes. "Go on, dear." The child, inspired, continued, "What if we set up a small indoor playground that aligns with the project's theme, where children can learn while they play? This way, parents would find it meaningful, and children would have fun." Rising to his feet, Qin Yu stroked his chin, deep in thought as he envisioned the scenario the child had described, finding it increasingly plausible. At that moment, Su Yao approached with a smile, inquiring, "What brilliant idea has the child come up with?" Qin Yu relayed the child's concept, and Su Yao's eyes lit up with admiration. "What a fantastic idea. You are truly a little genius." This could not only broaden the project's audience, but also enhance its uniqueness and entertainment value. Elated by the adult's approval, the child danced with joy. "I can think of more ideas." Qin Yu chuckled, ruffling the child's hair. "Absolutely, dear. If you think of anything else, do let us know." The child nodded vigorously, striding around the project site, deep in thought, muttering to himself, "I need to think some more." Qin Yu and Su Yao immediately convened the project team to discuss the feasibility of the child's idea. In the meeting room, everyone gathered enthusiastically, sharing their insights. "I genuinely believe this idea has merit. The potential of the parent-child market is substantial, and if we can capture this segment, it will undoubtedly boost the project's revenue." One team member exclaimed excitedly. Indeed, we could design a series of complementary activities and products centered around the parent-child area, further enriching the project-'s content, another member added. As the discussion flowed, each team member contributed, highly praising the child's creativity. After thorough analysis and deliberation, Chinyu concluded that the idea held significant implementation value and would certainly add a spark to the project. Therefore, he swiftly instructed the team to commence planning the specifics of the parent-child area's design and layout. From that point onward, the child became increasingly involved in the project, visiting the site daily to share his newfound ideas with Chinyu and Su Yao. Uncle, I think the colors in the parent-child area could be more vibrant. Children love colorful places. Annie, we could set up small tasks in the playground, and children who complete them could earn little prizes. Chinyu and Su Yao listened attentively to the child's suggestions, promptly adopting those that were reasonable. With the child's enthusiastic participation and the collective effort of the team, the project's planning grew ever more refined, and the design of the parent-child area began to take shape. However, unbeknownst to them, a shadow loomed ominously over the project's smooth progression. The villains, having learned of the child's involvement, gathered in a dimly lit room, their faces painted with sinister grins. Who would have thought this little rascal would meddle in our affairs? This presents a splendid opportunity, the scarred man murmured. Indeed, we can exploit the child's participation to distract Chinyu and his team. The others chimed in agreement. They began scheming on how to manipulate the child's involvement to sabotage the project, a nefarious plot brewing in the darkness. Meanwhile, Chinyu and Su Yao remained blissfully unaware, immersed in the steady advancement of their project, eagerly envisioning a bright future alongside the child. The project's site buzzed with activity, a harmonious scene of collective effort, oblivious to the lurking threats that awaited. Chapter 68. The child encounters danger. The protagonists rush to the rescue. Chinyu, Su Yao, and the child stood together in the project space, gazing at the evolving blueprint for the parent-child area, their faces alight with smiles. The child animatedly gestured, sharing his latest thoughts. However, in a corner outside the project site, several shadowy figures fixated on the child, whispering amongst themselves, their eyes betraying malicious intent as a crisis quietly approached. That's the kid. Take him, and Chinyu will surely capitulate. One burly man with a fearsome scar growled in a gravelly voice, exuding a menacing aura. Boss, do you think this will work? Chinyu isn't easy to deal with. A slender, taller man responded with trepidation, doubt flickering in his gaze. It will succeed, regardless. We will proceed as planned. The scarred man glared at the taller man with disdain, his tone dripping with menace. Just as the child bounced toward a nearby set of colorful markers, a black van screeched to a halt at the edge of the project site. The doors swung open, and several burly men clad in black masks and sunglasses surged forth, lunging directly at the child. Who are you? What do you want? The child exclaimed in terror, his eyes wide with fright. Hearing the commotion, Chinyu and Su Yao's hearts raced as they abruptly turned their heads. A tender child was being forcibly dragged towards a van by several burly men, struggling desperately with flailing limbs, their cries resonating in the air. Stop, you bunch of bastards! Chinyu shouted, his eyes ablaze with fury, charging towards the kidnappers like a wrathful lion. Su Yao, unwavering, followed closely behind, hastily retrieving her phone to call the police. However, the kidnappers acted swiftly. Before Chinyu and Su Yao could reach them, they had already shoved the child into the van and fled, leaving Chinyu and Su Yao breathless, standing in place, their eyes filled with rage and desperation. What do we do now, Chinyu? Su Yao's voice trembled, tears welling in her eyes. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Chinyu clenched his fists and replied, Don't panic. We will report this to the police and then mobilize our family's resources. We must rescue the child. Before long, the police arrived on the scene, and Chinyu and Su Yao recounted the events in detail. Simultaneously, Chinyu swiftly contacted the elder of his family, Elder Zhang. Upon hearing the news, immediately pledged to utilize all family resources to assist in locating the child. Su Yao also called Aunt Lin, the family steward, who comforted her while arranging for family personnel to commence an investigation. Seated in the police investigation room, Qin Yu and Su Yao were consumed by anxiety. Each passing second felt like an eternity. Qin Yu paced restlessly, his mind racing with potential leads, while Su Yao clutched her phone, her eyes fixed on the screen, awaiting any news about the child. Could it be the villains behind this? They have always sought to sabotage the project. Su Yao bit her lip and speculated. Qin Yu halted, a fierce glint in his eyes. It must be them. No one else would stoop so low. Once we find a child, I will ensure they face justice. The police promptly retrieved surveillance footage from the vicinity of the project site, discovering that the van had headed towards the western outskirts of the city. Without hesitation, Qin Yu and Su Yao joined the police in pursuing the lead. Meanwhile, the family's private investigator reported suspicious traces near an abandoned factory in the western outskirts, seemingly connected to the kidnappers. Qin Yu, Su Yao, and the police hastened to the western outskirts. The area was desolate, overgrown with weeds, and the abandoned factory loomed ominously in the fading sunlight. A chilling wind howled, sending shivers down their spines, carrying a foul stench. "Be cautious. There may be ambushes here," the leading officer whispered, signaling the officers to remain vigilant. Qin Yu and Su Yao trailed behind the police, cautiously approaching the abandoned factory. Their heartbeats echoed loudly in the silence, each step feeling like a weighty burden. As they neared the factory, Qin Yu noticed fresh tire tracks that matched the tread pattern of the kidnapper's vehicle. "Look, this must be left by their van," he pointed out. Following the tire tracks, the police soon discovered discarded ropes and a handkerchief adorned with the child's cartoon character outside the factory. Su Yao picked up the handkerchief, tears streaming down her face. "This belongs to the child. He must be here. We must find him quickly." At that moment, an officer spotted a fresh footprint near the factory's side entrance, indicating that the kidnappers might still be hiding inside. Qin Yu and Su Yao exchanged resolute glances, knowing the child was within. No matter the danger, they were determined to rescue him. However, the child was in peril, bound to a pillar inside the factory, a rag stuffed in his mouth, whimpering softly. Surrounding him, several kidnappers laughed boisterously while drinking at a table. "This little brat has some fight in him, but his precious uncles and aunties wouldn't dare make a move," one kidnapper guffawed. "Once Qin Yu agrees to our terms and we get the money, we'll vanish without a trace," another kidnapper added. The child, filled with fear, recalled the kindness of Qin Yu and Su Yao, igniting a flicker of hope within him. Silently, he prayed, "Uncle, Auntie, please come and save me." Meanwhile, Qin Yu, Su Yao, and the police had stealthily infiltrated the perimeter of the abandoned factory. The occasional laughter and chatter of the kidnappers echoed within, each sound striking Qin Yu and Su Yao like a hammer. The police began devising a rescue plan, dividing into small teams to encircle the factory from various directions. Qin Yu and Su Yao volunteered to join the rescue operation. Though the police were concerned for their safety, they ultimately acquiesced, recognizing their familiarity with the child. During the operation, everyone must exercise caution to ensure the hostage's safety, the officer instructed gravely. Each team nodded in agreement and commenced the operation as planned. Following a group of officers, Qin Yu and Su Yao stealthily approached the factory's interior, their footsteps light, striving to create no sound. Just as they were nearing the area where the kidnappers were located, a kidnapper suddenly shouted, "It sounds like someone is coming. Everyone be on guard." Panic surged through Qin Yu as he realized their cover was blown. He exchanged a quick glance with Su Yao, and without hesitation, they charged in with the officers. "Freeze! Police!" The officers shouted, weapons drawn. The kidnappers scrambled for their weapons, confronting the police in a tense standoff. The atmosphere was charged with anticipation, ready to erupt at any moment. Spotting Qin Yu and Su Yao, the child's eyes lit up with surprise, desperately struggling against his bindings. "Don't be afraid. Uncle and Auntie are here to rescue you," Qin Yu called out, his gaze resolute. Yet, the kidnappers refused to yield easily. They used the child as a hostage, threatening the police and Qin Yu and Su Yao not to act recklessly. "Don't come any closer. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to harm this child," one kidnapper snarled, pressing a knife against the child's neck. The child squeezed his eyes shut, tears cascading down his cheeks. Qin Yu and Su Yao were frantic, yet they understood that they could not act impulsively. They needed to find a way to subdue the kidnappers while ensuring the hostage's safety. "What do you want?" "We will agree to any terms as long as you release the child," Su Yao shouted, attempting to stabilize the kidnapper's emotions. "Huh! Have Qin Yu halt his project, or this child will die today," the kidnapper leader bellowed. Qin Yu gritted his teeth, filled with rage and helplessness. He recognized this as the villain's scheme to thwart the project. "Fine, I agree to your terms. Just release the child," Qin Yu declared, subtly signaling to the officers nearby. The officers quietly repositioned themselves, seeking the optimal moment for rescue. Just as the kidnapper leader relaxed his guard, one officer seized the opportunity, lunging forward to knock the knife from the kidnapper's hand. The other officers swiftly sprang into action, subduing the remaining kidnappers. "Child!" Qin Yu and Su Yao rushed over to untie the ropes binding him. The child leaped into their arms, sobbing uncontrollably. "Uncle, Annie, I was so scared," he cried. "Sweetheart, don't be afraid. Everything is all right now. Uncle and Andy are here," Su Yao comforted, gently stroking the child's head. The police quickly apprehended the kidnappers, and Qin Yu, Su Yao, and the child left the perilous place behind. On their way back, the child tightly grasped Qin Yu and Su Yao's hands, as if fearing he might lose them again. Although they successfully rescued the young child, Qin Yu and Su Yao understood that this was merely a preliminary test orchestrated by the antagonist. Numerous challenges loomed ahead, and the villain would undoubtedly not relent. Moreover, they had to confront the antagonist's threats and devise a strategy to counter the impending schemes without relinquishing the project. Although the immediate danger to the child had been averted, it was clear that the antagonist would continue to make moves. How could Qin Yu and Su Yao deftly navigate the villain's threats while ensuring the project's smooth progression? All of this remained uncertain, and their journey through the upper echelons of society was destined to be fraught with further twists and challenges. Chapter 69. The project nears success. Yet the antagonist remains unyielding. Qin Yu and Su Yao returned home with the child, who gradually drifted into slumber within the warmth of the blankets. The two then made their way to the study, once again settling onto the familiar sofa. Gazing out at the inky night beyond the window, Qin Yu spoke slowly. "Though we have rescued the child, we must not let down our guard." Su Yao nodded in agreement, affirming, "Indeed. We must take action tomorrow and ensure we stay ahead of the antagonist." The following morning, sunlight poured through the window, casting a warm glow upon the desk in the study. Qin Yu and Su Yao arrived early, resuming their discussions on strategies to counter the antagonist. The table before them was heaped with documents detailing the project's data and potential directions for the antagonist's actions. Qin Yu picked up one of the files, pointing to the figures within, and remarked, "The project is nearing success, with all indicators meeting expectations. If we can smoothly conclude the final phases, we stand to achieve remarkable results." Su Yao furrowed her brow, contemplating before saying, "However, the antagonist will certainly not sit idly by and watch us succeed. They will strike during this critical moment." The two began to meticulously analyze the possible retaliatory tactics the antagonist might employ. Qin Yu speculated, "They may attempt to tarnish our commercial reputation, perhaps by spreading rumors or defaming our project." Su Yao nodded in concurrence, adding, "They might also meddle with the supply of raw materials, jeopardizing the project's quality." After an extensive discussion, they resolved to bolster the project's security measures to ensure more stringent quality checks on raw materials. Simultaneously, they would reach out to friends in the media to promptly debunk any rumors that might arise, to expedite the project's advancement and minimize opportunities for the antagonist. Qin Yu and Su Yao decided to personally oversee the final phases. They frequently traversed between the project's site and the office, meticulously scrutinizing every detail. Thanks to their diligent efforts, the project's progress visibly accelerated, and victory seemed just within reach. However, unbeknownst to them, the antagonists had gathered in their secret lair, plotting a fatal blow as the project approached success. The atmosphere in the room was oppressive, the dim light casting shadows on the walls that danced like a horde of malevolent spirits. Wang Chang's face darkened as he stated vehemently, "We cannot allow them to succeed so easily. We must take action." Liu let out a cold chuckle, declaring, I have a plan. We will bribe one of the project suppliers to provide substandard materials. Once the project's quality falters, they will be utterly finished. The others nodded in agreement, their expressions grim with anticipation. After deliberation, they identified a greedy supplier known for his unscrupulous nature. The supplier was easily swayed by monetary gain, willing to compromise his integrity for the right price. The antagonist swiftly contacted him, promising a hefty sum in exchange for tampering with the raw materials. Initially hesitant, the supplier ultimately capitulated under the weight of the financial temptation. Meanwhile, Qin Yu and Su Yao busied themselves at the project site. The cacophony of machinery and workers intermingled, creating an atmosphere charged with tension and excitement. Observing the orderly progression of the project, a flicker of hope ignited within Qin Yu, who remarked to Su Yao, At this pace, we will complete the project soon. Su Yao smiled in agreement, yet a nagging sense of unease lingered, as if she sensed the antagonist would not easily concede. At that moment, while inspecting the raw materials, Qin Yu detected some irregularities. The color and texture of this batch were markedly different from the previous ones, and an unusual odor permeated the air. Alarm bells rang in Qin Yu's mind as he realized that trouble might be afoot. He summoned the quality inspector, demanding a thorough examination of the materials in question. As they awaited the test results, a heavy pall of anxiety enveloped Qin Yu and Su Yao. They paced back and forth in the office, each second stretching interminably. Should this batch of raw materials prove defective, the entire project would be plunged into jeopardy. Meanwhile, the antagonists reveled in their secret haven, eagerly anticipating news of the project's collapse. They envisioned the despair etched upon Qin Yu and Su Yao's faces upon discovering the quality issues, erupting into fits of laughter. As the project edged closer to success, the antagonists conspired to sabotage it by corrupting the supplier. Would Qin Yu and Su Yao be able to uncover the scheme in time to avert disaster and ensure the project's triumph? Chapter 70. Crisis strikes again, commercial path obstructed. The testing personnel hurried into the office, presenting the report to Qin Yu. With trembling hands, he unfurled the document, and upon seeing the results, his complexion drained to a ghostly pallor. Slowly lifting his gaze, he locked eyes with Su Yao, which brimmed with shock and concern. The raw materials are indeed of substandard quality, Qin Yu stated in a low voice. Su Yao inhaled deeply, clenching her fists. It seems we are in for a tough battle. At that moment, an uproar erupted outside the office, heralding yet another impending trouble. Qin Yu quickly composed himself. Addressing Su Yao, I must immediately launch an investigation to uncover who is behind this. You focus on your inquiry, Su Yao replied with determination in her eyes. I will handle the project team's morale and prevent any panic. Exiting the office, Qin Yu found the commotion growing louder. A few workers were embroiled in a heated debate, with one exclaiming, If this project employed inferior materials, could there be a danger? We do not wish to jeopardize our lives. Another retorted, Exactly. If something goes awry, we will all bear the consequences. A sense of dread settled in Qin Yu's heart, for he understood that if this matter was not resolved swiftly, not only would the project be doomed, but it could also trigger a cascade of dire repercussions. He hurried towards the project site, meticulously inspecting the remaining raw materials. The substandard materials emitted a pungent odor, their texture coarse and noticeably inferior to the compliant ones. Suppressing his mounting fury, Qin Yu began gathering evidence, scrutinizing everything from the packaging and labeling to the relevant shipping documents. Simultaneously, he instructed his assistant to contact the supplier for an immediate explanation. The supplier, anxiously fidgeting in his office, was taken aback by Qin Yu's inquiries. Stammering, he attempted to feign innocence. How is that possible? We have always supplied according to standards. Qin Yu scoffed. The evidence is irrefutable. You had better come clean, or the consequences will be dire. Beads of sweat began to form on the supplier's forehead as he trembled under Qin Yu's formidable pressure. Ultimately, he confessed to being coerced by the antagonist to introduce substandard materials into the project. Upon receiving the supplier's admission, Qin Yu instructed his assistant to document the confession and gather relevant audio recordings as evidence. However, upon returning to the project site, he was met with even graver news. Due to the tight timeline, some of the inferior materials had already been utilized. Rectifying this issue would necessitate dismantling completed sections of the project and replacing the materials, incurring both substantial time delays and exorbitant costs. Once again, Qin Yu and Su Yao convened in the office, their eyes fixed on the documents and data strewn across the table, their brows furrowed in concern. Su Yao sighed in exasperation. The project budget is already strained. With this unforeseen expense, what are we to do? Rubbing his temples, Qin Yu pondered for a moment before asserting, let's not dwell on financial constraints. Our immediate priority must be to guarantee the project's quality and safety. We must swiftly devise a comprehensive rectification plan. Just as they were embroiled in a frenzied discussion regarding the corrective measures, Qin Yu's phone suddenly rang. On the other end, the anxious voice of journalist Liu permeated the air. This is bad. I've just received news that the antagonist has bribed Wu Lan, an official from the business association. She may interfere with your project. A chill ran through Qin Yu's heart. After hanging up, he relayed this alarming information to Su Yao. Furious, she slammed her hand on the table, exclaiming how unscrupulous these individuals were. At that moment, the atmosphere in the office grew unbearably tense. The once bright sunlight, streaming through the glass, now felt overwhelmingly harsh. Qin Yu gazed out the window, his mind racing with strategies to navigate this predicament. With project quality in jeopardy and facing the obstructions posed by the business association official, how could they proceed to extricate themselves and salvage the project? Chapter 71. Wu Lan's Obstruction and the Project's Peril. Qin Yu took a deep breath and turned to Su Yao, resolutely stating, no matter how daunting the challenge, we cannot concede defeat. We must overcome Wu Lan's hurdles and ensure the project remains intact. Su Yao nodded, her eyes reflecting determination. Indeed, we must devise a plan together. Let us begin by preparing the rectification documents and see if we can uncover any weaknesses in Wu Lan's stance. The two returned to the table, spreading out the documents. As the contest against time and the antagonist officially commenced. In the early morning, soft sunlight filtered through the windows, casting a gentle glow upon the project office's desk. Yet, Qin Yu found himself disinclined to appreciate this touch of brightness. His brow furrowed as he grappled with the mountain of project documents that loomed before him, each paper feeling like a weighty boulder, suffocating him. At that moment, the office door burst open with a bang, and Wu Lan strode in, flanked by several stern-faced aides. With arms crossed and a disdainful glance at Qin Yu, Wu Lan declared loudly, effective immediately, certain phases of your project are to be halted. You are in severe violation of regulations and must rectify this at once, or face the consequences. A jolt of alarm surged through Qin Yu. He recognized this as Wu Lan's deliberate obstruction, orchestrated at the behest of the antagonist. Suppressing his inner fury, he rose and maintained a calm demeanor as he replied, Ms. Wu, our project has consistently adhered to regulations, with all necessary procedures in place. There are no violations as you allege. Wu Lan scoffed, snatching a document from one of her aides, flipping through it casually before tossing it onto the table before Qin Yu. Here is your so-called evidence. Spare me your excuses. Rectify this immediately. As Qin Yu picked up the document and skimmed it, he discovered that the so-called evidence comprised baseless accusations. He inhaled deeply, patiently explaining, Ms. Wu, if you examine this document, you will find the data to be accurate. Moreover, we have executed this phase in accordance with the latest industry standards. Wu Lan impatiently interrupted. Stop with the idle talk. I declare a violation, and you have 3 days to complete the rectification, or your project will cease to progress. With that, she strode out, her aides in tow. Qin Yu watched Wu Lan's retreating figure, anxiety gnawing at him. He knew this was a formidable battle. Any misstep could spell disaster for the project. He attempted to reason with Wu Lan, citing evidence of the project's compliance, but her obstinate demeanor rendered her unresponsive. Defeated, he returned to his seat, massaging his temples as he pondered his next course of action. Just then, Su Yao rushed in, having heard the news. Observing Qin Yu's weary and anxious expression, she asked tenderly, what is the situation? Qin Yu recounted the developments in detail, and Su Yao, equally incensed, declared, "These individuals are utterly outrageous, resorting to such underhanded tactics against us." Seated at the table, they fell into contemplation. After a moment, Su Yao broke the silence, stating, "Our immediate priority is to prepare the rectification documents as per her demands. Otherwise, the project may indeed be halted. Simultaneously, we must devise a strategy to counterbalance Wu Lan's authority and prevent her from acting with such impunity." Qin Yu nodded in agreement, affirming, "You are right. We shall divide our tasks. I will organize the project documents to prove our innocence, while you investigate Wu Lan to uncover any incriminating details." Thus, the two sprang into action. Qin Yu immersed himself in the mountain of paperwork, meticulously sorting through contracts, reports, approval documents, and more, striving to extract compelling evidence that would refute Wu Lan's accusations. The sound of rustling paper echoed in the otherwise silent office, and he would occasionally pause to rub his weary eyes before plunging back into work. Meanwhile, Su Yao scoured her network, seeking information about Wu Lan. She first reached out to a friend within the business association to inquire about Wu Lan's recent activities and behaviors. The friend revealed that Wu Lan had been acting with remarkable bravado, seemingly backed by substantial power, and frequently exploited her authority to provide undue advantages to certain enterprises while undermining numerous competitors. Su Yao also connected with several businessmen who had previously interacted with Wu Lan, learning that she was an exceedingly greedy individual, willing to engage in any unscrupulous act for sufficient profit. After considerable effort, Qin Yu amassed a substantial pile of documents sufficient to affirm the project's compliance. However, as he meticulously examined Wu Lan's rectification demands, he encountered significant obstacles. Some of her requests seemed utterly unreasonable, impossible to fulfill within the normal procedures and standards in just 3 days. Moreover, the financial resources required for rectification posed a colossal challenge. The project's funding was already strained, and this additional expenditure would undoubtedly exacerbate their plight. Though Su Yao had gathered some compromising information on Wu Lan, it was far from enough to effectively counter her. Most of the information consisted of mere rumors, lacking concrete evidence, and thus failed to pose a substantial threat to Wu Lan. As night descended and the city's neon lights flickered, Qin Yu and Su Yao remained ensconced in the office, diligently laboring. The stacks of documents before them seemed insurmountable, while preparing the rectification materials proved fraught with difficulties, and strategies to counterbalance Wu Lan remained elusive. They exchanged a weary glance, their eyes reflecting fatigue and concern, yet also a resolute determination. They understood that this battle was far from over. The pressing question of how to confront Wu Lan's obstructions and steer the project back on track loomed dauntingly before them. Chapter 72: Familial Discord and the Antagonist's Insidious Manipulations. The atmosphere in the office was stifling, almost suffocating. Qin Yu rose and approached the window, gazing out at the bustling yet somewhat indifferent cityscape illuminated by night. Taking a deep breath, Su Yao joined him, softly reassuring, "Do not worry too much. We shall face this together." Turning to meet her unwavering gaze, Qin Yu nodded slightly. Suddenly, his phone rang. It was a call from family elder, summoning them to the family meeting room at once. They exchanged knowing glances, sensing that another storm was brewing within the family, and hastily gathered their belongings to depart. Upon entering the family meeting room, Qin Yu and Su Yao found it already filled with relatives. A palpable tension hung in the air, creating an oppressive atmosphere. Wang Chong and Li Yu sat in a corner, their faces betraying a barely concealed sense of triumph. As the meeting commenced, the family elder fixed a stern gaze upon Qin Yu, stating, "Given the recent turmoil surrounding the project, it is imperative that you provide an explanation to everyone." Before Qin Yu could respond, Wang Chong rose, vociferously declaring, "Esteemed elders, I believe the challenges faced by the project are entirely due to Qin Yu's personal missteps. His failure to manage relationships with various parties has plunged the project into this predicament, which will undoubtedly incur tremendous losses for the family." Li Yu chimed in, echoing his sentiment. "Indeed, I have heard that he has been obstinate in his approach to the project, disregarding everyone's advice, which has led to this dire situation." Several family members, upon hearing their words, began to murmur among themselves, casting disapproving glances in Qin Yu's direction. Upon witnessing the scene, Su Yao immediately rose to her feet and exclaimed, "Esteemed elders, please lend me your ears. This predicament is not a result of Qin Yu's shortcomings. Rather, it is an insidious attempt by external forces aimed at us, having colluded with Wu Lan from the Commerce Association to deliberately obstruct the project. Qin Yu has tirelessly endeavored to resolve these issues, sacrificing his nights and days for the benefit of our family, and he should not be subjected to such unfounded blame." Wang Chong scoffed derisively, countering, "Humph, you are merely trying to exonerate Qin Yu. Where is the evidence to support your claims of external interference? It is plainly his own inadequacy that has led to this." Li Yu chimed in, fanning the flames. "Indeed, do not attempt to wriggle out of this. The facts are evident, and Qin Yu must bear the responsibility for this failure." Su Yao trembled with indignation, raising her voice further. "We are in the process of gathering evidence. The rectification demands posed by Wu Lan are nothing short of unreasonable harassment. The project itself is sound. Wang Chong and Li Yu are distorting the truth with ulterior motives." The debate escalated, with each side exchanging heated words. Qin Yu listened quietly from the side, his gaze calm and profound. He meticulously observed the expressions and reactions of the family members, attempting to decipher their attitudes and stances from their subtle gestures. Some family members displayed hesitation, seemingly reflecting on Su Yao's words. Others wore expressions of anger, clearly incited by Wang Chong and Li Yu's remarks, while a few remained silent, merely spectating. Qin Yu understood that to resolve this conflict, he must identify a crucial breakthrough to persuade the wavering family members to trust him. Taking a deep breath, he stood up and spoke slowly. "Esteemed elders, I comprehend your concerns regarding the project. Indeed, we are currently facing difficulties, but this is not solely my fault. We have unearthed certain clues indicating that external forces are manipulating events behind the scenes." However, Wang Chong and Li Yu were not inclined to relent. Wang Chong interrupted Qin Yu, stating, without solid proof, "Do not attempt to obfuscate the issue." Li Yu echoed, "Exactly. Do not think you can evade responsibility with such excuses." The gazes of the family members oscillated between Qin Yu, Wang Chong, and Li Yu, the atmosphere growing increasingly tense. Qin Yu regarded Wang Chong and Li Yu with a flicker of resolve in his eyes and continued, "We are diligently collecting evidence, and I trust that soon the truth will come to light. Furthermore, although the project is currently facing adversity, it is far from irretrievable. I have devised an initial response plan, and if we unite our efforts, we will undoubtedly overcome this challenge." Su Yao added, "Indeed, we must not be daunted by the obstacles before us, nor allow those with ulterior motives to sow discord among us. The interests of our family demand our collective protection." Despite Qin Yu and Su Yao's earnest defenses, the attitudes of the family members remained divided. Some were swayed by their words and began to reconsider. Others, however, steadfastly believed Wang Chong and Li Yu, harboring doubts about Qin Yu. The family dispute intensified, leaving Qin Yu and Su Yao striving to quell the internal strife. Chapter 73. The Ingenious Child's Proposal. Qin Yu and Su Yao seek a turning point. Qin Yu and Su Yao exited the conference room, heavy-hearted as they stood in the corridor. A spirited child bounced over, noticing their gloomy expressions, and curiously inquired, "Brother, sister, what troubles you? Have you encountered a problem?" Qin Yu managed a strained smile and briefly recounted the situation. The child tilted their head, eyes sparkling with excitement, and exclaimed, "I have an idea. We can delve into the interpersonal relationships of the person who is causing you trouble." Qin Yu and Su Yao exchanged glances, as if catching a glimpse of hope in the darkness. "You are quite the clever one." Su Yao couldn't help but ruffle the child's hair, her eyes brimming with admiration. Qin Yu nodded in agreement. "This notion sounds promising. Let us begin our investigation with Wu Lan's network of relationships." With resolve, Qin Yu and Su Yao sprang into action. They first arrived at the company's archives, where a wealth of information regarding business partners, competitors, and various figures in the industry was stored. The air in the archive was tinged with the scent of aged paper, and towering shelves were filled with document boxes. Qin Yu and Su Yao navigated through the aisles, meticulously searching for information pertinent to Wu Lan. Eureka! Su Yao exclaimed, pulling out a document from a box. It detailed a business event that Wu Lan had participated in, complete with photographs of her alongside various business figures and brief introductions. Qin Yu leaned in, and together they scrutinized the information, hoping to uncover any leads. After thorough investigation, they discovered Wu Lan's close ties with a competitor named Lin Group, notorious in the industry for its ruthless tactics, often resorting to unscrupulous means for profit. Qin Yu furrowed his brow. It appeared that Lin Group was likely the force behind Wu Lan's obstruction of their project. Su Yao nodded in agreement. We must pursue this lead further. Exiting the archive, Qin Yu and Su Yao made their way to a CAF, the venue for their meeting with a business intelligence contact. The CAF was infused with the rich aroma of coffee, and soft music flowed through the air. A man, donning sunglasses and dressed in understated yet luxurious attire, sat in the corner. Upon spotting Qin Yu and Su Yao, he subtly nodded in acknowledgement. Zhanggu, we must trouble you once more, Qin Yu greeted with a smile, presenting a carefully prepared gift. The man known as Zhanggu accepted the gift, setting it aside. You are too kind. Feel free to ask whatever you wish to know. Su Yao succinctly outlined Wu Lan's situation and her connection to Lin Group, inquiring if Zhanggu had any insights into the matter. Zhanggu pondered for a moment before responding slowly. The relationship between Wu Lan and Lin Group is indeed intricate. I have heard that there are financial dealings between Wu Lan and Lin Group's upper management. I will need to investigate further. Qin Yu and Su Yao exchanged glances, a flicker of hope igniting in their eyes. Thank you, Zhanggu. Please inform us at your earliest convenience, should you uncover any news, Qin Yu expressed earnestly. Upon leaving the CAF, Qin Yu and Su Yao remained diligent, leveraging their connections to reach out to a confidant close to Wu Lan. In a tranquil tea house, they met with this confidant, where the air was filled with the aroma of tea, and the wooden tables and chairs exuded an antique charm. Su Yao first appealed to emotions. We understand that you are also caught in a difficult position. Wu Lan's actions may ultimately jeopardize you as well. Rather than follow her down a dark path, it would be wiser to assist us, thus securing a way out for yourself. Qin Yu then reasoned. If you provide us with valuable information, we assure you that you will not be left at a disadvantage. Under the persuasion of Qin Yu and Su Yao, the confidant finally relented, stating, I only know that Wu Lan has been meeting frequently with the general manager of Lin Group lately. It seems they are plotting something significant, though I'm unaware of the specifics. While the information was limited, it further solidified Qin Yu and Su Yao's suspicions. Back in the office, they once again organized their leads. Although they had established a connection between Wu Lan and Lin Group, they still lacked crucial evidence to substantiate any wrongdoing. Rubbing his temples in fatigue, Qin Yu remarked, We are making progress, but we need to find more concrete proof. Su Yao gazed at the piles of documents, resolutely stating, Fear not, we have direction now. If we continue to dig deeper, we will surely uncover the evidence we seek. In the ensuing days, Qin Yu and Su Yao tirelessly traversed various locations, gathering evidence. They visited places where Wu Lan had previously worked, interviewing her former colleagues, and investigating Lin Group's recent business activities, searching for any relevant clues. Every potential lead was pursued. No matter how minute the connection, they delved into it with fervor. Throughout their investigation, Qin Yu and Su Yao encountered numerous challenges. Some informants, fearing retribution, are reluctant to provide information. Some leads abruptly cease, as if deliberately erased. Nevertheless, they have not surrendered. With unwavering tenacity and resolute conviction, they persist in their pursuit of the truth. Ultimately, through a serendipitous encounter, Qin Yu uncovers a crucial document. This document reveals that the Lin Group, in an effort to undermine Qin Yu's project, bribed Wu Lan, persuading her to exploit her authority within the business association to obstruct the project. Clutching the document, Qin Yu excitedly exclaims to Su Yao, Look, this is the key evidence. Su Yao gazes at the document, her eyes sparkling with joy. This is wonderful. With this, we possess the means to counterattack. However, upon meticulously examining the document, they discover several flaws that may render it insufficient as compelling evidence. Qin Yu furrows his brow, realizing that further evidence must be sought to fortify their case. Su Yao nods in agreement. Indeed, we cannot afford to leave them any loopholes. Despite having uncovered Wu Lan's connection to their competitor, will they be able to find the pivotal evidence to successfully retaliate against Wu Lan and resolve the project crisis? Chapter 74. Investigation encounters obstacles. Antagonists add complications. Qin Yu and Su Yao sit in their office, fixating on the flawed document, lost in contemplation. After a prolonged silence, Qin Yu raises his head, his gaze resolute. We must investigate the financial transactions. We are bound to uncover more evidence. Su Yao nods in affirmation. All right, let us take action. The two gather their belongings, preparing to embark on the arduous journey of evidence-seeking once more. However, what awaits them is a more formidable obstruction from the Lin Group. Will they be able to break through this predicament and obtain the crucial evidence? Their first destination is a bank that conducts business with the Lin Group. The bank's lobby is spacious and bright, with a marble floor that shines brilliantly. The mingling sounds of clients and staff create a cacophonous backdrop. Qin Yu and Su Yao express their intentions, hoping to review the financial records between the Lin Group and Wu Lan. The bank manager displays evident discomfort, politely declining. Ladies and gentlemen, it is not that we are unwilling to cooperate, but this concerns client confidentiality. Without the proper procedures, we truly cannot provide that information. Qin Yu comprehends that the Lin Group has likely preemptively intervened. He patiently explains, Manager, we are investigating a case of commercial bribery. Wu Lan has been obstructing our project, and it is highly probable that the Lin Group is behind this. This matter pertains to commercial fairness and the survival of our company. We ask for your understanding. The bank manager hesitates for a moment, but ultimately shakes his head. I'm sorry, but this truly does not comply with regulations. With no other recourse, Qin Yu and Su Yao leave the bank. Strolling along the street, the city's clamor fills the air. Car horns and promotional shouts from storefronts create a disconcerting atmosphere. Su Yao, feeling disheartened, remarks, It seems the Lin Group was well prepared, leaving no avenue unblocked. Yet Qin Yu clenches his fists, his gaze resolute. No matter. There must be other methods. Let us inquire around the vicinity of the Lin Group. Perhaps we can uncover some useful leads. They venture to the vicinity of the Lin Group's office, attempting to extract information from employees in nearby CAFs and convenience stores. However, the Lin Group maintains strict control over its staff. Employees either feign ignorance or watch them warily before hastily departing. After an entire day, they leave empty-handed. Meanwhile, within Qin Yu's family, Wang Chong and Li Yu are stirring discontent. In the family garden, where verdant trees flourish and floral fragrances abound, the atmosphere is nonetheless stifling. Wang Chong addresses a group of family members. Look at what Qin Yu has done to this project. He is now embroiled in trouble, dragging our family into disrepute. He is entirely unfit to lead this project and should be ousted. Li Yu chimes in exactly. He is pursuing his own interests at the expense of the family's welfare. We cannot allow him to continue this recklessness. Several family members, already harboring grievances against Qin Yu, nod in agreement. Upon learning of the situation within her family, Su Yao rushes back, her heart racing with anxiety. In the family conference room, the atmosphere is tense, akin to the stillness before a storm. Su Yao earnestly addresses the gathered family members, respected elders, siblings. Qin Yu has always worked diligently for the benefit of our family. The problems with this project are orchestrated by antagonists. We must not be misled by their machinations. However, Wang Chong scoffs. That sounds appealing, but how does he explain the project's obstructions and the insufficient evidence? Several family members echo the doubts. Indeed, we cannot rely solely on your word. Su Yao strives to elucidate the circumstances, attempting to stabilize the situation. She meticulously recounts their findings and the challenges they presently face. Yet at that moment, Li Yu discreetly messages a family member. Shortly after, that family member stands and declares, I just received word that Qin Yu had dealings with a business scammer. Perhaps he is not as innocent as he appears. This revelation ignites a firestorm of dissent in the conference room, with family members voicing even greater skepticism towards Qin Yu. Su Yao realizes that this must be the work of Li Yu behind the scenes. She glares at Li Yu, who feigns innocence, raising her hands in a gesture of surrender. Su Yao understands that further explanations may fall on deaf ears at this juncture. She resolves to temporarily pacify the family's emotions, planning to present incontrovertible evidence later to win their trust. Returning to the office, Su Yao finds Qin Yu still engrossed in scrutinizing the Lin Group's public records, searching for inconsistencies. Upon seeing Su Yao's weary and frustrated expression, Qin Yu intuitively grasps the situation. Su Yao informs him of the family dynamics, and Qin Yu furrows his brow, stating they intend to force me out of the picture, allowing their scheme to unfold. However, we shall not let them succeed. Qin Yu and Su Yao delve deeper into their investigation. Through their connections, they contact a former employee of the Lin Group. They meet him in a secluded tea house, where the gentle aroma of tea pervades the air, and the worn furniture exudes a sense of history. The employee appears anxious, glancing around nervously. Qin Yu softly reassures him, "Rest assured, we will not cause you any trouble. We merely wish to gather information regarding the Lin Group and Wulan." After a moment of hesitation, the employee slowly replies, "I do know some things. There are financial transactions between the Lin Group and Wulan, and to conceal these dealings, they have employed numerous tactics. However, I lack specific evidence." Qin Yu and Su Yao exchange glances. Although they have not procured the pivotal evidence, at least their suspicions have been validated. Yet, just as they prepare to inquire further, a sudden commotion erupts outside the tea house. Several men in black burst in, confronting the employee. "You'd better keep your mouth shut, or you'll regret it." They then forcibly escort the employee away. Qin Yu and Su Yao attempt to intervene, but they are outnumbered, helplessly watching as the employee is taken. Once more, their investigation is stymied, and the clamor for Qin Yu to withdraw from the project intensifies within the family. Sitting in their office, gazing at the darkening sky outside, Qin Yu and Su Yao are engulfed in anxiety. They understand that time is of the essence. They must swiftly secure evidence, or not only will the project fail, but their family may also face peril. In light of such a precarious situation, how can they navigate their way out of this dual dilemma? Chapter 75. Qin Yu and Su Yao craft a scheme, with assistance from a young ally. In the dimly lit office, Qin Yu and Su Yao sit facing each other, the atmosphere heavy with tension. Suddenly, Qin Yu slams his palm on the table, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. "We can no longer remain passive. I have devised a plan." Su Yao leans in eagerly. "What is the plan? Please share it." Qin Yu whispered the plan, and upon hearing it, Su Yao's eyes reflected both concern and anticipation. The venture was exceedingly perilous. However, at this juncture, no superior alternatives presented themselves, leaving them no choice but to proceed. The two consequently established their course of action, bracing themselves for the impending challenge, while uncertainty loomed over the plan's potential success and the variables they might encounter. After considerable contemplation, Qin Yu devised a clever scheme. He was acutely aware of Wu Lan's typically cautious demeanor, which left little room for error. Yet, she maintained a habitual routine of purchasing flowers from a nearby florist every evening. Qin Yu resolved to have the little child create minor disturbances near the flower shop to divert Wu Lan's attention, while he would seize the opportunity to infiltrate the rival company in collusion with Wu Lan to procure evidence. Upon hearing Qin Yu's plan, the child clapped excitedly, exclaiming, "No problem, leave it to me. I will surely lure Wu Lan away." Qin Yu gently patted the child's head, cautioning, "Be sure to prioritize your safety. Just attract her attention without taking unnecessary risks." The child nodded confidently, as the evening sun cast its golden hue over the city streets. Wu Lan entered the flower shop as per her usual routine. The child, already waiting nearby, sprang into action upon seeing Wu Lan step inside. Deliberately, the child rolled a toy ball onto the sidewalk at Wu Lan's feet. While Wu Lan bent down to select her flowers, she felt something trip her and instinctively looked down. Seizing the moment, the child rushed over, feigning concern over the lost ball, circling around Wu Lan while muttering, "Where's my ball? Where's my ball?" Wu Lan frowned, her patience wearing thin as she replied, "Children should watch where they're going." The child looked up with big, innocent eyes and asked, "Andy, have you seen my ball? With an exasperated gesture, Wulan pointed towards the ball-less location. As the child dashed to retrieve it, they accidentally bumped into a flower pot placed at the entrance, nearly toppling it over. Quick on her feet, Wulan caught the pot just in time, preventing it from crashing to the ground. While Wulan busied herself with the unexpected mishaps, Qin Yu had stealthily infiltrated the rival company. The building was brightly lit, and a faint scent of disinfectant lingered in the air. Carefully avoiding patrolling security guards, Qin Yu navigated through the familiar layout of the company, making his way to the office housing the crucial documents. Once inside the office, Qin Yu gently closed the door and began rummaging through the filing cabinets. The rustle of paper in the stillness of the room echoed sharply, quickening his heartbeat. As seconds turned into minutes, fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Finally, hidden within a discreet folder, he uncovered vital evidence of Wu Lan's bribery, an intricate record detailing monetary transactions and the transfer of benefits. Elation surged through him as he meticulously tucked the document away, preparing to depart. However, just as he opened the door, a security guard at the end of the corridor seemed to sense the disturbance and turned toward him. Panic surged within Qin Yu. He quickly scanned his surroundings and spotted a storage room. With no time to deliberate, he slipped inside and quietly closed the door. The sound of approaching footsteps grew louder, each step resonating ominously in Qin Yu's chest. Holding his breath, he peered through the crack of the door, witnessing the guard pause at the office entrance, surveying his surroundings before stepping inside. Anxiety tightened around Qin Yu's throat as he clutched the evidence, bracing himself for any eventuality. The guard conducted a thorough inspection of the office, but finding nothing amiss, he turned and exited. After ensuring that the guard's footsteps had completely faded, Qin Yu cautiously emerged from the storage room. He exhaled a sigh of relief, prepared to leave, only to encounter another security guard approaching from the opposite direction. Who caught sight of him? Who are you? What are you doing here? The guard shouted, reaching for his walkie-talkie. A surge of dread coursed through Qin Yu. He knew he could not allow the guard to call for backup. He lunged forward, seizing the guard's hand before he could press the button. A scuffle ensued, the sound of colliding furniture echoing through the office. Despite his regular exercise, Qin Yu found himself gradually losing strength against the robust guard. The guard managed to throw Qin Yu to the ground. Struggling to rise, Qin Yu noticed a vase on a nearby table. He swiftly grasped it and swung at the guard's head. The guard let out a muffled groan and collapsed. With no time to assess the guard's condition, Qin Yu understood the urgency of his escape. Clutching the evidence, he sprinted towards the stairwell. However, shouts from security guards below indicated that his earlier commotion had alerted more personnel. Trapped in the stairwell, guards began to close in from both directions. At that moment, regret over his impulsive actions washed over Qin Yu, yet he recognized that it was not the time for remorse. He quickly scanned the stairwell and spotted a window leading to a fire escape. Without hesitation, he forced the window open and began to descend. The guards below noticed Qin Yu's maneuver and rushed toward the fire escape, shouting, "Don't let him get away." Qin Yu quickened his pace, scrambling down until he reached the ground. As soon as he landed, he spotted several guards charging at him. Without a moment's pause, he turned and ran, the sound of pursuing footsteps echoing behind him. On the bustling streets of the city, amidst throngs of pedestrians and a steady stream of vehicles, Qin Yu weaved through the crowd, striving to elude the guards. They shouted at him to halt, but he had no intention of stopping. He was acutely aware that capture would mean not only the loss of the evidence, but also the potential unraveling of all his efforts, possibly leading to greater troubles. After a distance, Qin Yu realized the guard were falling behind. He breathed a sigh of relief, prepared to find a place to rest, only to discover more guards encircling him from another direction. The guards had communicated with their nearby colleagues via walkie-talkie, effectively cornering him. Desperation gripped Qin Yu. He looked around and spotted a subway station not far away. Seizing the opportunity, he dashed toward it. Inside the crowded subway station, he merged into the throng, attempting to shake off his pursuers. Boarding a train, just as the doors closed, he glanced back to see the guards scanning the platform for any sign of him. As the train began to move, Qin Yu finally relaxed. Finding a corner to sit, he clutched the evidence tightly, overwhelmed by a mix of emotions. This daring escapade had yielded critical evidence, yet he was acutely aware that the path ahead remained fraught with challenges. Once Wu Lan and the antagonists learned of his acquisition, they would undoubtedly retaliate, and both he and Su Yao would face even greater trials. Meanwhile, the little child had successfully completed his task. After ensuring Wu Lan was sufficiently distracted, he quietly departed the scene and returned to the predetermined meeting spot with Qin Yu and Su Yao, awaiting their update. In the office, Su Yao anxiously awaited news, glancing repeatedly at the door, filled with trepidation. At last, her phone rang. It was a call from Qin Yu. She hurriedly answered. "How's it going? Did you get the evidence?" Qin Yu responded from the other end. "I got it, but the process was quite perilous. I'm heading back now." Upon hearing this, a weight lifted from Su Yao's heart. "Good, be careful. I'll be waiting for you in the office." After hanging up, she began to contemplate their next steps. Armed with this evidence, they found the confidence to counterattack Wu Lan. However, Wu Lan and the antagonists would undoubtedly not concede easily, and they would surely resort to more extreme measures. Su Yao understood that every subsequent step must be taken with utmost caution. A single misstep could lead to their ultimate failure. After transferring several subway lines, Qin Yu confirmed he was not being followed by security and returned to the office. He and Su Yao examined the evidence in their hands, their hearts a mix of exhilaration and trepidation. The thrill stemmed from finally discovering a pivotal weapon for retaliation, while the concern lay in how to effectively navigate the impending frenzy from Wu Lan and the villains. Chapter 76, Preparing to Expose Malfeasance. Wu Lan senses danger. As Qin Yu and Su Yao were engaged in intense discussion, the tranquility was abruptly shattered by the ringing of Qin Yu's phone. Glancing at the screen, he noticed an unfamiliar number. After a moment's hesitation, he answered the call. A deep voice resonated from the other end. "You have obtained something you should not possess. If you are wise, you will surrender the evidence. Otherwise." Qin Yu furrowed his brow, a flicker of resolve flashing in his eyes. "Who are you? On what ground should I comply?" The caller let out a cold laugh. "It matters not who I am. You would be wise to heed my warning, or you and those close to you will face dire consequences." With that, the call was abruptly terminated. Qin Yu gripped his phone, his expression grave, while Su Yao and the young child observed him with concern. Taking a deep breath, Qin Yu spoke slowly. "It appears our adversaries are becoming restless and have begun to threaten us. Regardless, we have already secured the evidence. We cannot retreat." Su Yao nodded resolutely. "Indeed, we must not be intimidated. Since we have decided to retaliate, we must see it through to the end." The young child clenched their small fist, brother and sister. "I will always support you." The trio composed themselves and returned to Qin Yu's home. Upon entering, they made a beeline for the study. The room was softly illuminated, exuding a faint aroma of wood. Qin Yu gently placed the document containing evidence of Wu Lan's bribery on the desk, and they gathered around to examine it once more. Qin Yu pointed at the key details within the document, analyzing each line. "Look, the timing and project milestones of these bribery transactions align perfectly, and the parties involved are all companies competing with us." Su Yao furrowed her brow, her gaze intent. "These pieces of evidence are indeed compelling, but to ensure the success of our report, we must organize them more coherently, leaving no room for Wu Lan to refute." As they discussed, they marked the document with pens of various colors, meticulously outlining the crucial information. The young child listened attentively, occasionally posing innocent yet thought-provoking questions. "Sister, why do bad people commit these wrongdoings? Can't we just give the evidence to the police?" Su Yao smiled patiently, explaining, "Bad people engage in wrongdoing out of greed, desiring more money and power. We must submit the evidence to the relevant authorities, but we need to be thoroughly prepared to ensure that the wrongdoers receive their due punishment." Unbeknownst to them, danger was silently approaching. Wu Lan had long held suspicions about Qin Yu, placing spies around his residence. At that moment, one such spy was concealed in a black sedan at a street corner, closely monitoring the activities at Qin Yu's home through a narrow gap in the car window. Upon observing Qin Yu, Su Yao, and the young child entering the house with serious expressions and not emerging for a considerable time, his suspicions deepened. He stealthily approached the house and crouched beneath a window to eavesdrop. When he overheard them discussing evidence of Wu Lan's bribery, Alarm surged within him, and he quickly retreated to report to Wu Lan. Sister Wu, it's bad. Qin Yu seems to have obtained crucial evidence regarding your bribery, and they are plotting to expose you. At that moment, Wu Lan was leisurely sipping coffee in her office. Upon receiving this news, her complexion turned ashen, and the coffee cup in her hand clattered to the floor, splattering liquid everywhere. She disregarded the mess, pacing frantically in her office, filled with fear and rage. How could this happen? How could they possibly acquire the evidence? She murmured to herself. Panicked, Wu Lan realized the gravity of the situation. She needed to act immediately. She picked up her phone, her fingers trembling as she dialed the antagonist number. Hello, we have a problem. Qin Yu has obtained evidence of my bribery, and they're preparing to report me to the relevant authorities. What should I do? The antagonist paused in silence for a moment before coldly responding. Why panic? If they wish to drag us down together, then let us fight back with everything we have. Before they expose you, launch a large-scale sabotage against Qin Yu's project to plunge it into despair. At that point, even if they possess evidence, it will be of no consequence. No one will care about the bribery behind a failed project. Wu Lan gritted her teeth, a glint of malice in her eyes. Very well, I will follow your instructions. But this operation must be executed with caution. We cannot leave any incriminating evidence. The antagonist chuckled coldly. Rest assured, I will make all the arrangements. You simply need to leverage your influence within the business association, mobilizing various resources to deliver a fatal blow to Qin Yu's project. After hanging up, Wu Lan took a deep breath, striving to regain her composure. She swiftly devised an action plan, calculating how to wield her authority to inflict maximum damage on Qin Yu's project in the shortest time possible. First, she contacted several officials colluding with her, instructing them to prepare the necessary documents and directives for forceful intervention in the project. Then, she called various suppliers and partners associated with the project, coercing them into halting their collaboration with Qin Yu, cutting off supplies and services. Meanwhile, Qin Yu and Su Yao remained focused in the study, diligently preparing their report materials. Qin Yu stretched and glanced at the time, saying, It's getting late. Let us take a break and continue organizing tomorrow. I believe that once we submit this evidence, Wu Lan will face the consequences she deserves. Su Yao nodded, yawning. Yes, I'm indeed tired today. I hope everything goes smoothly. However, unbeknownst to them, an even greater crisis was quietly unfolding. Wu Lan had already commenced her actions in accordance with the antagonist's plan, hastily orchestrating their destructive tactics. And the project was on the brink of catastrophe. Would Qin Yu and Su Yao be able to detect Wu Lan's scheme in time, thwart her sabotage, safeguard the project, and successfully expose her nefarious deeds? All remained uncertain, and they were on the cusp of a formidable trial. Chapter 77. Sabotage commences, project in jeopardy. As night deepened, Qin Yu's home was enveloped in silence. After a brief respite in the study, Qin Yu and Su Yao retreated to their respective rooms to gather strength for the next day. Meanwhile, Wu Lan was in her office, meticulously orchestrating the final stages of her sabotage plan, her gaze resolute and fierce. Oblivious to this, Qin Yu and Su Yao nestled in their dreams, harboring hopes of exposing Wu Lan, unaware that danger was inching closer and the project was about to face a tempestuous onslaught. As dawn broke, the sunlight poured onto the construction site of Qin Yu's project, where workers were diligently engaged in their tasks, the roar of machinery weaving a symphony of industriousness. Suddenly, a piercing screech of brakes shattered the tranquility. Several black sedans raced in like phantoms, halting abruptly before the construction site. The doors swung open violently, and Wu Lan, clad in an all-black ensemble and high heels, descended with an air of aggression, flanked by a contingent of uniformed personnel brandishing various documents, their expressions brooking no dissent. With a frigid gaze sweeping over the construction site, Wu Lan's lips curled into a satisfied smirk. With a sweeping gesture, she commanded, Cease all operations. This project is riddled with severe violations and is to be legally sealed. The workers immediately halted their tasks, exchanging bewildered and anxious glances. Before they could comprehend the situation, the uniformed personnel swiftly sprang into action, erecting a barrier around the site and placing seals on the equipment. On what grounds do you halt our work? We have been adhering to regulations. An elderly worker could no longer contain his frustration and stepped forward to question. Wulan let out a cold snort, casting a disdainful glance at him as she flung the documents in her hand onto his face. On what grounds? Just based on this. Examine it for yourselves. Each line is a piece of damning evidence, irrefutable as iron. The worker picked up the documents, perusing the dense text with a furrowed brow. Yet found himself a loss for words. Meanwhile, Qin Yu and Su Yao were at home enjoying breakfast when their phones suddenly chimed in unison. Qin Yu grabbed his phone, his expression shifting to one of grave concern as he turned to Su Yao and said urgently, "There's a problem with the project. Wulan has gone to the construction site, forcibly halted operations, sealed off the equipment, and dispersed the workers." Su Yao dropped her utensils onto the table with a clatter, her eyes flashing with anger. How dare that Wulan be so arrogant? We must hurry over. The two of them sprang to their feet, scarcely taking the time to don their coats before dashing toward the garage. The car sped off like an arrow released from its bow. With Qin Yu gripping the steering wheel tightly, his knuckles turning white, his eyes reflecting a mix of fury and anxiety. Wulan is cornered and desperate. She must be trying to ruin the project before we expose her. Su Yao bit her lip, her gaze resolute. We cannot allow her to succeed. We must find a way to stop her. Upon arriving at the construction site, chaos reigned. Outside the cordoned-off area, workers huddled together, murmuring anxiously. Qin Yu and Su Yao wove through the crowd, making a beeline for Wulan. Qin Yu glared at her, his voice booming with indignation. Wulan, what do you mean by this? The project has been compliant all along. On what basis do you halt operations and seal it off? Wulan turned to face them, a hint of a provocative smile gracing her lips. On what basis? Simply because I am an official of the business association. I have the authority to investigate non-compliant projects. Your project has numerous issues. I am merely fulfilling my duty. Qin Yu stepped forward, pointing at the documents in Wulan's hand, his voice brimming with fury. Your so-called evidence of violations is nothing but a fabricated excuse. Your actions are merely an attempt to cover up your own crimes of bribery. Wulan's expression shifted slightly but quickly regained composure, sneering, baseless accusations. You are merely trying to shift the blame onto me for the project's problems. Su Yao, meanwhile, took out her phone and began dialing the relevant authorities. Wulan, don't be so arrogant. We will not let you succeed. The relevant departments will arrive shortly, and then we shall see how you spin your tail. Wulan glanced at Su Yao, a flicker of panic crossing her features, but she maintained her facade of calmness. Feel free to call. Even if the authorities arrive, I have ample justification. This project must be halted for rectification, and no one can save it. With that, she turned and directed her subordinates to continue their sealing operations. Qin Yu, frantic, attempted once more to stop Wulan's subordinates. You cannot proceed like this. It is illegal. However, Wulan's subordinates ignored his pleas, relentlessly pushing forward with the sealing process. The sounds of machinery at the construction site gradually ceased, leaving only an oppressive silence. As Su Yao continued her phone call, her anxious gaze scanned the chaotic scene around her. She detailed the situation to the authorities, emphasizing that Wulan was abusing her power in an attempt to sabotage the project. The voice on the other end assured her that help would arrive as soon as possible, but due to the distance, it might take some time. At the project site, Wulan watched with glee as Qin Yu and Su Yao displayed their anxiousness. She approached Qin Yu, lowering her voice. You think you can challenge me? You are still too inexperienced. This project is as good as destroyed. Qin Yu glared at her, wishing he could immediately expose her vile nature. As time ticked by, the relevant authorities had yet to arrive. Wulan's destructive actions continued, with equipment being sealed off one after another, materials carelessly strewn about. Qin Yu and Su Yao were in a state of desperation, feeling utterly powerless. A tense and despairing atmosphere enveloped the site, as if a storm was about to obliterate everything. Chapter 78, Family Mediation. Qin Yu and Su Yao strived to complete the project. The construction site was in disarray, with Wulan still directing her subordinates to hasten the destruction. Qin Yu and Su Yao anxiously gazed toward the entrance, hoping for the appearance of the relevant authorities. Wu Lan, reveling in her triumph, mocked them. Don't wait. Even if they come, they won't save this project. Just then, the distant sound of sirens finally reached their ears, igniting a flicker of hope in Qin Yu and Su Yao, while Wu Lan's complexion paled visibly. Moments later, vehicles from the relevant department sped onto the construction site, coming to an abrupt halt. The doors flew open, and several stern-faced officials swiftly exited, heading straight for Wu Lan and her entourage. Observing this, Wu Lan felt a pang of anxiety, yet she feigned calmness, stepping forward to take the initiative. Ladies and gentlemen, this project has serious violations, and I'm legally processing its sealing. One leading official furrowed his brow and stated sternly, Wu Lan, before taking action, you should have reported to us. Now, present the so-called evidence of violations for us to review. Qin Yu and Su Yao stepped forward, with Su Yao handing over some evidence, saying, Sir, Wu Lan is abusing her power in an attempt to conceal her bribery crimes. This is the true evidence. The official accepted the evidence and examined it closely, while Wu Lan anxiously watched, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. As the officials continued to review the documents, Wu Lan's expression grew increasingly grim. Finally, the leading official looked up, fixing Wu Lan with a stern gaze. Wu Lan, it appears that your evidence is questionable, while there's indicates that you have abused your power. Until the investigation is complete, you cannot further interfere with the project. Wu Lan attempted to argue, but was cut off by the official. Enough, you need not say more. We will conduct a thorough investigation. If the project has indeed violated regulations, we will take appropriate action. However, if you are found to have abused your power, you will also face consequences. Gritting her teeth, Wu Lan shot an angry glare at Qin Yu and Su Yao before reluctantly departing with her subordinates. The project had been temporarily saved, yet Qin Yu and Su Yao understood that the matter was far from resolved. Meanwhile, news of the project as sabotage had somehow reached the family, and discontent among its members erupted once more against Qin Yu. Su Yao, keenly aware that stabilizing the family situation was paramount for effectively managing external crises, swiftly organized an emergency meeting with the family members. In the family meeting room, the atmosphere was stifling, with the dim yellow lights casting a gloomy pall over the faces of the attendees. Members whispered among themselves, occasionally casting disapproving glances at Qin Yu. Taking a deep breath, Su Yao stepped forward, raising her hand to signal for silence. Esteemed elders, brothers, and sisters, I have gathered everyone today to clarify the situation regarding the project. Her voice was firm and clear, sweeping over each person present. We all know that the project has recently suffered severe damage, but this is not Qin Yu's fault. This project is vital for our family. It is crucial for our future development and interests. An elder in the family scoffed. That's easy to say, but the project was nearly destroyed. How can we not be concerned? Furthermore, rumors have circulated about Qin Yu's issues with the project. Now it seems these rumors were not unfounded. Others chimed in agreement, and the meeting room erupted in a chorus of murmurs. Su Yao patiently waited for the noise to subside before continuing, Please allow me to speak. Many may not realize how much effort Qin Yu has invested in this project. He has tirelessly traveled day and night, negotiating partnerships to ensure the project's smooth progress. The recent damage was, in fact, orchestrated by someone with ulterior motives. At this juncture, Su Yao's gaze fell sharply on Wang Chong and Li Yu in the corner, her eyes glinting with resolve. Wang Chong and Li Yu are the ones stirring the pot behind the scenes. They harbored jealousy towards Qin Yu as his standing within the family steadily ascended, fearing that his burgeoning success might jeopardize their own interests. Thus, they conspired with outsiders, attempting to sabotage the project and humiliate Qin Yu. The gaze of the assembly turned towards Wang Chong and Li Yu. Wang Chong's expression shifted slightly, and he feigned composure as he declared, Su Yao, do not make unfounded accusations. We have always acted in the best interest of the family. How can we possibly engage in such behavior? Li Yu echoed in agreement. Indeed, we cannot be slandered without evidence. Su Yao let out a scornful laugh, producing a stack of documents. Here lies the evidence. I have thoroughly investigated, and the correspondence and call records indicating your collusion with external forces are all contained within this. She continued, your self-serving actions have come at the expense of the family's interests, which is profoundly disappointing to us all. Upon witnessing the evidence, some family members who had previously harbored resentment towards Qin Yu began to waver in their stance. A young family member furrowed his brow and remarked, if what Su Yao claims is true, then Wang Chong and Li Yu's actions are indeed excessive. Qin Yu has contributed so much to the family. We cannot easily cast doubt upon him. Many others nodded in agreement, their attitudes towards Qin Yu softening somewhat. However, a faction of members remained skeptical. A middle-aged member spoke slowly. Although we have this evidence, the project has nonetheless suffered damage. We cannot simply absolve Qin Yu of responsibility. Furthermore, who can guarantee that he will not encounter further issues in the future? Others chimed in, and the atmosphere in the conference room grew tense once more. Su Yao felt a pang of anxiety. She understood that to stabilize the family situation completely, further efforts were required. Yet she did not falter. With unwavering resolve, she stated, I comprehend your concerns, but I implore you to place your trust in Qin Yu and also in me. We will undoubtedly implement measures to ensure the project's smooth progression and recover the family's losses. Simultaneously, we must not condone the actions of Wang Chong and Li Yu that undermine our family's interests. A brief silence enveloped the conference room as everyone reflected on Su Yao's words. She remained patient, aware that this was a challenging game of strategy, with the family's future hanging in the balance. Chapter 79. The child draws attention. Qin Yu and Su Yao seek a way out. Su Yao observed the varied expressions of the family members in the conference room, resolutely determined to unite them, come what may. At that moment, cheerful laughter echoed from outside the room. It appeared to be the sound of a child. Su Yao's heart stirred. Perhaps the child's presence could provide a glimmer of hope in this tense and oppressive atmosphere. Suddenly, the child burst into the family gathering like a whirlwind, clutching several vividly colored balloons adorned with whimsical faces. As he dashed around, he called out in a deliberately comical voice, come one, come all. Look at these delightful balloons. His clear, playful tone instantly captured the attention of numerous family members. The previously contentious and suspicious family members were interrupted by this unexpected scene, and they turned to gaze at the child, their stern expressions softening slightly. The child wove through the crowd, handing balloons to the younger family members before showcasing simple magic tricks. From an apparently empty box, he produced a handful of colorful candies, showering them over the surrounding guests. The cheerful sound of candies hitting the ground mingled with the laughter of children, significantly lightening the atmosphere of the gathering. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Yu cleared his throat and raised his voice. Esteemed elders, brothers, and sisters, may I have your attention, please? The child has brought us joy, and I would like to take this moment to discuss our project. At this juncture, the family's focus shifted toward Qin Yu. Although some still bore expressions of doubt, none interrupted him. He stepped into the center of the room, lifting a display board that detailed the project's blueprint. He pointed to the illustration, earnestly explaining, as you can see, this project is not as devoid of prospects as previously suggested. The land we have chosen lies at the heart of the city's future development, with surrounding infrastructure set to undergo extensive construction. Once the project is completed, its commercial value and the enhancement of our family's reputation will be immeasurable. His voice exuded confidence, and his eyes reflected unwavering belief in the project. Moreover, we have devised a comprehensive crisis response plan. In light of Wu Lan's destructive actions, we not only possess evidence of her bribery, prompting the relevant authorities to intervene, but we are also actively seeking new collaboration opportunities to mitigate any potential losses. As Qin Yu articulated his points, he gestured towards the display board to facilitate the family members' understanding. The child chimed in beside him, uncles, aunts, grandpas, and grandmas. This project will surely succeed. You must believe in your older siblings. His adorable yet earnest demeanor elicited smiles from several family members. With Qin Yu's explanation, some previously skeptical members began to nod in agreement. One elder stroked his chin and pondered aloud. Hearing you speak, it seems this project indeed holds substantial potential. We were perhaps too hasty in our judgments without fully understanding the situation. Another middle-aged family member concurred. Indeed, Su Yao has also uncovered Wang Chong and Li Yu's schemes. It appears we must not be misled by those with ulterior motives. An increasing number of family members shifted their stance, visibly rallying in support of Qin Yu. They gathered around him, engaging in lively discussions about the project's specifics and offering constructive suggestions. Su Yao watched this unfolding scene with a sense of relief, stepping forward to join Qin Yu in patiently addressing their queries. The atmosphere within the family began to shift positively. They were no longer hurling accusations or nurturing suspicions, but rather collaborating to strategize for the project's success. Yet, both Qin Yu and Su Yao were acutely aware that while internal support had grown, external threats remained formidable. Although Wu Lan's destructive actions had been temporarily thwarted, the forces behind her, the potential complications, loomed like dark clouds over the project. Standing together in a corner of the gathering, Qin Yu and Su Yao surveyed the animated discussions among the family members, their expressions tinged with concern. Su Yao murmured, "We seem to have stabilized things here for now. But the challenges posed by Wu Lan still linger. We must swiftly devise a solution." Qin Yu furrowed his brow, contemplating before he replied, "Indeed. Our foremost priority is to locate new business partners to offset the losses incurred from this sabotage, while also keeping a vigilant eye on Wu Lan's movements to preempt any further mischief." Their gazes locked, revealing a shared determination. At that moment, the golden rays of the setting sun streamed through the window, casting elongated shadows of their figures, reminiscent of a canvas filled with challenges and hope. The unity within the family illuminated a sliver of dawn, yet the path ahead remained thorny. They must urgently devise a strategy to address the dilemmas instigated by Wu Lan to salvage the project and restore their family's endeavors to the right course. Chapter 80. Seeking New Partners to Overcome Adversity. Qin Yu and Su Yao were acutely aware that the quest for new business partners would be fraught with challenges. Nevertheless, the supportive gazes of the family members at that moment fueled their resolve. Qin Yu clasped Su Yao's hand firmly, declaring, regardless of the stringent conditions, "We must give it our all." Su Yao nodded resolutely in agreement. Together, they turned towards the radiant glow of the sunset, striding confidently into the uncharted territory of potential business collaborations. Upon returning to the office, Qin Yu immediately immersed himself in action. Seated at his desk, he found himself surrounded by a mountain of documents, his phone pressed to his ear as he tirelessly reached out to various contacts. "Hello, Mr. Zhang. I am Qin Yu from the esteemed Qin family. I wonder if you have recently heard of any enterprises with investment intentions? We have a remarkably promising project." As Qin Yu spoke, he swiftly recorded the information provided by the other party. With phone calls coming in one after another, his voice gradually grew hoarse. Yet his gaze remained resolutely steadfast. Meanwhile, Su Yao sat on the sofa beside him, meticulously sifting through the potential partner information that Qin Yu had gathered on her laptop. Occasionally, she furrowed her brow or clicked the mouse to eliminate companies that did not meet their criteria. Although this company is of considerable scale, their recent investment direction does not align closely with our project, Su Yao remarked to herself, transferring the pertinent documentation to another folder. After 2 relentless days of effort, Qin Yu finally identified several companies expressing interest in collaboration. Among them were Rue Feng Real Estate, a burgeoning star in the real estate sector; Heng Xing Commercial, a well-established company focused on commercial operations; and Hua Chuan Capital, a financially robust investment firm. Qin Yu and Su Yao meticulously prepared the project materials and arrived at a high-end hotel conference room for their meeting with Rue Feng Real Estate. The conference room, adorned with opulent decor and illuminated by the bright light streaming through large floor-to-ceiling windows, featured an oval conference table at its center. The head of Rue Feng Real Estate, Mr. Lin, awaited them there with his team. With a smile, Qin Yu shook hands with Mr. Lin and proceeded to elaborate on the project in detail. "Mr. Lin, as you can see, our project is situated in the core area of the city's future development, surrounded by plans for a large shopping center and a subway station, presenting immense prospects for growth. Moreover, We have already secured preliminary intentions for entry from several renowned brands, Qin Yu explained, showcasing the meticulously crafted PowerPoint presentation, where data and planning diagrams were clearly delineated. Mr. Lin nodded slightly, his gaze fixed on the PowerPoint. Indeed, the project sounds promising, and the location holds great potential. However, Rue Feng Real Estate has always prioritized risk management. Given the current tumult surrounding your project, there exists a degree of uncertainty. Should we proceed with collaboration? We must secure a 60 stake and possess a veto power in project decision-making. Mr. Lin's tone was steady, yet the conditions he proposed were undeniably stringent. A wave of dismay washed over Qin Yu. These two stipulations implied a loss of control over the project. Su Yao furrowed her brow slightly and exchanged a worried glance with Qin Yu. Taking a deep breath, Qin Yu smiled and responded, Mr. Lin, a 60 stake is indeed rather high. We have always aimed to establish a mutually beneficial partnership, allowing both parties to fully leverage their strengths in this project. Furthermore, possessing a veto power may hinder the project's efficiency. Might we consider renegotiating? Mr. Lin leaned back in his chair, his arms crossed over his chest. Qin Yu, I appreciate your perspective, but we must also consider our returns and risks in this investment. The current status of your project necessitates caution. If these two conditions cannot be met, it may be challenging to continue our discussions. An intense debate ensued between Qin Yu, Su Yao, and Mr. Lin along with his team, with both sides steadfast in their positions, the atmosphere growing increasingly tense. The conference room was silent save for the sound of their arguments and the occasional rustle of paper. After concluding discussions with Rue Feng Real Estate, Qin Yu and Su Yao hurried to the headquarters of Hung Xing Commercial. Mr. Wang, the head of Hung Xing, welcomed them into his spacious office. Qin Yu once again articulated the project's advantages and prospects in detail. Mr. Wang expressed interest, but similarly stipulated his conditions. Qin Yu, your project is indeed attractive. However, given the substantial investment we intend to make, we seek a 70 share of the profits and to take charge of all operational aspects in the later stages, Mr. Wang asserted with an undeniable tone. Unable to contain herself, Su Yao interjected, Mr. Wang, a 70 profit share is excessively high, and we also possess a capable team for later stage operations. We hope to collaborate jointly to better harness both parties' strengths. Mr. Wang shook his head. I acknowledge your team has capabilities, but Hung Xing Commercial boasts extensive experience in commercial operations. Only by leading the operations can we ensure the project has success. Discussions with Hung Xing Commercial similarly reached an impasse, and the mood of Qin Yu and Su Yao grew increasingly somber. After departing from Hung Xing, they proceeded to Hua Chuang Capital. Upon concluding Qin Yu's presentation, Mr. Li of Hua Chuang pondered for a moment before stating, the project itself is commendable. Yet, given the current circumstances, we require collateral valued at twice the investment amount and an annual return exceeding 30. Qin Yu sighed inwardly. The conditions proposed by these companies were exceedingly harsh, making collaboration seem increasingly elusive. Nevertheless, he knew he could not easily concede. Mr. Li, providing collateral valued at twice the investment amount is indeed a considerable challenge. We can offer reasonable collateral and will strive to meet your expectations regarding investment returns. But achieving an annual return exceeding 30 is quite burdensome. As the evening approached, Qin Yu and Su Yao exited the Hua Chuang Capital building, weary. The city's neon lights flickered to life, and the streets bustled with traffic, yet their spirits felt as heavy as the shadows of the night. Although a few companies displayed interest in the project, the stringent conditions loomed before them like insurmountable chasms. Gazing into the distance, Qin Yu's eyes reflected a blend of fatigue and determination. No matter how difficult it may be, I must persuade them to lower their conditions and achieve collaboration. Su Yao gently clasped Qin Yu's hand, affirming, yes, we will find a way. We can do this together. Unbeknownst to them, several pairs of eyes lurked in the shadows, observing their every move as a new crisis quietly approached. Chapter 81. Negotiations encounter obstacles, antagonists stir trouble. Upon returning to the office, Qin Yu and Su Yao collapsed onto the sofa. After a brief respite, Qin Yu straightened his posture and looked at Su Yao, saying, tomorrow, We will meet with them again, rework our proposal. There must be a way. Su Yao nodded in agreement. However, they failed to notice an inconspicuous camera in the corner of the office, blinking faintly, recording their every action as a conspiracy against them silently unfolded. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the weary yet resolute faces of Qin Yu and Su Yao. They arrived at the office early, meticulously reviewing the information of each potential partner once more, devising a new negotiation strategy to address the stringent conditions they had encountered. Qin Yu jotted down notes on the whiteboard, analyzing each partner's needs and pain points, while Su Yao chimed in with her insights. Their synergy evident as they sought a breakthrough from their predicament. Having prepared thoroughly, Qin Yu and Su Yao returned to the designated negotiation venue with Rebirth Real Estate, armed with their carefully crafted proposal. The atmosphere in the conference room was noticeably tense. Mr. Lin and his team had already taken their seats, their expressions grave. Seemingly approached this negotiation with caution. Taking a deep breath, Qin Yu displayed a confident smile and broke the silence. Mr. Lin, after our in-depth reflection and analysis over the past 2 days, we have developed some new ideas regarding the collaboration proposal, which we hope to discuss with you. He presented the new proposal to Mr. Lin. Mr. Lin accepted the proposal and began to peruse it meticulously, his brow occasionally furrowing and then relaxing, as his team members leaned in to examine it as well. Observing their reactions, Qin Yu began to elucidate the advantages of the new proposal. Mr. Lin, as you can see, we have optimized the equity distribution and decision-making mechanisms while preserving the project as core advantages. This approach not only satisfies your reasonable profit demands, but also allows for the efficient advancement of the project, enabling both parties to fully leverage their professional strengths. Mr. Lin nodded slightly upon hearing this, but refrained from making an immediate statement. Just then, the conference room door was abruptly thrust open, and a group of individuals stormed in with an imposing presence. At the forefront stood a burly man, his face contorted with rage as he bellowed. "What sort of project is this? It is nothing but a scam." Following his outburst, the group began to roam about the conference room, pointing at the project documents and enumerating the so-called issues, plunging the atmosphere into chaos. Qin Yu and Su Yao were taken aback by this sudden turn of events, but they quickly regained their composure. Qin Yu promptly approached the instigator, raising his voice. "Who are you? What evidence do you possess to claim that our project is a scam?" The troublemaker, however, disregarded Qin Yu entirely and continued to shout at the representatives of Rebirth Real Estate. "Do not be deceived by them. This project is utterly illegal. They surely harbor dark secrets." General Manager Lin of Rebirth Real Estate turned pale, rising from his seat to confront Qin Yu. "What is going on? You must provide me with a reasonable explanation." Su Yao hurriedly stepped forward, attempting to placate General Manager Lin while addressing the instigators. "Please calm down. Any issues can be resolved through proper channels. This disruption will not solve anything." Yet, the troublemakers remained relentless, continuing their raucous uproar. Qin Yu understood that nefarious forces were at play behind the scenes. Suppressing his indignation and striving to maintain composure, he addressed General Manager Lin. "I apologize for this occurrence. We will investigate the truth at once. But please trust that our project has undergone rigorous review and planning and does not involve the issues they allege." Lin's gaze locked onto Qin Yu, revealing a flicker of hesitation. It was evident that this farce had begun to influence his decision-making. Su Yao, standing by, anxiously explained, "General Manager Lin, their sudden intrusion is clearly premeditated. We cannot allow their few words to undermine our previous efforts and the potential of this project." Lin remained silent, returning to his seat, lost in thought. The conference room was now filled only with the instigators clamoring and the tense breaths of those present. Qin Yu resolved to stabilize the situation, addressing the troublemakers. "Let us take a moment to breathe. If you truly possess evidence, we can verify it with the relevant authorities. But until then, I implore you to cease this disorderly behavior." The instigators seemed taken aback by Qin Yu's response, exchanging glances and momentarily at a loss. Seizing the opportunity, Qin Yu turned once more to General Manager Lin. "General Manager, we can incorporate additional protective clauses into the cooperation agreement to ensure your interests are safeguarded. Furthermore, We are willing to increase our initial investment to demonstrate our sincerity. Lin furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before responding, I acknowledge your attitude, and I remain optimistic about the project itself. However, today's incident significantly impacts our decision. I require further consideration. Qin Yu and Su Yao felt a weight in their hearts, understanding that this negotiation had been thrust into a precarious predicament due to the interference of antagonistic forces. Yet they did not relent. Qin Yu earnestly implored General Manager Lin, we hope you can grant us another opportunity. We will resolve these issues swiftly and provide you with a satisfactory response. Lin nodded, offering no further words, and hastily departed with his team from the conference room. The instigators, having achieved their aim, left amidst a chorus of laughter. In the now desolate conference room, Qin Yu and Su Yao were engulfed in a profound sense of frustration and anger. Qin Yu slammed his fist upon the table, gritting his teeth as he declared, it must be the antagonists behind this. They will not let us off easily. Su Yao, equally exasperated, lamented, what do we do now? We had finally made some progress, only for it to be sabotaged. Qin Yu inhaled deeply and resolutely stated, no matter, we cannot be defeated. There must be a way to salvage the situation. They gathered their materials and exited the conference room. As they walked down the corridor, they could feel the peculiar gazes of those around them, as if casting doubt on the legitimacy of the project. The sky outside had inexplicably darkened, a chill wind sweeping through, causing Qin Yu and Su Yao to shiver. They understood that the road ahead would be fraught with challenges, yet they were determined to overcome the obstacles and forge ahead with the cooperation. Chapter 82. The little one's ingenious plan to turn the tide upon returning home. Qin Yu and Su Yao sank into the sofa, the air around them seemingly frozen in time. After a prolonged silence, Qin Yu broke the stillness. We cannot remain passive. We must take the initiative. Su Yao nodded in agreement. Let us begin by investigating those instigators to see if we can uncover any leads. At that moment, from the neighboring room, a small child caught a whisper of their conversation, furrowing his brow in contemplation. The little one understood all too well the effort Qin Yu and Su Yao had poured into this project, and he felt a pang of sympathy for their predicament. With a twinkle in his bright eyes, an idea flashed in his mind. Perhaps he could lend a hand. The little one darted to his room, rummaging through colorful cardstock, markers, and small props before rushing to the yard to gather his playmates. Excitedly sharing his idea, the little one found his friends eager to assist. They huddled around him, chattering animatedly as they devised a detailed plan. Looking at his companions, the little one declared with unwavering confidence, we must help our older siblings overcome this challenge. Meanwhile, Qin Yu and Su Yao were ensconced in the study, furrowing their brows as they pored over documents on the computer. Qin Yu massaged his temples, lamenting, there must be a mastermind behind these instigators, yet we have no leads whatsoever. Su Yao sighed in resignation. Indeed, and time is of the essence. If this drags on any longer, the project will truly be doomed. The little one, accompanied by his friends, arrived at the building housing the negotiation site. Standing outside, they observed the comings and goings of people, their hearts a mixture of anxiety and excitement. Taking a deep breath, the little one reassured his friends, do not be afraid. We shall proceed as planned. With that, they stepped into the building. Inside the conference room, potential partners were engaged in discussions with their assistants about the previous day's chaos, still wavering on whether to collaborate with Qin Yu. The atmosphere was stifling, with each face etched in conflict. The little one and his friends approached the conference room door, gently knocking before pushing it open without waiting for a response. The sudden entrance startled the potential partners, who turned their gazes of confusion upon the unexpected visitors. The little one, beaming with innocent joy, stood in the center of the room alongside his friends. He bowed respectfully and cheerfully greeted, hello, uncles and aunts. We know you are considering a collaboration with our older siblings, and we would like to show you just how delightful this project can be. With that, the little one and his friends commenced their performance. One child held up a colorful piece of cardstock depicting the project post-construction, complete with beautiful gardens, engaging play facilities, and modern architecture. Another child mimicked the lively residents of the future project, joyfully playing and bustling about with small props. The little one animatedly narrated, gesturing expressively as he engaged the audience. Their performance was imbued with childlike whimsy, uniquely showcasing the project's features and advantages. Initially taken aback, the potential partners gradually became captivated by the display, their expressions softening as smiles began to emerge. The little one noticed this shift, feeling elated, and continued with fervor. Uncles and aunts, this place will be incredibly fun, and children like us will absolutely adore it, while adults can also enjoy delightful moments here. Potential partners exchanged glances, each revealing a hint of excitement in their eyes. In the office, Qinyu and Su Yao were troubled by the lack of progress in their investigation when they suddenly received a phone call from the negotiation site staff, informing them that a group of children was performing in the conference room and urging them to hurry over. Surprised and curious, Qinyu and Su Yao promptly set aside their work and rushed to the negotiation venue. Upon entering the conference room, they were greeted by the sight of adorable children performing, and it seemed that the potential partners' attitudes had undergone a significant transformation. Exchanging a knowing glance, Qinyu and Su Yao understood the implications. After the children's performance concluded, Qinyu stepped forward and expressed gratitude to the potential partners. "We sincerely thank you for providing these children with this opportunity. As the children have demonstrated, our project possesses unique charm and immense potential." Su Yao followed suit, stating, "We apologize for the previous setbacks, but please trust that we have the capability to resolve all issues. This project is undoubtedly a worthy investment, both in terms of market prospects and long-term returns." The potential partners, reflecting on Qinyu and Su Yao's words and recalling the children's performance, began to contemplate seriously. After a while, the head of the potential partners finally spoke. "We must admit, the children's performance has revealed a different facet of this project, prompting us to reassess this collaboration. We are willing to relax some of the previously proposed conditions to reach an agreement with you." Overjoyed, Qinyu and Su Yao quickly responded, "We greatly appreciate your trust. We will certainly exert our utmost efforts to ensure the project's success." The two parties swiftly engaged in further discussions regarding the specific terms of collaboration, ultimately reaching a successful agreement. The children looked on, their joyful cheers filling the air. Qinyu and Su Yao approached the children, crouched down, and embraced them, with Qinyu exclaiming, "Little one, thanks to you, you are truly our little savior." The child smiled and replied, "Brother and sister, I just wanted to help you overcome difficulties." After the negotiations concluded, Qinyu and Su Yao led the children out of the building. The sun shone brightly outside, and a gentle breeze carried the fragrance of flowers. Qinyu gazed at the child, his eyes filled with gratitude and affection. "Today, thanks to you, adorable little ones, we turn the tide." The child proudly lifted their face and said, "We are a team. When brother and sister face difficulties, of course, we must help." The other children chimed in, laughter and joy resonating in the air. Unbeknownst to them, in a nearby black car, Wang Chong and Liu watched the scene with grim expressions. Wang Chong gritted his teeth, saying, "I never expected these two would manage to secure the collaboration again. This cannot be allowed to stand." Liu added with malice, "Humph, they shouldn't think it will be so smooth. We need to find ways to trip them up." With that, the black car slowly started and disappeared down the street. Chapter 83. The initial stages of collaboration. Challenges still abound. Qinyu and Su Yao departed the negotiation site in a cheerful atmosphere, accompanied by the children. However, they remained unaware of the quietly departing black car. Once home, the child excitedly shared their day's experiences with their family, while Qinyu and Su Yao feigned happiness, their hearts harboring unspoken worries. That night, the city illuminated by dazzling lights. Qinyu stood by the window, gazing outside and murmuring to himself, "This collaboration is not easy, and the antagonist will surely not relent. What troubles await us next?" The following morning, sunlight streamed through the window onto Qinyu's desk. He arrived early at the project office, where the new partner was already waiting. Inside, documents piled high, project planning charts adorned the walls, and a palpable tension mixed with excitement filled the air. Su Yao soon arrived, and the three gathered around the conference table to formally commence their first discussion post-collaboration. Though the collaboration had been secured, the situation remained grim. Qin Yu frowned, lightly tapping his fingers on the table. Previously, Wulan's interference in the business association not only tarnished the project's reputation, but also caused a significant rupture in the funding chain, resulting in a substantial financial shortfall and a tight timeline due to earlier delays. The new partner nodded solemnly, acknowledging, indeed, without resolving the funding issue, subsequent progress will be impossible, and further delays will lead to incalculable losses. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Yu stated, the immediate priority is to devise a strategy for raising funds. The new partner agreed, I can leverage some personal connections to seek small investments. But that alone will not suffice. We need to explore alternative solutions. Qin Yu turned to Su Yao, his eyes reflecting a glimmer of hope. Dear, could your family consider mobilizing resources? Su Yao resolutely nodded. I will return to my family estate to rally support and see if they can invest in the project. Su Yao hurried to the family estate, an opulent European-style building with a marble floor that gleamed like a mirror and crystal chandeliers casting a soft glow. Family members gathered in the living room, discussing various affairs. Su Yao cleared her throat and addressed the assembly. Esteemed elders, brothers, and sisters, I have come today to discuss the project I am collaborating on with Qin Yu. Although we faced some setbacks previously, we have now secured a partnership with new allies, and the prospects are exceedingly bright. However, we are currently confronted with a funding shortage and hope for your financial support, which would not only aid us, but also contribute to the future growth of our family. Upon hearing Su Yao's words, the family members began to murmur and deliberate amongst themselves. An elder furrowed his brow and remarked, given the project's tumultuous history, how can we be certain that investing will yield returns? Su Yao patiently elucidated, our new partners possess substantial strength, and we have devised a comprehensive response strategy. We are confident that we can surmount the challenges. Should the project succeed, the family's influence in the business realm will be immeasurable. At that moment, one of Su Yao's cousins stood up, asserting, I trust Su Yao's judgment and am willing to contribute. Inspired by his words, several younger family members expressed their willingness to invest as well. Yet, some elders remained hesitant, perceiving the risks as too great. Su Yao felt a twinge of anxiety, but understood the importance of remaining composed, so she continued to sincerely articulate the project's advantages and potential. Meanwhile, Qin Yu labored in the project office, grappling with the project plan. He recognized that mere fundraising would not suffice. A judicious adjustment of the project plan was essential to meet the pressing timeline. He meticulously scrutinized each phase, analyzing which steps could be executed concurrently and which could be simplified without compromising quality. After hours of intensive contemplation, Qin Yu finally conceived a preliminary strategy. With excitement, he picked up the phone and called a new partner. I have an idea. We can postpone the construction of non-essential facilities and focus our efforts on completing the main structure first, significantly shortening the timeline. Additionally, we should optimize the construction process to enhance efficiency. The new partner responded enthusiastically. That's an excellent idea. I will coordinate resources on my end to ensure full cooperation. However, fundraising proved to be fraught with challenges. While Su Yao managed to garner support from some family members, a substantial gap still remained. Bank loan approvals were sluggish, and the myriad of cumbersome procedures left Su Yao feeling overwhelmed. External investors, wary from the project's previous turmoil, were reticent to commit, with many choosing to adopt a wait-and-see approach. On Qin Yu's side, plan adjustments met with resistance. Some construction teams expressed skepticism about the new plan, fearing it would complicate the construction process and heighten risks. Qin Yu had to personally engage with the team leaders, meticulously explaining the plan's feasibility and benefits, assuring them of the necessary technical support and safety measures before he could finally persuade them to proceed. As night fell once more, the city was adorned with a kaleidoscope of neon lights. Qin Yu and Su Yao returned home, weary and burdened, sinking into the sofa where they could see profound worry reflected in each other's eyes. Their adorable child, upon noticing their arrival, wisely refrained from causing a commotion, instead silently bringing them 2 steaming cups of tea. Qin Yu gently stroked the child's head and said to Su Yao, although we made progress today. The challenges of fundraising and schedule adjustments are formidable. I wonder if we can overcome these obstacles to advance the project smoothly. Su Yao grasped Qin Yu's hand firmly and replied, "We will undoubtedly succeed. As long as we do not give up, there will always be a way." Chapter 84. Challenges in Fundraising, Family Support. The tranquility of the night did little to dispel the gloom enveloping Qin Yu and Su Yao. Gazing out at the twinkling lights beyond the window, Su Yao inhaled deeply and told Qin Yu, "Tomorrow, I will return to the family once more. Regardless of the circumstances, I must strive for more support." Qin Yu nodded, holding Su Yao's hand tightly. "I too will continue to explore solutions. We can do this." Their gazes locked with determination. They drew strength from one another in the darkness, preparing for the challenges of the morrow. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the thin veil of clouds, illuminating the grandeur of Su Yao's family estate. Rising early, Su Yao meticulously arranged her attire, stepping into the family compound with unwavering resolve. As she entered the familiar hall, memories of the past entwined with the present pressures weighed heavily on her heart. Family members trickled into the conference room. Their expressions varied, some filled with concern, others tinged with doubt. In the conference room, a substantial wooden table dominated the center, encircled by leather chairs. Portraits of the family's ancestors adorned the walls, as if silently scrutinizing the discussions about to unfold. Su Yao stood at the forefront, taking a deep breath before addressing the assembly. "Esteemed elders, brothers, and sisters, the project currently faces a significant shortage of funds due to prior setbacks. The sluggish approval of bank loans looms over us like an insurmountable mountain, impeding our progress. Furthermore, external investors have become exceedingly cautious, distancing themselves from us due to earlier turmoil. But please, trust in the vast potential of this project." As she spoke, Su Yao used a laser pointer to highlight the project plan and market analysis displayed on the screen. "Our collaboration with new partners breathes renewed vitality into the project. They bring advanced technology and abundant resources, while the market demand for our products remains robust. Provided we secure the necessary funding and advance the project smoothly, it will undoubtedly yield substantial returns for our family, enhancing our standing in the commercial realm." Su Yao spoke earnestly, her eyes reflecting unwavering conviction. Yet, the family members did not respond immediately. An elder with silver hair finally spoke. "Child, we recognize your determination, but investment is, after all, a serious matter. The previous project's failure has caused the family to incur losses, and it is only natural for concerns to arise." Others nodded in agreement. "Prepare for this." Su Yao smiled and replied, "I understand your apprehensions. This endeavor is different from the past. We have conducted a thorough assessment and planning for the project. Our new partners have fortified our competitive edge in both technology and market access. Additionally, Qin Yu and I have devised a detailed risk management plan to minimize potential pitfalls." As Su Yao elaborated further, some family members began to soften. At that moment, her cousin stepped forward, his gaze resolute. "I believe in Su Yao's vision and the potential of this project. I am willing to invest and support." Inspired by his commitment, several younger family members expressed their willingness to contribute as well. However, Su Yao knew that this funding was far from sufficient. She turned her attention toward several influential elders within the family. After a moment of contemplation, one elder remarked, "Su Yao, we see your effort and determination. The project does possess a certain allure, but we require more assurance." Elated, Su Yao understood there was hope. "Rest assured, I will provide a more detailed report on the project's progress and financial plan, ensuring regular updates for everyone. Furthermore, Qin Yu and I are willing to use personal assets as partial collateral." Following vigorous discussions and negotiations, several powerful elders were ultimately swayed by Su Yao's sincerity and the project's promise, agreeing to provide financial backing. At the moment they signed the investment agreement, a heavy burden lifted from Su Yao's heart. Meanwhile, at the project office, Qin Yu was also striving to secure funds. He tirelessly made calls, communicating with various potential investors, elaborating on the project's advantages and prospects. The office was cluttered with documents and materials, the atmosphere thick with tension. Despite his exhaustion, Qin Yu remained undeterred. Upon hearing the news of the family member's decision to invest, Qin Yu felt a flicker of relief within. He understood that this was merely the first step in resolving the funding issue. The project still required additional capital. However, the family's support undeniably injected a potent dose of optimism into the endeavor. That evening, Su Yao returned to their shared home bearing good news. The two embraced, tears of joy mingling with fatigue. Although the family's contributions alleviated some financial pressure, the project still necessitated further funding. Where else can we possibly source sufficient capital? Su Yao queried anxiously. Qin Yu gently wiped the tears from her face, asserting, "Do not worry. We shall brainstorm more solutions. There will be a way forward." Chapter 85. Busy with schedule adjustments, unexpected events unfold. As night deepened, the lights in their home cast a dim glow. Although Qin Yu and Su Yao felt a temporary reprieve from the family support, the weight of financial pressures still loomed heavily over them. Qin Yu firmly held Su Yao's hand, stating, "Tomorrow, I will oversee the schedule adjustments at the construction site, while you explore other potential funding sources." Su Yao nodded, her eyes brimming with resolve. They both understood that the path ahead remained fraught with challenges. The next morning, the city gradually awoke under the dawn's gentle light, and Qin Yu arrived early at the construction site. The air was tinged with a faint dustiness, and the sound of machinery reverberated throughout the area. Dressed in a simple work outfit and wearing a safety helmet, Qin Yu's gaze was resolute and focused as he swiftly engaged in the task of adjusting the schedule. He first gathered the heads of the construction team in a makeshift shelter, where he laid out a detailed project progress plan. "We must reorganize the timeline to recover the time lost previously." As he spoke, he gestured emphatically at the critical milestones on the blueprint. "Here, we can adjust the order of operations slightly and increase manpower to ensure seamless coordination at each stage." His voice resonated with authority, echoing within the confines of the small shelter. Next, Qin Yu inspected the area where construction equipment was stored, meticulously checking the operational status of each machine. He crouched down, feeling the surface of the machinery, attuning himself to the vibrations and sounds to assess their functionality. Noticing significant wear on the crane's chain, he knew it needed immediate replacement to avoid disrupting subsequent work. As he advised the maintenance crew, he diligently noted the details in his notebook. Under Qin Yu's careful orchestration, manpower and resources were allocated judiciously, and the project resumed. Workers took their positions, and construction progressed methodically. However, just as everyone believed that everything was on track, an unexpected incident occurred. A deafening crash shattered the orderly rhythm of the site as a malfunctioning excavator veered off course, its bucket crashing heavily onto a nearby pile of construction materials, sending dust soaring into the air. Moments later, a worker's anguished scream pierced through the chaos. Qin Yu's heart raced as he sprinted toward the source of the commotion. By the time he arrived, the scene had devolved into chaos. The injured worker lay on the ground, pallid and trapped beneath fallen materials, blood staining the earth around him. "Quick, call an ambulance!" Qin Yu shouted loudly while swiftly organizing the surrounding workers to assist in lifting the construction materials, carefully rescuing the injured worker. At that moment, the air was thick with the acrid scent of machine oil and dust, and the workers around him wore expressions of terror. As Qin Yu gazed at the injured man, his heart swelled with both anxiety and rage. They had to hold on. He gripped the worker's hand tightly, attempting to impart strength. Before long, Su Yao hurriedly arrived at the construction site. Upon seeing the injured worker, a flicker of concern crossed her eyes. But she quickly regained her composure and joined Qin Yu in directing the scene. Ensuring the worker's safety was paramount. Other matters could be addressed later. Su Yao's voice was steady and calm, bringing a semblance of order to the chaotic atmosphere. Thanks to their collective efforts, the injured worker was promptly transported to a nearby hospital. Meanwhile, Qin Yu and Su Yao remained on the construction site, beginning their investigation into the cause of the accident. They first approached the out-of-control excavator, meticulously examining the equipment. Qin Yu discovered that the excavator's control system appeared to have been tampered with. Several critical wires had been severed, resulting in the malfunction. This was clearly an act of deliberate sabotage. Qin Yu's brow furrowed, his eyes revealing both anger and vigilance. Subsequently, they reviewed the surveillance footage from the construction site. In the footage, just before the incident, a man wearing a cap and obscured features lurked suspiciously near the excavator, soon slipping inside the equipment before hastily departing. Qin Yu realized this was yet another scheme by the antagonists, who sought to impede the project's progress through sabotage. These individuals had gone too far, resorting to such underhanded tactics. Su Yao clenched her fists in indignation. Taking a deep breath, Qin Yu endeavored to calm himself. The urgent task at hand was to locate this man and uncover the mastermind behind him. Qin Yu's gaze was resolute. He understood this was merely another challenge that the project faced, one they must confront with courage. With the cause of the accident identified as the work of the antagonists, the project timeline was once again disrupted, leaving the construction site in disarray, as if the surrounding air had solidified. Qin Yu and Su Yao stood amidst the chaos, exchanging a glance that conveyed the same determination reflected in each other's eyes. How would they respond next to ensure the project could be completed on time? Chapter 86. Investigating the cause of the accident, identifying the suspect. As night fell, the city sparkled with lights. Qin Yu and Su Yao sat in the temporary office, examining the scattered evidence on the table, their brows furrowed in concentration. No matter how challenging it may be, we must uncover this individual and set the project back on course. Qin Yu broke the silence, his tone unwavering. Su Yao nodded, her gaze fierce. Exactly. We cannot allow them to succeed. Tomorrow, we will delve into the details of these surveillance tapes. Under the glow of the lights, their eyes met, brimming with fighting spirit. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the windows, illuminating the temporary office's table. Qin Yu and Su Yao arrived early, swiftly assembling an accident investigation team. The team comprised experienced security personnel, meticulous engineers, and adept investigators skilled in analyzing clues. Gathered around the conference table, Qin Yu stood at the forefront, his expression grave as he stated, "This accident has had significant repercussions for the project. We must identify the culprits as swiftly as possible. From this moment on, we will divide our tasks, ensuring no detail is overlooked." Soon after, Qin Yu and a few team members headed to the monitoring room to retrieve all footage from before and after the incident. The monitoring room was suffused with the scent of outdated electronic equipment, the screens flickering with various angles of the construction site. Qin Yu focused intently on the screen, not blinking as he scrutinized every minute movement. He leaned closer to the screen at times, gesturing to specific areas while discussing with his colleagues. "Look here. During this time frame, there seems to be something unusual," Qin Yu remarked, his voice tinged with excitement. Meanwhile, Su Yao led another group to interview workers at the construction site. The air remained thick with dust, and the cacophony of machinery filled the atmosphere. Su Yao approached an elderly worker, gently inquiring, "Sir, did you notice anything peculiar or any strange individuals before the incident occurred?" The old worker scratched his head, pondering for a moment before responding. "I think there was a stranger loitering nearby. I initially thought he was there for an inspection and didn't pay much attention." Su Yao's heart raced as she pressed further. "Can you describe what he looked like?" The old worker recalled. "He was of short stature, wearing a black cap and a gray jacket. Beyond that, I can't say much more." On the other side, in the monitoring room, Qin Yu finally uncovered a crucial clue. The footage revealed a man donned in a black cap and gray jacket appearing near the excavator half an hour before the incident. He looked around furtively, ensuring no one was in sight before swiftly entering the excavator. Minutes later, he hurriedly exited. Qin Yu immediately captured a screenshot of the video, magnifying the image to discern the man's facial features. Although the image was somewhat blurry, a mole could be faintly seen on the man's chin. With this significant clue in hand, Qin Yu returned to the temporary office to regroup with Su Yao. They consolidated and analyzed the evidence and clues collected. Based on the damage to the equipment at the scene, the engineers concluded that someone had deliberately sabotaged the excavator's control system. Combined with the surveillance footage and the workers' accounts, they were nearly certain that this mysterious man was connected to the incident. The investigation team then commenced tracking this unknown individual. By reviewing other surveillance cameras in the vicinity of the construction site, they gradually pieced together the man's movements after leaving the site. He first walked to a nearby bus stop, then took a bus to another area of the city. Investigators accessed the bus company's records to ascertain where the man had disembarked. Qin Yu and Su Yao led the investigation team to the location where the man had alighted, discovering it to be an old neighborhood with narrow streets and uneven shops lining either side. They canvassed the area, inquiring with residents if they had seen a man with a mole on his chin. At a small grocery store, the owner recounted, "Yes, I believe I've seen such a person. He often wanders around here and doesn't sound like a local." After considerable effort, the investigation team finally pinpointed the man's residence. It was a dilapidated rental unit in a disordered environment. Qin Yu and Su Yao cautiously approached the unit, peering through the window to see a figure inside. Indeed, it was the man they sought. At that moment, he sat at a table, nervously reviewing some documents. Qin Yu and Su Yao exchanged glances, their hearts swelling with joy. They were certain that this man was the suspect employed by the antagonist to sabotage the project. However, while they had identified the suspect, capturing him and eliciting information about the mastermind behind him posed a new challenge for Qin Yu and Su Yao. They understood that the forces behind this suspect would not easily relent, necessitating utmost caution in their subsequent actions. Chapter 87. Setting a trap to capture the suspect and lure out the mastermind. As night deepened, the atmosphere in the temporary office grew tense and heavy. Qin Yu and Su Yao sat at the table, their gazes fixed on a map outlining the suspect's residence. Qin Yu spoke slowly. "We cannot act recklessly. His associates will undoubtedly be on guard." Su Yao nodded, her finger gliding over the map. "Indeed, we must devise a comprehensive plan that not only captures him, but also prevents his accomplices from escaping." The two fell into contemplation, strategizing their next course of action. After several hours of discussion, Qin Yu and Su Yao, based on the suspect's behavioral patterns, meticulously crafted a capture plan. Qin Yu rose, sketching the layout of the construction site on a whiteboard, explaining, "We will deliberately leak some false information about the project, stating that a shipment of crucial equipment will arrive at the construction site the day after tomorrow, and that security will be relatively lax. Having previously tasted success in his sabotage, the suspect will undoubtedly be drawn in by this news, returning to wreak havoc once more." Su Yao continued, simultaneously, "We have deployed apprehension personnel around the construction site, dividing them into several small groups, strategically concealed at key positions. The moment the suspect appears, we will encircle him, taking him down in one fell swoop." The two meticulously scrutinized every detail of the plan, ensuring that it was foolproof. Subsequently, Qin Yu began to contact the apprehension personnel, meticulously assigning tasks and emphasizing the importance of confidentiality and discipline in their operations. At last, the day of execution arrived. As dusk descended, a fine drizzle began to fall, shrouding the city in a veil of mist. Qin Yu and Su Yao arrived at the construction site ahead of time, conducting a thorough inspection of the deployment of each apprehension group. The operatives lay hidden in the shadows, their gazes resolute, awaiting the suspect's emergence. Qin Yu softly spoke into the intercom, "Attention all groups, remain vigilant. The suspect may appear at any moment." Moments stretched into minutes, and the construction site was enveloped in an eerie silence, broken only by the gentle patter of rain against the ground. Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared on the surveillance screen. It was the suspect they had identified. Clad in a black raincoat and sporting a cap, he stealthily approached the construction site. Qin Yu's heart raced as he whispered, "Target sighted. All groups prepare to act." The suspect cautiously navigated around several makeshift security measures, successfully infiltrating the site. He glanced around, confirming that all was clear before heading toward the area where equipment was stored. Just as he prepared to sabotage the machinery, Qin Yu commanded, "Action." In an instant, bright flashlights illuminated the area, and apprehension personnel surged from all directions, surrounding the suspect. "You are encircled. Surrender now," Qin Yu shouted. The suspect's face drained of color upon realizing his predicament. He frantically sought an escape route, but was trapped by the operatives. After a brief struggle, he resigned himself to defeat, surrendering to their grasp. Qin Yu and Su Yao escorted the apprehended individual to a prearranged interrogation facility. The interrogation room was dimly lit, with a solitary pendant lamp casting a warm, yellow glow overhead. The suspect sat silently, head bowed, a mask of defiance etched on his face. Qin Yu sat opposite him, his gaze piercing, and asserted, "Did you really believe you could evade the law's retribution? Your acts of sabotage have inflicted severe consequences upon the project. If you confess now, you may be able to mitigate your punishment." The suspect scoffed, remaining mute. Su Yao stepped forward earnestly. "We understand you have been coerced. If you reveal who is behind this, we will consider leniency within the bounds of the law. Reflect on this. Serving them may yield you nothing, while jeopardizing your own future. Is it worth it?" The suspect's eyes flickered with uncertainty, yet he remained silent. Sensing his hesitation, Qin Yu pressed on. "We have amassed sufficient evidence. Denying it will avail you nothing. Furthermore, those who orchestrated this will likely abandon you the moment they learn of your capture. Are you prepared to shoulder all the consequences alone?" Under the relentless psychological pressure from Qin Yu and Su Yao, the suspect finally succumbed, lifting his head slowly and tremblingly admitting, "It was Wang Chong who instructed me to do this. He offered me a substantial sum to sabotage the project's equipment, promising even greater rewards if I succeeded." Qin Yu and Su Yao exchanged alarmed glances. Wang Chong, Qin Yu's envious cousin within the family, had previously colluded with external forces to undermine him. To discover that he was behind this project debacle was shocking. Despite uncovering the identity of the antagonist, they were aware of Wang Chong's considerable influence within the family, necessitating a more elaborate strategy to confront such a formidable adversary. Chapter 88. Formulating Countermeasures, Family Involvement. Taking a deep breath, Qin Yu turned to Su Yao. "Wang Chong will not relent easily. We must act swiftly. Tomorrow, gather trustworthy family members to discuss our strategy." Su Yao nodded, her resolve unwavering. Indeed, he must face the consequences of his actions. Together, they rose and exited the interrogation room, gazing at the night sky, their minds already crafting plans for the impending confrontation. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the windows, illuminating the long table in the Qin family conference room. Qin Yu and Su Yao arrived early, awaiting the arrival of family members. Soon, the elders and several trusted relatives entered, their expressions grave, clearly aware of the meeting's significance. Rising to address the assembly, Qin Yu scanned the room and declared, "As you all know, the project has been compromised at the behest of Wang Chong. His actions have not only inflicted substantial losses upon the project, but have also severely tarnished our family's reputation." Su Yao added, "Wang Chong has resorted to unscrupulous means for his personal gain. We can no longer remain passive." Elder Zhang frowned and said slowly, "Wang Chong's behavior is inexcusable. His actions will only plunge the family into chaos. We must devise a comprehensive plan to address the immediate crisis while preventing internal strife from escalating." The other family members nodded in agreement, expressing their support. After a vigorous discussion, various suggestions emerged. Some advocated for a direct confrontation with Wang Chong to compel him to cease his destructive actions, while others suggested gathering ample evidence before reporting him to the family hierarchy for resolution. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Yu remarked, "A direct confrontation may alert Wang Chong, allowing him to prepare in advance. Our primary objectives must be to resolve the project crisis and dismantle Wang Chong's influence by formulating a thorough response strategy." Ultimately, they devised a series of countermeasures. First, they would enhance project security. Qin Yu assigned family members skilled in security to bolster patrols of the construction site, ensuring round-the-clock vigilance. Additionally, they planned to install the most advanced surveillance equipment to monitor every corner of the project and provide timely alerts for any anomalies. Second, they aimed to collect incriminating evidence against Wang Chong. Qin Yu personally led a team to investigate the links between Wang Chong and the suspect, seeking written evidence of his directives to sabotage the project, as well as communications records. They also intended to scrutinize Wang Chong's past business dealings for any signs of illegal activity. Lastly, They would ally with other influential families. Su Yao took on the responsibility of reaching out to families with whom the Qin family had amicable relations, explaining the situation to garner their support against Wang Chang. After all, if Wang Chang's ambitions went unchecked, they could threaten the delicate balance of power within the elite circles. Looking at the gathered family members, Qin Yu resolutely stated, "I will oversee project security and evidence collection. These tasks are crucial, and I will spare no effort to ensure their success." Su Yao stood confidently, declaring, "I will take charge of liaising with other family factions. I will communicate with each family promptly to secure our cooperation." The other family members expressed their commitment to support Qin Yu and Su Yao in accordance with their capabilities. After the meeting concluded, Qin Yu and Su Yao did not allow themselves a moment's respite. Qin Yu immediately began reallocating security personnel, engaging in detailed discussions with the security team regarding the specific enhancements needed. He personally inspected the installation locations of the surveillance equipment at the construction site, ensuring that no blind spots remained. Meanwhile, he instructed investigators to begin gathering relevant evidence against Wang Chang, urging them to exercise utmost caution to avoid revealing any vulnerabilities. Su Yao busied herself with phone calls to the heads of other families, scheduling meetings. She meticulously prepared a comprehensive dossier outlining Wang Chang's actions and potential repercussions, ensuring she could present a compelling case during discussions with the other families. Yet, both were acutely aware that while their strategies had been devised, the path to implementation would undoubtedly be fraught with challenges. Wang Chang has long been at the helm of his family business, wielding influence and connections. Yet advancing his agenda and successfully countering adversaries proves to be a formidable challenge. Will Qin Yu and Su Yao be able to navigate through the myriad of obstacles to achieve their aspirations? Chapter 89. As security measures are heightened, adversaries stir trouble anew. Qin Yu surveyed the bustling construction site, his heart a tumult of apprehension for the future actions ahead, yet buoyed by an unshakable conviction of victory. Su Yao meticulously organized the documents, preparing to head to the rendezvous point agreed upon with representatives from other families. Both were acutely aware that every forthcoming step would be fraught with challenges, yet they had no alternative but to forge ahead with unwavering resolve. Meanwhile, Wang Chang lurked in the shadows, wearing a grim expression as he concocted new schemes. The following morning, the sun bathed the construction site in golden light as Qin Yu, adhering to the established plan, methodically fortified security measures. Newly deployed patrolling personnel, invigorated and marching in unison, navigated the site, clad in standardized security uniforms. Walkie-talkies clipped to their waists, their vigilant gazes scanning the surroundings. The installation of surveillance equipment was also in full swing, with workers adeptly climbing scaffolding to secure high-definition cameras in optimal positions. Standing at the center of the site, Qin Yu orchestrated the operations, surrounded by the cacophony of machinery, the chatter of laborers, and the intermittent crackle of communication devices, the din enveloping him in a profound sense of control. However, Wang Chang swiftly discerned Qin Yu's maneuvers. Seated in his opulent office, he gazed into the distance through the window, a cold smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Strengthening security? He believes this will thwart me? It won't be that simple. He picked up the phone, dialing a number, and whispered, "The plan has changed. We will strike from different angles. Let them understand that I, Wang Chang, am not easily trifled with." After ending the call, he reclined in his chair, his eyes glinting with malice, his mind racing with new destructive plots. Simultaneously, at the construction site, some workers began to bristle against the new security protocols. What is this? There were never so many rules before. Now there are cameras everywhere. It feels uncomfortable to work, a young laborer muttered. An older worker nearby chimed in, "Indeed, the patrols have increased. They come by so often we can't focus on our tasks." Qin Yu caught wind of these grievances, furrowing his brow as he realized that this discontent could impede the progress of security operations. Approaching the young worker, Qin Yu placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder and said, "Everyone, let's pause for a moment. I understand that these new security measures may cause some inconvenience, but they are implemented for the safety of the project. We are all aware of the previous disruptions. We cannot afford to let such incidents recur. Ensuring the project's smooth progression is vital for all of us, as it guarantees stable employment and timely wages. I hope for your understanding and cooperation. As the workers exchanged glances, reluctance still lingered, but their complaints subsided. Just as Qin Yu endeavored to soothe the workers' concerns, calamity struck. One of the project's key suppliers abruptly ceased the provision of raw materials. Upon receiving the call, Qin Yu's expression darkened gravely. He hurried to the supplier's contact location, determined to uncover the root of the issue. Inside the supplier's office, Qin Yu confronted the supplier's manager. Before he could utter a word, the manager, wearing a look of helplessness, interjected, "I sincerely apologize, but we are caught in a bind. A substantial sum was offered to us, demanding we halt supplies to you. We are a small business, and we simply cannot resist such temptation." Fury ignited within Qin Yu. He recognized this as Wang Chang's handiwork. Yet now was not the time for anger. The immediate concern was to resolve the raw material shortage, lest the project face further delays. Suppressing his ire, Qin Yu spoke as calmly as possible. "Could you please reconsider? Our collaboration has always been fruitful, and this project is crucial for both parties. If this disruption leads to complications, it will also tarnish your reputation." The supplier's manager hesitated. "I find myself in a dilemma. The terms offered are too enticing. Moreover, they threaten that if we continue supplying you, we will encounter trouble." Qin Yu understood that persuading the supplier to resume deliveries was becoming increasingly unlikely. He took a deep breath and said, "In that case, I will not insist. However, I hope you can grant me some time to find an alternative supplier. During this period, could you ensure a minimal supply to maintain the project's basic operations?" After a moment of contemplation, the supplier's manager replied, "Given our past collaboration, I could provide a supply for 3 more days at most. After that, I truly cannot assist you." Exiting the supplier's office, Qin Yu felt the weight of despair settle upon him. He knew that 3 days was an exceedingly tight time frame, and finding a suitable alternative supplier would not be an easy task. Yet, he had no time for despondency. He immediately commenced reaching out to other suppliers. Seated in his car, he scoured supplier information on his phone while making calls. However, most suppliers either had long-standing commitments or were hesitant to engage with Qin Yu's project, unwilling to take risks. As time slipped away amid frantic communications, beads of sweat formed on Qin Yu's brow, and his hand trembled slightly from anxiety as he clutched the phone. Each rejection felt like a heavy hammer striking his heart. Yet he continuously reminded himself not to yield. He must secure an alternative supplier within 3 days to ensure the project's continuity. Meanwhile, Su Yao faced her own challenges in communicating with representatives from other families. Some were wary of becoming embroiled in the internal conflicts of Qin Yu's family, fearing repercussions for their own. Su Yao patiently articulated the potential dangers posed by Wang Chang's actions, striving to persuade them to unite against him. Esteemed colleagues, Wang Chang's ambitions extend far beyond this. If we do not band together to halt him, his burgeoning power will disrupt the delicate balance among the elite families, affecting us all, she earnestly asserted. One family representative frowned, stating, "That may be true, but we cannot afford to take unnecessary risks. Should our actions fail, our family could find itself in dire straits." Su Yao, locking eyes with him, replied resolutely, "We have devised a thorough plan and possess ample evidence of Wang Chang's misdeeds. If we stand united, success will surely be within our grasp." After much deliberation, the stance of some family representatives softened, yet no final decision had been reached. As night descended, the city's neon lights flickered. Exhausted, Qin Yu returned home and slumped onto the sofa. The day's relentless pursuit had drained him physically and mentally. Yet he was acutely aware that time was of the essence in his quest for alternative suppliers. Su Yao, arriving home, noticed Qin Yu's weary demeanor and felt a pang of sympathy. She approached, sitting beside him, and softly said, "Do not be overly anxious. There will surely be a solution. Although I have yet to fully convince them, there's been some progress on my end." Qin Yu lifted his gaze to meet Su Yao's, a glimmer of hope igniting in his eyes. "Indeed, we will navigate through this adversity. Tomorrow, I will continue searching for alternative suppliers. You too should strive to rally the other families to join our cause swiftly." Outside, the night deepened, with occasional sounds of passing vehicles breaking the silence. Qin Yu and Su Yao sat together on the sofa, leaning on each other as they contemplated their strategies in the darkness. They understood that the path ahead was fraught with thorns, yet they had no choice but to march forward with unwavering determination. With the interruption of raw material supplies and the pressing need to find alternatives, would Qin Yu be able to resolve the issue in time to ensure the project has continuity? Chapter 90. Seeking alternative suppliers, a little helper arrives. As night deepened, despite his exhaustion, Qin Yu remained at his computer, diligently researching supplier information, his gaze imbued with resolve and tenacity. Su Yao approached gently, draping a garment over him and offering soft words of comfort. Meanwhile, the little one, in his room, inadvertently overheard the adult's conversation, and an idea began to form in his mind, planning to surprise Qin Yu the following day. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the window onto Qin Yu's desk. He rubbed his bloodshot eyes and continued dialing one supplier after another. Each time the call connected, he introduced the project with hopeful enthusiasm, only to be met with rejections. As time ticked away, with only 2 days left until the suppliers ceased their deliveries, Qin Yu's anxiety mounted, mirroring the rising temperature outside. "Hello. Is this the raw materials supplier?" "This is Qin Yu," he spoke, his voice slightly hoarse from fatigue, yet the response on the other end remained cold and dismissive. "I'm sorry, but our orders are currently at full capacity, and we cannot supply you." With a heavy heart, Qin Yu hung up, leaning back in his chair, staring at the ceiling and letting out a deep sigh. At that moment, the little one, humming a cheerful tune, bounced into Qin Yu's study. Upon seeing Qin Yu's furrowed brow, a look of concern spread across his cherubic face. "Uncle, what's wrong? Are you facing a problem?" The innocent voice echoed in the quiet room. Qin Yu forced a smile and affectionately ruffled the child's hair. "It's nothing, little one. Uncle is just handling some work matters. You should go play." However, the little one did not budge, tilting his head seriously. "Uncle, are you looking for raw material suppliers? I think I can help." Initially, Qin Yu held little hope, dismissing it as mere childlike consolation. Yet, seeing the earnest expression on the child's face ignited a flicker of hope within him. "You can help? What can your little head possibly do?" he asked, half in disbelief. The child beamed with pride. "Uncle, don't underestimate me. I know a man who works with raw materials. He might be able to assist you." Upon hearing this, Qin Yu perked up, sitting straighter and gazing at the child. "Really? Please contact him and see if he is interested in collaborating." The little one produced his toy phone and adeptly dialed. "Hello, Uncle Lin? It's Meng Meng." "Yes. I'd like to ask for your help. My uncle needs a batch of raw materials. Can you supply them?" "All right. Thank you, Uncle Lin. We'll see you shortly," he chirped, hanging up with glee. Uncle Lin is willing to meet. Let us go now." Overjoyed, Qin Yu scooped up the little one and planted a kiss on his cheek. "You truly are my savior. Let us go." They arrived at the appointed CAF, and as they stepped inside, the rich aroma of coffee enveloped them, accompanied by soothing music that eased their spirits. A well-dressed, middle-aged man stood up, smiling and waving at them. The little one tugged at Qin Yu's hand, leading him over. "Uncle Lin, this is the uncle I told you about," he introduced. Qin Yu quickly extended his hand, warmly saying, "Mr. Lin, thank you for taking the time to meet with us. I am the project manager, and we are currently facing challenges with our raw material supply. We hope to receive your assistance." Mr. Lin shook Qin Yu's hand with a smile. "No need for formality. Meng Meng is a delightful child, and if he asks for help, I certainly take it seriously. Please share the specifics of your project." Qin Yu elaborated on the project scale, prospects, and current difficulties. As he spoke, Mr. Lin nodded thoughtfully, occasionally interjecting with questions. Gradually, interest sparked in Mr. Lin's eyes. "This project indeed sounds promising, and I would be keen to collaborate. However, I have some specific requirements regarding payment." Qin Yu's heart raced. He knew the crucial moment had arrived. "Mr. Lin, please go ahead. We are open to discussing any reasonable requests," he replied earnestly. Mr. Lin raised his coffee cup, taking a measured sip before stating, "I would like a 30 deposit up front to ensure the project's sincerity. Additionally, the remaining payment should be settled within a week after project completion. As you know, the raw materials business carries significant risks, and this payment structure provides me with greater security." Qin Yu fell into contemplation. A 30 deposit was a considerable expenditure, especially given their already tight finances. Further, requiring the remaining payment within a week after project completion imposed a significant strain on their cash flow. Yet, without agreeing to Mr. Lin's terms, the issue of raw material supply would remain unresolved. Mr. Lin, would you consider this? We can manage a 20 deposit, and the remaining payment can be made in stages according to project progress. This way, it secures your interests while also ensuring a more manageable cash flow for our project. Qin Yu proposed. Mr. Lin frowned, clearly hesitating at Qin Yu's suggestion. Mr. Wang, your points are valid, but a 20 deposit is rather low given the risks I must shoulder. Moreover, phase payments for the remaining balance will increase our financial management costs. For a moment, the atmosphere grew tense. The little one observed the two adults, his big eyes darting back and forth, before tugging at Mr. Lin's sleeve and sweetly imploring, Uncle Lin, please agree to my uncle's terms. If this project succeeds, there will surely be many opportunities for collaboration in the future. Seeing the child's adorable demeanor, a smile broke on Mr. Lin's face. Seizing the moment, Qin Yu added, Mr. Lin, our project prospects are excellent. Once completed, the demand for raw materials will be significant. Moreover, our family holds a solid reputation in the industry, so you needn't worry about the remaining payments. After a moment of reflection, Mr. Lin finally said, Mr. Wang, considering Meng Meng's appeal, I can entertain your proposal, but the deposit must be at least 25, and the remaining payment will be divided into 2 stages, 30 when 50 of the project is completed and the rest within a week after full completion. How does that sound? Qin Yu weighed his options. Although the terms were slightly higher than anticipated, they remained within acceptable limits. Given the urgency of the situation, finding a willing supplier was indeed a rare opportunity. All right, Mr. Lin, we will proceed as you suggested. Thank you for your understanding and support. I believe our collaboration will be highly fruitful. He extended his hand once more, shaking Mr. Lin's firmly. Despite securing an alternative supplier, the discrepancies regarding payment terms still posed significant challenges. Qin Yu understood that further discussions with his team were essential to arrange the finances effectively, ensuring they could meet Mr. Lin's requirements and resolve the raw material supply issue. As he departed the CAF with the little one, the setting sun cast their long shadows. Yet Qin Yu's mind remained tense. He was acutely aware that the antagonists would not relent easily. More challenges loomed ahead. This negotiation over payment terms was merely the beginning, and whether he could successfully persuade his team to address the financial concerns and secure timely material supplies remained uncertain. Chapter 91, Project Improvement and Family Disputes Resolved. Upon returning to the company, Qin Yu observed the bustling employees, acutely aware that the project's revival was merely the first step. He entered his office, seated himself at his desk, and his gaze fell upon the project planning chart on the wall, silently contemplating the potential next moves of the antagonists. Just then, a knock echoed, and Su Yao entered. Their eyes met, each reflecting a shared resolve against the challenges that lay ahead. With the raw material supply issue resolved, they could now proceed systematically with the subsequent tasks. Qin Yu broke the silence, his tone imbued with a hint of relief. Su Yao nodded, affirming that she had made progress in reaching out to other family factions. Some families were now willing to align with them, and the internal disputes were gradually subsiding due to their collective efforts. That's excellent news. It seems our efforts have not been in vain. Qin Yu remarked as he rose and approached the window, gazing at the vehicles bustling along the street below, his thoughts drifting afar. With the resolution of the raw material supply issues, the project was steadily getting back on track. The construction site was alive with the rumble of machinery, and workers were diligently tending to their tasks, while building materials were systematically hoisted to various points of construction. The air was thick with the scent of dust, accompanied by the cacophony of machinery. Yet to Qin Yu, it all formed the most exquisite symphony. He navigated through the project's site, meticulously inspecting every detail, from progress to quality control, leaving no stone unturned. Mr. Qin, given the current pace, we expect to complete the foundation work 3 days ahead of schedule. The project manager reported excitedly. Qin Yu patted the project manager on the shoulder. Good work, keep it up, but we must not compromise on quality. He surveyed the fervent construction site, his heart brimming with anticipation for the future. Meanwhile, Su Yao was also actively coordinating relationships within the family. She organized a family meeting to inform the members about the project's progress and the coalition with other family factions. Esteemed elders, brothers, and sisters, we have resolved the raw material supply challenges, and the project is advancing smoothly. Furthermore, we have reached a cooperative intent with several families, which is crucial for our family's development. I hope everyone can set aside past grievances and strive together for our family's future. Su Yao proclaimed with unwavering determination from the front of the meeting room. The family members whispered among themselves, nodding in agreement. An elder rose to speak. Seeing progress in the project reassures us. The previous conflicts were indeed unnecessary. Our family should stand united. Yes, we are willing to support the subsequent work of the project. Other family members echoed. Witnessing the project's improvement significantly bolstered their confidence in Xinyu. They proactively engaged in supporting the project, some leveraging their connections to expand resources, while others provided additional financial support. Xinyu's cousin, who had once harbored jealousy and hostility towards him, approached him now with sincerity. "Cousin, I was wrong. I should not have allied with external forces against you. Seeing you execute the project so splendidly, I am truly impressed. I wish to contribute. Is there anything I can do?" Looking at his cousin, Xinyu felt a mix of emotions but extended his hand. "Let bygones be bygones. Our family needs unity now. If you have any ideas, we can discuss them together." Xinyu and Su Yao felt the power of family unity, further solidifying their resolve to confront the antagonists. In the temporary office at the project site, they once again deliberated strategies to counter the opposition. Although the project and family situation had improved, they knew the antagonists would not relent easily. Xinyu furrowed his brow, his expression grave. "Indeed, we must prepare in advance. They may attempt to sabotage the project from various angles, and we must bolster our defenses. We should continue to strengthen our cooperative relationships with other families while also enhancing the project as security measures to prevent any sabotage from the antagonists," Xinyu contemplated. "We also need to monitor the movements of our internal personnel. The antagonists might try to bribe our people for information," Su Yao added. As they were discussing, a young child suddenly dashed in. "Uncle, Annie, I heard the project is progressing smoothly. I want to help." Xinyu smiled and ruffled the child's hair. "You have already helped immensely. Now you just need to focus on your studies, which is the greatest support you can offer us." The child pouted. "But I also want to contribute to the project." Su Yao knelt down to meet the child's gaze and said, "When you grow up and are capable, it won't be too late to help us. For now, if you can take care of yourself and not give us any worries, that would be a great help." The child pondered for a moment and nodded. "All right, then I will study hard and help Uncle and Annie with bigger things in the future." At the project site, the setting sun cast a golden hue over the construction area, enveloping everything in warmth. Xinyu and Su Yao stood at the edge of the site, observing the bustling activity, their hearts filled with emotion. "I hope everything goes smoothly," Su Yao murmured. Xinyu grasped Su Yao's hand. "With our efforts and the support of our family, we will surely succeed." While the project and family situation had shown signs of improvement, the methods the antagonists would employ next remained uncertain, leaving Xinyu and Su Yao to ponder their responses amidst the unknown. Chapter 92. Gathering Evidence and Preparing to Sue the Antagonists. Xinyu and Su Yao basked in the positive atmosphere brought about by their family's unity at the project site. Yet they were acutely aware that the crisis had not yet passed. Upon returning to the company, as soon as Xinyu sat down, he received an anonymous message on his phone. He exchanged a glance with Su Yao, a sense of foreboding washing over them. Xinyu swiftly opened the message, his expression turning grave as he read it. Su Yao leaned in for a closer look and saw a series of seemingly unrelated numbers and letters. They understood that this might be a signal of the antagonist's new moves, heralding the onset of a fresh confrontation. Nevertheless, Xinyu did not allow this sudden anonymous message to disrupt his momentum. While advancing the project, he remained steadfast in his efforts to gather incriminating evidence against the antagonists. Over the past few days, he had leveraged various connections and expended considerable energy. A commercial investigation team had been covertly tracing the financial flows of the antagonists, while the legal team meticulously scrutinized every potentially problematic document. with some righteous industry insiders secretly providing leads. After a period of arduous labor, Qin Yu finally amassed sufficient evidence. In a concealed room, the table was piled high with documents, photographs, and video materials. One document clearly detailed the financial transactions involving the antagonist bribing Wulan, an official within the business association. Every transfer was meticulously recorded. There is also a video capturing the antagonist's agents vandalizing the construction site, with every vehicle's license plate and each individual's appearance comprehensively captured by surveillance equipment. Each piece of evidence pointed unambiguously to a series of illegal activities perpetrated by the antagonists. Qin Yu brought Su Yao into the room. "Look, these are our weapons for retaliation." His eyes sparkled with determination. Su Yao picked up a document, carefully perusing it, her expression a blend of anger and relief. This evidence is sufficient to ensure they receive their due punishment. They began to meticulously organize the evidence, ensuring that each piece formed a cohesive chain of proof. As Qin Yu sorted through the materials, he explained the origins and key details of each piece of evidence to Su Yao. This document was obtained from an anonymous insider who could no longer tolerate the antagonist's actions. And this video was captured by the hidden cameras we installed at the project site. Su Yao listened intently, occasionally posing questions. While the flow of funds is clear, we still need to identify the intermediary that would solidify the evidence. Thus, they immersed themselves in further refining the evidence chain. Through various channels, they uncovered the information regarding the intermediaries connecting the antagonists and the bribed officials, supplementing their findings with relevant call records and email exchanges. After several hours of diligent effort, the evidence chain was finally flawless. Gazing at the meticulously organized evidence, Qin Yu and Su Yao exchanged a knowing glance. They understood that it was time to act. "We will report them to the relevant authorities and let the law punish these wrongdoings," Qin Yu declared with unwavering conviction. Su Yao nodded in agreement, acknowledging that they could no longer allow them to roam freely, continuing to disrupt their lives and careers. They began to prepare the necessary materials for reporting, categorizing and numbering the evidence, and drafting a detailed complaint letter. The letter meticulously outlined the villains' illegal activities and the detrimental impact these actions had on their projects, family, and the entire business environment. During their preparations, Qin Yu's phone suddenly rang. It was a call from Elder Zhang. "Child, I have heard that you have gathered evidence against the villains and are preparing to report them. This is indeed a positive step. However, you must exercise caution. These individuals will undoubtedly not remain idle and may resort to desperate measures," Elder Zhang said earnestly on the other end of the line. Qin Yu felt a warmth in his heart and gratefully replied, "Thank you for your reminder, Elder Zhang. Su Yao and I will be vigilant. But we cannot shrink back out of fear of retaliation. They must be made to pay for their actions." After hanging up, Qin Yu relayed Elder Zhang's caution to Su Yao. She furrowed her brow, realizing they must prepare for the possibility of retaliation. However, with the evidence firmly in hand, they could not forfeit this opportunity to bring the villains to justice. The two continued their fervent preparations for the report while also contemplating strategies to counter any potential retaliation from the villains. They contacted Officer Wang, revealing some details, and he assured them that he would keep a close watch and provide necessary assistance. Qin Yu also arranged for bodyguard Chun to enhance protection for himself, Su Yao, and their families, ensuring everyone's safety. With everything in place, Qin Yu and Su Yao gazed at the neatly organized reporting materials on the table, filled with both anticipation and a hint of anxiety. They looked forward to the impending legal repercussions for the villains, while worrying about the potential consequences of their reporting actions. Though the evidence was ready, the act of reporting could trigger even more ferocious retaliation from the villains. How would Qin Yu and Su Yao navigate this looming crisis? They were acutely aware that the path ahead was fraught with challenges, yet they had no retreat, only the resolve to forge ahead. Chapter 93. An unexpected turn before the reporting action. Qin Yu and Su Yao inhaled deeply as they gazed at the prepared materials for reporting. Qin Yu firmly grasped Su Yao's hand, declaring, regardless of the outcome, "We must take this step." Su Yao nodded resolutely. Just as they were about to leave with the materials, the doorbell rang unexpectedly. Bodyguard Chun cautiously approached to investigate and returned with an unmarked envelope in hand. Qin Yu opened the envelope, and his expression grew grave. Su Yao leaned in to read the note, which ominously warned, "Dare to report, and neither you nor your families will meet a good end." The atmosphere in the room seemed to freeze instantly as their eyes met, each reflecting the other's wariness and fury. Su Yao bit her lip, realizing that they had sensed their actions. Qin Yu crumpled the threatening letter in his hand, acknowledging that these individuals would not sit idly by. The two settled onto the sofa, meticulously analyzing the anonymous threat. Qin Yu frowned, noting that the letter indicated the villains not only knew of their plans to report, but also had insight into their families, suggesting the presence of spies among them. Su Yao nodded in agreement, recognizing that their audacious threats implied a sense of impunity, possibly accompanied by a series of countermeasures. Qin Yu rose and began pacing the room, asserting, "We cannot be intimidated by their threats, yet we must remain vigilant. The immediate priority is to reinforce security measures for ourselves and our families." Su Yao retrieved her phone, stating, "I will contact Aunt Lin to alert the family to heighten their vigilance and avoid unnecessary outings." Meanwhile, Qin Yu dialed Bodyguard Chen's number, instructing, from now on, increase patrols around the house and the company, particularly concerning the safety of our family. There can be no negligence. Also, keep an eye out for any suspicious individuals. Bodyguard Chun responded firmly from the other end, "Understood. I will make the arrangements immediately." After solidifying their security measures, Qin Yu and Su Yao sat down again, contemplating how to successfully complete the report while ensuring their safety. After a moment of reflection, Qin Yu proposed, "We could seek assistance from the police, requesting protection during the reporting process." Su Yao's eyes brightened at the suggestion, recognizing it as a splendid idea. Officer Wang previously expressed his support. "We should contact him right away." Qin Yu dialed Officer Wang, explaining the situation regarding the anonymous threat they had received. Officer Wang responded gravely, "Your situation is indeed precarious. However, do not worry. The police will provide the necessary support. Organize your evidence, and tomorrow I will arrange for personnel to assist you, ensuring a secure reporting process." Qin Yu expressed his gratitude. "Thank you so much, Officer Wang. With the police's support, we feel considerably more at ease." After hanging up, Qin Yu and Su Yao exhaled slightly, but they understood that this was merely the initial step. Many challenges lay ahead. Su Yao gazed at the reporting materials on the table, acknowledging, "Even with the police's assistance, we cannot rely solely on them. We must also find a way to identify the spies hidden among us to address the issue fundamentally." Qin Yu nodded in agreement. "Indeed, I will enlist Elder Zhang's help to investigate the personnel within the family and see if any clues can be uncovered." At that moment, Qin Yu received a text message from Elder Zhang. "Child, I have heard you received a threatening letter. You must exercise caution. I am secretly investigating the family situation, and I will inform you of any findings immediately." Warmth filled Qin Yu's heart as he replied, "Thank you, Elder Zhang. Your assistance brings me much comfort." Qin Yu shared Elder Zhang's message with Su Yao, who remarked with reassurance, "With Elder Zhang assisting us within the family, we have an additional layer of security." As Qin Yu gazed out the window at the darkening sky, he asserted, "However, we cannot simply wait for news. We must take the initiative to disrupt their plans." Su Yao looked at him quizzically. "What do you have in mind?" A slight smile touched Qin Yu's lips. "We could intentionally disseminate some false information to make them believe we have altered our reporting plans. This may coax them out of hiding." Su Yao's eyes lit up. "That's a brilliant idea. We can share this information with seemingly reliable individuals who may actually have ulterior motives to see if they relay the news to the villains." Qin Yu nodded in agreement. "I will contact a few individuals with ambiguous loyalties within the family to spread the false information." He picked up his phone and dialed Director Zhou's number. Director Zhou was a member of the Qin family board and skillfully navigated power struggles. Qin Yu feigned distress over the phone. "Director Zhou, I need to discuss something with you. I received a threatening letter, and I'm concerned about the risks of reporting. Do you think we could hold off for now?" After a brief silence, Director Zhou replied, "Nephew, this matter indeed requires careful consideration. However, do not rush. Think of other solutions." After hanging up, Qin Yu turned to Su Yao, noting, Director Zhou's reaction was somewhat suspicious. Let's see if anything unfolds next. Subsequently, Qin Yu contacted several similar individuals, disseminating the same false information. After completing this, Qin Yu and Su Yao quietly awaited any emerging leads. Time passed slowly in the tense atmosphere as they sat silently in the living room. Suddenly, Qin Yu's phone rang. It was driver Zhao. "Young master, I just saw Director Zhou acting furtively outside, as if he were afraid of being discovered," Zhao said anxiously. Qin Yu's mind shifted into gear. "Good. Keep observing his movements, but do not raise any alarms." After hanging up, Qin Yu shared this information with Su Yao. She furrowed her brow, realizing, it seems highly likely that Director Zhou is the spy. If we can capture evidence of his communication with the villains, it would significantly bolster our position. Qin Yu nodded, stating, "I will instruct Bodyguard Chun to arrange for someone to track Director Zhou and uncover his activities." Qin Yu once again dialed the number of Bodyguard Chun, issuing the directive to shadow Director Zhou. Bodyguard Chun promptly organized a team to commence surveillance on Director Zhou. Meanwhile, Qin Yu and Su Yao continued to await further developments, fully aware that this confrontation with the antagonist was merely in its nascent stages, where every nuance could potentially dictate the ultimate outcome. Several hours later, the team tracking Director Zhou relayed a report indicating that he had met with a mysterious individual. After exchanging a few words, the enigmatic figure handed Director Zhou an envelope before hastily departing. Upon receiving this information, Qin Yu and Su Yao resolved to remain cautious, opting to observe Director Zhou's subsequent actions. A short while later, Director Zhou returned to his office. The observers noted that he opened the envelope, glanced at its contents, and a triumphant smile spread across his face. Qin Yu and Su Yao surmised that the envelope likely contained directives or remuneration from the antagonist. Qin Yu turned to Su Yao, affirming that they must not act impulsively and should gather more evidence before striking decisively against them. Su Yao nodded in agreement, stating that they had already gathered some clues, and with continued investigation, they would surely uncover more evidence, leaving the antagonist with no avenue for escape. However, just as they were preparing to discuss their next steps, Qin Yu's phone unexpectedly buzzed with a text message that read, "Do you think you can evade our retribution this easily? You shall soon witness the consequences." Qin Yu and Su Yao exchanged grave expressions as they realized that the antagonist had commenced their offensive, heralding an impending crisis. Clenching his fists, Qin Yu declared that regardless of their machinations, they would not falter. It was imperative to successfully report them, ensuring that they received their due punishment. Su Yao looked resolutely at Qin Yu, affirming that they would face this challenge together and emerge triumphant, despite the looming threats and uncertainties posed by the antagonist. Neither Qin Yu nor Su Yao entertained thoughts of retreat. They understood that to withdraw now would not only squander their efforts, but also embolden the antagonist further. They must ensure their safety while simultaneously bringing the antagonist to justice to escape their predicament and secure peace for themselves and their families. Chapter 94. Seeking police assistance to combat the antagonist. Qin Yu and Su Yao recognized the importance of remaining composed in this critical moment. Taking a deep breath, Qin Yu remarked, "They are attempting to intimidate us, but we shall not yield. Let us analyze their potential next moves." Su Yao nodded, her gaze resolute. "Indeed, our immediate priority is to anticipate their actions so we can strategically prepare." The two swiftly regained their composure, spreading out paper and pen to delineate possible scenarios. As the intellectual duel with the antagonist officially commenced, through their analysis, they deduced that since the antagonist had issued a threat, they were likely to take further action in the near future, be it sabotaging their reporting plans or targeting them and their families. Rubbing his temples, Qin Yu concluded that this passive approach was untenable. They must take the initiative. The police have always been a reliable ally. We should consult Officer Wang and present him with our evidence to seek their assistance. Su Yao concurred, asserting that police involvement would provide them with greater assurance, and their professional investigative techniques might expedite the acquisition of incriminating evidence against the antagonist. Thus, Qin Yu and Su Yao meticulously organized the collected evidence, carefully placing it into a file before driving to the police station. As they traversed the city, the cacophony of urban life filtered through the car windows, with bustling streets and pedestrians creating an illusion of tranquility. Yet, Qin Yu and Su Yao's hearts were heavy with foreboding, fully aware that a tempest was on the horizon. Upon their arrival at the police station, bright lights illuminated the floor of the lobby, casting a stark, cold glow. Qin Yu and Su Yao approached the on-duty officer to convey their purpose, who promptly escorted them to Officer Wang's office. Upon seeing them, Officer Wang rose to greet them. "You've arrived. I have a general understanding of the situation. You received a threatening message, and you have not suffered any harm, I hope?" Qin Yu shook his head, replying, "Officer Wang, we are unharmed. Here is the evidence we've gathered regarding the antagonist." He handed the file to Officer Wang, seated at his desk. Officer Wang scrutinized the contents of the file, his expression gradually shifting to one of gravity, alternating between furrows of concern and nods of acknowledgement. After reviewing the material, he lifted his gaze, his eyes resolute, as he stated, "This evidence is of paramount importance. Given the current circumstances, the antagonist's actions appear to violate multiple laws. We will prioritize this matter and promptly establish a dedicated task force to conduct a comprehensive investigation." A wave of warmth surged through Qin Yu and Su Yao upon hearing this, with Su Yao expressing her gratitude. "Thank you so much, Officer Wang. Your support bolsters our confidence." Officer Wang stood, placing a reassuring hand on their shoulders. "Rest assured, upholding justice and fairness in society is our duty. However, the antagonist's influence is significant. You must remain vigilant throughout the investigation. Should you encounter any unusual circumstances, do not hesitate to contact me." Qin Yu nodded, affirming, "We understand. Officer Wang, we will actively cooperate with the police and provide any information we possess." Following this, Officer Wang escorted Qin Yu and Su Yao to the temporary office of the task force, where he briefed the members on the situation and distributed the evidence. The task force members gathered around the conference table, meticulously examining the evidence as they began to deliberate on investigative strategies. Qin Yu and Su Yao contributed their knowledge of the antagonist, detailing their behavioral patterns and potential hiding places. Based on the evidence provided by Qin Yu, the police swiftly initiated action. One team of officers was tasked with surveilling key figures associated with the antagonist, secretly stationed near their residences and workplaces, closely monitoring their every move. Another team delved into the criminal network of the antagonist, gathering intelligence through various channels in an effort to unveil the forces lurking behind them. Qin Yu and Su Yao diligently collaborated with the police, maintaining communication from the comfort of their home as they awaited further updates. Seated on the sofa, Qin Yu's eyes remained fixated on his phone, anxious not to miss any messages or call from law enforcement. Meanwhile, Su Yao organized supplementary materials, prepared for any request from the police. As time passed in tense anticipation, the sky outside gradually darkened. Suddenly, Qin Yu's phone rang. It was an officer from the surveillance team. He quickly answered, "Hello, what have you discovered?" The officer's voice came through. "We have observed one of the key figures meeting with a mysterious individual at a CAF. Their prolonged conversation appeared highly suspicious. We have documented the encounter with photos and videos and are now tracking the mysterious individual to ascertain their next destination." Qin Yu felt a surge of elation, replying, "Excellent work. Please keep me informed of any new developments." After ending the call, Qin Yu relayed the news to Su Yao. She exclaimed, "It seems the police's efforts are bearing fruit. Perhaps through this mysterious individual, we can uncover more leads on the antagonist." Qin Yu nodded, expressing hope. "Let's remain vigilant. However, the antagonist will certainly not remain idle and may enact further measures." Indeed, before long, the police provided additional updates, revealing new leads in their investigation of the antagonist's criminal network. It emerged that the antagonist had engaged in illicit business dealings, colluding with unscrupulous merchants through a series of convoluted maneuvers to reap substantial profits. The police had identified several key illicit traders and were preparing to initiate investigations against them. Upon learning this news, Qin Yu and Su Yao promptly shared any information they had regarding these unscrupulous merchants with the police. Qin Yu remarked, "I recall one unscrupulous merchant with whom I had dealings at a business event. I found his conduct rather suspicious at that time. I possess some commercial documents related to him, which may prove beneficial to the police investigation. As he spoke, Qin Yu retrieved a stack of documents from his study and handed them to the officers. The police meticulously analyzed the documents provided by Qin Yu and discovered that they contained significant transaction records and correspondence, further substantiating the collusion between these illicit businessmen and the villains. The head of the special investigation team addressed Qin Yu and Su Yao, stating, "The information you have supplied is crucial and has greatly propelled our investigation forward. We will intensify our efforts based on these leads, aiming to apprehend the villains swiftly." However, as the police delved deeper into the investigation, the villains seemed to sense the impending danger. They began to implement countermeasures, attempting to obstruct the police's inquiries. Key figures under surveillance suddenly became more cautious, refraining from engaging with the outside world. Meanwhile, the unscrupulous merchants commenced the destruction of vital evidence, complicating the police's investigative endeavors. Upon learning of these developments, Qin Yu and Su Yao conferred with the police to devise a strategic response. Qin Yu expressed, "It appears the villains had detected the police's movements. They are now on guard. We cannot allow them to succeed. We must find a way to breach their defenses." After contemplating for a moment, Su Yao suggested, "We could target the wavering individuals. They might possess insider information about the villains. Moreover, they may be hesitating at this moment, and we could attempt to persuade them to side with us." The police, upon hearing Su Yao's proposal, deemed it feasible. Thus, Qin Yu and Su Yao began reaching out to several individuals who had previously interacted with the villains, explaining the situation to them and promising certain protections and benefits. After considerable effort, some of these individuals finally relented, providing Qin Yu and Su Yao with vital information regarding the villains. This intelligence afforded the police a clearer understanding of the villains' criminal network, resulting in new advancements in the investigation. Based on the leads provided by these individuals, the police located a secret hideout of the villains in the outskirts, where crucial criminal evidence was stored. The police swiftly organized a raid on this hideout, successfully seizing the evidence. As evidence continued to accumulate and the investigation deepened, the police gained an increasingly clear picture of the villains' criminal activities. Nevertheless, the villains wielded considerable power, possessing influence in society, and some hidden forces remained concealed. Would the police be able to apprehend the villains entirely? And what unforeseen challenges might Qin Yu and Su Yao face? All remain an enigma. Chapter 95, Investigative Progress. Villains desperate for action. Qin Yu and Su Yao sat in the dimly lit living room, the atmosphere heavy with tension. Officer Wang had just ended the call, and they understood that each subsequent step was fraught with peril. Qin Yu grasped Su Yao's hand firmly, asserting, "No matter what happens, we must endure. Our family and future hinge on this battle." Su Yao nodded slightly, a glimmer of determination in her eyes. "Yes, we shall prevail." Unbeknownst to them, however, the villains were conspiring a far more reckless scheme in a shadowy corner of the city. Within the police investigation headquarters, walls were adorned with various clues and photographs, while the table was cluttered with documents. Officer Wang and members of the special investigation team gathered around a large map, engaged in fervent discussion. Pointing at several marked locations on the map, Officer Wang stated gravely, "Through our investigation thus far, we have uncovered numerous key leads. These locations are likely crucial nodes in the villain's criminal network." A young officer adjusted his glasses, excitedly adding, "Indeed, we have also discovered concrete evidence of their collusion with unscrupulous merchants, sufficient to bring them to justice." An experienced veteran officer furrowed his brow, cautioning, "However, we must remain vigilant. The villains are undoubtedly aware of our actions and may resort to desperate measures." Simultaneously, in an abandoned factory on the city's outskirts, the villains convened in a dim, damp environment permeated by a pungent odor of machine oil. The leader, Zhao Hu, slammed his hand on the table, stirring up a cloud of dust as he growled, "The police are intensifying their efforts. We cannot remain passive. We must devise a plan to show them our resolve while also thwarting Qin Yu and Su Yao's collaboration with the police." Beside him, Liu chimed in, "Indeed. We could send someone to sabotage the construction site overseen by Qin Yu, preventing their project from proceeding. Additionally, We should arrange for an assassination attempt on Qin Yu and Su Yao. If they are eliminated, no one will be able to provide the police with leads. The others nodded in agreement, and they swiftly began plotting a detailed operational plan, a crisis looming ominously. On the other hand, Qin Yu and Su Yao dared not relax for a moment. Qin Yu paced the room, contemplating their countermeasures. Su Yao sat on the sofa, her gaze fixed on the computer screen, displaying project details and security arrangements. Suddenly halting his pacing, Qin Yu declared, "We must reinforce the security at the construction site and our residence. Although the police are investigating, we cannot place all our hopes in them. We must prepare ourselves thoroughly." Su Yao nodded in agreement. "I have contacted bodyguard Chun to deploy additional personnel. Moreover, I've instructed Secretary Lin to prepare emergency supplies just in case." At that moment, Qin Yu's phone rang. It was Officer Wang. His voice was urgent on the other end. "We have received information that the villains may target your project, and you personally. Exercise extreme caution. I will arrange for police support as swiftly as possible, but you must also take preventive measures." Qin Yu's heart raced as he responded, "Officer Wang, we understand. Thank you for the warning. We are enhancing our security." After hanging up, Qin Yu relayed the news to Su Yao, whose eyes hardened with resolve. "It seems our suspicions were correct. They indeed plan to act. We must expedite our preparations to thwart their plans." Thus, Qin Yu and Su Yao sprang into action. They arrived at the construction site, where machinery roared and workers were busily engaged. Qin Yu approached the project manager, expressing gravely, "Danger may be imminent. Notify all workers to remain vigilant. Furthermore, implement our emergency plan by enhancing security patrols and setting up barriers to prevent unauthorized access." The project manager nodded immediately. "Understood, boss. We shall comply." Meanwhile, Su Yao inspected various security devices, ensuring they were operational. She gazed at the surveillance cameras and alarm systems, silently hoping for a smooth outcome. Upon returning to their residence, bodyguard Chun had already arrived with a contingent of well-trained bodyguards. He reported to Qin Yu and Su Yao, "Boss, madam, I have brought the most elite personnel as per your request. We will conduct 24-hour patrols to ensure the safety of the residents." Qin Yu patted bodyguard Chen's shoulder. "Thank you for your hard work. Ensure that everything is foolproof." Su Yao added, "Everyone must remain cautious. The villains will undoubtedly stop at nothing." The bodyguards nodded in agreement, their eyes reflecting unwavering determination. Meanwhile, the villains were also executing their plans with urgency. They split into two teams, one tasked with sabotaging the construction site, while the other headed toward Qin Yu and Su Yao's residence. As they traveled to the construction site, black vans sped through the night, their occupants wearing black masks, their eyes filled with menace. The leader surveyed the map in his hands and murmured, "Once we arrive, show no mercy. Destroy all that can be destroyed." Meanwhile, the group stealthily advancing towards the residence of Qin Yu and Su Yao moved with the agility of phantoms, gliding through the darkness. One of them whispered this time, "We must succeed. Otherwise, we will all face dire consequences." The others nodded in agreement, their steps becoming ever more silent as they approached their objective. Qin Yu and Su Yao stood by the window of their abode, gazing into the inky blackness of the night, their hearts brimming with vigilance. Qin Yu clenched his fists tightly, aware that their adversaries could strike at any moment. They must hold their ground. Su Yao leaned against him, affirming, "Yes, we will surely overcome this ordeal." At that moment, a gentle breeze rustled the leaves, as if heralding an impending storm. The malevolent actions of the antagonists were about to unfold, and while Qin Yu and Su Yao were prepared, could they successfully fend off the impending assault and safeguard both the project and their own safety? Chapter 96, Prepared for Defense, Successfully Resisting the Assault. The night grew increasingly profound, with the wind howling in their ears. Qin Yu and Su Yao focused intently on the outside world, every subtle sound sending tremors through their nerves. Suddenly, a distant roar of engines shattered the tranquility of the night. "They've arrived," Qin Yu whispered. Su Yao inhaled deeply, gripping the walkie-talkie tightly. A heart-stopping battle was on the brink of commencement. At the construction site, colossal cranes stood like silent sentinels, their surroundings illuminated by powerful floodlights. Workers had long since evacuated as per protocol, leaving only security personnel on high alert. Clad in dark uniforms and wielding batons, they scanned their surroundings with vigilant eyes. The entrance to the site was fortified with formidable barriers made of thick steel, resembling an impenetrable fortress. Qin Yu communicated via walkie-talkie with the head of security at the construction site, instructing everyone, be on guard. The enemy may arrive any moment. Stay alert and act according to plan. The security chief affirmed, understood, boss, we will hold our positions. Tension hung heavily in the air, each individual acutely aware of their pounding heartbeats. In Qin Yu's residence, the atmosphere was equally tense. An electric fence surrounded the villa, flickering with a faint glow of current. Inside the security booth, two guards clutched their walkie-talkies, their eyes never leaving the surveillance screens. Within the villa, Su Yao and a cadre of bodyguards were strategically positioned, prepared to respond to any unforeseen circumstances. Attention all teams, stay vigilant for any unusual activity and report promptly, Su Yao directed over the walkie-talkie, receiving acknowledgments from her team. Meanwhile, Qin Yu meticulously inspected the weaponry, ensuring each firearm was operational and every bullet properly loaded. Just then, a cacophony erupted from the direction of the construction site. A swarm of individuals clad in black surged from several vans, brandishing clubs and charging towards the site with fierce intent. The security chief shouted, "Prepare for combat." The security personnel swiftly formed a defensive line, confronting the intruders. One of the black-clad assailants, presumably their leader, bellowed, "Charge! Reduce this place to rubble." The attackers surged forth like a tidal wave, engaging in a fierce struggle with the security team. The clash of clubs and batons resonated sharply amidst the shouts and curses. Live surveillance footage from the construction site streamed into the room where Qin Yu and Su Yao were located. Observing the chaos, Qin Yu spoke into the walkie-talkie, "Stay steady. The police are on their way." Hearing his voice, the security personnel felt a surge of morale, fighting back with renewed vigor against their adversaries. Outside Qin Yu's residence, another group of assailants approached stealthily, attempting to sever the electric fence and infiltrate the villa. However, their actions triggered the alarm system, unleashing a piercing siren that filled the air. The bodyguards hastily responded, rushing towards the source of the alarm. Realizing their cover was blown, the intruders abandoned stealth, brandishing their weapons to engage in battle with the bodyguards. Gunfire erupted outside the villa, sparks flying in the fray. Su Yao took refuge in a corner of the room, monitoring the situation through the surveillance feeds, silently praying for their safety. As the fierce skirmish raged on, the distant wail of police sirens signaled the arrival of reinforcements. Officer Wang, leading a contingent of police, appeared at the construction site like a divine intervention. With a pistol in hand, he commanded everyone freeze. Police, the assailants, sensing the shift in fortune, attempted to flee, but the police had them encircled. Outside Qin Yu's villa, law enforcement swiftly joined the fray. Caught between the police and the bodyguards, the assailants gradually lost their will to resist. After a fierce confrontation, the antagonist's assault was successfully repelled. The construction site lay in disarray, barriers twisted and deformed, with clubs and batons strewn about. Though the security personnel bore injuries, victorious smiles adorned their faces. Qin Yu arrived at the scene, taking in the chaos with a mixture of gratitude and relief. "Thank you all. Without your efforts, our project would have been in jeopardy," he expressed. Su Yao joined Qin Yu, her eyes reflecting relief as she remarked, "We succeeded." Yet, both were acutely aware that while they had fended off this attack, the threat had not been eradicated, and the adversaries would undoubtedly return. Standing at the construction site, Qin Yu and Su Yao contemplated how to eliminate the threat once and for all. At that moment, the clouds in the night sky began to disperse, a glimmer of dawn breaking through, as if signaling that new challenges were on the horizon. Chapter 97. Unexpected developments during the police operation. As Qin Yu and Su Yao observed the construction site gradually returning to calm, their hearts remained tense. Qin Yu turned to Su Yao, resolutely stating, "Though we have repelled them this time, they will not give up easily. We must collaborate closely with the police to find a definitive solution to their menace." Su Yao nodded in agreement. "Indeed. Tomorrow, We shall consult Officer Wong to determine our next steps. Together, they walked resolutely into the dawn, ready to face new challenges. Early the next morning, sunlight streamed through the windows, illuminating the faces of Qin Yu and Su Yao. They arrived at the Police Operation Command Center well ahead of schedule, where Officer Wong had been waiting. Inside the command center, walls adorned with maps and photographs surrounded them, and tables overflowing with documents were manned by bustling staff amidst the symphony of ringing phones and clattering keyboards. Upon spotting Qin Yu and Su Yao, Officer Wong approached with a serious demeanor. After several days of investigation, we have gathered sufficient evidence. The time has come for a comprehensive operation against the antagonists. Today, we prepare for their capture. Qin Yu and Su Yao exchanged glances filled with anticipation, with Qin Yu exclaiming, "Finally, the day has come. Let's hope this will resolve our troubles once and for all." Su Yao clenched her fist in determination. Yes, they have caused us too much distress. Surrounding a large map, police personnel listened attentively as Officer Wong outlined the capture plan, pointing out various marked locations. We will split into multiple teams and strike simultaneously, aiming to apprehend the antagonists in one fell swoop. Nods of agreement rippled through the group, confidence swelling in the plan. However, just as the operation was set to commence, a flustered officer burst in, his expression fraught with alarm. "It's bad, Officer Wong. We've discovered that the antagonists seem to have caught wind of our plans and are preparing to flee." Officer Wong's brow furrowed, his expression turning grave. "It seems our information has been leaked. We must urgently revise our capture strategy and accelerate our actions." Qin Yu and Su Yao recognized the urgency of the situation, with Qin Yu quickly offering, "Officer Wong, we have a good understanding of their tactics. They may choose several escape routes. I will point them out to you immediately." Su Yao added, "Yes, we might be able to assist." Qin Yu swiftly approached the map, pointing out several routes as he remarked, "Based on my understanding of them, these paths are rather obscure. They are likely to choose one of these." Su Yao nodded in agreement, adding nuanced details about the villain's habitual behaviors. Officer Wong listened intently, quickly formulating a decision. "All right, all teams, pay attention. Set up ambushes along the new routes, and ensure you intercept them at critical junctions." The police personnel sprang into action, vehicles departing the command center in rapid succession, the sound of sirens piercing the air. Qin Yu and Su Yao joined Officer Wong in a police car, heading to the scene to direct operations. Tension hung thick in the air as each person fixated on the outside world, prepared for any unforeseen events. At the first ambush point, officers swiftly erected barricades, concealing themselves behind nearby vehicles and structures. Armed and vigilant, they monitored the road attentively. A palpable sense of foreboding enveloped the atmosphere, reminiscent of the calm before storm. At another ambush location, the police cleverly utilized the surrounding terrain to set traps. Concealed in the shadows, they awaited the villain's approach. Time dragged on agonizingly, each second stretching into eternity. Inside the police car, Qin Yu silently hoped for a successful operation. He glanced at Su Yao, noting her equally tense demeanor, yet her eyes betrayed a steadfast resolve. Qin Yu softly reassured her, "Do not worry, we will surely succeed." Su Yao nodded slightly, affirming, "Yes, I have faith in the police and in ourselves." Meanwhile, chaos reigned at the villain's hideout. The criminals frantically gathered their belongings, hurling curses amidst their panic. The leader of a nefarious group bellowed, "Calm down. Withdraw according to the plan. If we're captured by the police, it will spell disaster for us all." His subordinates echoed his sentiments, hastily loading vital documents and valuables into their vehicles. Engines roared to life, speeding down various potential escape routes. On a narrow road, a black van barreled forward. Indeed, it was the villain's vehicle. As they neared the ambush point, the police sprang into action. Barricades rose swiftly, obstructing the vehicle's path. Officers surged from all directions, shouting, "Freeze! Police!" However, the criminals did not surrender easily. They brandished weapons, engaging in a fierce gunfight with the police. Bullets whizzed through the air, sparks flying in the chaos. Thanks to their rigorous training and indomitable spirit, the officers gradually gained the upper hand. On another route, The villain's vehicle encountered police barricades as well. This time, however, the criminals appeared prepared. They attempted to ram through the obstacles. Dust erupted, and the cacophony of colliding vehicles reverberated throughout the area. Qin Yu and Su Yao, stationed in the command vehicle, monitored the situation at each ambush point via radio. Qin Yu anxiously reported, "Officer Wong, the situation seems grim. Some of the villains are putting up fierce resistance." Officer Wong remained composed, stating, "Do not panic. We have ample manpower and will surely regain control. All teams, ensure the success of the capture while prioritizing your own safety." As time passed, several villainous vehicles were successfully intercepted and numerous criminals were subdued. Yet, a few vehicles managed to slip through the cracks, escaping in the ensuing turmoil. Qin Yu studied the map, his brow furrowed, and declared, "They have headed eastward. There is another ambush point in that direction. Let's hope to intercept them there." At the eastern ambush point, police personnel stood ready. When the fleeing villains' vehicles appeared, they launched a swift offensive. Nevertheless, the villains resisted fiercely, resulting in a standoff. As twilight descended, the city was enveloped in darkness. The battle at the ambush point raged on, gunfire and shouts echoing in the night sky. Qin Yu and Su Yao, in the command vehicle, felt the weight of the situation. They understood that while they had successfully intercepted some villains, others still roamed free. The looming threat would persist unless all were captured. Officer Wong, directing the fight through the radio, conveyed a hint of fatigue in his voice. Yet it was overshadowed by determination. "All teams, step up your efforts. We cannot let them escape." The police fought valiantly in the night, their silhouettes illuminated by the glow of lights and flames, appearing particularly heroic. Ultimately, through unwavering diligence, the police managed to intercept the majority of the villains' vehicles and apprehend most of their members. However, a handful of vehicles vanished into the vastness of the city under the cover of night. Qin Yu and Su Yao watched as the captured villains were escorted into police cars, their hearts heavy with the knowledge that the danger had not yet fully dissipated. Officer Wong approached Qin Yu and Su Yao, an expression of regret on his face. "Although this operation yielded certain results, some villains have still escaped. We will continue the pursuit and ensure they do not evade justice." Qin Yu placed a reassuring hand on Officer Wong's shoulder, saying, "Officer Wong, you have done your utmost. Let us now devise a plan together." Su Yao added, "Indeed, we must remain vigilant and guard against their potential retaliation." On the return journey, Qin Yu and Su Yao gazed out at the city's nocturnal landscape, their minds awash with thoughts. They recognized that this battle was far from over, and the road ahead remained fraught with challenges. Yet, they firmly believed that as long as they worked closely with the police, they could eradicate the villain's threat and usher in a true sense of peace. Chapter 98. A determined pursuit of the fugitives, ultimately achieving great victory. The vehicle came to a gradual halt, and Qin Yu and Su Yao alighted, gazing at the police station with mixed emotions. Clenching his fists, Qin Yu declared to Su Yao, "We cannot allow these escaped criminals another opportunity to wreak havoc. Tomorrow, we shall consult with the family to ensure we assist the police in bringing them to justice." Su Yao nodded resolutely, and together they turned into the night, their figures elongated beneath the streetlights, emblematic of their unwavering determination. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the gaps in the window, gently illuminating Qin Yu's face. He abruptly opened his eyes, quickly rising from his bed. Today, he and Su Yao would confer with their family about the plan to capture the escaped villains. After a brief morning routine, Qin Yu entered the living room to find Su Yao already present, her expression resolute. Their eyes met without words, and together they proceeded to the family meeting room. Upon entering the meeting room, they found the family elders already seated, with Officer Wong having arrived early. A serious atmosphere pervaded the air, the lighting casting the shadows of everyone onto the floor, creating a weighty ambience. Qin Yu and Su Yao took their seats, and Officer Wong broke the silence. Although the number of escaped villains is limited, they are familiar with the area and possess resources, making their capture a challenging endeavor. A frowning elder of the family spoke slowly. "These villains are exceedingly cunning. We must devise a comprehensive plan." After pondering for a moment, Qin Yu suggested, I have numerous connections in the business sector. Perhaps I can gather clues regarding where these fugitives might be hiding. Su Yao added, I can assist Qin Yu while also monitoring our family's internal dynamics to prevent any traitors from leaking information. Officer Wang nodded in agreement. The police will also intensify their efforts, setting up checkpoints at key transportation routes and utilizing surveillance systems to track their movements. The discussion unfolded with everyone contributing their thoughts on the particulars of the pursuit strategy. Outside, birds chirped intermittently, yet did little to alleviate the tension in the meeting room. Once the discussion concluded, all parties sprang into action. Qin Yu returned to his office, promptly gathering his team to instruct them to contact various business associates in search of any leads on the escaped villains. The phone rang incessantly as his team diligently recorded information. Meanwhile, Su Yao launched an investigation within the family, engaging in conversations with members to identify any potential threats. Simultaneously, the police established an extensive net throughout the city, prepared to ensnare the fleeing criminals. On the thoroughfare, police cars flashed their lights as officers meticulously inspected each passing vehicle. In the monitoring room, staff members fixated on the screens, leaving no suspicious figure unnoticed. The entire city seemed to transform into a vast hunting ground, poised to ensnare the elusive villains. Amidst this tense atmosphere, Qin Yu had, through considerable effort, finally acquired a crucial lead from a business associate. According to the informant, several individuals suspected of being the fugitives had been sighted near an abandoned factory on the outskirts of the eastern part of the city. Without hesitation, Qin Yu promptly relayed this information to Officer Wang. Officer Wang swiftly mobilized reinforcements, directing them towards the forsaken factory. Qin Yu and Su Yao accompanied the police on their mission. As they sped along, the vehicles raced forward, the wind howling past their ears. Qin Yu clenched his fists, filled with anticipation, hoping this time they could capture the escaped villains in one fell swoop. Su Yao, on the other hand, wore a grave expression, her eyes fixed on the window, ever prepared to confront any unforeseen circumstances. Upon the police's arrival at the abandoned factory, an eerie silence enveloped the area. The factory's entrance stood ajar, the rusted iron door creaking gently in the breeze, as if recounting tales of its storied past. Officer Wang gestured for the officers to disperse, cautiously advancing into the factory's depths. Qin Yu and Su Yao followed closely, their hearts racing uncontrollably. Inside the factory, an acrid scent of rust assaulted their senses. Dim light filtered through the dilapidated roof, casting beams of light where dust particles danced. The police moved forward with utmost caution, their eyes scanning the surroundings vigilantly. Suddenly, a faint sound echoed from ahead, as if someone was shifting their weight. Officer Wang immediately signaled for everyone to halt. The officers swiftly concealed themselves, aiming their weapons towards the source of the noise. Qin Yu and Su Yao crouched behind a massive machine, scarcely daring to breathe. They could hear their own hearts pounding, as if ready to burst from their chests. As the footsteps grew nearer, a figure gradually came into view. It was a man clad in black, furtively glancing around. Just as he prepared to turn and flee, Officer Wang shouted, "Don't move. Police!" The man paused in shock, then bolted in the opposite direction. The police quickly pursued him, igniting a fierce chase within the abandoned factory. The sounds of footsteps and shouts intertwined. The man sprinted with remarkable speed, weaving through the intricate maze of machinery and debris. Yet the officers, trained and relentless, stayed hot on his heels. Qin Yu and Su Yao, refusing to lag behind, followed closely. During the chase, several more figures emerged from the shadows, joining the fleeing throng. It became evident that this was a temporary stronghold for the fugitives. A fierce confrontation erupted between the police and the villains, gunfire echoing throughout the factory. Qin Yu spotted a villain poised to shoot an officer, without a moment's thought. He rushed forward and tackled the assailant to the ground. A violent struggle ensued, with Qin Yu feeling the brute force of the villain, his mind consumed by a singular thought: he must not succeed. Meanwhile, Su Yao assisted the police, noticing a villain attempting to flank them from the side. She urgently called out, "Watch out behind you." The officers reacted swiftly, subduing the villain. After an intense battle, the police began to gain the upper hand, successfully apprehending most of the villainous members. As Qin Yu and Su Yao watched the captured villains being led to the police cars, a great weight lifted from their hearts. They exchanged relieved smiles, knowing their efforts over the past few days had not been in vain. However, while clearing the scene, the police discovered that two villains had managed to escape amidst the chaos. Officer Wang's brow furrowed in concern as he remarked, "These two are quite cunning. We cannot afford to lower our guard. We must continue the pursuit." Qin Yu nodded in agreement, stating, "Officer Wang, we will continue to assist the police and ensure their capture." Su Yao added resolutely, "Yes, we cannot allow them another opportunity to endanger us." Although the majority of the villains have been apprehended, the possibility of remaining threats loomed large. How would Qin Yu and Su Yao safeguard against further turmoil? This question emerged as a new challenge before them. Chapter 99. The project advances, results begin to emerge. Gazing into the distance, Qin Yu spoke with unwavering determination. "No matter where these two hide, we shall unearth them. The project must not be jeopardized by their actions, and our family's peace is inviolable." Su Yao took a deep breath, responding, "Indeed, we must be thoroughly prepared." With that, the two turned and entered the project office, where a new scheme was set to unfold. Upon stepping into the project office, warm lighting enveloped them. Project planning diagrams adorned the walls, dense with data and progress markers, resembling a blueprint awaiting their continued endeavor towards brilliance. Qin Yu strode directly to the conference table, placing the documents before him with a decisive thud, proclaiming loudly, "Although two villains remain at large, the external threats to the project are temporarily alleviated. We must devote ourselves wholeheartedly to advancing our work." Su Yao nodded in agreement, her gaze sweeping across the planning charts, already formulating a clear vision. In the ensuing days, Qin Yu and Su Yao operated like a clock wound tightly, ceaselessly in motion. At the project site, the cacophony of machinery reverberated continuously, while workers busily navigated their respective tasks. Donning safety helmets, Qin Yu moved through various work areas, meticulously inspecting each detail, leaving no flaw, no matter how minute, unnoticed. He occasionally crouched to assess the operational status of the equipment, feeling the warmth of the machines seep through his gloves. At other times, he engaged in fervent discussions with technicians, his focus so intense that the world around him seemed to vanish. Su Yao diligently recorded data nearby, the sound of paper and pen scratching together punctuating the air, occasionally glancing up to ensure everything proceeded according to plan. Under their leadership, the project's progress accelerated significantly. The production line, once stagnant, resumed its vibrant rhythm, as raw materials transformed into exquisite semi-finished products through the machinery's processes. The air was thick with the scent of metal and a hint of machine oil, a fragrance signifying the project's revival. Just as the project gained momentum, a new partner joined their ranks. This individual was a prodigy in the business realm, possessing keen market insight and exceptional operational skills. His arrival injected a fresh surge of energy into the project. Qin Yu found an instant rapport with the new partner, often engaging in hours-long discussions in the office, where ideas sparked and ignited. Through their collective efforts, Qin Yu and the new partner achieved a series of significant breakthroughs. After countless trials and refinements, product development reached fruition. When the first completed unit was unveiled before the crowd, gasps of astonishment filled the air. Its design was sleek and sophisticated, with flowing lines that exuded elegance, and its texture was as smooth as jade. A gentle touch revealed its flawless surface. Once activated, it operated with remarkable efficiency, producing almost no noise. Qin Yu gazed at this culmination of hard work, his eyes shimmering with excitement. Following this, the market promotion campaign commenced with fervor. In a bustling commercial plaza, a grand product launch event drew numerous spectators. The stage sparkled under dazzling lights, the product radiating a unique allure under the spotlight. Below, media reporters wielded cameras, their flashes illuminating the scene in bursts. Standing at the center of the stage, Qin Yu confidently articulated the product's myriad advantages and innovative features. His voice resonated through the microphone, captivating passersby who paused to listen intently. As the market promotion deepened, the product's recognition steadily grew. In front of counters across major malls, throngs of customers gathered, eagerly engaging with the product. They lavished praise upon it, some carefully examining its exquisite craftsmanship, while others personally tested its convenient features. Positive feedback flooded in like a tidal wave, resounding with acclaim. Family members witnessed the project's remarkable achievements and regarded Chinyu with even greater admiration and support. During the family meeting, an elder beamed with pride and remarked, "Chinyu, you have truly rendered a tremendous service to our family." The success of this project has not only brought significant economic benefits, but has also enhanced our family's reputation in the business world. Other members nodded in agreement, their gazes towards Chinyu filled with admiration and trust. Chinyu humbly replied, "This achievement is the result of everyone's support and assistance, especially from Su Yao and our new partners, who have contributed immensely to the project." Su Yao smiled and added, "We are a cohesive team with a shared objective, and I believe we can achieve even greater successes in the future." However, despite the project's initial accomplishments, the market competition was fierce. In the office, Chinyu and Su Yao sat on the couch, their expressions grave. Chinyu scrutinized the market research report, his brow furrowed. "Look, our competitors have already taken notice of our product. They will certainly not remain passive." Su Yao took the report and began to peruse its contents carefully. "Indeed, we must devise strategies swiftly to further amplify the project's influence and solidify our achievements." The two were lost in contemplation, while the bustling city outside offered no solace to their growing concerns. Chapter 100: The Rise of Market Competition and Underhanded Tactics from Rivals. Chinyu slowly rose and walked to the window, gazing at the vibrant streets outside, resolutely stating, "No matter how fierce the competition may be, we must not retreat. Tomorrow, we will commence our actions to ensure our project firmly establishes its foothold in the market." Su Yao and the new partners exchanged determined glances and replied in unison, "Absolutely. We will strive together." The atmosphere in the office was tense yet charged with resolve, as a battle against market competition was set to unfold. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the cracks in the window, illuminating Chinyu's desk. He arrived at the office early, meticulously organizing project materials in preparation for the impending market competition. Soon after, Su Yao hurried in, clutching a stack of documents, her expression somewhat grave. "I have just received news that our project outcomes have caught the attention of several competitors in the market. They seem to be covertly plotting strategies against us," Su Yao disclosed as she placed the documents on the table. Chinyu furrowed his brow and began to examine the documents closely. They detailed recent, unusual activities in the market, indicating that competitors had indeed begun to mobilize. "It appears we must hasten our pace," Chinyu remarked. "Let us conduct market research to ascertain the severity of the situation." The two promptly left the office to gather insights from the market. On the bustling commercial street, teeming with people and vibrancy, Chinyu and Su Yao, however, were preoccupied, their focus fixed on similar products displayed in various shops and the reactions of consumers. In a large shopping mall, they overheard a conversation between two customers. "Have you heard? It seems there are some issues with that project lately." "I've heard the quality is lacking," one customer whispered. "Really? I was planning to buy it, but now I have to reconsider," the other responded. Chinyu and Su Yao exchanged glances, their hearts sinking. Clearly, some negative news had begun to circulate in the market, adversely affecting the project's image. They continued their research, discovering that such negative sentiments were proliferating and the situation was far graver than they had anticipated. Upon returning to the project office, Chinyu and Su Yao felt an overwhelming weight of concern. Their new partner arrived shortly after, and the three of them gathered around the conference table to discuss countermeasures. These negative reports are undoubtedly not baseless. They must be deliberately disseminated by our competitors, Chinyu analyzed. They aim to sabotage our project and undermine our market share. Indeed, we cannot remain idle, Su Yao concurred. It is imperative that we take swift action to mitigate the impact of these negative reports. After a thorough discussion, they decided to split their efforts. Chinyu would seek evidence to counterattack the competitors and expose their schemes, while Su Yao would issue a statement to clarify the facts and explain the project's true circumstances to the public. Their new partner would assist Qin Yu, leveraging their connections to gather more information about the competitors. Qin Yu and the new partner immediately set to work, visiting numerous relevant individuals and reviewing extensive documentation in a bid to uncover evidence of the competitors' negative propaganda. Throughout this endeavor, they encountered numerous challenges. Some were reluctant to provide information for fear of offending the competitors, while other documents had been intentionally concealed or destroyed. Nevertheless, Qin Yu and his partner persevered, diligently seeking leads. Simultaneously, Su Yao was in the office, anxiously drafting the statement. She chose her words meticulously, striving to convey the project's realities with utmost accuracy and sincerity. Once the statement was finalized, she disseminated it through various channels, hoping to quell the storm swiftly. Yet, the situation did not unfold as they had envisioned. The competitors seemed well prepared. Following Su Yao's announcement, rather than ceasing their activities, they escalated their efforts, spreading even more negative news. In no time, public sentiment regarding Qin Yu's project turned increasingly unfavorable. Once more, Qin Yu and Su Yao convened in the office, gazing at the surging negative sentiment data, their spirits heavy. These competitors are exceedingly cunning. They always seem one step ahead of us, Su Yao lamented. No matter, we cannot be defeated by them, Qin Yu declared, clenching his fists with determination. We will continue to search for evidence. As long as we have solid proof, they cannot evade accountability. At that moment, their new partner hurried into the office, holding a document, his expression brimming with excitement. I have found some crucial leads, he exclaimed, handing the document to Qin Yu. This contains evidence of the competitors colluding with unscrupulous media outlets. They're utilizing these media to disseminate negative information. Qin Yu examined the document closely, a smile gradually forming on his face. Excellent. This is the key to our counterattack. Qin Yu, Su Yao, and their new partners swiftly organized and analyzed the evidence, preparing to exploit it as a pivotal point to deliver a decisive blow to their rivals. However, just as they were ready to take the next step, they discovered that negative information continued to spread relentlessly, taking on diverse forms, not only circulating online, but also infiltrating various offline venues. With the competitors continually launching their assaults, the situation grew increasingly dire. Whether Qin Yu and Su Yao could successfully navigate this turmoil and preserve the project's esteemed image remained in uncertainty. The atmosphere in the office grew tense once more as the trio fell into contemplation, pondering how to break the deadlock ahead.